Please like, share, and subscribe. Wishing you happiness and good luck every day.
Okay, so how does a kid from Omaha, Nebraska become one of the wealthiest and most respected investors in the entire world? It's an incredible story, and it all starts with a single snowflake. We're going to dive into how that one little flake, over a lifetime, turned into an absolute avalanche of wealth and wisdom, all laid out in Alice Schroeder's amazing biography, The Snowball. You know, this one image, this simple idea, really captures Warren Buffett's entire life philosophy. See, it's not about finding some single massive score, not at all. It's about starting small, being incredibly consistent, and then just letting the unbelievable power of compounding do all the heavy lifting for you. The trick, as he figured out, is finding the right kind of sticky snow and the longest hill you can possibly find. And this wasn't just some childhood game for him. It was an early obsession. He understood, almost instinctively, that his whole life's work was going to be about finding that sticky snow and that long hill to roll it down.
What's so fascinating here is you can see the progression, right? He starts super simple, selling gum. Then he moves up to providing a service, the paper wrap. But he doesn't just deliver papers, no, he builds a system. And by the time he's a teenager, he's a full-on capitalist, using the money he's made to buy an asset that makes money for him. Every single step was another layer of snow on his growing snowball.
So get this, by the time he was just 16 years old, he had already saved up $5,000. In today's money, that's over 50 grand. I mean, that wasn't just impressive for a kid, it was the seed money for his entire empire. It was the solid, heavy core of the snowball he was about to get rolling.
So, pure hustle got him off to a great start, for sure. But Buffett knew that instinct alone wasn't going to build an empire. To make his snowball truly massive, he needed a set of rules, a kind of intellectual framework to guide all of his decisions, and, maybe most importantly, to protect him from his own emotions.
And here we have this huge turning point in his life. He gets rejected by Harvard, which I'm sure must have stung a lot at the time. But it turned out to be the single luckiest break of his entire life. It sent him down a totally different path, a path that led him straight to the man who would basically shape his whole philosophy, Benjamin Graham.
So at Columbia, he just soaked up Graham's value investing philosophy. And the main idea is actually really simple, but it's also incredibly profound. You buy $1 worth of a business, but you only pay 50 cents for it. That 50-cent difference, that's your margin of safety. It's this built-in cushion that protects you from making a catastrophic mistake.
But you know, Graham's lessons went way beyond just balance sheets. He taught Buffett that after you reach a certain point, more money really doesn't buy you more happiness. And this idea would become this central paradox in Buffett's life, as he piled up a fortune that was just way, way beyond anything he could ever possibly spend.
All right, so now he's armed with Graham's intellectual framework. Buffett heads back to Omaha. Not to retire, but to start the real work. He was about to put everything he'd learned to the test and fire up the engine that would turn his little snowball into an absolute avalanche.
And he literally launched his investment partnership from a spare bedroom in his house. Just think about the amount of trust it took for his friends and family to hand over their life savings to a 26-year-old. But he structured the deal in this brilliant way. He only made money if they made money. It perfectly aligned his success with theirs. He started out doing what he called cigar butt investing. You know, finding these discarded companies that had just one last puff of profit left in them. But his real masterstroke was buying Berkshire Hathaway. He had this incredible insight that this failing textile mill could be transformed into a holding company, basically a permanent vehicle for him to invest capital and just let it compound for decades and decades.
And, well, the results really speak for themselves. This table just shows how Berkshire Hathaway didn't just beat the market, it absolutely crushed it. I mean, look at 1995, 57% return versus the S&P's 38. Or how about 1998, 52% to 29%. This is the snowball effect right here in black and white, the relentless, unstoppable power of compounding.
The result for his very first investors was completely life-changing. Every single $1,000 they trusted him with grew into over $1 million. This wasn't some get-rich-quick thing. It was the direct result of decades of patient, disciplined compounding.
But here's the thing. The bigger that snowball of wealth became, the more complicated his life got. Schroeder's biography is incredible because it pulls back the curtain on that simple, folksy image to show us a man who was full of these fascinating and sometimes pretty difficult contradictions. So, on the left, you see the public persona we all know, the folksy grandpa from Omaha who loves his burgers and Coke. But on the right, you see the private reality, a really tough dealmaker who owns a fleet of private jets. So which one is the real Warren Buffett? Well, as the book shows us, the answer is both. He navigated this whole duality with a concept he called the inner scorecard. So the question is, are you living for the applause of the crowd? That's the outer scorecard. Or are you living by your own internal set of standards? For Buffett, as long as he was true to his own scorecard, all that outside noise just didn't matter.
So, what's the big takeaway from all of this? The book isn't just about how to build wealth. It's really a masterclass in what Buffett called the business of life. It's an absolute avalanche of wisdom that applies to so much more than just the stock market.
His whole philosophy really rests on a few core pillars. It all starts with humility, admitting he won the ovarian lottery, which was his way of saying he was just incredibly lucky to be born when and where he was. It's grounded in discipline, staying inside his circle of competence. And it's all fueled by this insatiable curiosity, his lifelong commitment to being a learning machine.
You see, he wasn't just happy to pile up all this wealth. He felt this deep urge to preach. His annual letters to shareholders became his stage, where he would translate the really complex world of finance into these timeless lessons on business and on life, basically teaching everyone else how to start rolling their own snowballs.
And so the story kind of leaves us with this one big question. Warren Buffett's Snowball started with just a few dollars and a whole lot of curiosity. It's just such a powerful reminder that the biggest journeys in life really do begin with a single, small step. So the only question left is, what snow are you going to start gathering today?
Welcome to The Explainer. Sometimes to really understand a legendary figure, you have to zoom in on a single pivotal moment. And that's exactly what we're doing today with Warren Buffett. We're stepping inside a room with his biographer, Alice Schroeder, at the very beginning of her project. And it all kicks off with a very, very strange instruction. So get this. That's the first major piece of guidance from one of the richest men in the world to the person writing his life story. I mean, think about that. It goes against every natural instinct, right? To protect your image, to tell your side. And that's the mystery we're unpacking today. Why on earth would he say that? To figure this out, we have to go back in time. We're going to join Alice Schroeder as she sits down with Buffett in his office to kick off this massive project. A biography, by the way, that he flat out refused to write himself. So let's start right where Schroeder does, with the man himself. Picture him, sitting behind his father's simple wooden desk in Omaha. What she sees right away is a man who is just a walking bundle of contradictions. Okay, so there's this immediate clash between the image you have in your head and the reality in the chair. You're expecting this perfectly tailored, powerful titan of finance. But instead, you see a guy in a really expensive suit, yeah, but it's all bunched up around his shoulders like he literally just pulled it off the rack. It's his uniform, sure, but it feels more like a comfortable habit than a power move. And the little details just keep building this picture. His shirt collar is too small, looks like something out of the 1960s. He's got this chunk of hair he's clearly just finger-combed into place that sticks up like a ski jump. One of his eyebrows is all shaggy and just kind of wanders off on its own. But then you see his eyes. And through all that disheveled charm, you see these pale blue eyes that are absolutely locked in, focused. This is not a guy who misses a thing. And this whole vibe, this study in contradictions, it's not just him. It extends to his entire office. It's less of a workplace and more of a time capsule of his life, his history, and his values. You look around this room, and it's like a museum of his journey. Of course, you see his massive investments, like all the Coca-Cola stuff, but then you see the personal history. There's a Pulitzer Prize from a newspaper he owned, photos of his team, the Nebraska Cornhuskers, and get this, a Dale Carnegie public speaking diploma from 1952, back when he was a terrified 21-year-old. Every single object tells you a piece of his story. But out of everything in that room, one thing completely dominates. Right behind his desk over his head is a huge portrait of his father, Howard, and it's positioned so that it's facing out, looking at every single person who walks into the office. It's this constant, silent presence. And its placement tells you everything you need to know about whose judgment he values most. Now, here's what's really wild, especially for 2003. Look at what's missing from his desk. No computer, not a single one. Where a monitor should be, there are photos of his family and friends. But what's always on? A TV. It's permanently tuned to CNBC, but the sound is always off. He's just constantly absorbing the data from the ticker at the bottom of the screen, taking in information, but completely on his own terms. So that's the scene, that's the man, that's the room. And into this world walks his biographer, Alice Schroeder, for a meeting that's going to set the tone for the entire book. And you gotta understand, she wasn't just some random writer. Their relationship started out professionally. She was a top analyst covering his company, Berkshire Hathaway. But over 6 years, that evolved into a real friendship, one built on a whole lot of mutual respect. And this is something he told her over and over again. You'll do a better job than I would. Now think about that for a second. What a fascinating thing to admit. What does he know about himself that makes him think he can't tell his own story straight? As Schroeder points out, the reason for that would become very clear down the road. And so, with all that as the backdrop, they dive right in. They start with the one question that gets to the absolute core of who Warren Buffett is. Schroeder just lays it right out there. This isn't about stock tips or investment strategy. This is about the why, the fundamental drive that has shaped his entire life. Where did this obsession with money actually begin? His response is immediate. It's forceful, and it's not what you'd expect. He doesn't talk about selling gum as a kid. He starts by defending his entire legacy. He brings up this famous line from the novelist Balzac, just to shoot it down. Right away, you know he is deeply, deeply concerned with the morality of how he built his fortune. And we're not talking about a calm, quiet answer here. This question totally animates him. He literally jumps out of his chair, strides across the room, and plops down in another one, leaning forward with all this restless energy, like a teenager. Clearly, this topic, the origin and the legitimacy of his wealth, it hits a major nerve. So he's buzzing with this energy, and he talks for a while about human nature, how unreliable memory can be, and then he drops the bombshell, the line that will become the guiding principle, the North Star for the entire biography. And there it is again. Just let that sink in for a moment. He is giving his biographer an instruction, not permission, an instruction to doubt him, to go find other stories, and if they clash with his, to pick the one that makes him look worse. Who does that? Now, Schroeder's first reaction? Wow, this is a masterclass in humility. It's an incredible move. By offering up the less flattering version himself, he comes across as supremely confident and humble all at once. It actually makes you trust him more, not less. It completely disarms you. But it's not quite that simple. As Schroeder reflects on this rule later, she adds this really critical warning. She realizes that over the years, when she did find those discrepancies in people's stories, the reason usually wasn't just that his memory was a little fuzzy, it was something deeper. So if the conflicting stories aren't because he just forgot something, then what's the real cause? Schroeder's answer is just 2 words: human nature. And that leaves us with this final hanging question. What part of human nature was he so aware of in himself that he felt he had to create this rule to counteract it? And what does this incredibly strange directive really tell us about the man behind the legend?
All right, let's go back in time. We're heading to July 1999, to a conference that was so exclusive, so powerful, it had its own special nickname for the kind of networking that went on.
And that nickname, from the man himself, Warren Buffett, was elephant bumping. You know, the idea that if you're rubbing shoulders with the biggest players in the world, well, it must mean you're one of them too. And in the summer of '99, the absolute biggest elephants on Earth gathered in Sun Valley, Idaho. This was the spot where billionaires in casual polo shirts basically decided the future of media and tech.
So picture this. It's a beautiful mountain paradise. But the timing is everything. This was the absolute, dizzying, insane peak of the dot-com bubble. The market was basically rewriting the laws of physics every single day, and a whole new generation of tech titans was convinced they were rewriting the rules of business itself. And walking right into the middle of all this euphoria was Warren Buffett, the ultimate symbol of the old guard.
Now, this place was not your typical business conference. It was more like a 5-star summer camp for the super powerful. I mean, you've got Tom Hanks and Rupert Murdoch literally rafting down the same river. The service was so ridiculously detailed that every single kid who came got their own personal teenage babysitter. But don't let the fishing trips and barbecues fool you. Behind the scenes, deals worth billions were being sketched out. This was ground zero for power and influence.
But here's the thing.
Underneath all the friendly handshakes and campfires, a massive conflict was brewing. This was way more than just a meeting of the minds. It was a head-on collision between two completely different worlds, two totally opposite economic philosophies. The old world of real stuff and actual profits was about to face off against the new world of digital dreams.
So on one side, you have Warren Buffett. This is a guy who values companies based on one simple thing, their ability to generate cold, hard cash. But on the other side, you had these new internet czars who spoke a totally different language. They were talking about B2B, bandwidth, clicks, and eyeballs. Their companies weren't valued on profits. Heck, most of them didn't have any. They were valued on these wild projections about a future that was miles away.
You know, it's pretty telling that even the guy running the whole show, investment banker Herbert Allen, was deeply skeptical. His take on this new paradigm pretty much summed up how the old guard felt. To them, they'd seen bubbles before, and this just looked like the same old story, just dressed up in a bunch of new, confusing buzzwords.
And this new group of tech execs, they brought a whole different energy. They had this swagger, this hubris that really didn't fit with the whole laid-back vibe of Sun Valley. They didn't just think of themselves as business people. No. In their own minds, they were revolutionaries. They were like modern-day gods, bringing the fire of the internet down to the rest of us mortals.
And here's the real tension, right here in a nutshell. While all these new tech stocks were shooting to the moon, Buffett's own company, Berkshire Hathaway, was getting left in the dust. I mean, its performance looked pathetic in comparison. His famous refusal to invest in things he didn't understand, which was basically all of these tech companies, was making him look like a total dinosaur. To a lot of people in that room, the Oracle of Omaha had completely, totally missed the boat.
So, Saturday morning rolls around, it's time for the keynote speech. And Buffett gets up on stage and does something he almost never, ever did. The man who famously said he never makes market predictions decided to stand up in front of this room full of elephants and make the biggest prediction of his entire career.
He kicked things off by laying out his core philosophy, the simple idea that had guided him for decades. What does this mean? Well, he's saying that right now, the market might just be a popularity contest, a voting machine driven by hype and whatever's cool at the moment. But eventually, reality, the actual weight of a company's real value, always wins. He was about to put the dot-com darlings on the scale, and he had a pretty good idea they were going to come up light.
And to prove his point, he didn't just use fancy words. He brought out the cold, hard data. He showed everyone that for 17 straight years, from 1964 to 1981, the U.S. economy grew 5 times over. Corporate sales grew 5 times over. And the stock market? It went absolutely nowhere. It was this shocking reminder that just because the economy is booming doesn't mean the stock market will too.
Then he breaks down the basic physics of finance. It sounds complicated, but it's actually super simple. He says interest rates are like gravity for stock prices. When rates are low, like they were in the late 90s, the gravitational pull is weak, and stock prices can just float up to these crazy, irrational heights. But he warned them, gravity always comes back.
All right, so after laying out the financial theory, Buffett completely pivots. He goes from finance professor to history teacher, and this part is just brilliant. He was about to argue that the most world-changing, revolutionary technologies, exactly the kind these tech moguls were celebrating, have historically been horrible places for investors to put their money. He starts with the automobile. Think about it. It was probably the most important invention of the 20th century. It changed America. It changed how everybody lived. Back in the day, investing in cars must have seemed like the biggest no-brainer in history. But then, he showed them what actually happened to the people who bet on it.
Yeah, turns out, while the car was an amazing thing for society, it was an absolute bloodbath for investors. Of 2,000 companies that jumped into the race, only 3 made it out alive. And even those big guys struggled for years and years. The road to the future was just littered with the smoking wreckage of failed car companies.
And then he drops this incredible line. He argued it's often way easier to figure out which businesses a new technology is going to kill, rather than trying to pick the 1 or 2 that will actually win. So instead of trying to find the next Ford, the smartest, clearest bet was actually against the old way of doing things.
And he had the knowers to back it up. The car created one clear loser, the horse. The data here is simple and it's stark. The real money wasn't in trying to pick a needle out of a haystack. It was in betting against the past.
But he wasn't done yet. Just in case they didn't get it, he moved on to the next great marvel of the 20th century, the airplane. Again, a technology that shrunk the world, changed humanity forever, and again, a total financial disaster for investors. Over its entire history, the airline industry as a whole had made its shareholders exactly 0.
Nothing. He finally landed his argument with this darkly hilarious punchline, basically saying he would have done the world of capitalists a favor by stopping the Wright brothers. He was using a joke to make a deadly serious point. Just because a technology is revolutionary does not mean you should invest in it. In fact, a lot of the greatest inventions have been financial black holes. And let me tell you, the room was not laughing.
Seriously, you could have heard a pin drop. Buffett had just walked on stage and systematically taken apart the very logic that was making every single person in that room insanely rich. He looked a room full of internet billionaires in the eye and told them that, historically speaking, their entire industry was a bad bet. The elephants just sat there in this stony, super uncomfortable silence.
But some people in the room got it. They understood exactly what they were seeing. Bill Gates, Buffett's good friend and a titan of the new economy himself, knew what was happening. He recognized the speech for what it was, a complete masterclass in investing, delivered by the master himself.
But that was definitely not the majority opinion. Once Buffett was out of earshot, the whispering started. The general feeling among the new guard was that this was just sour grapes. Good old Warren, they said, he's just bitter because he missed the biggest boom of our lifetime.
So in the end, you had these two completely opposite verdicts. For some, it was a tour de force. For others, it was the last roar of an old, out-of-touch lion. And yeah, the room gave him a standing ovation, but you could feel the resentment under the surface. It was like, who was this old guy who made his money when everything was cheap to tell them that their party was over?
And this is what we're left with. Buffett delivered this incredible sermon in the mountains just 8 months. 8 months before the dot-com bubble burst in the most spectacular way possible, wiping out trillions of dollars. He stood in the very heart of the mania, told the most powerful people on the planet they were wrong, and was proven completely right. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? In a world that's always full of hype and euphoria, whether it's dot-com stocks, crypto, or the next big AI thing, what does it actually take to have the courage to see what everyone else refuses to?
All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're diving into the legendary partnership of Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger. Now, we often see them as this single, brilliant entity, right? But the truth is, they are two profoundly different men, and their collaboration is just a masterclass in how opposites don't just attract, they build empires together.
I mean, Buffett himself even described their bond this way. And, on the surface, you can absolutely see why. From a distance, they really do seem like they're cut from the same intellectual and even physical cloth. But that's where the story starts to get really, really interesting.
And this breakdown, it just shows it perfectly. Look, the similarities in their worldview, that's powerful stuff. But their personalities, their methods, they diverge, and they diverge dramatically. It's right there in those differences. You've got Buffett, the guy who wants to please people, and Munger, the intellectual purist. That's where the real magic of their partnership lies. So let's dig into how this unlikely duo actually works.
To really get a handle on the genius behind their success, we're going to break down their story into 5 key parts. We'll look at their core paradox, their shared rules for thinking, their very different teaching styles, their deeply ingrained habits, and finally, the surprisingly simple lives that they lead.
Okay, so let's start with that paradox. First things first, we've got to establish the really powerful common ground they share. This is the foundation that has kept them in what they call an uninterrupted conversation for literally decades.
So, beyond their almost identical appearance, they are just intellectually in sync. They both see the world through this lens of pure reason. For them, business isn't just about making money. Nope, it's the ultimate intellectual puzzle. And the biggest enemies in trying to solve that puzzle? Emotion and self-deception. This shared worldview, it's the bedrock of everything they've ever built.
But here it is. Here's the crucial split, the paradox right at the heart of their partnership. Buffett is an absolute master of social grace. He enjoys being liked. Munger, on the other hand, well, he only wants intellectual respect. And frankly, he could not care less what you think of him personally. This is exactly why Buffett avoids all those schmooze fests like Sun Valley, whereas Munger attends them, and he navigates the social rituals with this expert, if a little detached, precision.
So you might be thinking, with such different social styles, how do their minds ever meet on strategy? Well, it starts with a shared and kind of counterintuitive approach to solving problems. They start by looking at everything backward.
They have this shared obsession with a super powerful mental model called inversion. The idea, which they borrowed from the great algebraist Carl Jacobi, is simple, but it's really profound. Don't focus on what you need to do to succeed. No, Instead, you figure out all the ways you could possibly fail, and then you just don't do those things. And Munger just illustrates this concept perfectly with a story he tells all the time. This tale of a wise peasant who said, "Tell me where I'm going to die so I won't go there." It isn't just a clever joke. That's their entire philosophy in a single sentence. It's all about identifying the pitfalls way in advance and then simply steering clear.
And this right here is the absolute core of their investment strategy. They are not trying to find the next revolutionary idea. They are meticulously studying business failures, the bankruptcies, the bad decisions, the over-leveraged disasters, all of it, to build a set of rules for what to avoid. For them, success is simply what's left over when you eliminate all the stupid mistakes.
You know, both of these men have this infectious urge to teach what they've learned. But just like their social styles are different, so are their teaching methods. They preach from two very different pulpits, and each one has its own set of strict rules.
Munger is deeply, deeply afraid of something he calls the shoe button complex. He tells the story about a man who got rich by cornering the tiny little market for shoe buttons, and then suddenly thought his success made him an expert on absolutely everything. Munger sees this as a huge intellectual trap.
So, to avoid that trap, Munger is incredibly disciplined. He's what he calls didactic, meaning he loves to teach, but he only ever ventures into subjects that he has spent a lifetime studying, things like Darwin, Benjamin Franklin, or the psychology of human misjudgment. Even if, as Buffett likes to joke, he gets a little self-intoxicated and has to be dragged off the stage.
Now, Buffett has his own famous defense mechanism against this very same complex, and it's a cornerstone of his whole philosophy, the circle of competence. The idea is that you have to know your own limits with just brutal honesty. So unlike Munger's wide-ranging intellectual curiosity, Buffett draws his circle incredibly tightly. He sticks to just three things: money, business, and his own life. But from inside that circle, he is a relentless teacher. He turns every shareholder letter, every interview, every single store opening into a lesson. Berkshire Hathaway itself is his great didactic enterprise. Okay, this disciplined approach, it extends to their daily lives. When somebody once accused him of being a creature of habit, Buffett looked almost wounded by it and immediately deflected. And that moment, it just perfectly captures the next dimension of their differences.
That deflection, it reveals so much about their dynamic, doesn't it? Because while Buffett might deny it, both men are deeply governed by routine. But Charlie Munger's life, well, his life is an absolute monument to structured, unyielding habit.
Munger's day is just a model of old-fashioned precision. Everything is scheduled, right from his drive to the office to his breakfast at the very exclusive California club. Even his philanthropy is super focused and comes with, quote, irritating strings attached, because, well, he thinks he knows best. It's a structured, almost ritualistic existence that ends every single day the exact same way, with a book.
Buffett's routine, on the other hand, is simpler, it's less formal, but it's no less rigid in its own way. He's lived in the same house for decades and drives 1.5 miles to the same office. He answers his own phone, which is a truly shocking experience for first-time callers. His whole life is just stripped down to focus relentlessly on one thing: absorbing business information, punctuated only by his very serious online bridge habit.
And let's be clear, this is not casual reading. This list barely scratches the surface. It is a fire hose of data pouring into his office every single day. From obscure trade journals you've never heard of, to daily sales reports on See's Candies and Geico policies. His habit isn't just reading, it's total, systematic information immersion. So finally, let's look at the men behind the billions. Because despite their immense wealth, their personal lives are grounded in routine, and in Buffett's case, a unique and fascinating complexity that he almost never discusses. And here again, the contrast is it's stark. Munger's life is totally conventional. A dedicated family man, living with his wife Nancy, vacationing with his huge family. Buffett's life, though, is famously unconventional. He lived for decades with Astrid Minks, an arrangement that was actually organized by his wife Susie, who he remained very much married to. His only explanation, ever, was, if you knew everybody well, you'd understand it. So ultimately, what this all reveals is that their different methods, their different habits, even their different personal lives, these weren't weaknesses they had to overcome. No, they were the complementary forces. The social grace and the blunt honesty, the broad curiosity and the focused competence, all of it combined to create the powerhouse that is Berkshire Hathaway.
It's a pretty powerful reminder, isn't it?
that success isn't about finding the one right set of habits. It's about building the habits that are right for you. And maybe even more importantly, finding partners who don't just mirror you, but who complete you. Thanks for joining this explainer.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're jumping back to 1999, a year that saw one of the world's greatest investors get publicly humiliated. We're going to explore how Warren Buffett not only survived that storm, but also showed the world the powerful philosophy that was really his secret weapon. For decades, Warren Buffett was basically the undisputed king of investing. Year after year, his company, Berkshire Hathaway, didn't just do okay, it consistently crushed the market. His track record was absolutely legendary, the gold standard that built him a massive fortune and a global reputation. But then, at the absolute peak of the dot-com bubble, the whole story just completely flipped. The undisputed king was suddenly getting laughed at, leading the entire financial world to ask a really shocking question about the Oracle of Omaha himself. So let's get into it. How did the market, which had celebrated this guy for so long, turn on him so viciously as the new millennium was kicking off? Okay, to really get the fall, you gotta understand just how high he was. In June of 1998, a single share of Berkshire Hathaway stock hit this price, $80,900. Think about that. One share cost enough to buy a small condo. This was the absolute peak of his prestige, a number that screamed success. And yet, by the end of 1999, his stock was down a staggering 20%. So while Buffett's ship felt like it was sinking, these new tech stocks were launching into the stratosphere, leaving him completely in the dust. This was the era of the dot-com mania, a period of what the Fed chairman at the time, Alan Greenspan, famously called irrational exuberance. And, nothing captures this wild time better than the battle of the toy stores. To really get inside the market's head back then, let's just compare two companies. On one side, you've got Toys R Us, right? A huge established business making a cool $400 million in profit on $11 billion in sales. Pretty solid. On the other side, you've got eToys, a brand new, teeny tiny internet startup that was losing $123 million on just $100 million in sales. So based on those numbers you just saw, actual profits versus just hemorrhaging cash, which one would you guess the market valued more highly? The answer seems like a total no-brainer, right? Yeah, it was eToys. And get this, it wasn't even close. The market decided that eToys was worth almost $5 billion. That's a full $1 billion more than the profitable established Toys R Us. The reason? It was based purely on the promise, this dream, that the internet was going to change absolutely everything. And this chart right here? Wow, it just lays out the total disconnect perfectly. The broader market, the S&P 500, was up a really healthy 25% in 1999. Great. But then you see the tech-heavy NASDAQ, which just skyrocketed an insane 86%. And then there's Buffett's old-school company, Berkshire Hathaway, just getting hammered, down 20%. Now, you gotta understand, this wasn't just about red numbers on a trading screen. The pressure on Buffett became huge. It went from just market data and quiet whispers to loud public ridicule. And this is where it all came to a head. In December 1999, the super influential financial magazine Barron's, the one everybody on Wall Street reads, put Buffett right there on its cover, asking the question that was on everyone's mind. It was a direct shot at the master himself. He was facing a total firestorm of criticism. Financial pundits were openly calling him a has-been. One writer called it a Pamplona of negative press, like he was running with the bulls. Even many of his own longtime followers, these so-called value investors, they caved to the pressure and bought tech stocks. All the while, Buffett's own massive fortune and his rank as one of the richest people in the world were taking a serious nosedive. So here's the million-dollar question, right? With the entire world, the media, the market, even his own fans telling him he was washed up, that he was totally wrong, what did he do? How did he fight back? He did nothing. Seriously, he didn't fight back. He didn't change his time-tested strategy. He didn't write some angry letter to the editor. He just did not respond. He took the hits and did nothing. His refusal to do anything in the face of all that pressure seems, it seems crazy. Until you understand the powerful mental model that was guiding his every move, a philosophy he called his inner scorecard. So what the heck is the inner scorecard? Well, think of it like this. It's your own personal set of standards that you use to judge yourself, and it's completely separate from what the outside world thinks. It's about your metrics for success, not getting external validation. And it's an idea he actually learned from his father. Buffett explained it with this incredible analogy. He basically said he saw himself as an artist creating his masterpiece. Praise is nice, sure, but he would never let someone else tell him to use more red paint instead of blue. The work itself, the act of painting, that was the reward, not the price tag the world put on it. Buffett boiled this whole philosophy down with this very simple and yet very provocative question. It gets right to the heart of the matter, and it forces you to decide what's more important, reality or just the perception of reality. And this right here breaks down the fundamental difference. Do you live by an inner scorecard where you are the ultimate judge based on your actual results and your character, or do you live by an outer scorecard where the world is the judge and all that matters is public perception? The key difference is between being the best versus just being thought of as the best. Okay, so this is a great story about a famous billionaire, but how can we actually use this? Let's see how this becomes a practical framework we can apply to our own lives. Buffett's philosophy really gives us this powerful framework. First, you have to define your own metrics. And honestly, this is the hardest part. What does a successful life actually look like to you? Not to your parents, not to Instagram, but to you. Is it financial freedom, creative fulfillment, deep relationships, being a great parent? You have to write down the rules of your own game. Second, focus on your painting. This just means falling in love with the process of your work. Whether you're coding, teaching, or raising a family, the goal is to find satisfaction in the craft itself, not just in the eventual paycheck or applause. And third, and this is so crucial, you have to learn to ignore the crowd. That means not letting praise go to your head or criticism go to your heart, unless it's from someone whose own scorecard you deeply respect. It means having the courage to look foolish in the short term to be right in the long term. And that brings us right back to Buffett's ultimate challenge, just reframed for his world. Would you rather be the world's best investor and have the world think you're the worst, or be the worst but have everyone think you're the best? It's such a profound question because the painting he talks about isn't just a stock portfolio. It's your career, your character, your life. In the end, we all have to decide who the final judge of that painting will be, the crowd or ourselves. Which scorecard are you playing for? Warren Buffett, the name says it all, right? Investing genius. But what if I told you the real key to his success wasn't just found in some stock market ledger, but in a family history that goes back for centuries? Well, in this explainer, we're going to dig into the story before the story to uncover the incredible inherited traits that literally created a legend. So what does it really take to make a Warren Buffett? We all know about the incredible financial wisdom and that famous folksy charm. But what specific, unique mix of genes, history, and family culture actually produced the Oracle of Omaha? The source material we're looking at today suggests the answer is this fascinating blend of inherited traits. And believe me, it's a story that's way more interesting than just finance. And get this, that story starts with a bang. I mean, literally. So forget about Wall Street for a second. To really understand the Buffett legacy, we have to go all the way back to the 17th century, to an ancestor, a farmer, and an actual bolt of lightning from the sky. This one single dramatic event really sets the stage for a powerful family trait that is just echoed down through the generations. All right, so the first big theme from the source is something called the urge to preach. Now, this isn't just about religion. Oh no. It's about an iron-willed conviction, this deep-seated need to share your worldview, and this unshakable belief that you, and pretty much only you, know what's best. Okay, so let's get back to that lightning strike. Picture this. It's the 1600s, and one of the first Buffett sons sails over to a settlement in Connecticut. He climbs up a hill and starts preaching to the local folks, who, by the way, he considered heathens. And according to the historical record, he was immediately struck down by lightning. I mean, what a rough start, right? But it perfectly shows you the sheer intensity of this family trait from the very, very beginning. And what's so wild is how this urge to preach just morphed over time, as you can see on this timeline. Yeah, it started with religion, but it sure didn't end there. By the late 1800s, the focus had shifted to business, with Warren's grandfather Ernest preaching to anyone who would listen about the state of the nation. Then, a generation later, Warren's own father, Howard, took that exact same energy and poured it into journalism and politics. The topic changed, but that absolute conviction, it never wavered. I mean, this quote from Warren Buffett just brilliantly sums up his grandfather's whole personality. Self-doubt was not his strong suit. That's putting it mildly. Can you imagine someone who always speaks in exclamation points? That was Ernest. He didn't just have opinions, he had these grand pronouncements, and he fully expected everyone around him to just nod and agree. And this conviction wasn't just some abstract idea. Ernest lived it every single day. The man kept a literal black book of people who annoyed him, a list that included Democrats and customers who were late on their grocery bills. He would fire off these letters to suppliers, demanding they speed up the celery. His whole grocery store ran on a very simple mantra: hours long, pay low, opinions cast in iron. What a character. So what happens when you pair that kind of iron-willed conviction with our second theme? Well, right alongside that urge to preach came another pillar of the Buffett dynasty, what the source calls the gospel of thrift. And for this family, being careful with money wasn't just a good idea, it was practically a religion. To really get how deep this thriftiness ran, you have to look at Warren's great-grandfather, Sidney Buffett. Now, he set up his grocery store in Omaha, which back then was your classic boom town, a real freewheeling, get-rich-quick kind of place. But Sidney's whole philosophy was the exact opposite of that. He said, be content with moderate gains. In a town where everyone was scrambling to get ahead, the Buffetts were focused on being slow, steady, and totally secure. This simple quote from Ernest Buffett really sums up generations of their entire financial history. It was never about having huge estates or being flashy. He pointed out that while no Buffett ever left a massive fortune, the crucial thing was that no Buffett ever left nothing either. The secret was so simple. Always, always save a part of what you earn. A principle that, as he said, worked out pretty well. Yeah, you could say that's a bit of an understatement. So at the end of the day, it all boils down to this. The entire Buffett financial philosophy, their playbook, rests on two super simple rules. Rule number 1, spend less than you make. And the absolutely essential follow-up, the corollary, don't go into debt. This wasn't just some friendly advice. This was the family motto. This was their unwavering financial North Star for generations. Okay, so we've got unshakable conviction and we've got disciplined thrift. But what happens when you add a third ingredient to the mix? The powerful, powerful drive of an outsider. Our next theme dives into how a feeling of being isolated, socially and politically on both sides of the family, fueled this relentless ambition to succeed. Let's start with Warren's dad, Howard. He grew up just painfully aware of his status as the son of a grocery man. And in the very class-conscious world of his high school, that meant the so-called elite fraternities wanted nothing to do with him. That experience of being snubbed, of being looked down on, it left a permanent mark. It gave him this deep resentment for any kind of unearned privilege. And here's where the story gets really layered. On his mother Leila's side, the Stahl family had an almost identical experience of being outsiders, but for a totally different reason. They ran a newspaper in a town that was mostly German-American. When World War I broke out, they took a principled but deeply unpopular stand against Germany. The result? A total financial catastrophe. Half their subscribers canceled, and they basically became political outcasts in their own community. And for the women in Leila's family, this hardship was just immense and so personal. Her grandmother died in an insane asylum. Her own mother had a breakdown and just retreated into isolation. So from the time she was only 5 years old, Leila and her sisters were essentially running the entire household and helping to publish the family newspaper. This experience forged this incredible resilience, this powerful drive to escape a life that felt defined by chaos and fear. So by the time Leila gets to the University of Nebraska, she has one single, crystal clear goal: find a husband. And she was smart about it. She marched right into the office of the college newspaper, the Daily Nebraskan, and asked for a job. And who happened to be the editor? A sharp, ambitious, big man on campus named Howard Buffett. And just like that, these two incredibly driven outsiders found each other. So this brings us to our final and most crucial section. How did these two powerful family legacies, the Buffetts and the Stahls, finally come together? You know, Warren Buffett himself has famously said that he won the ovarian lottery. So let's take a closer look at what exactly those lottery winnings were. And yep, here's that famous quote. Buffett credits so much of his success to just pure luck, being born at the right time in the right place to the right people. He's often said he just couldn't have had a better pair of parents. And it's a statement of real gratitude For sure, but as we're about to see, the reality of his inheritance is just a little more complicated than that. This chart just breaks it down perfectly. From his father's side, the Buffett line, Warren got that urge to preach, that unshakable conviction, along with the gospel of theft. Then, from his mother's side, the Stahl line, came this iron-willed resilience forged in real hardship, raw ambition, and a natural talent for math. And from both sides, he got this powerful outsider's perspective and a crazy work ethic. I mean, what an incredibly potent combination to inherit. And there is probably no better example of this amazing synthesis than in his mother, Layla. When she and Howard got married, she furnished their entire first home for just $366, and she carefully noted that everything was bought at sort of wholesale prices. That one little detail captures it all, the Stahl family's ambition and knack for numbers channeled directly through the lens of Buffett's thrift. She was the engine that powered Howard's entire career. Which brings us to a final and really provocative thought from the source material. For all of Warren Buffett's talk about winning the ovarian lottery and having the best parents in the world, there's this one curious, consistent omission. Whenever Buffett talks about the importance of having an inner scorecard, judging yourself by your own internal standards, he always uses his father as the model of integrity. He never mentions his mother. And that simple, repeated omission, it kind of reframes the whole story, doesn't it? It leaves you wondering about the other unacknowledged half of that winning lottery ticket.
If you want to understand one of the greatest investors of all time, you'd think we'd start on Wall Street, right? But no, we're going to start in a bathroom with a game a little boy invented. See, this is a story about how a really chaotic childhood created a mind that was absolutely obsessed with finding order. And the key to unlocking who Warren Buffett is, well, it might just be hidden in something he called the bathtub steeplechase.
Forget the billions for a second. Our story starts with just $5. That one quote from Buffett himself, it just cuts right to the bone. It tells you everything about the world he was born into. It wasn't just that money was tight. It was this daily, grinding fight for survival, for dignity, that shaped his family during the absolute worst of the Great Depression.
I mean, just look at this timeline to see how shaky things were. The market crashes. Less than a year later, Warren is born. Right after his first birthday, bam, his dad's bank goes under. The family has nothing, no job, no money. And then, by the time he's 2, a new president comes in, which throws his father into a panic. This wasn't just a tough time. It was a world where the floor had completely fallen out from under everyone.
So to really get this, we have to start with that world, the 1930s. Freefall is the perfect way to describe it. It wasn't just an economic problem. For a lot of people, especially in the middle of America, it felt like the entire world was just coming apart at the seams. The scale of it is just mind-boggling. $14 billion, just gone. To give you some perspective, back in 1929, that was 4 times the entire budget of the United States government. Wealth didn't just get smaller, it vanished. It just evaporated into thin air, and that created this deep, deep fear of the whole financial system.
So in the middle of this absolute financial nightmare, what does Warren's dad, Howard, do when he loses his job? He starts a stock brokerage. Think about how insane that is. It's like opening an ice cream shop in a blizzard. But that act of pure, stubborn defiance that tells you everything you need to know about the values in the Buffett house. You just don't give up.
But the money problems? That was just one layer of the chaos. The 1930s felt like a constant attack. First, the Lindbergh baby gets kidnapped, and suddenly every parent in America is terrified. Then the weather goes crazy. You've got these biblical dust storms, plagues of locusts that eat literally everything. On top of that, there's the fear of polio shutting down swimming pools and riots in the streets so bad that Omaha goes under martial law. Imagine being a little kid trying to make sense of all that.
And you really have to picture what this was like day to day. This wasn't some headline in a newspaper. This was waking up and having to sweep red dust off your porch. It was trying to sleep when it's 118 degrees outside. It's seeing the ground itself crack open so wide that a cow could actually fall in and get stuck. That was just life.
So the world outside is a total mess. You'd hope that home would be a safe haven, right? Well, not exactly. Because if the world outside was in freefall, the world inside the Buffett home had its own kind of deep, damaging chaos. And it all came from one person, Warren's mother, Layla.
To everyone else, she was perfect. Peppy, sweet, the ideal mother and wife. But the second the front door closed, she became a completely different person. The kids had to deal with these terrifying, explosive rages,
constant blame, and just hours of verbal attacks. It was this dizzying, scary switch that could flip at any moment.
I mean, listen to this quote from his older sister Doris. It's just chilling. She was not content until she reduced you to tears. This wasn't just a mom with a short fuse. According to her kids, it was deliberate. The verbal attacks would go on and on with the specific goal of just breaking them down emotionally.
And you have to ask, okay, where's Dad in all this? Well, Howard was their symbol of safety. These rages only ever happened when he wasn't home. But he wasn't their savior either. He knew it was happening. He'd even say stuff like, Mom's on the warpath to warn the kids, but he never stepped in. He never stopped it. So for Warren and his sister, the one person who felt safe didn't actually keep them safe.
Okay, so what do you do if you're a little kid in that situation? The world outside is terrifying and the world inside is emotionally treacherous. You learn to survive. You build a personality that's designed to keep you safe. And that is exactly what young Warren did.
And you can see it in him from the very beginning. He was just a cautious kid. When he was learning to walk, he'd keep his knees bent, staying low to the ground to minimize the risk of falling. He was quiet, introverted, just watching everything. He could sit for hours, apparently, and just stare at a toothbrush. He'd even go hide at the neighbors' houses, just to find a little bit of calm and kindness, especially from his Aunt Alice.
And here's the kicker that just made everything harder. You just didn't talk about feelings in the Buffett house. They talk about big ideas, politics, money, philosophy, sure, but nobody ever said, I love you. There was no affection. And that emotional silence meant there was just no way for these kids to process all the fear and the hurt they were going through.
So this is the pivot. This is the crucial turning point. You have a kid living in a world with no emotional safety and no physical predictability. Where does he find refuge? He finds it in the one place where the rules always make sense, where logic is everything, and where you can actually measure the outcome. He finds it in the world of numbers.
His first real obsession was a stopwatch. He wanted one so badly. And you have to ask, why a stopwatch? Well, think about what it does. It takes something you can't see or touch, time, and it lets you chop it up, measure it, and make it predictable. It's a tool for putting order on the world. And his Aunt Alice, she made him work for it.
So once he earned that stopwatch, he invented the bathtub steeplechase. And it was all about the method. He'd fill the tub, line up his marbles, start the watch, and sweep them in. He'd time the race to the drain, click the watch the second the first marble hit. He controlled everything. He measured it perfectly. And then he did it again, and again, and again, collecting data. See, this wasn't just a kid playing a game. This was a kid creating his own tiny, controllable, perfectly predictable universe.
And he took this mindset with him everywhere. I mean, literally, even to church. He'd get bored during the sermon, so he'd grab the hymnal and start calculating how long the composers lived. He had a theory, right? Pious people who write hymns should get rewarded by God with longer lives. But he ran the numbers, and the data said, nope, it made no difference. The key here is that he was testing ideas against facts. He was looking for proof, not just faith.
Okay, so this is where it all comes together. These weird little childhood habits, they weren't just quirks, they were the training ground. This is the origin story of the investor. This is where a philosophy that would change the world really started to take shape.
And I know it sounds like a totally bizarre question, right? What in the world does a game with marbles in a bathtub have to do with multi-billion-dollar financial markets? Well, as it turns out, pretty much everything.
What he was really teaching himself with the marbles and the hymnals was one single fundamental skill: how to calculate the odds. He was learning that if you just gather enough information, whether it's about marbles or lifespans or a company's balance sheet, you can take a system that looks totally chaotic and actually find predictable patterns inside it. You make the world safer by knowing more about it.
And that's the absolute heart of this whole thing. Warren Buffett's genius wasn't just that he was good at math. It came from this deep psychological need to feel safe in a world that felt completely unsafe. For him, investing became the ultimate bathtub steeplechase. It was a way to put logic and order and predictability onto the wild, emotional, scary world of money. It was his shield.
So when you look at it this way, the story of Warren Buffett kind of leaves you with this bigger, more profound question. How much of what we call genius isn't really some kind of magic gift people are born with, but is actually a highly developed survival skill, a focused, brilliant response to a world that feels broken? Hey, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're going to dive into a single, totally paralyzing moment from the childhood of, well, one of the world's most successful investors, Warren Buffett. It's a story about a school gym, a trumpet, and a lesson that would honestly shape his entire philosophy on life.
So, get this. These are the words of a grown man looking back on a moment of just intense childhood crisis. And we're not talking about physical danger here, but something maybe even scarier, a psychological trap, a moment where everything he was supposed to do was suddenly completely thrown into chaos.
Okay, so picture this. We're at Rose Hill School. It's Armistice Day. The entire student body is packed into the gymnasium for the big annual ceremony. And there's a young Warren Buffett standing in a doorway, cornet in hand, just waiting for his big moment in the spotlight.
Can you just imagine the silence in that gym? The first trumpeter who's all the way across the room starts to play taps. But something is just horribly wrong. The second note is off key, this horrible clanging mistake just hanging in the air. And for Warren, this mistake creates an absolutely impossible problem.
You know, his job was simple. That was his only task, to be the echo. But how do you echo a mistake? Do you repeat it knowing it's wrong? Or do you correct it and in front of everyone totally embarrass the other kid? For a moment, he was just frozen. And to really get why this moment completely broke him, we've got to go back and look at the unique way his mind worked.
See, Warren wasn't like the other kids. Not at all. From a really young age, his brain was just wired differently. For numbers, for patterns, for systems, he was obsessed with collecting and counting and memorizing information that most people would just walk right past.
And I mean, this wasn't just some casual hobby. He would literally sit there and count how often different letters appeared in the Bible. He had these huge stamp and coin collections. By the time he was in 5th grade, he'd memorized the population of every single city in the World Almanac. His brain was basically a machine for soaking up and organizing data.
But maybe his weirdest hobby, at least to his family, was this. He and his friend Russ would sit on a porch for hours, just meticulously writing down the license plate numbers of every single car that passed. Now, his parents just figured, oh, that's Warren, he loves numbers. But Warren, oh, he had a secret, way more elaborate plan. See, this wasn't just counting, it was a whole system. He'd figured out that this one particular street was the only escape route from the local bank. So he reasoned, if the bank ever got robbed, he and Russ would have the one piece of evidence the police would desperately need. It was this perfect plan born of logic, observation, and, yeah, a little bit of a flair for being the hero.
And he used that same kind of thinking for another one of his collections, bottle caps. He'd go to gas stations and just scoop up all the bottle caps people had thrown away. To everyone else, this was just trash. But to Warren, this was data. Free, untouched information. By sorting them and counting them, he could figure out which soft drinks were the most popular. It was literally his first ever market share analysis.
Okay, so this analytical mind, it was also paired with a really complex personality. He wasn't just some quiet kid buried in numbers. He was fiercely competitive, but also, surprisingly, really tender and sensitive.
When it came to games, he had to win. He would practice with a bolo ball until he could hit it over 1,000 times without stopping. All the other kids would just give up, exhausted. When his family got a ping pong table, he practiced like crazy until he became, and this is his own words, a menace with the paddle.
But here's where it gets really fascinating. You see this contrast in his personality. On one hand, he would never, ever let his younger sister win a game. But on the other, he was the one who so tactfully rescued her favorite doll from the trash after their mom threw it out. He was intellectually aggressive, sure, but physically? He was so retiring that his little sister actually had to go fight his battles for him once.
So, where did all this come from? This drive to build his own little world of numbers and systems? Well, a lot of it came from a pretty tense environment at home. He figured out ways to build a life for himself completely outside of his family's four walls.
This is how Buffett described his own mother, Layla. He said she had an outer scorecard. Basically, she was deeply, deeply concerned with appearances, with what the neighbors thought, and this created this constant pressure to project an image of perfection, which led to a lot of friction and angry outbursts, especially with Warren's older sister.
So what was Warren's solution? It was simple. He escaped. He would just roam the neighborhood, making friends with other adults, just listening to them talk. School, his collections, his friends, all of it became a safe haven, a way to get away from the friction at home.
And then, one night, this world he'd built for himself just gets shattered. He gets a terrible pain in his stomach, gets rushed to the hospital for emergency surgery, and it turns out he has a ruptured appendix. He was gravely ill for weeks. But the hospital, run by these really caring nuns, it became another safe space for him, a place of quiet and order.
So what does a kid like Warren take away from a near-death experience? A souvenir, of course, but not the kind you'd expect. His aunt brought him a fingerprinting kit, and he methodically convinced every single one of the nuns to give him a full set of their prints. And his logic? Well, he figured one of them might eventually commit a crime, and only he would hold the key to solving it.
Okay, so all of this, it brings us right back to where we started. Back to that doorway, back to the gymnasium, that horrible wrong note hanging in the air, and a boy who spent his entire life analyzing systems, preparing for exactly these kinds of situations, and trying to figure out the right way to act.
This was his dilemma. I mean, what do you do? To be a good echo means you have to repeat the mistake. But to be correct means you have to break the pattern and totally humiliate the other kid. For a boy who worked so hard to get along with people and who was so sensitive himself, it was just an agonizing choice. And here is the most telling, the most incredible part of the whole story. The moment was so stressful, so searing, that years later, Warren Buffett had absolutely no memory of what he actually did. He couldn't remember if he played the wrong note, the right note, or if he just stood there in complete silence, unable to play anything at all. So in the end, what he actually did, it didn't even matter. It was the feeling of being trapped by someone else's mistake that stuck with him forever. He forgot the what, but he never ever forgot the why. And that one incident forged a core principle deep in his mind.
And this right here is the profound lesson he carried with him. Blindly following other people, just being the echo, it works just fine when everything's going well. But the second the person you're following messes up, you are suddenly faced with an impossible choice. The only real way to win is to think for yourself.
And that really makes you think, doesn't it? It's a question we all face, whether it's in our jobs, our investments, or just our personal lives. The story of that young boy in the doorway is a reminder that real independence isn't about being the loudest person in the room. It's about having the courage to play the right note, especially when the one right before you was wrong.
You hear the name Warren Buffett, and you just think unimaginable wealth, right? But, every single empire has to start somewhere. And his was built not with billions, but with pennies earned from selling chewing gum. We're about to dive into how the rules that govern a $100 billion fortune were actually forged in the mind of a child, starting with a single, unshakable principle. Now, those don't sound like the words of some CEO in a fancy boardroom, do they? Nope. Those are the words of a 6-year-old kid standing on a neighbor's porch, holding a little tray of chewing gum. And right there, in that one simple refusal, you've got the seed for everything that came later. So that's the big question, isn't it? And that's what we're going to dig into right now. We're going to trace the path from his very first business ventures to his very first stock market trade, uncovering the key moments that really shaped the investor we all know today. It's a journey from a handful of cents to a financial empire. And it all starts, like so many great stories do, with the very first few cents of profit. Okay, picture this. A 6-year-old Warren is going door to door with his tray of gum. A neighbor, a Mrs. McCoubry, asks if she can buy just one stick. Warren's response? We don't break up packs of gum. So why? Why not just sell her the one stick? Well, because a quick penny just wasn't worth the hassle and the risk of having 4 leftover sticks. The integrity of the 5-stick pack, the business model itself, that was way more important. 2 cents, that was his profit from each 5-cent pack. He could hold those weighty, solid pennies right in his hand. These weren't just coins you'd toss in a jar. No, they were, well, as his biography puts it, the very first snowflakes in what would become this massive, massive snowball of money. Okay, so this idea, this principle of valuing profit and, having a system, it didn't take long for it to expand. The gum business was really just the beginning. Soon it grew into a full-blown childhood portfolio. This kid was just a machine. He was slinging 6 packs of Coke door to door. He was delivering magazines. He was even collecting and reselling used golf balls. That is, until the cops kicked him out, and selling snacks at college football games. The energy was just incredible. And this right here, this really gets to the heart of it. Think about it.
Most kids his age are collecting stamps, maybe bottle caps. Not Warren. His collection was cash. He even wore one of those professional nickel-plated money changers on his belt. That wasn't just a tool, it was a symbol that he was a professional. The goal wasn't just to sell a Coke, it was to collect the nickels from the sale. But, there's a limit to how much you can make selling popcorn and peanuts, right? So the next huge leap in his financial education, that came when his dad, Howard, took him on a trip to the absolute epicenter of American capitalism, Wall Street. So even before that big trip, he would hang out at the local brokerage in Omaha. And get this, he'd sit right between his two great uncles. Uncle Frank, total doom and gloom guy, convinced every stock was headed straight to zero. And then on the other side, you had Uncle John, a complete bull, who was sure the market would only ever go up. They'd both be trying to get his attention, but Warren noticed something really important. Their extreme opinions had absolutely nothing to do with the actual numbers crawling by on the ticker tape. He learned to listen to both, but trust neither. Instead, he just focused on the data. So during that trip to New York, his dad takes him to the dining room of the New York Stock Exchange. There, he watches a man come over to their table with a tray of tobacco leaves and roll a custom cigar for their host, an NYSE member named @Mole. For 10-year-old Warren, seeing this was a complete revelation.
Now, here's the thing. He had zero interest in actually smoking the cigar. He was interested in the economics of it. He got it instantly. For someone to be able to afford something so wonderfully unnecessary, the place they were in, the New York Stock Exchange, it must be gushing with just torrents of money. And right there, a vision for his future was born. So he goes back to Omaha with this new vision, but he still needed a plan, a method. And where does he find it? Not on Wall Street, but in the quiet of his local library. He pulls this book off the shelf called 1,000 Ways to Make $1,000. For a kid obsessed with money, that title was like a siren song. $1 million. The book was basically screaming with opportunity, arguing that fortunes were just waiting to be made. For a boy like him, this was gospel. The book was just packed with ideas, but one concept just jumped out and grabbed him: compounding. He's reading about buying a penny weighing machine, and he can just picture it. People put their pennies in, and then you take those profits, and you buy another machine, and then another, and another. The machines themselves are buying more machines. It's literally money making money. What a game-changing idea. And he saw the math laid out right there in the book. You take $1,000, let it grow at just 10% a year. After 5 years, it's over $1,600. 10 years, it's almost $2,600. And in 25 years, almost $11,000. He just got it. A tiny little sum could absolutely explode into a fortune if he just gave it time. Suddenly, $1 today wasn't just $1. Nope, it was the $10 it was going to become down the road. And this is the perfect way to think about it. For him, it wasn't some dry, abstract concept. He could literally see it in his head. You know how a tiny snowball starts to pick up more snow as you roll it? It gets bigger and bigger, and it starts moving faster and faster? That's exactly what he saw. That was compounding. He was so sure of this, he actually told a friend, "I'm going to be a millionaire by the time I'm 35. Okay, so he's got the vision, he's got the method. Now he just needs some capital and some real-world experience. And by age 11, he'd saved up enough to make his first jump into the stock market. And man, this one investment would teach him 3 lessons he would never, ever forget. $114.75. Now, you got to remember, this wasn't just some allowance money. This was everything. The sum total of 5 years of hard work, saved up since he was just 6 years old. Every single penny, from the gum, the Cokes, the golf balls, it all went into this one trade. So he gets his sister Doris to go in with him, and he buys 3 shares of a company called Cities Service Preferred. And almost right away, the stock tanks. It plunges, and every single day on the walk to school, his sister is in his ear, reminding him that her money is disappearing. The pressure must have been just immense. So the second the stock clawed its way back to $40, he was out. He sold, locking in this tiny little $5 profit, probably with the biggest sigh of relief of his life. But that relief, it didn't last long, because almost immediately after he sold, City Service went on an absolute tear. It skyrocketed to $202 a share. That little $5 profit he was so relieved about, it could have been nearly $500. For him at that time, that was a fortune.
He later said this was one of the most important things that ever happened to him. Just stewing over that lost profit taught him 3 massive lessons. First, stop obsessing over what you paid for something. Second, don't be in such a hurry to grab a tiny profit. Patience is everything. And third, and this one was probably burned into his brain thanks to his sister, be incredibly careful when you're investing other people's money. And this really brings the whole story full circle, doesn't it? The gum business, the money changer on this belt, the custom-made cigar, that snowball of compounding. Even the really painful lessons from that first stock trade, it was all for one reason. From the very beginning, money for him wasn't just about getting rich. It was about one thing: independence. It was the tool that would let him do whatever he wanted with his life, without anyone else telling him what to do. So by his own account, that first trade was a huge mistake, right? He sold way too early, missed out on a huge gain. But the lessons he learned from that one failure were, you could argue, worth way more than the money. And it kind of leaves you with a question to think about in your own life, right? How many of our most valuable lessons don't come from our successes, but from our earliest mistakes?
When you picture Warren Buffett, you probably think of the calm, cool Oracle of Omaha, right? The legendary investor. But what if I told you that before all that, he was a pretty unhappy, rebellious teenager who was, and this is in his own words, on his way to becoming a delinquent? Well, today, we're going to dig into that story, the little-known years of how a series of major upheavals forged the world's most famous capitalist.
I mean, just think about that quote for a second. A 4-star delinquent. It's the complete opposite of everything we know about the patient, disciplined investor. And that's why this story is so important. It's not just about a kid acting out. It's about how that frustration and that desperate need to control his own world actually forged the very qualities that would later make him a legend.
Okay, so here's where we're headed. We're going to start with his dad's totally unexpected political win. Then we'll follow Warren's chaotic move to Washington and his trip back to Omaha to live under the thumb of his pretty formidable grandfather. We'll see his rebellion hit its peak before watching him channel all that angry energy into building a massive newspaper empire, which all leads to his very first major financial win. All right, let's set the scene. Picture this. It's 1942. The war is at war, but in Omaha, Nebraska, a different kind of drama is playing out. Warren's dad, Howard Buffett, is a stockbroker, and he gets kind of shoved into the political spotlight when the local Republican Party can't find anyone else willing to run against a super popular incumbent. So, at the very last minute, Howard says, "Fine, I'll do it." Now, forget about slick, professional campaigns. This thing was a real grassroots family affair. The kids would literally go up to people at county fairs and ask, "Would you vote for my daddy?" They even had a little 15-minute radio show with their mom playing the organ. The odds were so bad that on election night, Howard actually wrote his concession speech and just went to bed. So you can imagine his shock when he woke up to find out he'd won. He was a congressman, and that surprise victory was about to change everything. And this is what's so fascinating about Warren's dad. He was a man of huge contradictions. Publicly, he was this fire-breathing conservative, just railing against all the screwballs and stuffed shirts in Washington. But in private, he was a deeply religious man. He carried this little worn note in his pocket that reminded him he was in God's hands and had nothing to fear. It was that mix of fierce public belief and quiet inner strength that really left a mark on young Warren. And that fierce belief? It had some pretty intense, real-world consequences. Howard would drag 12-year-old Warren down to the Omaha stockyards, which were heavily Democrat, before dawn to campaign. Now, these were tough guys, and Howard was preaching a message they did not want to hear. So what was Warren's job? It wasn't handing out flyers. Nope. His job was to stand at the end of the block, and if the workers started to beat up his dad, he was supposed to run like hell and find the police. Just let that sink in for a minute. So, that shocking victory had an immediate downside for Warren. The Buffett family had to pack up their entire lives and move to Washington, D.C. And for young Warren, this was not some exciting new adventure. It was a total nightmare, ripping him away from his friends, his home, everything he loved, and it kicked off a major period of rebellion. He was absolutely miserable. He hated his new school, felt like it was way behind his school in Omaha. He got so desperate that he even faked this mysterious allergy that he claimed was so bad he had to sleep standing up. He wrote these begging, pathetic letters to his grandfather, pleading to be rescued. And get this, it actually worked.
His parents finally gave in and put him on a train back to Omaha for a few months.
So he's back in Omaha and he is thrilled. But he didn't just slide back into his old life. No. This time, he came under the direct influence of his grandfather, Ernest Buffett, or as the employees called him, Old Man Ernie. Ernie was the stern, iron-fisted ruler of the family grocery store, Buffett and Son. And man, did he have some hard lessons to teach.
This really paints a picture of his grandfather's entire world, doesn't it? From his perch on a mezzanine desk where he could see everything, Ernie ruled his store with an iron fist. His motto was simple: work, work, plenty of work. He'd give these half-hour lectures to the stock boys about the evils of socialism and was totally convinced that chain stores were just a fad that would die out. In his world, he was king.
Okay, so one day, this monster of a snowstorm just buries Omaha in this heavy, wet snow. Grandpa Ernie hires Warren and his friend to clear the entire area around the grocery store. The parking lot, the alley, the loading dock, everything. It was brutal, backbreaking work that took them 5 solid hours. Their hands were completely raw. So totally exhausted, they go to Ernie to get paid. And he hits them with this line: "Well, how much should I pay you boys? A dime's too little and a dollar's too much." He ends up giving them just a few coins, less than 20 cents an hour, which they had to split. Warren and his friend were just floored. They were stunned into silence.
But you know what? As painful and unfair as that felt, it burned a lesson into Warren's brain that he would never forget. A lesson that became a cornerstone of his entire career. Always, always know what the deal is before you start the work. He didn't learn that in some fancy business school. He learned it shoveling snow for his grandfather.
Now, his time back in Omaha wasn't all about tough business lessons. He was also a hopelessly shy teenager. He went on this group movie date that was so painfully silent it just mortified him. And working on his grandfather's delivery truck, hauling these heavy crates of soda bottles, well, he had a big realization. Manual labor was for the birds. He knew right then he had to find a way to make money with his brain, not his back. But you know, his little Omaha vacation couldn't last forever. His parents eventually made him come back to Washington, and this time there was no escape. He was sullen, he was angry, and he was plunged back into this world he absolutely hated. And his rebellion? It kicked into overdrive. This is when he was on his way to becoming that 4-star delinquent. I mean, just look at this report card. It says it all, right? His grades were in the tank. A D- in English, a D in history. His teachers called him stubborn, rude, and lazy. Even in math, the one subject he was supposedly good at, he only managed a C. But this wasn't about being dumb. This was an act of protest. He was sitting in class charting stocks in his notebook instead of paying attention. He was furious, and his grades were the collateral damage.
And it went way beyond just bad grades. He was actively causing trouble. He'd play chess with a friend during class just to be obnoxious. He once cut open a golf ball and squirted the liquid inside all over the classroom ceiling. It all came to a head when he talked 2 friends into running away with him. They hitchhiked 150 miles to Hershey, Pennsylvania before a highway patrolman picked him up. Warren actually lied his way out of trouble, but the experience terrified him, especially when he found out one of his friend's mothers had been so worried she'd gone to the hospital.
This was rock bottom for him. And it was right here, at his lowest point, that he finally found an outlet for all that frustrated energy. Something he could control, something he could master, and most importantly, something he could profit from. He dove headfirst into the world of delivering newspapers and started building his own personal empire, one folded paper at a time.
He didn't just, toss the papers on the porch. No, he turned it into an art form, a science. He came up with his signature technique where he'd fold the paper flat like a pancake, smack it against his leg, and with this perfect flick of the wrist, send it spinning and sliding down these long apartment hallways. He got so good he could land a paper 50, even 100 feet away and have it come to a perfect stop just inches from the customer's door.
And all that skill, all that determination, it paid off. Big time. He managed to talk the route manager into giving him the Westchester, the single most prestigious and complicated paper route in the whole city. We're talking about a massive complex of 5 buildings where senators, Supreme Court justices, and high-ranking Army colonels lived. This was the kind of route an adult would normally manage, and here was this 13-year-old kid running the whole show.
Okay, and this is where you really see the future oracle of Omaha starting to wake up. He didn't just deliver the news. He'd ask his customers for their old magazines, saying it was for the war effort.
But then, he'd secretly check the mailing labels, figure out exactly when their subscriptions were about to expire, create this detailed card file system, and then boom, he'd show up at their door to sell them a renewal just before it lapsed. Absolutely brilliant, right?
So all this hard work, the pre-dawn deliveries, the paper sliding, that super clever magazine hustle, it was all building to this one moment, the moment when his delinquent phase was officially over and his journey as a capitalist truly began. By the end of 1944, at just 14 years old, Warren Buffett had saved $1,000. You have to remember, for a teenager during World War II, that was an absolute fortune. But for Warren, it was more than just the money. It was proof. It was the fulfillment of the promise from his favorite book, 1,000 Ways to Make $1,000. He had done it. He was ahead of the game.
And that really brings us to the big question, doesn't it? When you look back at this story, of this rebellious kid who found his footing not in a classroom, but in the quiet, systematic world of a paper route, you just have to wonder, how much of the Oracle of Omaha was born with a gift for numbers, and how much was painstakingly forged by anger, loneliness, and the simple discipline of a 5 a.m. wake-up call? It seems like the answer lies somewhere in those inky fingers.
So, when you hear the name Warren Buffett, you probably picture the Oracle of Omaha, right? This folksy, brilliant billionaire investor. But what if I told you there's a chapter of his life that sounds a whole lot more like a true crime story than a financial biography? It's a side of him you have probably never seen before, and we are about to dive right in.
I mean, that's the real question, isn't it? How does a teenage delinquent become the world's greatest investor? Long before he was managing billions, a young Warren Buffett was actually leading this secret life of rebellion and, yeah, crime. It's a shocking contrast, and the story of how he turned it all around is, well, it's pretty incredible.
So here's our roadmap. We're going to trace this really formative period of his life, starting with his secret past, his unhappy rebellion, this whole phase of hooking at Sears, all the way to the moment that changed everything. And finally, we'll uncover the powerful lesson that's hidden in his story. All right, let's set the scene. We're in Washington, D.C. It's the middle of World War II. And while his father is serving as a congressman, young Warren Buffett is leading a life that his parents knew absolutely nothing about. You know, hearing it in his own words is something else. This wasn't just, typical teenage angst. He says it right there. I was unhappy. It was this really deep unhappiness that was fueling everything he did. He felt completely out of place, and that feeling just exploded into this full-blown rebellion. And this rebellion, it started out with pranks, but it escalated really, really fast into something much more serious. That sharp mind of his wasn't focused on homework. Nope. It was being channeled into these elaborate and pretty antisocial schemes. Turns out, Buffett loved print shop. It was a place he could just be by himself, setting type, figuring out the frequency of letters. But it didn't take him long to find a much more mischievous use for his new skills. Okay, you got to appreciate the clever, rebellious humor here. He creates a fake letterhead for the American Temperance Union and writes to people, telling them their friend was being considered to replace Harold, a drooling drunk who was used as a cautionary tale in temperance lectures. I mean, it was a seriously sophisticated prank that just screamed intelligence and a total disdain for authority. But the pranks, they didn't stay pranks for long. Warren and his new friends, Don Danley and Charlie Tron, they graduated from mischief to organized theft. And their main target? The brand new Sears department store. See, this Sears wasn't just a store. For the junior high kids in the area, it was the social hub. But for Warren and his crew, it became something else entirely. It became their personal hunting ground. And get this, they had a whole system. This was not impulsive. They'd eat at Woolworths across the street, just watching the entrance to Sears. Then they'd head straight for the basement, the sporting goods section, to begin what they called hooking. What's so wild is just the sheer scale of it, and the senselessness. As Buffett himself says, they weren't stealing stuff they needed or even really wanted. It was all about the act itself, the rebellion. And we're not talking about small things they could slip into a pocket. No way. We're talking about walking out of the store carrying entire golf bags filled with stolen clubs. But the most bizarre part of this whole obsession, the golf balls. Yeah, not a few dozen.
we're talking hundreds. As fast as Sears could stock the shelves with golf balls, Warren was hooking them. His closet at home started filling up with them. So, to cover his tracks, he comes up with this incredible lie about a friend whose dad died and who kept discovering his father's hidden stash of golf balls. He even admits his parents probably didn't believe him for a second, but, the lie was all he had. As you can probably guess, this rebellion wasn't just happening after school. Oh no, it spilled right over into his school life in a huge way. And the results, well, they were disastrous. This report card really says it all. You've got C's and D's in his classes, but look at the behavior marks. Self-reliance, industry courtesy, all marked with an X, which was the lowest possible mark. As Buffett himself put it, his grades were literally a quantification of his unhappiness. He got so disruptive that the school just resorted to isolating him completely. And his comparison to Hannibal Lecter, it paints this vivid, darkly funny picture of just how unmanageable he'd become. His final act of defiance at Alice Deal Junior High was to refuse to wear a suit for his own graduation. He was so out of control they wouldn't even let him graduate with his class. And his teachers, they were completely convinced he was headed for a life of, and I quote, disastrous failure. So things were at a total breaking point. And that is when his father, Howard Buffett, stepped in. But not with anger, not with punishment, but with this piece of quiet, psychological brilliance. And this is key. Even at his absolute worst, Warren knew his parents still believed in him. And that foundation of unwavering support was about to become the lever that changed absolutely everything. This right here, this is the moment everything changed. His father gave him a simple but totally devastating choice. Keep going down this path, and you lose your beloved paper routes, the source of his money, his independence, his whole world. For the very first time, his rebellion had a consequence he actually cared about. What's really remarkable is how Howard Buffett did it. He didn't yell, he didn't lay down the law, he just let Warren know he was disappointed. And that quiet disapproval, combined with the threat to his business, was the one thing that could finally cut through all the rebellion. In Buffett's own words, it killed him. So what's the big takeaway from this incredible transformation? I think it's that the path to success, to becoming who you're meant to be, is almost never a straight line. You see, for Warren Buffett, the motivation wasn't fear of jail or failure. It was the threat of losing something he had built himself and disappointing the father who believed in him. That same obsessive, system-building mind that organized a teenage crime ring would go on to build the world's greatest investment empire. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? What's the one thing, the right motivation, that could unlock your own hidden potential? We all think we know Warren Buffett, right? The investor, the numbers guy. But today, we're peeling back the curtain on a chapter from his teenage years that almost nobody talks about. It's the story of obsession, of numbers, and a really surprising quest for strength that, believe it or not, had absolutely nothing to do with the stock market. Okay, so let's just dive right into this. What do you think it was? Poring over financial statements? Making his first compound interest tables? Nope, you'd be wrong. The answer is way more, well, physical. Now, that's a quote from Buffett's childhood friend, Lou Bettistone, and it gives us a huge clue, doesn't it? His secret obsession wasn't a what, it was a who. A real-life celebrity from the 1940s who had teenage boys all across America totally captivated, including, of course, the future billionaire from Omaha. So who was she, and how in the world did she become this idol for a kid who would one day be famous for analyzing balance sheets and not, pin-ups? Well, to get that, we actually have to look at his fantasy life right before she even entered the picture. Yeah, before his real-life obsession, Warren Buffett was completely taken with a cartoon character. Every single morning on his paper route, he would read about Daisy May from the Lil Abner comic strip. She was this unattainable, perfect woman that he followed religiously. And in his own words, you can hear how baffled he was by the whole plot of the comic. The hero, this guy Lil Abner, was always running away from Daisy May. And for young Warren, this made absolutely no sense. He saw her as the ultimate prize. Why would anyone want to escape? But then something shifted, big time. He pivoted from this passive, two-dimensional fantasy of Daisy May to a very real, very powerful woman, Abby Stockton. They called her Pudgy, and she was a pioneer of women's bodybuilding from Muscle Beach. I mean, she could lift a grown man over her head. She wasn't a drawing. She was a real-world work of art. Okay, so why? Why the sudden fixation on physical strength? To really get it, you have to understand the world he was desperately trying to escape from, his family home in Washington, D.C., a place that was just filled with these incredibly high principles and even higher tension. This pretty much sums up the political reality for his father, Howard Buffett. He was a congressman, but he was a total outsider. It was completely normal for him to be on the losing side of a House vote by these just massive, isolating margins. He was a man who stood on principle, even if that meant he was standing completely alone. And according to Warren, losing like that, it didn't even bother his dad. Not one bit. Howard Buffett was so convinced he was right that being a political outcast didn't faze him. But that unwavering lone wolf attitude, it took a serious toll on the rest of the family. Yeah, the Buffett household basically became a pressure cooker. It was built on this foundation of integrity, sure, but it was also simmering with tension. Warren's mother, Layla, was deeply unhappy and totally resented her life in Washington. And that created this constantly irritable, angry atmosphere that the kids had to navigate every single day. So it was in that exact environment, this really tense home, that Warren, who was kind of an awkward teenager just trying to be both special and normal at the same time, looked for a refuge. And he found it, along with a much-needed sense of control, down in the family basement. He started a whole new project, and he used the exact same methodical process he'd later apply to business, right? Step 1, he gets inspired by a friend's strength. Step 2, finds a guide and a popular magazine. Step 3, buys the tools for the job, a barbell set. And then, step 4, he gets to work, just clanking away in the basement, creating his own little world far away from all the tension upstairs. But here's the thing. It wasn't just about lifting the weights. He was fascinated by the guy behind the magazine, Bob Hoffman. What he saw was this masterclass in blending real expertise with brilliant, flashy salesmanship. Hoffman wasn't just selling a workout. He was selling a system, a brand. He was selling himself. And this magazine, Strength and Health, it became Warren's Bible. It was his guide to technique, his source of inspiration, and let's be honest, it was a giant catalog for all the products Hoffman was selling. And it was right there in those pages that he discovered his new idol, Pudgy Stockton, who was pretty much the only woman they ever featured. But this whole obsession, it wasn't really about getting bigger arms or trying to impress girls. No, the true appeal was something way more fundamental, something at the very core of the man Warren Buffett was about to become. Just look at these. It was a system. It involved measuring. It required counting. It was built on repetition, and the only competition was with yourself. I mean, come on. These are the very principles that would define his entire career. He wasn't just lifting weights. He was road testing a whole philosophy of self-directed, quantifiable improvement. This quote right here, it just reveals his true mindset, doesn't it? The real obsession wasn't the muscle, it was the measurement, it was the data. It was the thrill of tracking these tiny, tiny incremental changes and even worrying about the accuracy of the tape measure. That was the part that truly captivated him. And here it is. The direct parallel. The system he perfected in his basement back in 1945 became the literal blueprint for his legendary investing strategy. Look, the goals changed from bicep size to a company's intrinsic value. The methods changed from curls and reps to analyzing financials. But the core principles, measurement, repetition, calculation, they stayed exactly the same. So, after all of this obsession, all the clanking in the basement, the careful counting, the relentless measuring, what was the actual physical result? I mean, did he transform into some kind of Charles Atlas strongman? Nope. The grand total of his gains after thousands and thousands of curls was 1/4 of an inch. A comically small 1/4 of an inch on his biceps. All that work for a change you could barely even see. And Buffett himself is the first one to admit it. As a project to transform his body, it was a complete and total failure. He started out looking like the scrawny guy in the ads, and well, he pretty much ended up looking like the scrawny guy in the ads. But this right here, this gets to the absolute heart of the whole story. The physical payoff was tiny, yeah, but the mental payoff was immense. That hobby didn't change his body, it fundamentally shaped his mind. That basement wasn't a gym, it was a laboratory. It's where he forged the discipline and the data-driven mindset that would one day make him billions of dollars. It's a thought that kind of reframes how we look at his genius, isn't it? It suggests that maybe the roots of Berkshire Hathaway don't lie in some economics classroom, but in the dusty corner of a teenager's basement right next to a well-used barbell set. Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we are digging into the origin story of a titan, Warren Buffett. But we're not talking about the investing genius you know. We're going back to the beginning to see how a socially awkward teenager built a system for success that really set the stage for everything that came after. Okay, let that sink in for a second. That is a confession from the man who'd become the Oracle of Omaha. And it's not just a throwaway line, it is absolutely key to understanding how he built his very first fortune, which, believe it or not, had nothing to do with stocks and everything to do with people. You see, in high school, Warren Buffett was basically living a double life. There were these two completely different versions of him walking the halls, and they didn't really seem to belong to the same person. And the contrast is just, it's wild. On one side, you've got this business prodigy. Seriously, the kid was earning more from his paper routes than his teachers were. He already owned a 40-acre farm. But then there's the other side, this quintessentially awkward teenager wearing tattered sneakers, so out of the loop that his own popular sister would literally just ignore him in the hallway. To cope, he developed this smart aleck personality. He was this intense, contrarian kid who'd go on the radio and argue for absurd things like annexing Japan, just to be clever. But it was all a cover. Underneath that whole act, he felt like a total outsider, just wrestling with this deep, deep feeling that he didn't fit in. And here's the thing, he knew it. He was completely self-aware about it. He understood that his need to be the smartest guy in the room was actually working against him. Sure, people might have respected his brain, but it definitely wasn't winning him any fronts.
So, this is the turning point. Buffett didn't want to just keep guessing his way through social situations. He was so tired of winging it and failing. What he wanted, what he craved, was a repeatable system, a concrete set of rules, a playbook he could follow to finally figure out the messy, unpredictable world of people.
And he found that system in a pretty unexpected place. While he was tearing through his grandfather's library, studying the lives of business giants like Rockefeller and Vanderbilt, he stumbled on this simple little paperback that would completely change his life, Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. This very first rule hit him like a lightning bolt. He was an expert at criticism, and he suddenly realized it was a total dead end. Carnegie's idea was so simple, but so profound. Stop tearing people down and instead offer sincere appreciation. It was a powerful tool he hadn't even thought to use. He absolutely devoured Carnegie's 30 rules. And this right here, this shows you how his mind worked. He didn't see these as just, nice suggestions. To him, this was a blueprint, an instruction manual for a whole new way of operating in the world. But here's what made Buffett, Buffett. He didn't just read the book and think, neat ideas. No. He treated it like a scientific manual. He started running experiments on people, literally testing the rules in his daily life and keeping a mental tally of the results to prove, with data, that the system worked. He turned social interaction into an algorithm. And this is where it all comes together. This is where his analytical business brain crashes into his new social skills, and it leads to his very first empire, not in stocks, but in pinball machines. The idea was classic Buffett. Even back then. It was simple, low risk, and had a huge potential upside. He went out and bought an old, beat-up pinball machine for just $25, a tiny bet. Now, he and his partner, Don Danley, didn't just walk into a barbershop and say, hey, can we put this here? No way. They used their new Carnegie superpowers. They crafted this professional-sounding pitch for a local barber. They even invented a fake boss, a Mr. Wilson, to sound more legit. And the key phrase, it's at no risk to you. Pure Dale Carnegie. And boom! It worked better than they could have possibly imagined. The very first night, they went to check the coin box, and it was stuffed with $4 in nickels. The customers waiting for a haircut couldn't get enough of it. So after they split the take with the barber, Buffett's share from that one machine, in just the first week, was exactly $25. Think about that. He made back his entire investment in 7 days. Now for young Warren, this was more than just profit. It was an epiphany. He was seeing firsthand the miracle of capital at work. It was like his money suddenly got a job. That first $25 could buy a second machine, and those two machines could buy a third and a fourth. The snowball had started to roll. But as his little pinball empire grew from one machine to 7 or 8 all over town, Buffett got a whole different kind of education, a much seedier look at how business really worked.
So, where does a couple of teenagers learn the hustler's playbook? Yeah, this definitely wasn't in Dale Carnegie's book. They'd go to this place, Silent Sales, to buy their cheap machines. You got to picture it. It was down near the burlesque house on the sketchy side of D.C. And all the shady characters who hung out there, well, they kind of took a liking to these two ambitious kids and decided to teach them a few tricks of the trade. I mean, they learned the whole hustler's toolkit, not just how to cheat other machines like pouring beer in them or disabling the cutoff on a soda machine. They even learned how to cast their own fake coins, these lead slugs. But they also learned the other side of it, the customer service side, like how to rig the tilt on their own machines to make them a little easier for their best customers to win. And this quote from Buffett himself it says it all. It perfectly captures the pragmatic and, slightly criminal genius of his teenage hustle. He was building a business where real money came in and fake money went out. It was a very real-world, unsentimental education. So you put all the pieces together, right? You've got his natural business mind, you've got the brand new Carnegie people skills, and then you add this raw, street-smart hustler's edge. With that combination, this teenager accomplished something truly amazing. By the time he graduated high school, between the paper routes, the pinball machines, selling refurbished golf balls, the whole shebang, he had saved up $5,000 in cash, which he apparently just kept in a drawer at home. Now, you might hear $5,000 and think, okay, cool. But you have to understand, for a teenager in the 1940s, this was an absolutely staggering fortune. It was the equivalent of about $53,000 not too long ago. This was it. This was the first tiny snowball that would famously never ever stop rolling. So, what's the big takeaway here? It shows that massive success doesn't always come from some innate, untouchable genius. Sometimes it starts with just admitting a weakness, finding a system to fix it, and then applying that system with a relentless, almost obsessive hustle. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? What's the weakness you could turn into a strength with the right system?
Okay, before there was Wall Street, before Berkshire Hathaway even existed, there was the noise and the dirt of the racetrack. Today, we're digging into the pretty wild story of how a young Warren Buffett's obsession with horse racing did a lot more than just earn him pocket money. It literally built the foundation for his entire legendary investment philosophy.
I know, it sounds kind of crazy, right? A kid at the racetrack seems like a world away from the high-stakes trading floors. But what if I told you the core principles are practically identical? We're about to unpack how a teenager, hunched over race forms, wasn't just trying to pick a winning horse. He was building the mental engine that would one day make him arguably the greatest investor alive.
So our journey is basically going to follow his. We'll start in what he basically treated as his racetrack laboratory. Then we'll see him literally find value in trash. We'll follow his obsessive, and I mean obsessive, quest for data. From there, we'll see the system he built to beat the odds, watch the painful lesson that almost broke him, and then we'll tie all of these racetrack rules directly to the world of investing.
You know, long before he ever glanced at a stock ticker, a young Warren Buffett was already an analyst. I mean, this is a kid who wasn't just collecting bottle caps, he was calculating which brands were most popular in which neighborhoods. So for him, the racetrack wasn't just a fun afternoon out. No, it was the ultimate upgrade, a real-world laboratory just teeming with data, probabilities, and most importantly, human emotion.
This quote right here, this is everything. It's the key that unlocks the entire Buffett method. It was never about luck or gut feelings or hot tips. It was a simple, powerful formula. 1, get more data than everybody else. And 2, be more rational about how you use it. That wasn't just his strategy for the ponies. It became his lifelong edge in the market.
All right, so how does a teenager, who's not even old enough to legally place a bet, make money at a racetrack? Well, he doesn't play the game like everyone else. He finds an angle, an edge that nobody else is even bothering to look for, and that led to his very first businesses.
This is just genius. Seriously. While everyone else's eyes were glued to the horses, Warren's were on the ground. He and his friend Bob Russell saw this huge market inefficiency happening right at their feet. You had all these inexperienced bettors, totally focused on the win ticket, who were literally throwing away money on tickets that paid out for place or show.
So Buffett's first business was basically built on other people's mistakes, turning their trash into his treasure.
So after mastering the art of finding discarded value, Buffett leveled up. He started creating value. He and Russell became entrepreneurs, launching their own little information startup right out of a basement. They called it Stable Boys Selections, a tip sheet designed to sell the one thing Buffett valued above all else: solid data.
And boom, here's where he gets his first brutal lesson in business. Their little tip sheet was just too good and too cheap. It threatened the established monopoly, the blue sheet. So the powers that be, who were protecting their own turf, shut them down. Fast. It was a really early, painful lesson that having a great product sometimes isn't enough if a powerful incumbent sees you as a threat.
So when his family moved to Washington, D.C., the teenage Buffett didn't see monuments and museums. Nope. He saw the ultimate data source, the Library of Congress. For him, this place wasn't just a library, it was an arsenal of information just sitting there, waiting for him to use it.
Now really think about this for a second. While all the other bettors are looking for a hot tip for the next race, Buffett is going back decades. He gets his congressman dad to check out hundreds of books for him. He devoured them, not looking for one magic answer, but trying to understand the entire system from the ground up. He spent hours and hours back-testing old theories, treating it like a science project, not a gamble. This wasn't a hobby, this was a full-blown obsession.
Through all this research, he saw that there were two main schools of thought, and you might actually recognize these from the investing world. On one side, you had the speed handicappers. These are the pure quants, the number crunchers, who believe that past performance, the raw times, told you everything you needed to know. On the other side, you had the class handicappers. They were more focused on qualitative stuff, like how good was the competition this horse has faced before. Buffett didn't just pick one. He studied both to figure out their strengths and weaknesses.
But at the end of the day, this is where he landed. While he understood that the quality stuff mattered, his core belief, the bedrock of his thinking, was always in the numbers. He just believed that emotion and stories could fool you, but that hard data, if you analyzed it correctly, told the truest story. He was, and is, a quantitative guy at heart.
Now, all this crazy research wasn't just for fun. It was all aimed at one single goal: creating a system. He wanted a rational, repeatable process that could take emotion completely out of the equation and turn his information advantage into actual, consistent profit.
And this is where his genius really starts to shine. He realized that the biggest, most predictable variable at the track wasn't the horses, it was the humans. He saw that the crowd behaved in these predictably irrational ways. Rule 1, people who lose early get desperate to get even. Rule 2, that desperation leads them to make bigger and dumber bets as the day goes on. The racetrack wasn't just a sport. It was a living, breathing laboratory for studying fear and greed.
And this idea, the overlay, this is the absolute heart of his whole philosophy. It is the holy grail. An overlay happens when the public's emotional betting gets the odds all out of whack with the actual probabilities. So let's say his own calm analysis told him a horse had a 1 in 10 chance of winning, but the emotional crowd was offering, say, 20-to-1 odds on that same horse. That's an overlay. That's a bet you make. It's not about being sure you'll pick the winner. It's about only betting when the math is overwhelmingly in your favor.
This, right here, is the critical discipline. He would do all of his homework in a complete vacuum. He'd calculate his own odds before he ever looked at what the crowd was thinking. And why? To avoid being influenced, to avoid being contaminated by the market's opinion. He had to form his own independent valuation first. It's a rule he would later apply to every single stock he ever bought.
But, you know, a system is only as good as the person who's running it. And sometimes the most important lessons don't come from books. They come from gut-wrenching failure. One fateful day at the Charlestown racetrack, all alone with his money, Warren Buffett's perfect, rational system was about to have a head-on collision with his own human emotion.
You can just see the anatomy of a disaster playing out right here. He loses the first race. Okay, no big deal. But then what does he do? He breaks his own cardinal rule. Instead of walking away, he stays. He gets that itch, convinced he can make it all back. He starts chasing. Logic flies out the window, and emotion grabs the steering wheel, heading straight off a cliff.
$175. Now, for a teenager in the 1940s who earned every single penny on a paper route, this was a catastrophe. He didn't just feel it as a number, he felt it physically.
He calculated it would take him over 3,500 newspapers thrown perfectly onto porches just to break even. An entire week of his life's work gone in a few hours of emotional betting. The pain was real.
You can just hear the sting of that memory in his words, can't you? He wasn't just sick about losing the money. He was sick because he betrayed himself. He had the system, he knew the rules, and he let his own emotions turn him into one of the suckers in the crowd. And that feeling was so awful, so nauseating, that he vowed to himself, never again.
And this is the pivot. That horrible day wasn't the end of the story. It was the most important chapter. It was the fire that forged all his book smarts, all his theory, into a hardened, lifelong philosophy. That loss crystallized everything for him: the data, the psychology, and the absolute non-negotiable need for emotional discipline.
And this is the grand reveal, the key insight that connects it all. He realized the stock market is a racetrack. It's the same game, just with different players. It's one giant betting system, driven by the exact same powerful emotions of fear and greed, creating the exact same opportunities for a rational person to find those overlays, fantastic companies being sold at foolish prices by an irrational crowd.
So let's just lock these lessons in. Rule number 1, do the work, read the hundreds of books. Rule 2, find value where nobody else is looking, go stooping. Rule 3, your biggest enemy is your own emotion. Never, ever forget the pain of that $175 loss. Rule 4, you don't have to play every hand. Just wait patiently for that perfect pitch, that perfect overlay. And Rule 5, never, ever chase a loss. These aren't just tips for the racetrack. This is the foundation of value investing.
Buffett's story proves that, the hard part isn't making the rules. The hard part is actually having the discipline to follow them when the pressure's on. So we'll leave you with this to think about. Think of a time you set a rule for yourself, maybe with your money, your career, your health, and then you let emotion tempt you into breaking it. What did it cost you?
When you hear the name Warren Buffett, you probably picture the Oracle of Omaha, right? A legendary investor, a titan of the financial world. But before all that, before the billions and the wisdom, he was a deeply, deeply awkward teenager just trying to figure out where he fit in. And let me tell you, this is the story of those formative, uncomfortable, and absolutely crucial years that really shaped the man he would become.
This quote from Buffett himself just says it all. It perfectly captures his state of mind between 1947 and 1949. Here's a guy with this incredible genius-level mind for business, someone who could see patterns and systems that nobody else could. But when it came to just being a person, socially, he was on a completely different frequency than everyone around him.
Okay, so let's set the scene. It's 1947, Warren just graduated high school, and in his yearbook, he actually listed his future profession as stockbroker. But his first big move wasn't to a college dorm. Oh no, it was to a car dealership, where he and a friend bought a used hearse. Can you imagine? He parked it right in front of the family home, and his mother was absolutely horrified. Let's just say the hearse business, it didn't last very long.
But that hearse was just the beginning. His portfolio of teenage ventures was, it was all over the place. He was working as a relief circulation manager, and get this, his delivery method was to coast his car at about 15 miles an hour while he stood on the running board steering. After that, he'd head over to his second job, distributing papers at a local hospital, and that's where he stumbled upon a completely different kind of numbers game.
So while he was making his rounds in the obstetrics ward, his customers would give him tips. They'd tell him a baby's birth time and weight, thinking those were lucky numbers to bet on. But Warren? He wasn't interested in luck. He was interested in the cold, hard math behind the policy racket itself. He immediately saw it as a system, and he just had to break it down and understand it.
And this is what a teenage Warren Buffett saw in a flash. The true odds of hitting the number were 1,000 to 1. Simple enough. But the payout? It was only 600 to 1. And that's before the runner, the person who takes the bet, skimmed their 10% cut. So in the end, the player was getting a 540 to 1 payout on a 1,000 to 1 shot. He knew instantly it was a sucker's bet, a losing proposition. That level of immediate, unemotional analysis was just light years beyond anyone his age.
Now, while Warren was busy calculating odds on the streets of D.C., his father, Congressman Howard Buffett, was making some serious waves up on Capitol Hill. He cast a vote, on principle, for the Taft-Hartley Act. Now, this was a really controversial bill that restricted the power of unions, and it was deeply, deeply unpopular back in their hometown of Omaha, which had a lot of union workers.
And that political decision, it had a very personal and very public consequence. They were at a hometown baseball game, and when his father was introduced, the entire stadium just erupted in boos. For Warren, a teenager who was absolutely terrified of confrontation, seeing that wave of public anger aimed directly at his dad, well, it was a searing experience. It really solidified this deep-seated distrust of crowd sentiment that would define his investment philosophy for the rest of his life.
So that fall, a very reluctant 17-year-old Warren was sent off to the University of Pennsylvania's prestigious Wharton Business School. The truth is, he did not want to go. He felt like he already knew more about business than his professors ever could. But he went along with his dad's wishes, and he walked right into an environment that he was completely, and I mean completely, unprepared for.
His parents, trying to help, arranged for him to room with a guy named Chuck Peterson. Now, Chuck was a World War II veteran, 5 years older, super tidy. The idea was that he'd be a steadying influence. But the reality? It was a culture clash of absolutely epic proportions. It was like a sitcom waiting to happen.
You can just hear the frustration in Chuck's voice, right? His pleas for just basic tidiness were completely ignored. He'd find the bathroom a total mess, soggy towels everywhere, and maybe most alarmingly, Warren's electric razor still plugged in, just lying in the wet sink. And Warren would just say, "Okay," and then do the exact same thing the very next day.
This just goes to show you Warren's complete and utter obliviousness to social cues. One day, Chuck, totally fed up, just took the razor and threw it into a sink full of water. You'd think that would send a message, right? Nope. Warren just went out, bought a new one, and, you guessed it, left it plugged in by the wet sink all over again. Eventually, Chuck had enough. One morning, Warren woke up, and his roommate was just gone. He'd moved out without even saying a word.
So, how do you survive in this totally alien social world of fraternity parties and football games when you just don't fit in? Well, Warren found his own ways to cope. And let's be clear, they rarely involved trying to hang out with his hard-partying, jitterbugging classmates.
He basically channeled all of that obsessive energy into ping pong. After his roommate Chuck easily beat him in their first game, Warren started practicing for hours every single day. And within just a few days, he transformed into what his friends called a demon player. He was dominating the tables at the student union with the exact same intense focus he would later apply to reading financial statements.
His social awkwardness, honestly, was legendary. He'd show up wearing mismatched shoes, one black, one brown, and not even notice. Instead of making small talk, he would just kind of grunt when he got stressed. He would correct his professors on page numbers in class because he'd already memorized the entire textbook before the semester even started. And all the while, he drove his roommates absolutely insane by constantly and loudly singing Al Jolson's Mammy.
And his romantic life? Pretty much non-existent. He had exactly one date during his time at Penn. Her name was Ann Beck, and she had literally been voted the most bashful girl at her high school. Their big date was basically a contest in shyness, just a long, awkward, mostly silent walk around Philadelphia that, not surprisingly, went absolutely nowhere.
So now we get to the fall of 1948. This is where Warren's awkward college life smacks right into one of the biggest political upsets in American history. It's a moment that would really come to define this entire period for him. Now a sophomore, Warren was the president of the campus Young Republicans, and he was brimming with confidence. All the polls showed Republican Thomas Dewey with this huge lead over President Harry Truman, and the family felt pretty certain that his father's congressional seat was safe. He was so sure of victory, in fact, that he started planning a celebration of truly epic proportions. Okay, just look at how quickly his entire world collapsed in about 24 hours. He had actually arranged to rent an elephant. Yes, a real elephant from the Philadelphia Zoo for a big victory parade. But the morning after the election, the impossible happened. Harry Truman had won. And that very same day, the Buffetts got the news that Howard had lost his seat. The victory parade was off, and poor Warren had to make the call to the zoo and cancel the elephant.
That double loss was just a crushing blow. It was the first time his father had ever lost an election, and that elephant, the symbol of his grand, triumphant plan, just became this painful, kind of pathetic reminder of what he called a really lousy day.
But this crushing political defeat actually had an unexpected silver lining for Warren. It gave him the perfect excuse to do the one thing he'd been wanting to do all along: escape. Escape a school and a city that he had really come to hate.
The outcome of that election completely reshaped the Buffett family's path. Howard had to go back to Omaha and try to rebuild his business in a really tough environment. And Warren? Well,
Warren now had a totally legitimate reason to leave Penn. He could argue that going to the University of Nebraska would be a lot cheaper for the family now, a way to help out.
And his sense of relief was just, you could feel it. At the end of that semester, he packed his bags and he headed straight back to Nebraska. He was so happy to be leaving the East Coast that he actually started signing his letters ex-Wharton Buffett. It was a title he wore with way more pride than any degree he could have gotten from the school he had nicknamed Philadelphia.
So when you look back, this whole period of social failure and political defeat was actually a necessary detour for Warren Buffett. It was a masterclass in what he didn't want and where he didn't belong. It reinforced that early lesson from the ballpark: distrust popular opinion and always follow your own analysis. It just goes to show you, sometimes finding out exactly where you don't fit is the most crucial step toward discovering where you truly do.
All right, let's talk about failure. Specifically, we're going to dive into a single pivotal rejection that completely rerouted the career of one of the world's greatest investors. It's a story all about how the door you think you're supposed to walk through, well, it isn't always the right one.
So that's Warren Buffett, in his own words, describing himself back in 1950. On the surface, yeah, he was this teenage business prodigy. But underneath all that, he was still just a kid. And in that 1 year, a single 10-minute interview was going to force him to face that reality head-on, and it would change his life forever.
You know, before he became the Oracle of Omaha, Buffett was just an absolute hustler. He had this incredible, relentless drive and was already building a portfolio of small businesses and making these big, bold moves, while most kids his age were, just trying to finish high school.
I mean, just look at the range here. He wasn't just messing around. He was managing circulation for a newspaper, slinging shirts at a department store, restarting his mail-order golf ball business, and even making really complex bets on the stock market. We're talking shorting stocks, which is basically betting that a company's share price is going to go down. This is not typical teenagey stuff.
And boy, did he learn some tough lessons right out of the gate. In one of his first real management gigs, he hired a minister's daughter to deliver papers because he thought she'd be super responsible. The result? All 3 of the local paper boys quit on the spot. A pretty blunt early lesson in workforce dynamics, right? His time in retail was just as eye-opening. When he was tasked with selling men's suits, he had absolutely no clue what he was talking about. So his manager's advice was pure sales genius. Just tell the customers the fabric is a sort of worsted. And as his manager pointed out, who's going to know what that is? Turns out, Buffett admits he never did figure it out.
So you've got these 2 completely different sides to young Buffett, which is just fascinating. On one hand, you have the serious business mind, meticulously analyzing market data to short a failing car company, arguing his points with seasoned stockbrokers. And on the other hand, he's buying a ukulele to try and impress a girl and then playing it at morning pep rallies in the basement of a department store. A genius in a cheap suit, basically.
Okay, so after basically speeding through his undergraduate degree in just 3 years, Buffett gets totally fixated on one place, an institution he was convinced was the only logical next step to guarantee his future success.
For him, Harvard was the whole shebang. It represented this stamp of prestige and, probably even more important to him, a network of powerful future connections. He was so sure he was getting in, he was literally telling his friends to get ready to move to Cambridge with him. In his mind, it was a done deal.
And check this out. He even had the money to help pay for it. He saw a little announcement for something called the John E. Miller Scholarship in the university paper. That $500, which was a pretty big chunk of change back then, was his for the taking, for one simple reason. He was the only person who even bothered to show up and apply for it.
So the stage is set. With that scholarship money in his pocket, Buffett gets up in the dead of night to catch a train all the way from Nebraska to Chicago. He's on his way to what he fully believes is just a formality, a triumphant interview that's the very last step before his amazing future begins. But this is where the story takes a sharp turn. See, Buffett had completely misunderstood what a place like Harvard was actually looking for. He was about to walk into a 10-minute meeting that would absolutely shatter his entire plan. His game plan for the interview was incredibly simple. He was just going to lean on his one undeniable strength. He figured, hey, once I start talking about stocks, people can't help but be blown away. It had always worked before with his teachers, his relatives, you name it. Why would Harvard be any different? The interviewer, though, saw something else entirely. He looked right past the stock market prodigy and saw a self-conscious, emotionally immature 19-year-old. After just 10 minutes, the meeting was over. Buffett was gently told, maybe try again in a few years.
he was rejected.
It didn't fully sink in, though, until the official rejection letter actually showed up in the mail. He was floored, absolutely shocked, and his very first thought wasn't about his future or his bruised ego. It was this simple, human question. All that confidence he projected, it just evaporated.
But this right here is where the story gets really good, because that crushing failure forced him to scramble for a plan B. And in that desperate scramble, he stumbled upon a completely accidental discovery that would end up defining his entire philosophy on investing.
So he's just aimlessly flipping through a course catalog for Columbia University, basically looking for any grad school that might take him. And suddenly, he stops cold. He sees two names that he cannot believe are there: Benjamin Graham and David Dodd. These were his intellectual heroes, and they were actually teaching.
Now, you have to understand what this meant to him. He had just recently found and completely devoured Graham's book, The Intelligent Investor. For a young guy looking for a system that made sense, this book was a total revelation. It argued you shouldn't treat stocks like little blinking symbols, but as actual ownership in a real business. Graham laid out this logical way to figure out a company's true value, and then, and this is the magic part, only buy when the price is way below that value. That creates what he called a margin of safety.
And this quote from his housemaid says it all. This wasn't just some book on a reading list. Graham's philosophy gave Buffett a rational, disciplined shield against the wild emotions of the market. For Buffett, finding this systematic approach, well, it was almost a religious experience. It became the bedrock for literally everything he would ever achieve.
And in that moment, everything just clicked into place. He realized Harvard's whole mission was to create leaders, managers, people with broad skills. But Graham and Dodd at Columbia, they were teaching a specialized craft, the deep nitty-gritty mechanics of value investing. He didn't just want to be a leader. He wanted to be a master of this specific thing he loved. Columbia, not Harvard, was where he truly belonged.
So now he has this incredible new sense of purpose. He knows he has to get into the one school that was actually perfect for him. There was just one tiny problem. It was already August.
Deadlines? He didn't care. He wrote this personal and, let's be honest, probably very strange application letter directly to his heroes. He basically explained that he had no idea they were real, actual people teaching at a university. He thought they were like gods living up on Mount Olympus.
I mean, just look at the whiplash of that single year. His wild letter landed on David Dodd's desk, and Dodd saw past the late submission and just recognized the raw talent. No interview needed. Well after the deadline, Warren Buffett was accepted to Columbia, and his true journey was finally set in motion. And that is the whole point, isn't it? The one event he saw as his most humiliating failure, the rejection from Harvard, was, in hindsight, the single most important and luckiest thing that could have possibly happened to him. It literally forced him off the wrong path and shoved him directly onto the right one.
And that leaves all of us with a really powerful question to think about. It's a fantastic reminder that sometimes that door that just slammed in your face is actually redirecting you to the open one you were meant to find all along.
All right, so you've probably heard a million stories about Warren Buffett, right? But today, we're going to talk about one that really defined him. It's not about some genius stock pick, not really. It's about this one kind of embarrassing moment, actually, that taught him the single most important lesson of his entire career: how to think for himself. And our story kicks off in New York City.
Okay, so picture this. It's 1950. A super young Warren Buffett shows up in New York to start at Columbia University. Now you might think, oh, just another college kid, but get this. At just 20 years old, he already had a net worth of $9,803.70. I mean, that's not chump change today, let alone back then. And this wasn't inherited money. Nope, this was cash he'd scraped together and invested penny by penny ever since he was a little kid. But here's the crazy part. Even with almost 10 grand in the bank, Buffett was, well, he was legendarily cheap. I mean, he was living on $1.10 a day. He'd pay a dime to join the YMCA and a single dollar for a tiny room. And you gotta ask, why? Well, for him, it was all about the snowball. See, he knew that every single dollar he didn't spend today was like another snowflake added to his financial snowball, getting bigger and bigger as it rolled downhill. It wasn't just about saving money. It was the core, the absolute engine of his whole way of thinking about wealth.
And that obsession with value, it didn't stop with his wallet. It bled right into his studies. Which brings us to our first chapter here, the obsessive student. So he gets to Columbia and he doesn't mess around.
He signs up for the one class he flew all the way to New York for, investment management and security analysis. And who is teaching it? None other than the legend himself, David Dodd. For a guy like Buffett, this was like finding the Holy Grail.
Yeah, just listen to that. I knew the book even better than Dodd. I mean, wow. The textbook for this class was basically the Bible of investing, called Security Analysis, and the professor, Dodd, had literally co-written it. But Buffett hadn't just read it. No, he basically inhaled it. He knew it front to back, backwards and forwards. He wasn't being cocky when he said this. He was just stating a fact. His passion was just off the charts.
And you know what? That kind of energy is contagious. Picture the dorms. Most students are probably taking a nap or goofing off. Not Buffett. He's there, holding court, talking a mile a minute about these obscure, undervalued companies. And he's so passionate, so convincing, that his classmate Fred Standback literally gets woken up from a nap, listens to Buffett for just a few minutes, and then runs out to buy stock for the very first time in his life. That's how powerful Buffett's conviction was, even back then. But, reading books was never going to be enough for him. He needed to see how things worked in the real world. So that leads us right into his big debut as a shareholder. He and his new buddy, Fred, actually decided to cut class. Yeah, even Buffett cut class to go to the annual shareholder meeting for a company he'd put money into called Marshall Wells. And believe it or not, this was the very first shareholder meeting he'd ever been to.
Now, for most people, a shareholder meeting is probably pretty boring, right? Just a legal thing you have to do. But not for Buffett. In his mind, this was a moment of truth. It was the one time of year where the managers, the people just running the show, had to stand up and answer directly to the real owners of the business, the shareholders. It was a really principled, almost old-fashioned way of looking at it.
So he gets to the meeting, and yeah, it's pretty much as boring as you'd expect. But then, one guy stands out. This very quiet, unassuming man named Walter Sloss starts peppering the management with these really smart, tough questions. And when Buffett finds out that this guy works for his ultimate hero, Ben Graham, it was like a light bulb went off. He instantly felt a connection to this guy who took holding management's feet to the fire as seriously as he did.
But the real main event of the day was still to come. This is where we get to the strike one lesson. So after the meeting, Buffett and his friend join another investor they just met, a guy named Lou Green, for a bite to eat. And let me tell you, this simple, cheap lunch in a cafeteria, it was about to become one of the most important lessons of Buffett's entire life.
So this Lou Green guy, he's a big shot, a successful investor, and young Buffett is obviously trying to impress him. They're just chatting, and then, out of nowhere, Green just turns to him and puts him on the spot with this question. Why did you buy Marshall Wells? Just like that. The whole conversation stops. Suddenly, this 20-year-old kid is in the hot seat, and everyone's looking at him, waiting for an answer.
And here's the thing. Buffett knew the answer. He had done the research. He knew the company was a bargain, that it was making a ton of money. He had all his reasons lined up in his head. But under pressure, in front of this guy he looked up to, he just choked. He defaulted to the easiest answer he could think of, an answer that wasn't really his own. He just said, because Ben Graham bought it.
And Green's reaction? It was instant. And it was brutal. He didn't lecture him. He didn't even argue. He just stared right at this brilliant young kid and said, strike one. That's it. For Buffett, in that moment, it was just pure, gut-wrenching humiliation. He said later he would never, ever forget the look on Green's face when he said it.
And in that single, crushing moment, the lesson burned itself into his brain. Warren, you have to think for yourself. It's just not good enough to copy your heroes. It's not enough to know what they're buying. You have to know why they're buying it. And more importantly, you have to be able to explain that why on your own terms, with your own conviction. That strike one moment, it became the bedrock for everything he did from that on. And a lesson like that can either crush you or it can light a fire under you. For Buffett, it was definitely the fire. He didn't just sit around feeling sorry for himself. He immediately put that lesson into action, which leads us to his famous trip to Geico. Now, he knew that his hero Ben Graham was the chairman of this little insurance company. It wasn't in any of his textbooks, but after that strike one moment, he was absolutely determined to figure this company out for himself.
And he didn't just, look up at stock price. No way. One Saturday morning, totally on a whim, he hops on a train to Washington, D.C., walks into Geico headquarters, and basically just starts knocking on the door. He finds a security guard and asks, hey, is there anyone here who can tell me about this business? I mean, the guts, right? This was pure, raw initiative, all fueled by what happened at that lunch.
And that crazy trip, it led directly to a high-conviction bet that would change everything. Because, Incredibly, the security guard actually found someone, the company's financial VP, a guy named Lorimer Davidson, who just happened to be working that Saturday. Davidson says, "Okay, kid, you've got 5 minutes." Well, those 5 minutes turned into 4 hours. Davidson was absolutely floored by this college kid's questions. They were so sharp, so insightful. He was so impressed. He just sat there, no lunch break, nothing, and explained the entire insurance business, top to bottom, to this incredibly curious young guy.
So what did he learn in those 4 hours? He learned that Geico's business model was pure genius. See, they sold insurance directly through the mail, and they targeted a super low-risk group, government workers. By doing that, they completely cut out the middleman, no expensive insurance agents. And what does that mean? They could offer way cheaper prices, which gave them a massive edge. And the cherry on top? They collected all that premium money from customers up front and got to invest it for themselves for years before they ever had to pay out any claims. It was, as Buffett saw it, a literal money-printing machine.
So now, armed with his own deep understanding, Buffett didn't mess around. He got back to New York, and within 48 hours, he did something pretty radical. He started selling off his other stocks and plowed 75%, 3/4 of his entire net worth into GEICO. Think about that. This wasn't him copying Ben Graham anymore. Oh no. This was a massive, high-conviction bet born out of his own hard work and independent thinking.
But he still wasn't finished. He had his own conviction, sure, but now he wanted to test it against the so-called smart money. He decided to go up against the experts. He walked into the big, fancy brokerage firms on Wall Street, the ones who were supposed to be the gurus on insurance stocks, and he asked them what they thought about Geico.
And the difference in opinion was just staggering. Buffett looked at Geico and saw this incredible, fast-growing company that was basically printing cash. But the experts? They looked at the same company and saw this tiny little speck that had no chance against the huge established insurance giants. They pretty much told him he was crazy. But here's the key. Buffett had done the homework. He understood the business on a level they just didn't. He saw the future while they were stuck in the past.
And that really gets to the heart of this whole story, doesn't it? That strike one moment, that humiliating lunch. It taught Buffett that he needed to think for himself. But it was that trip to DC, that 4-hour deep dive into Geico, that gave him the conviction to actually act on his own ideas. And it leaves all of us with a really tough question, right? Once you've really done the hard work, once you feel like you understand something inside and out, when is it the right move to trust your own gut, your own research, even when all the experts are telling you you're wrong? That right there is the lesson of strike one.
Let's go back in time. It's the spring of 1951, Columbia University. A young, incredibly driven student named Warren Buffett is about to walk into a classroom to meet his absolute hero. And, this isn't just going to be another class for him. This moment, this man, is about to completely shatter and rebuild his entire understanding of reality. I mean, listen to that description. It's like he was seeing the world in black and white, and suddenly someone flipped a switch to full color. This was way more than just learning how to pick stocks. For Buffett, this was about discovering a whole new way to think, a rational framework for life, handed down by one of the sharpest minds on Wall Street. You see, for young Warren Buffett, this wasn't just some finance course he had to take. No, this was a pilgrimage. He had been idolizing Benjamin Graham since he was just a kid, reading about him in financial magazines. So to finally be in the same room, learning from the man himself, that was everything. So who was this teacher, this figure that Buffett saw as a Mount Everest of a man? Well, Ben Graham was not your friendly, back-patting professor. He was an intellectual force of nature, a guy so brilliant and in his own head that trying to have a conversation with him was, for most people, just exhausting. To really get Graham the investor, you first have to understand Graham the man. And he was complicated. He called himself a loner, and Buffett later said he had this protective coating around him. Even his business partner of 30 years said they were never really close friends. Graham just preferred the company of long-dead authors, Virgil, Homer, to most living, breathing people. Now, what's really fascinating is how this powerful mind was built. Graham's childhood was tough. After his father died, his family went from comfortable to poor, an experience that was burned into his brain when his own mother had to pawn her jewelry. And that hardship, it drove him. It pushed him to become this academic superstar, all while working odd jobs like putting doorbells together. And here's the thing, he was a man of just wild contradictions. On one hand, you have this disciplined academic who would literally leave a party to go read Proust in the original French. But on the other hand, he was this
shameless romantic who had zero interest in monogamy and would write seductive poems for women he just met on the subway. And this pretty much perfectly sums up his bizarre sense of humor. He once tried to write an advertising jingle for cleaning fluid and came up with this pretty dark limerick. As you can probably guess, the client thought it might scare customers away. That was pure Graham, though. Witty, ironic, and yeah, maybe a little morbid.
So you have this complex, contradictory genius, and from his classroom at Columbia, he would completely change the game of investing. He wasn't just teaching finance, he was building an entire philosophy, a way to bring logic and reason to the absolute chaos of Wall Street.
See, before Graham, figuring out what a company was worth was, well, it was mostly a shot in the dark. He was the one who pioneered this idea of intrinsic value, the first real, systematic way to calculate what a business was actually worth, no matter what its stock price was doing that day. You just had to look at the books and find what he called the barrel of money waiting for you.
Now, from all of Graham's teachings, Buffett really boiled it down to three incredibly powerful, timeless ideas. First, a stock isn't just a blip on a screen, it's a tiny piece of an actual business. Second, and this is maybe the most important, always demand a margin of safety. Basically, focus on not losing money first. And third, you have to learn to see the stock market not as your boss, but as your moody, often irrational employee.
And that's the key, right? Graham's character, Mr. Market, is there to serve you, not to tell you what to do. This guy wakes up every day either super happy or totally depressed, and he offers you ridiculous prices. Your job is to ignore his mood swings and just take advantage of him when he offers you a bargain. So, back in that Columbia classroom, Buffett isn't just taking notes. He is absolutely eating this stuff up. He was so engaged, so on top of it, that his classmates said the class stopped feeling like a lecture and became more like a duet between the master and his star pupil. In fact, he was the only student ever to get an A+ from Benjamin Graham. He was totally obsessed, spending all his time in the library, digging through dusty old financial records, just completely consumed by this new reality his teacher had shown him. So, as the class was ending, Buffett did what seemed like the most obvious thing in the world to him. He was the best student, he idolized the professor, he knew the material inside and out, so he walked up to Graham and made his pitch. He wanted a job. And to sweeten the deal, he offered to work for free. I mean, it felt like his destiny, right? He'd never been more confident about anything. But the answer he got from Graham would be the final, most profound lesson of them all, and it was a lesson you could never find in a textbook.
And here's the climax of the story. It isn't a job offer. It's a flat-out rejection. With that one-of-a-kind A+ and an offer to work for nothing, Warren Buffett was told no by his hero, Benjamin Graham.
Graham's reason was just jaw-droppingly direct. He laid it out for Buffett. Back then, the big, prestigious Wall Street firms were deeply prejudiced. They just didn't hire Jewish professionals. So Graham's own small firm, Graham Newman, had become one of the few places they could get a fair shot. And that, he explained, was a principle he just would not bend.
Just think about that for a second. For Graham, his principle of creating a space for his community was more important than hiring one brilliant kid. It must have been crushing for Buffett, but he got it. He understood that his idol's decision wasn't about him personally. It was a stand against the ugly biases of the time.
So, a dejected Buffett gets on a train and heads back home to Omaha. His dream of working for his hero was on hold, but you could say his education was finally complete. He'd learned the mechanics of investing, and now he'd learned something much deeper, that some principles are bigger than any one person's talent or ambition.
And this whole story leaves us with this one fascinating question to think about. Benjamin Graham's entire philosophy was built on avoiding risk, on always having a margin of safety, but by sticking to his principles and saying no to the man who would become the single greatest investor in history, did Graham accidentally take the biggest risk of his entire life? It just goes to show you, sometimes the most important lessons are the ones you never see coming.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're going to dive into a story about Warren Buffett you've probably never heard. This is long before he became a Wall Street icon. And it's not about stocks or investing in companies. It's a story about romance, about risk, and about the single most important investment he ever made, an investment in himself. So let's just start with this quote because it really gets to the core of everything. Before he was the Oracle of Omaha, the man who would become this titan of industry, Well, he saw himself as a complete social failure. He was, and these are his words, painfully aware of it, and he knew something had to change.
All right, so here's how we're going to break it down. We'll look at his, let's just say, cringeworthy romantic life and a pretty bizarre love triangle. Then we'll get into the wild strategy he used to win over his future wife, the huge investment he made in himself, and finally, how it all led to him winning the ultimate prize.
Okay, first up, let's really get a feel for just how much of a washout young Warren was. I mean, the guy was an absolute prodigy with numbers, right? But when it came to dating, the accounts just did not add up.
His early dating life was basically a comedy of errors. I mean, look at this list. We are talking about hitting a cow with his car. He once picked up a date in a hearse, and he swore it was just because it was the only car he could borrow, not some kind of weird stunt. His shyness was so bad, he'd either clam up completely or he'd way overcompensate and just become this talking machine about the one topic guaranteed to make his date's eyes glaze over: Ben Graham and the margin of safety. So then, his sister introduces him to her roommate from college, a really warm, charismatic girl named Susan Thompson. And Warren was instantly fascinated by her. But that old insecurity just kicked right in. He thought she was just too good to be true, that she had to be a fake. Well, as it turned out, Susie was interested in him anyway. Her heart belonged to somebody else. Okay, so this is where things start to get really interesting. Buffett heads off to grad school at Columbia in New York, and his love life splits into these two totally different tracks, revolving around two women from Nebraska who could not have been more different from each other. So in this rare moment of just total confidence, Buffett reads in a gossip column that Miss Nebraska herself, a woman named Vanita Mae Brown, is also living in New York. He somehow tracks down her number, takes a deep breath, and calls her for a date. And you know what? To his complete shock, she said yes. And this slide really just lays it all out for you. The incredible contrast between these two women. On one side, you've got Vanita, the beauty queen. She's exciting, she's entertaining, but she's also super volatile and, frankly, dangerous. And then on the other side, you have Susie, stable, mature, generous, and, as Warren was slowly starting to figure out, the kind of person he actually wanted in his life.
This quote from Buffett just perfectly captures his relationship with Vanita. I mean, there was a thrill there, for sure, an undeniable spark. She was beautiful, she was sharp, but he knew deep down that getting serious with her was a huge, huge risk. It was exactly like he said. He was testing out a wild animal, and he was not at all sure he could tame it.
Their relationship was just a complete and total roller coaster. At one point, Vanita actually threatened to storm onto the floor of the U.S. Congress while Warren's dad, who was a congressman, was speaking, and scream that his son was the father of her unborn child. Yeah, so that unpredictability, which was kind of exciting at first, it often just spiraled into pure chaos. And it all just exploded in this one truly unbelievable moment. They got into an argument that was so intense, he just couldn't take it anymore. So he physically picked her up and, as the story goes, he stuffed her, jackknifed, into a wire mesh trash basket on the street corner. He just walked away, leaving her screaming. I think it's safe to say that was a pretty clear sign this was not a sustainable long-term investment. All right, so with Vanita literally left in the trash, Warren shifts his focus entirely. He's all in on Susie back in Omaha. But Susie's still not available, so he cooks up this, well, let's call it an unconventional strategy to win her over. Buffett did his homework, and he correctly identified the biggest obstacle, which also meant it was his biggest opportunity. And that was Susie's powerful, eccentric, and incredibly doting father, Doc Thompson. Warren realized Doc was the gatekeeper. If he could win over the dad, he might just have a shot with the daughter.
And let me tell you, Doc Thompson was a character. He was a true force of nature. I mean, this slide barely even scratches the surface. He was a college dean, an athletic director, a psychology professor, an ordained minister who preached on Sundays, and a political commentator. He was also this small kind of peacock of a man who would wear these three-piece wool suits in bright lavender and chartreuse, even in the middle of a blazing hot Nebraska summer. So Warren's plan was actually simple, but kind of brilliant. He'd show up at the Thompson house, and if Susie was out on a date with her other boyfriend, he wouldn't leave. Nope, he'd stay. He'd sit out on the porch with Doc, who played the mandolin, while Warren played his ukulele and sang songs. It was just a direct, sustained campaign to charm the father.
And here's the crazy part. The strategy worked. It worked perfectly. Doc Thompson was completely sold. He thought Warren was the best thing since bubblegum. And why wouldn't he? Warren was smart. He was a Republican like him, a Protestant, and most importantly, he was not Susie's other boyfriend. So Doc started actively championing Warren's cause, turning the whole courtship into what Warren called a 2-against-1 effort. But Warren knew that winning over her father wasn't going to be enough. Deep down, he was still that same socially awkward kid, and he realized he had to go conquer his own biggest fear if he ever wanted to have a real, confident conversation with Susie herself. You see, he was absolutely terrified of public speaking, and we're not talking about just getting a few jitters. This was a paralyzing phobia. It was so bad, he would physically throw up before he had to talk in front of people. He literally arranged his entire life just to avoid it. He knew this was a massive liability, not just for his personal life, but for his whole future. Now, he had actually tried to fix this before. He signed up for a Dale Carnegie course in New York, but then he got scared and canceled the check. But this time was different. Back home in Omaha, with Susie as his motivation, he walked in and paid the $100 fee in cash. He knew if he paid with cash, he couldn't back out. And to this day, he says the Dale Carnegie certificate is the single most important degree he has, even more valuable than his Ivy League education. Okay, so armed with this brand new confidence from the Dale Carnegie course, Buffett went back to his main mission, winning over Susie herself, not just her dad. And as they started spending more time together, Susie's incredible emotional intelligence allowed her to see what basically no one else could. She looked past the cocky talk about stocks and the ukulele, and she saw a young man with a fragile, needy core, a guy who, for all his brilliance, felt kind of worthless inside. And as Buffett himself said later, her ability to see the real, insecure him, that was the turning point. For Susie, who loved to nurture people, somebody who needed fixing was like catnip. Warren later joked that he was Jewish enough for Susie, which was his way of saying he was a project she could work on, but not too Jewish for her very Christian father. And slowly but surely, she started to fall for him. So their relationship just blossomed over the summer of 1951. They went to dances where he later said he would have let her put worms down the back of my shirt if she'd asked. By Labor Day, they were an official couple. And then, in October, he finally worked up the courage to propose. And get this, in the very same week, he went to his final Dale Carnegie class and won the Pencil Award. That was a prize they gave to the student who had best applied the training to overcome their biggest fear. So when you look back at this whole thing, this huge personal victory, it wasn't just about luck. It was about seeing an undervalued asset, Susie, and then understanding the gatekeepers, right, like her father. It was about having patience, being persistent, and using a really clever long-term strategy. But more than anything, it was about investing in himself to fix a crippling weakness. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? How did this whole experience, the art of winning over a skeptical father-in-law and conquering his own fear, how did that lay the groundwork for the patient, strategic, and legendary investor he would become? We all know Warren Buffett as the Oracle of Omaha, right? A living legend. But long before he was any of that, he was just a 21-year-old kid, and he was staring down what might have been the toughest, most important year of his entire life. Today, we're going to unpack that single year, a story of absolute failure, deep frustration, and the lessons that would, believe it or not, end up building an empire. Okay, let's get into it. So, how does a legend like that even begin? When you think about the origin story of a titan like Warren Buffett, you probably imagine this meteoric rise, right? Just this unbroken streak of genius from day one. A straight line, right to the top. But is that really how it works? No way. The real story, as it usually is so much more interesting. It doesn't start with some big triumphant explosion onto the scene. It starts with a series of really painful stumbles, a genuine crisis of conscience, and the kind of self-doubt that ends up forging real character. This is the part of the story you probably haven't heard. All right, so let's set the scene. It's the summer of 1951. We're in Omaha, Nebraska. A super young Warren Buffett, fresh out of grad school, has just decided he's going to be a stockbroker. And man, is he feeling confident. Supremely confident. And honestly, why wouldn't he be? I mean, look at this number, 75%. That was his return in 1951 alone. He basically doubled his money in a single year. By any measure, the kid was a prodigy. But even so, he still looked for advice from the men he respected most.
And this is where he hits his first major conflict. The two biggest authorities in his life, his own father and his absolute hero, Ben Graham, they both tell him the same thing. Hey, pump the brakes, the market's too high, maybe wait a few years. But Buffett, when he looked at individual companies, he just saw unbelievable bargains. So for the very first time, he made this huge decision to trust his own homework over theirs. That was a massive step. So armed with all this conviction, he starts his new job at his dad's firm, Buffett Falk, and his analytical genius almost immediately slams headfirst into a brick wall of reality. Turns out, he was an absolutely terrible salesman.
This quote just says it all, doesn't it? He's 21 years old, he looks, in his own words, like a dork, and he has absolutely zero credibility. He could give this brilliant analysis of a company, and potential clients would basically just pat him on the head and say, "That's nice, kid. What does your dad think?" It must have been completely demoralizing. And his struggles went way deeper than just his age. Socially, he was just awkward. He couldn't do the small talk that you needed in a business built on relationships. When he got nervous, he'd just spray people with information like a fire hose. And what's worse, people would listen to his amazing ideas, steal them, and then go buy the stock from their old, established broker. He felt cheated. Even his own colleagues were whispering behind his back, doubting his picks. So how does he cope with all this rejection? Well, he retreats to a superpower. He locks himself in his office and reads every single page of the Moody's financial manuals, all 10,000 of them. And when he finished, he read them all over again. This was his comfort zone. This is where the numbers made sense, even if the people didn't. But here's the thing, all the book smarts in the world couldn't protect him from some really painful, real-world failures. He was about to learn the hard way that what looks great on paper doesn't always work out. He finds this company, Cleveland Worsted Mills. On paper, it was a classic Ben Graham cigar butt stock. It was trading for less than its assets were worth, a total bargain. He bought it for himself, he recommended it to his clients, and then the company immediately cut its dividend, and the stock just cratered. But the key here isn't just the loss. It's that he hated losing other people's money. He took it personally. It just ate him up. So then he tries something completely different. He decides to become a hands-on businessman. He buys a gas station. Problem was, right across the street was a Texaco station run by this super popular local guy who'd been there forever. Buffett and his friend were out there on the weekends, hustling, washing windshields, you name it. But they couldn't break that bond the competitor had with his customers. It was a brutal lesson in the power of loyalty and what we now call a business moat. He lost $2,000 on that gas station. Now, that might not sound like a lot today, but for him, back then, that was a huge sum of money. He said it was the first time he'd ever felt real damage from an investment. A painful education for sure, but probably an invaluable one. But beyond these financial losses, there was a much bigger problem brewing. Warren was getting more and more uncomfortable with the entire job of being a stockbroker. He was staring down a full-blown crisis of conscience. And at the very heart of it all was this fundamental concept, a conflict of interest. He was starting to realize that the whole structure of his profession, it just felt wrong. It was set up to pit his own financial success against what was actually best for the people he was trying to help. Think about it like this. He'd find a fantastic company, say Geico, and he'd tell his aunt, buy this and just hold on to it for 20 years. That was amazing advice for her, but for him, it was terrible for business. Why? Because he only got paid a commission when she bought or sold. The whole system was incentivizing him to get people to trade more, not to give them solid long-term advice. He felt like he couldn't actually make a living and be completely honest at the same time. And this is the analogy he came up with, and it is just brilliant. This was his epiphany. He felt like a prescriptionist for stocks, but a crooked one. A good doctor wants you to get healthy, so you stop taking medicine. But a stockbroker in those days made more money the more pills or trades their clients took. He realized right then and there that he never, ever wanted to be on the opposite side of the table from his partners. So just as this ethical problem is hitting its peak, this perfect escape route appears. A dream job that would solve everything. But then, in this crazy twist of fate, that escape route gets slammed shut. A big-time firm in New York called American Securities offers him a job. And this was it. This was the perfect gig. He wouldn't just be selling stocks, he'd be managing money. His interests would finally be aligned with his clients. This was the answer to everything. He was desperate to take it. But there was one tiny problem.
He was in the Nebraska National Guard, and to move, he needed permission to transfer. So he goes to see the commanding general, he explains this life-changing opportunity, and the general's response was quick and it was final. Permission denied. Just like that, boom. He was legally trapped in Omaha, stuck in the very job he was starting to despise.
Now, through all of this professional chaos, the failure, the disrespect, that ethical crisis, that feeling of being trapped, there was one incredibly positive, incredibly powerful force growing in his life. He was building the personal foundation that would anchor him through it all, his relationship with his fiancée, Susie.
And talk about drama, it followed him right up to his wedding day. A huge flood was threatening Omaha, and all his friends were joking, "Hey, the guard's gonna call you up, you're gonna miss your own honeymoon." Then, at noon on his wedding day, just 3 hours before the ceremony, the call came. His captain, "We've been activated, report for duty." He was heartbroken. But then, an hour later, a different general called, overruled the order, and told him to go have a good time. He literally just barely made it to his own wedding. And this final detail, it just perfectly captures everything about the man and the partnership that was just starting. After the wedding, they jump in the car to start their honeymoon drive. And what's piled up in the back seat? Of course, a stack of Moody's manuals and financial ledgers. Susie knew exactly what she was signing up for, and she was all in.
And that brings us to the big question, doesn't it? This incredibly hard year wasn't some detour on his path to success. It was the path. The pain of losing other people's money, the frustration of being a terrible salesman, the disgust he felt for the system. All of it forged the non-negotiable principles of trust and partnership that would become the absolute bedrock of Berkshire Hathaway. It really makes you wonder what failures in your own life are secretly building your foundation.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're going to rewind the clock and dive deep into how a sharp kid from Omaha turned into the legend we all know, Warren Buffett. We're focusing on a really specific window from 1952 to 1955 because it's in these few short years that three huge forces, politics, a powerful partnership, and a one-of-a-kind mentorship, came together to forge the core philosophy that would, well, build an empire.
You know, to really get the investor, you first have to get the man. And if you ask Buffett himself, the man we know today was basically brought back from the brink by one person, his wife Susie. This quote you're looking at isn't just some sweet thing he said, it's honestly the key that unlocks his entire story. So our story really kicks off in 1952. On the surface, Warren is already this financial whiz kid, totally obsessed with business. But behind the curtain, his family is smack in the middle of a political meltdown that's going to carve out his guiding principles for the rest of his life. Okay, so check this out. This timeline really captures the political train wreck that reshaped how Warren saw the world. His dad, Howard, was a man of rock-solid principle. He goes to the '52 Republican convention backing one guy, Senator Robert Taft. But the Eisenhower camp pulls a fast one, changes the rules, and boom, their guy gets the nomination. Now, while the whole party lines up behind Eisenhower, Howard Buffett refuses. He will not bend. It was what the source material calls political suicide. He was left totally alone, and his young son Warren was watching the entire thing unfold.
Watching his dad get isolated like that basically branded these three lessons deep into Warren's mind. First, you absolutely need allies. Second, commitments are a huge deal, so you better not make them lightly. And third, making a big, principled stand might feel good, but it rarely actually works. And these weren't just some political notes he jotted down. Nope, this became the absolute bedrock for how he would later build Berkshire Hathaway through smart, pragmatic partnerships, not by picking fights.
So while Warren is absorbing these really tough lessons about how the world works, he is also leaning, and I mean heavily, on his new wife, Susie. She was able to look right past the numbers genius and see a man who was in some serious personal pain.
Wow. I mean, this quote from Susie is just, it's staggering. It pulls back the curtain on a side of Buffett that we just never see. The confident, folksy oracle of Omaha. To her, he wasn't a prodigy. He was a project, a man who needed to be rebuilt from the ground up.
And this right here, this lays out the wild contrast that was Warren Buffett back then. Look at the left side, that's the investor, supremely confident and analytical machine. Now look at the right, that's the man, just riddled with self-doubt, feeling worthless, which was a direct result of a really tough relationship with his mother. This was the puzzle Susie had to solve. And her solution was incredible. She built an environment that completely walled off his fragile side, which let his genius side run at 100%.
So what did she do? She built a total support system.
She literally became the stable foundation he never had. She handled everything at home, cooking, cleaning, keeping him fueled with his endless supply of Pepsi and popcorn. She gave him that unconditional, parent-style love he was desperate for. She even cut his hair because he claimed to be terrified of barbers. She basically constructed this perfect cocoon where his ambition could just flourish, totally safe from all his personal demons.
All right, let's shift gears to his professional life, because you have to see how this all builds together. The whole time Susie is rebuilding him as a person, Warren has one singular, all-consuming goal: get to New York and work for his idol, the absolute father of value investing, Ben Graham. And when I say his pursuit was relentless, I mean it. This wasn't just sending in a resume and hoping for the best. No way! This was a 2-year campaign. He wrote letters. He was constantly sending Graham stock ideas to show off his skills. Anytime he was in New York, he would just show up at the office. And finally, after all that persistence, it worked. Ben Graham wrote him back and offered him the job. For Warren, this was it. This was everything. It was the ultimate validation from the guy he worshipped. He was so pumped, he actually showed up in New York a full month before he was supposed to start in August of '54. He didn't wait around, he just went straight to the office and, as the story goes, basically locked himself in the file room and got to work.
So now, he's made it. He's inside the temple of value investing. He's working at Graham Newman, and he just completely drowns himself in the world and, more importantly, the philosophy of his mentor, Ben Graham.
And at the very heart of that philosophy was this idea Graham called cigar butt investing. The concept is simple, but it's kind of brilliant. Imagine you're walking down the street and you see a cigar butt someone tossed away. It's gross, nobody wants it, but hey, it's still got one last free puff left in it. Graham applied that to the stock market. Find these discarded companies that are trading for less than they're worth and just take that one last free puff of profit. And it's really important to know this was a system, almost like a factory assembly line. Warren and another analyst would just pour through these huge financial manuals looking for what they called net nets. These were companies trading for less than their current assets if you subtracted all their debt. Then the method was simple: buy a tiny piece of hundreds of them to spread out the risk, wait for that little puff of profit, sell, and do it all over again. It was purely a numbers game.
Okay, but this is where the story gets really, really good. Because Warren mastered that system, but he almost immediately started to see its limits. This is the moment where the student starts to break away from the teacher, and he starts laying the groundwork for the Warren Buffett we know today.
This slide just nails the fundamental split that started to form between them. On one side, you've got Graham's way. Spread your money out everywhere and basically ask, how much is this company worth dead? It was all about defense. But on the other side, you see Buffett's new style emerging, concentrated, all-in bets based on a company's future. For Graham, it was an intellectual exercise. For Buffett, it was turning into a competitive game, and he was playing to win.
And a perfect example was this company he found called Western Insurance. Get this, it was earning an insane $29 per share, and the stock was trading for as little as $3. $3! That huge gap, to Warren, was like finding a slot machine that was rigged to pay out every single time. Why would you play 100 random machines when you find one that's a sure thing? This was Graham's core idea of margin of safety, buying something for way less than it's worth. But Warren was applying it on this massive, focused scale.
Another huge difference between them was just their attitude about money itself. Ben Graham was famously kind of indifferent to it. He saw it as just a byproduct. He once told Warren something like this, pointing out that rich or not, they were both just going to the same cafeteria for lunch. But for Warren, money was the scoreboard. It was the whole point of the game.
And man, did that focus on money show up in his life. His frugality was extreme. It was legendary. I mean, look at this stuff. Buying old magazines to save a few cents, using a dresser drawer as a crib for his first kid, borrowing a neighbor's car and never filling up the tank. But for Warren, this wasn't just about being cheap. Every single penny he didn't spend was another soldier he could send out into the field to fight for him. Another dollar that could start compounding into a fortune.
So, as we get to the end of this whole period, around 1955, all the different pieces have finally clicked into place. The young guy from Omaha has gone through this huge, profound transformation.
He basically took the hard lessons from his father's political career, the unshakable stability from his wife, and the core investment philosophy from his mentor, and he hammered them all together into something brand new, his own personal blueprint for success.
And this is it. This is the blueprint that would guide him for the next 60 years.
The principles of pragmatism came from his dad, the personal, emotional foundation came from Susie, the core philosophy of margin of safety came from Graham, but that last piece, his style, that intense, deep-diving, concentrated way of investing, that was all him.
So the question that was just hanging in the air back in 1955 is the one you see right here. He had all the tools, he had the principles, he had the perfect partner. But could a guy so cheap he used a drawer for a crib really take on Wall Street? The foundation was laid, the blueprint was drawn, the only thing left to do was to go build the empire. Thanks for joining this explainer.
Picture this. It's 1954, and a 25-year-old analyst gets handed a pretty simple task by his legendary boss, Ben Graham. It was a straightforward, almost risk-free trade designed to make a small, guaranteed profit. But instead of just doing what he was told, this young guy saw a completely different game being played. And that single decision, well, it wouldn't just make him a small fortune, it would basically reveal the entire investing philosophy that would one day make him the most successful investor in history. This is the incredible story of Warren Buffett and the Rockwood chocolate deal.
All right, let's break down how we're going to unpack this. First, we'll look at the very strange problem a chocolate company was facing. Then, we'll see the super elegant, risk-free solution that Buffett's mentor came up with. After that, we'll get to the good part, how Buffett's unique insight led him to play a totally different game. We'll look at the results side by side, and we'll wrap up with the huge lesson this story teaches us about the power of thinking for yourself. So, our story kicks off in Brooklyn in the mid-1950s at a company called Rockwood & Co. Now, Rockwood made chocolate, but let's just say they weren't exactly setting the world on fire with their profits. And they were about to walk into a really sticky situation, one that was both a massive opportunity and a huge, huge threat.
Okay, so it all started when the price of cocoa beans went completely nuts, spiking by 10 times, from just 5 cents a pound to over 50 cents. Now you'd think this would be amazing news for Rockwood, right? All those beans they had sitting in their warehouse were suddenly worth an absolute fortune. A huge windfall profit just fell into their laps. But, and here's the trap, if they tried to sell those beans for cash, the government was going to take more than half of that profit in taxes. Their biggest asset had just become a giant liability. The solution actually came from this brilliant outside investor named Jay Pritzker. He literally went digging through the 1954 U.S. tax code and found this incredible loophole. Basically, it said that if a company was shrinking its business, it could hand out its inventory to shareholders as a partial liquidation and, get this, pay zero tax. So, Pritzker bought control of Rockwood and set a plan in motion to do exactly that.
Now, a clever move like this, you knew it wasn't going to go unnoticed on Wall Street. It caught the eye of the father of value investing himself, Buffett's mentor, the one and only Ben Graham. He looked at Pritzker's complicated plan and immediately saw a simple, elegant way for his own firm to make a quick and, most importantly, safe profit.
You see, Graham's entire strategy was built around something called arbitrage. The best way to think about it is like finding little price glitches in the market. You buy something in one place and you sell it for just a little bit more somewhere else, almost at the exact same time. It's a way to lock in a profit that is, for all intents and purposes, risk-free. It was considered the ultimate sure thing.
And this table shows you the simple math behind Graham's trade. Pritzker wanted more control, so he offered shareholders a deal. He'd trade their stock for cocoa beans. For every share of stock that was trading for $34, he'd give you $36 worth of cocoa beans. So for an arbitrager like Graham, the play was a no-brainer. Buy a share of stock, immediately swap it for the beans, sell the beans, and boom, you pocket a guaranteed $2 profit per share. Easy.
This type of investing was so reliable, so powerful, that Buffett himself later flipped that old proverb, saying, "Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to arbitrage, and you feed him forever." I mean, that was basically the gospel according to Ben Graham.
So the plan seems perfect, right? But the key word in arbitrage is nearly risk-free. There was still one tiny little variable that could mess up the whole thing, and Graham, being the master of risks that he was, knew exactly how to get rid of it completely.
The one risk was time. Think about it. After Graham's firm traded its stock for the beans, what if the price of cocoa suddenly crashed before they could sell them? That guaranteed $2 profit could disappear in an instant and even turn into a loss. So to solve this, Graham's firm, Graham Newman, used what are called futures contracts. This let them agree on a selling price for their cocoa beans today, even though they deliver them in the future. In effect, they were paying a speculator a tiny fee to take on all the price risk for them. It was like buying an insurance policy that guaranteed their profit no matter what the cocoa market did. Okay, so Graham Newman has this perfect risk-proof deal, and they assign it to their young star Warren Buffett. His only job is to go down to Brooklyn and handle the exchanges. But Buffett? He didn't just execute the plan. He studied the whole situation, and he saw something that everyone else, even his brilliant boss, had completely missed.
Instead of just focusing on that $2 profit, Buffett flipped the whole problem on its head. He asked a really simple but incredibly powerful question. If this super smart investor, Jay Pritzker, is so eager to buy up all these shares, why on earth would it make sense for me to be the one selling them to him? And once he started doing the math from that angle, the answer was just obvious. You can see his logic here. Pritzker's offer wasn't for all of Rockwood's cocoa beans. Buffett realized that any shareholder who just held on and didn't sell would actually see their ownership of the company grow. They'd own a bigger piece of all the valuable beans left behind, plus they'd still own their share of the actual business, the factory, the equipment, everything. He concluded the smart move was to be on Pritzker's side of the trade, not Graham's.
So this is the crucial moment. Buffett saw a clear choice. He could take the safe, guaranteed $2 profit that his mentor saw, or he could make a calculated bet, siding with Pritzker, with odds that he was convinced were massively in his favor.
And he didn't just think about it, he put his money where his mouth was. Using his own cash, Warren Buffett went out and bought 222 shares of Rockwood stock. And instead of trading them in for cocoa beans, he just held on.
So what was the result? Well, just look at this chart. If Buffett had followed Graham's plan, his 222 shares would have made him a nice, respectable, risk-free profit of $444. But by holding on, his calculated bet made him around $13,000. For a young guy back then, that was an absolutely staggering difference.
And this wasn't just some number on paper. The hidden value that Buffett saw was very, very real. As soon as the deal was over, the rest of the market finally woke up and saw what he had seen all along, how much value is now packed into those remaining shares. The stock price, which had been trading at just $15 before this whole thing started, absolutely exploded to $85 a share.
This one single deal just perfectly captures the huge shift in thinking between the master and his apprentice. You had Graham, the classic arbitrager, focused on a temporary price difference, trying to eliminate every last shred of risk for a small, certain profit. And then you had Buffett, thinking like an owner, focusing on the real underlying value of the business and calculating the odds to make a large, probable profit.
So the big question is, how did a 25-year-old see this when his world-famous mentor didn't? Well, it wasn't a lucky guess. It was the direct result of a relentless, almost obsessive work ethic that set him completely apart from everyone else.
Buffett had this great name for his approach. He called it lumberjack labor. It wasn't about sitting in some fancy office reading reports other people wrote. It was about getting your hands dirty, doing your own deep research, and treating every single investment like a detective trying to solve a case.
And this was his toolkit. Remember, this was way before computers or the internet. He would physically go to the libraries at Moody's and Standard & Poor's and just dig through dusty old files. He'd go to the SEC to get the original documents, not just some summary. He'd read the pink sheets, which listed tiny, obscure companies, and the national quotation book for companies so small nobody else was even looking at them. For Buffett, no detail was too small. He was basically finding treasure where nobody else was even bothering to dig.
And that really brings us to the final, critical takeaway from this whole story. The Rockwood deal, it wasn't just about making money. It was about a fundamental way of looking at the world. And it forces us to ask ourselves, in any situation, an investment, a career choice, whatever it is, are we just playing for the small, safe, obvious spread? Or are we willing to do that deep, lumberjack labor it takes to really understand the game, calculate the true odds, and have the confidence to choose a side?
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're digging into the origin story of a financial legend, Warren Buffett. But we're not starting on Wall Street. Nope. We're going back to a small sun porch in Omaha, Nebraska, where a young man with a radical idea decided to build his own empire, far from the noise of the crowd.
All right, so picture this. It's 1956, and a 26-year-old Warren Buffett tells everyone he's retiring. Now, this wasn't about kicking his feet up and playing golf, not even close. This was about starting his career exactly the way he wanted to, with no boss, no one telling him what to do, and with total, absolute control. That's what he had to his name, $174,000. Now, for most people back then, that was, you've made it money, a comfortable life. But for Buffett, nah, That was just the seed money. It was the starting fuel for what he saw as a giant compounding machine that could turn that sum into millions, as long as he didn't have to answer to anybody.
And there was the rub. He had the brains, he had the strategy, he just didn't have the cash to make it go as fast as he wanted. So what's it got to do? He decided to form partnerships, inviting the only people he could, his family and his closest friends, the people who trusted him the most.
You have to understand just how crazy this was for the 1950s. The dream was to be the man in the gray flannel suit. You get a good corporate job, you climb the ladder, you get that suburban house. Buffett looked at that whole playbook and just threw it in the trash. He chose to work out of a rented house in Omaha, completely focused on one thing, making the capital grow. Status could wait.
So he needed investors, but he wasn't just going to take their money. He was going to set the terms. He laid out a new kind of deal, based on a set of simple, powerful, and totally non-negotiable rules.
So take a look at this. This was the first crew. Buffett Associates Limited, May 1st, 1956. We're talking his Aunt Alice, his sister Doris, his doctor, people who really knew and trusted him. And check out Warren's own contribution, $100. That's it. His real skin in the game, though, came from the fact that if things went bad, he was on the hook for the losses personally.
And that really gets to the heart of it. For Buffett, this wasn't just business. Taking his aunt's life savings wasn't some abstract deal. It was a sacred promise. In his mind, losing their money wasn't just a bad outcome. It was unthinkable. It simply was not going to happen on his watch.
So he gets everyone together for dinner and lays down the law. The rules were simple and they were tough. Rule 1, I'm in charge, period. You don't get to ask questions. Rule 2, I'm not telling you what I'm buying. Rule 3, if we lose money, I take a quarter of the hit myself. And Rule 4, your money's locked in for a year. And to top it all off, he made everyone pay for their own dinner. The message was loud and clear. This is my game, we play by my rules. Are you in or are you out?
Okay, so he's got the capital. Now what? He goes hunting. Hunting for what his mentor, the legendary Ben Graham, called cigar butts. These ugly, discarded, undervalued companies that had just one last free puff of profit left in them.
The whole idea is just buying stuff for way less than it's worth, even if the business itself is kind of junky. But his first big target, right there in Omaha, was different. This wasn't just a soggy cigar butt. No, this was like finding a whole, unsmoked cigar just sitting on the sidewalk. A great company that was just ridiculously cheap.
The company was called National American Fire Insurance. Buffett's digging through these old, dusty financial manuals, and he finds something incredible. The company is earning almost $30 a share, and the family that controlled it was quietly going around to all these local farmers who owned stock and buying it back for, wait for it, about $30 a share. It was an absolute steal, and Buffett knew it.
And the way he went after it, it was like a little secret operation. He sent his lawyer out to drive all over rural Nebraska, knocking on farmhouse doors, drinking iced tea and offering farmers cash for these old stock certificates they had stuffed away in a drawer. He quietly bought up 10% of the entire company before the owners even knew who he was. Can you imagine the look on their faces when he finally walked into their office and revealed his massive stake? Utter shock.
This quote from one of the farmers just says it all, doesn't it? It was a classic case of what we'd now call information asymmetry. The farmers had no clue what their shares were really worth, but Buffett, because he did the obsessive research nobody else would, he knew exactly what he was buying.
But that powerful instinct he had to collect scarce, cheap things, well, it wasn't always perfect. In fact, one time, it led him down a path that ended in a pretty humorous and humbling mistake.
More than 600,000. What is that? That's the number of 4-cent stamps that Buffett and a friend decided to buy up. Not some of them, all of them.
Yeah, their grand plan was to corner the market on this one specific stamp. If they owned the whole supply, they figured they could set whatever price they wanted. Well, they learned a hard lesson about collectibles. If you own everything, who's left to buy it from you? They ended up with basements full of stamps worth exactly what they paid for them, 4 cents a pop.
So, okay, the stamp thing was a bust. But besides that little adventure, his main strategy was absolutely crushing it. Word started to get around, and that all-important connection to his mentor, Ben Graham, was about to pour gasoline on the fire.
And this is where things really kicked into high gear. His success, plus a recommendation from a guy like Ben Graham, created this incredible momentum. Suddenly, bigger investors started coming to him.
We're talking people with serious cash, like Homer Dodge, an old colleague of Graham's, and Dr. Edwin Davis, one of the most respected physicians in Omaha. So get this, in less than 6 months, 6 months, he went from managing that initial $100,000 to over $500,000, and he was doing it all from that little sun porch with basically zero expenses. The snowball he dreamed of was finally rolling downhill, and it was picking up some serious speed.
And here's an amazing bit of foreshadowing. Buffett asked Dr. Davis why he'd trust this young, fast-talking kid with his money. And the doctor's reason was simple. You remind me of Charlie Munger. At the time, Buffett was like, Charlie who? He had no idea who Munger was, but of course, that was a name that would change his life forever. Back home in Omaha, Buffett was becoming a known entity, but he was also polarizing. He was this brilliant guy who seemed to love being different, and that didn't always sit well with the local establishment.
You basically had two views of him. The serious investors saw that he was honest, incredibly smart, and that his skin-in-the-game approach was the real deal. But the old money crowd, they saw him as arrogant, a know-it-all. They shunned him from near social clubs, whispered that his secret operation had to be a Ponzi scheme. He even got blackballed from the Omaha Country Club.
But you know what? None of that mattered to him. By 1958, the foundation was laid, his model was proven, he had created his own little financial universe, right from his home, playing by his rules, with total control over a snowball of capital that was getting bigger every day. He showed the world you didn't need Wall Street to build an empire.
And through all these early years, he was a pure Ben Graham disciple. He was the master of finding those cigar butts, buying them cheap, and getting that last puff of profit. He had built a remarkable money-making machine, but that was all before he met Charlie Munger. And that meeting, well, that was about to change everything.
Today, we're going to talk about one of the most pivotal moments in the entire history of modern finance. Seriously, it all comes down to a single lunch meeting, a meeting that would end up creating a partnership worth hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. This is the story of how Warren Buffett met Charlie Munger. Okay, so picture this. The year is 1959. The place? The Omaha Club. We're talking mahogany staircases, arched doorways that look like bank vaults. This was the absolute inner sanctum of the city's elite. This is where the real deals got done. And on this one summer Friday, a lunch was set up that, on the surface looked totally normal. But it was about to change everything. So at the table, you've got two guys who could not seem more different. On one side, there's Warren Buffett. He's the young, local kid, this investment prodigy everyone in town is talking about. And sitting right across from him is Charlie Munger. He's 6 years older, a successful, kind of worldly lawyer from California. He's only in Omaha to deal with his late father's estate. And frankly, his expectations for this whole lunch are, well, let's just say they're not high. Munger wasn't exactly known for enjoying listening to other people talk. But look, to really get why this meeting was so important, you can't just focus on the lunch. We have to hit rewind. We need to go back and understand the life, the experiences that shaped the mind and the character of Charles T. Munger. Because, you see, the man who walked into that club was no ordinary lawyer, not by a long shot. I mean, just look at this timeline. It tells you everything you need to know about Munger's unconventional brain. From day one, he was brilliant, but he played by his own rules, always. He starts off studying math at Michigan, then pivots to meteorology for the Army during the war, and then, and this is just incredible, he somehow talks his way into Harvard Law School without even having an undergraduate degree. That was, and still is, almost impossible to do. This quote from his sister Carol just nails it, doesn't it? Munger wasn't just being rebellious for the sake of it. His mind was just too big, too curious to be squeezed into some rigid, preset box. He was just hardwired to think for himself, and that one single trait would end up defining his entire life. And here's another piece of the puzzle. His childhood neighbor remembered him as not just smart, but a smarty. And that points to that famous Munger wit, right? That sharp, sarcastic, but deeply insightful way he had of looking at the world. It was there right from the beginning. He wasn't just smart, he had this incredible verbal firepower. His time in the Army during World War II turned out to be a really critical training ground, but maybe not in the way you'd expect. He was stationed way up in Nome, Alaska, as a meteorologist, so he was completely out of harm's way.
His real education happened at the poker table. It was there, playing cards for hours on end, that he learned this fundamental lesson that became the absolute core of his investment philosophy. When the odds are bad, you fold fast. But when you have a winning hand, you bet big. You bet heavily. So, fast forward to the early 1950s. Munger has it all, right? He's a rising star at a big law firm in Pasadena. He's married. He's got 3 kids. I mean, from the outside, his life looked absolutely perfect. But under the surface, a storm was brewing. A really, really big one. First, a divorce. And you have to remember, this was the 1950s. This was not a common thing. It was seen as a huge personal failure, a disgrace even. He ends up moving into this crummy little room at the university club, driving a beat-up old car, and becoming what he called a Saturday father. In his own mind, he was an absolute failure. And then the unthinkable happened. Just a year after his marriage fell apart, his 8-year-old son, Teddy, who he adored, was diagnosed with leukemia. And back then, that diagnosis was a death sentence. There was no cure, there wasn't any hope. Munger and his ex-wife just had to sit there, in the hospital, and watch their own son waste away. Munger would look back on this time with this absolutely haunting quote. He would go to the hospital, he'd hold his son, and then he would just walk the streets of Pasadena weeping. I mean, can you imagine? The combination of a failed marriage and a dying child, it was almost more than any person could possibly bear. But this is where you see the real Charlie Munger. Instead of just collapsing under the weight of it all, he developed a philosophy for survival. He believed you have to face tragedy head-on. You have to absorb the blow, but you absolutely cannot let it destroy everything else in your life. You don't let one tragedy become 2 or 3 tragedies because you're drowning in self-pity. It's this brutal form of pragmatism, and it's a mental tool that would serve him incredibly well later on in the irrational world of finance. And this quote right here just perfectly illustrates his analytical mind at work, even in the middle of all that grief. While he's taking care of his dying son, he decides he has to remarry. But he literally approaches it like a math problem. He's calculating the odds of finding the right partner out of millions of women in California. It sounds almost cold, right? But it was his way of trying to force some kind of order onto a life that was just pure chaos. And what's amazing is, his strategy actually worked. He met Nancy Borthwick, who was also a divorcee with 2 kids. They got married in 1956, and she became what he called his ballast. She was calm, she was practical, and she wasn't afraid to tell him when he was wrong. Together, they blended their families and built this whole new life, eventually raising 8 children in total. So this is the crucial part. You have to understand what was driving him professionally through all of this. After losing so much control in his personal life, his one professional goal was to achieve absolute control. He became obsessed with getting rich, but not for fancy cars or big houses. He wanted independence. He thought it was, and this is a quote, undignified to have to send invoices to other people. Money, for him, was just the tool you use to achieve ultimate freedom. So to get that independence, he came up with this brilliant little strategy. While he was working as a lawyer, making about $20 an hour, he asked himself a simple question: who's my most valuable client? And the answer he came to was himself. So every single morning before he started working for his law firm, he would sell 1 hour of his time to himself, working on his own real estate deals and other side projects. He was building his own wealth, 1 hour at a time. So this is the man who sits down for lunch at the Omaha Club in 1959. He's not just some successful lawyer. He's a man whose mind has been sharpened by math, by poker, by law, whose entire character has been forged in the fire of unimaginable personal tragedy, and who is driven by this all-consuming, fierce desire for intellectual and financial independence. And the connection, it was immediate. It was electric. These 2 guys just fell into this deep one-on-one conversation, and the rest of the table just leaned back and listened, completely captivated. Munger, the sophisticated guy from California, was just floored that this crew-cut kid from Omaha knew so much about obscure businesses in his own state. They were throwing ideas back and forth, sometimes even talking over each other, but it didn't matter. It was like watching 2 jazz musicians improvise. They just knew exactly where the other one was going. At some point, Charlie asks Warren, "So what is it you actually do?" And Buffett just starts laying out the performance of his investment partnerships. I mean, look at these numbers. They speak for themselves. In 1957, when the Dow was down over 8%, Buffett's partners were up 10%. The very next year, he delivers a mind-blowing 40% return.
To a guy like Munger, who lived and breathed numbers and odds, this wasn't just impressive. It was a statistical impossibility. He was staring at raw, undeniable genius. And then Buffett explained how his own money had grown. By simply reinvesting his management fees, which started as just $100 per partnership, so $700 total, his own personal stake had already exploded to over $83,000. Munger immediately got it. He saw the power of the model. Buffett had built a machine, a system that turned his brainpower into compounding capital with almost zero risk to himself. It was the ultimate road to independence. So Charlie is listening to all this, and you can just imagine the gears turning in his head. He's processing it all through the lens of his own life, his own tragedies, his own ambition. And then he asks the one question that would change both of their lives forever. He just looks at Buffett and asks, "Do you think that I could do something like that out in California?" In that moment, Munger saw a new path, a better path to the independence he wanted so badly, a path that didn't involve sending invoices. And Buffett paused, looked at him, and said, "Yeah, I'm quite sure you could do it." So the lunch party starts to break up. People are heading for the elevator, and they turn back to take one last look at the room, and the image is just perfect. Buffett and Munger are still at the table, totally lost in their conversation, completely oblivious that everyone else is leaving. A friendship was born right there, for sure. But really, an intellectual partnership had already begun. Later on, back in LA, Charlie's wife Nancy starts to notice how much time he's spending on the phone with his new friend from Omaha. And she was a practical woman, maybe a little protective. She asked him, "Why are you paying so much attention to him?" And Munger's reply, it says everything. He just told her, "You don't understand. That is no ordinary human being." And that really is what this whole story is about. That meeting at the Omaha Club wasn't just about two smart guys hitting it off. It was the fusion of two unbelievable life stories. And it leaves you with this one big question. What happens when a character forged by profound tragedy and incredible resilience meets a once-in-a-generation talent? Well, the answer is Berkshire Hathaway. The answer is history. We all know Warren Buffett, right? The Oracle of Omaha, a total legend in finance. But how did he become, well, him? This explainer is all about a really pivotal but kind of overlooked 4-year window from 1958 to 1962. This is where Buffett goes from being just a really smart investor to a true corporate force of nature. A locomotive, really, building the kind of momentum that would end up defining his entire career. And this quote, wow, it just perfectly captures what we're talking about here. It's the whole theme of our story. You've got two powerful forces moving in parallel, but in the same house. On one track, you have Warren, the business locomotive, just picking up incredible speed towards a massive fortune. And on the other track, his wife Susie, the home station, managing an equally complex and demanding world of her own. So here's the journey we're about to take together. First, we're going to explore what it meant for them to be on those different tracks. Then, we'll dive right into Buffett's first huge corporate fight over a company called Sanborn Map. After that, we'll switch gears and really focus on the incredible world Susie Buffett was building back in Omaha. From there, we'll uncover the psychological genius behind how Warren raised money. And finally, we'll see it all come together as he becomes a millionaire by the age of 30. Okay, so by 1958, something was changing with Warren Buffett. He wasn't just content finding simple bargains anymore. His ambition was growing, and so was his capital. You could feel that his old methods were about to be replaced by something way more powerful, way more aggressive. The quiet days of just sitting in his study were pretty much over. You can really see the shift right here. He started out with this cigar butt idea, finding a discarded stock that had one last puff of value left in it. It was a pretty passive way to invest. But now, he's managing over $1 million. He's got the scale to become an activist investor. He's not just buying into companies anymore. He's actively forcing them to change and unlock their hidden value. So the first real test of this new, aggressive style came with the Sanborn Map Company. Now, Sanborn sounded, well, kind of boring. It was an old-fashioned business that published these super detailed maps for insurance companies. But hidden inside this sleepy little company was an opportunity that had Warren Buffett's name written all over it. And this slide shows you exactly what he saw. It's almost unbelievable. The company's stock was trading for $45 a share. But here's the kicker. Sanborn had this huge investment portfolio that was worth $65 for every single share. It was literally like buying a wallet for $45 that had $65 cash inside. The value was just sitting there, but it was being held hostage by the management.
Buffett didn't just throw money at this. He orchestrated a full-blown corporate assault. He poured a third of his partnership's money into Sanborn. He got his entire family to buy shares. And he called in favors from his whole network of allies. He even got creative, taking a cut of their profits to leverage his capital even further. This wasn't just an investment, people. This was a war for control. So he gets himself elected to the board, walks into his first meeting, and suggests they unlock the value of that investment portfolio. The old guard board, who, by the way, owned almost no stock themselves, just dismissed him, thought the idea was absurd. Then they passed around cigars. And in that moment, Buffett realized they were literally burning his and his partner's money. It just got personal. But Buffett wasn't going to give up. After another pointless meeting, he finally had enough and threatened a proxy fight, basically a hostile takeover. His patience was completely gone. And faced with that ultimatum, the board finally caved. The Sanborn victory was a huge moment. It proved that Warren Buffett could now bend even the most stubborn company to his will. Okay, so let's switch tracks. Because while Warren was waging these corporate wars in New York, the other locomotive in our story was running at full speed back in Omaha. Susie Buffett wasn't just, keeping the home fires burning. She was building an entire world and was the glue holding the family together. These words from Susie, they just cut right to the heart of their family life. She totally got Warren's relentless drive for success, but she also saw the heavy price it was costing them. She was always trying to pull him out of his world of numbers and into the life of his family, reminding him that being a father is more than just providing money. It's about actually being a daddy. I mean, just look at the scope of what she was juggling. She was raising 3 young kids, she founded a community volunteer group, and she was the main caregiver for Warren's own father after his cancer diagnosis. And she did all this while intentionally shielding Warren from the stress so he could focus. On top of all that, in the segregative Omaha of the 1960s, she was a trailblazer, building friendships across racial lines, including a really close one with baseball star Bob Gibson. This one little story just paints such a vivid picture. They take a family trip to Disneyland, right? The happiest place on earth. And Warren just sits on a bench, totally engrossed in a book, while the kids are playing. Susie was the one making the magic happen. She was the calm anchor for everybody. It's just a perfect, poignant reminder that they were truly on different tracks, even when they were in the exact same place. Okay, let's get back on Warren's track. As his reputation just soared, his whole approach to getting investors completely changed. He was no longer the one going around asking people for money. Instead, he came up with this brilliant psychological trick that totally flipped the power dynamic on its head. And the results of this new approach? They're just staggering. I mean, look at this. The growth was explosive. In 1958, he's managing over $1 million. By 1960, it's almost $2 million. And just 2 years after that, he starts 1962 with a whopping $7.2 million. The locomotive was officially a bullet train. So what was the secret? Well, he masterfully engineered the whole thing. First, his insane returns did the talking for him. Then came the masterstroke. He just stopped asking for money. They had to come to him. And that simple shift changed everything. He wasn't asking them for a favor, he was granting them one by letting them invest. It gave him complete psychological control. And this is exactly why they were lining up at his door. The numbers were just undeniable. Between 57 and 61, the Dow Jones had a pretty respectable gain of about 42%. But in that same time, one of Buffett's partnerships shot up by over 140%. He wasn't just beating the market, he was absolutely leaving it in the dust, and he was doing it with less risk. And all of it brings us to the climax of this whole period. The relentless work, the corporate fights, the brilliant fundraising, the insane returns, they were all about to merge together, creating one massive entity and marking a huge personal milestone for Buffett. So on January 1st, 1962, Buffett completely streamlined his operation. He got rid of all his separate little partnerships and consolidated them into one single powerful entity, Buffett Partnership Limited, or BPL for short. This move created a massive war chest, starting the year with that $7.2 million we were just talking about. And here it is, the result of it all. After just 6 years of running his partnerships, the creation of BPL, combined with his other investments, made Warren Buffett a millionaire. He'd hit his goal. and he was only 30 years old. This is probably Buffett's most famous line, right? But it's so much more than just a clever saying. It's his core strategy. And in 1962, with all his money now in one giant pile, the perfect opportunity came along to put this philosophy into action on a scale he'd never been able to before.
So in the spring of 1962, the stock market crashes hard. Panic is spreading like wildfire everywhere. But for Warren Buffett, this wasn't a crisis. It was the opportunity of a lifetime. While everyone else was frantically selling, he was just calmly sitting on a mountain of cash, ready to be greedy and scoop up incredible bargains. His timing was, well, perfect.
So, the business locomotive had reached its destination. Warren Buffett had engineered his strategies, he'd won his battles, and he built an empire that made him a millionaire by 30. But, as we've seen, he wasn't on this journey alone, even if he often acted like he was. And that leaves us with one final, lingering question. What was the ultimate cost for both him and his family of staying on those separate speeding tracks?
So we've all heard of Warren Buffett, right? The legendary investor. But I bet you haven't heard this story. It's about a little-known battle over a windmill company in a tiny Nebraska town, and it's a story that would completely change his entire investment philosophy. We're talking about a massive financial win that for Buffett actually felt like a crushing personal defeat.
Okay, so it all kicked off with Buffett's go-to strategy back then, something he called cigar butt investing. And yeah, the name is a little weird, but the idea is brilliant. He was a genius at sniffing out these struggling companies that were just dirt cheap, the kind of businesses nobody else would touch. The whole idea was to find a company that's been thrown away, beaten down, but still has one last good, profitable puff left in it. And he found the perfect target, Dempster Mill Manufacturing, a windmill maker in Beatrice, Nebraska. Now just look at these numbers. The stock, it was selling for $18 a share. But get this, the company's actual physical stuff, its plant, its equipment, all of it was worth a mind-blowing $72 per share. I mean, that's a classic cigar butt right there. It was trading for literally a quarter of what you could sell it for in pieces. It looked like the most perfect can't-lose investment you could ever imagine.
So what did Buffett do? He started buying. Of course he did. Over a few years, he and his partners just methodically scooped up a huge chunk of the company. He got himself onto the board, but that wasn't really enough. No, he needed control if he was going to unlock all that value. So he pulls this classic move. He even convinces his friend, another legendary investor, Walter Schloss, to sell him his shares. By the time he bought out the founding family, his investment partnership had a staggering 21% of its entire portfolio tied up in this one little windmill company. The bet was just enormous.
All right, so this is where things start to get interesting. Because what looked like an absolute sure thing on paper, it was quickly turning into a nightmare. That little cigar butt wasn't just a bargain, it was a cash-eating machine.
And the problem had a name. Lee Diamond, the guy running the company. See, Buffett had his doubts about him from day one. Diamond's whole background was in purchasing, so he did the one thing he knew how to do. He bought stuff. And he kept buying and buying. He just kept ordering more and more raw materials, filling the company warehouse to the absolute rafters with windmill parts that nobody wanted. Cash was just gushing out the door. The company was literally drowning in its own inventory.
And this wasn't just some small hiccup, The situation became absolutely critical. Dempster was burning through cash so fast that its own bank got terrified and was actually threatening to shut the whole thing down. For good. That perfect can't-lose investment, it was now teetering on the brink of total collapse. And the stakes here, they were just incredibly high. We're talking about $1 million of his partner's money. That's a lot of money today, but imagine back then. It was all at risk of just vanishing. This wasn't just about his reputation anymore. It was about the trust and the hard-earned money of every single person who had invested with him.
Now, Buffett almost never asked for advice, but this time he was backed into a corner. He had no choice. He makes a desperate call to his friend Charlie Munger, who puts him in touch with a guy named Harry Bottle, a turnaround specialist. And let me tell you, Harry Bottle was about to bring a totally different and completely ruthless style of management to that little town in Nebraska.
So, first things first, Bottle's arrival meant Lee Diamond had to be fired. And Buffett, well, he hated confrontation. By all accounts, he just botched the whole thing, handled it really poorly. And it earned him this absolutely searing letter from Diamond's wife accusing him of being abrupt, unethical, and destroying her husband. It was a really harsh reminder that these big money business decisions, they have a real deep human cost.
But Harry Bottle, he didn't waste a single second. He swept through that company like a hurricane. Inventory slashed, equipment sold off, branches closed, repair part prices jacked way up, 100 people laid off, unprofitable products gone. It was absolutely brutal, super aggressive, but it was a laser-focused plan with just one goal: stop the bleeding and make cash now. And you know what? It worked. The turnaround was just breathtakingly fast. By the end of that same year, Dempster was profitable again. The bank was happy, the company was saved from going under, and Buffett was so thrilled he called Harry Bottle his Man of the Year. From a pure numbers standpoint, it was a massive success. And for Warren Buffett, that meant one thing: it was time to cash out and sell. Okay, but this is where the story takes its most dramatic twist, because that successful business turnaround, it was about to start an all-out war. A war between Warren Buffett and the entire town of Beatrice. The moment Buffett put an ad in the Wall Street Journal to sell the company, the town just went berserk. You have to try and put yourself in their shoes. Dempster wasn't just a business in Beatrice. It was the business. It was the only major employer, the absolute economic heart of the whole community. To them, Buffett just looked like some ruthless corporate raider from out of town coming in to liquidate their company and destroy their lives for a quick buck. And for the folks in Beatrice, this went way deeper than just losing jobs in the 1960s. The thought of that factory closing down, it brought back these haunting, deep-seated fears of the Great Depression. This quote here really says it all. They saw gray-faced men in soup lines. They were terrified of returning to the absolute darkest of times. So, what did they do? They fought back. And it was incredible. In this total David versus Goliath move, the town launched a massive crusade to raise almost $3 million to buy the company themselves and keep it local. This wasn't just a business deal anymore. For them, this was a fight for the very survival of their town. And then the climax. On the final day, the town celebrated its victory in this huge public way. Fire sirens started wailing, bells were ringing all through the streets. The mayor gets up and announces that a local group had done it, they had raised the money, and he used this specific word. They had defeated Warren Buffett. It was this stunning public slap in the face. Now, on paper, Buffett won. He walked away with a huge profit, over $2 million for his partners. But that victory felt completely hollow. The emotional cost of this fight, it was going to leave a permanent scar. And what's so fascinating is that Buffett was genuinely completely shocked by how the town reacted. I mean, in his own mind, he was the hero of this story. He's the one who stepped in, took this massive risk, and saved a dying company from going bankrupt. He just could not wrap his head around why they hated him so much, why he was being painted as the villain who was trying to wreck their town. And in the end, that public hatred, it really got to him. It affected him deeply. He had won the financial war, but he had lost the PR battle in the most personal way you can imagine. And he made a vow right then and there. He would never, ever again let himself get into a situation like this, or a whole town saw him as the enemy.
And that really brings us to the core lesson of the whole windmill war, doesn't it? Buffett learned, in the hardest way possible, that the numbers on a balance sheet just don't tell the whole story. The human side of it, what the community thinks, the public perception, all of that stuff matters. A lot. This incredibly painful experience was the catalyst that pushed him away from cigar butt investing and toward his now famous strategy of buying wonderful companies at a fair price. It forced him to ask this really tough question, a question that would completely redefine how he invested for the rest of his life. Okay, let's dive into a story about a wild 2-year period that would come to define not just a legendary investment, but the man himself. We're going inside Warren Buffett's world during a time of incredible professional opportunity, a huge philosophical debate, and, at the very same time, a profound personal tragedy. So, we're going to break this down into 6 parts, and as we go, you'll see there are really 3 different stories all tangled up together. A professional crisis that turned into a golden opportunity, a clash of ideas that would change investing forever, and a truly heart-wrenching personal story of loss and grief. All right, let's start by setting the scene in Omaha. To really get what's happening, you have to understand the 2 central forces in Buffett's life, Warren himself and his wife, Susie. They were living in completely different worlds, and that contrast is the key to this whole story. I mean, just look at this. It really paints a picture, doesn't it?
On one side, you've got Warren, who is so laser focused on investing, so completely in his own world that when his wife was sick, he actually brought her a colander instead of a basin. It's almost comical, but it perfectly captures his brilliant one-track mind. And then you have Susie. She's the emotional core, not just for the family, but for the community. She's out there fighting for civil rights, creating this stable, supportive world that basically allowed Warren's genius to just operate, completely undisturbed.
Okay, so while all that's happening in Omaha, let's jump over to California. Because at this exact same time, another brilliant mind was coming into Buffett's orbit. Not just as a partner, but as this really important philosophical counterweight. The one and only Charlie Munger.
You gotta love this. This was basically Buffett throwing down a friendly gauntlet. He's ribbing Munger, pushing him to ditch his successful law career and get into the investing game full-time. Buffett saw this incredible intellect in his friend and was basically saying, hey, you're playing in the minor leagues. Come join me in the majors. And, well, Charlie was about to take that challenge and run with it, but in his own very audacious way.
And right here, this is where you see the huge split in how they thought about risk. Munger was all about using leverage, investing with borrowed money. For every single dollar of his own, he could borrow almost another full dollar. Now, that could double his wins, but it could also double his losses. This was a high-wire act that Buffett, whose #1 rule was don't lose money, wanted absolutely nothing to do with.
So this is the intellectual battle that's brewing. At this point, Buffett is still a hardcore disciple of his mentor, Ben Graham. He's hunting for what they called cigar butts, these beat-up, mediocre companies that were so ridiculously cheap they had one last puff of profit left in them. He was obsessed with what a business was worth dead. Munger, though, he was already looking past that. He wanted the great businesses, the ones with unstoppable brands and real advantages. He wanted to know what they were worth alive. This argument, right here, was the seed that would eventually grow into the Berkshire Hathaway we know today.
And right on cue, this whole philosophical debate is about to get smacked in the face by a real-world crisis. A scandal so bizarre, it honestly sounds like it was made up for a movie, and it threatened to take down one of the most trusted brands in America.
You just can't make this stuff up. This whole incredible fraud came from one simple, brilliant, and completely crooked insight by a guy named Tino DeAngelis. He figured out that banks weren't lending him money against his oil. They were lending him money against the American Express warehouse receipts. They were lending against the trust in that iconic brand name. So he filled his tanks with worthless seawater because he knew that as long as he had that piece of paper with the Amex name on it, that's all that mattered.
And then, history just crashes into the story in the most tragic way possible. Right as the scandal is blowing up, President Kennedy is assassinated. The entire world just stops. The stock market closes for the first time since the Great Depression, and in this moment of just profound national grief, the American Express story gets buried on the back pages of the newspaper. But the fear on Wall Street, that didn't go away. The stock kept sliding, and while a nation mourned, Buffett's mind started seeing opportunity in all the chaos. While Wall Street was in a full-blown panic, dumping the stock like the company was going out of business tomorrow, Buffett did the exact opposite. He completely ignored the stock price and became a detective. He was determined to find out if the company's real value had actually been hurt. See, he wasn't looking at spreadsheets. He was looking for scuttlebutt. It's this idea that the most valuable information isn't in an annual report. It's out in the real world. It's about talking to customers, talking to employees, getting your boots on the ground to find out what's really going on with a business. And his friend Herb Wolf had already given him this incredible piece of advice. See, Buffett loved hunting for these obscure, hidden little treasures. And Wolf's point was simple. Why are you wasting time looking for one tiny needle when the entire haystack is made of gold? Sometimes the whole business is the treasure. And that right there was the billion-dollar question. Wall Street was acting like the whole company was radioactive, but Buffett knew the scandal was in some tiny, weird subsidiary. The real question was, did the average person, the guy buying traveler's checks, the person using their card at dinner, did they even know this was happening or care? Was that haystack, the American Express brand itself, still pure gold to its actual customers? So he went to work. He didn't just sit in his office. He physically went to restaurants and banks all over Omaha. He just watched what people were doing. He chatted up clerks and tellers. He even sent his associate out to do more gumshoe research. And what he found was incredible. This on-the-ground detective work revealed a crucial truth. The company's biggest asset, the trust of its customers, was completely fine.
Main Street hadn't even noticed the fire raging on Wall Street. But, and this is a huge but, while Buffett was completely wrapped up in this massive professional opportunity, a deeply personal crisis was unfolding at the very same time. And this was a problem he couldn't analyze or quantify or solve with logic. So while Warren was meticulously picking apart the American Express situation, his father, Howard, was dying. And in his typical way, Warren took charge of the practical stuff, the family's finances, the will, the trusts. He even asked to be removed from the will, thinking, what's the point of inheriting money I can earn myself? But when it came to the emotional reality of his father fading away, he just really, really struggled to face it. Susie, though, was the complete opposite. She just embraced this profound, painful, and intimate process of death. She would sit with her father-in-law for hours, just holding his hand, taking care of him. She saw a deep human connection in his final moments. She didn't see it as just a tragedy, but as a gift, this raw, beautiful experience of love and loss. And the contrast between them is just shattering. While Susie is finding this deep emotional connection, Warren's response was just blunt, detached, and solitary. He comes home from the hospital, says that one single, factual sentence to his kids, "Grandpa died today," and then he just turns around and walks out the back door, totally unable to process or share his grief with his own family. Okay, so let's bring this all together in our final section, where these two powerful currents, the professional triumph and the personal tragedy, finally collide and paint this full, complex picture of who Warren Buffett was in these 2 years. In the exact same weeks that his father was dying and passed away, Buffett was pouring every ounce of his focus into American Express. He invested nearly $3 million into the stock, working at this frantic, methodical pace. It was the single biggest bet of his entire career up to that point. And here it is, the two sides of the same coin. The investment was a monumental victory. I mean, betting a staggering 40% of his entire partnership on that one company was unbelievably audacious, and it paid off big time. It became a legendary case study of his genius. But the personal cost was just immense. His grief, which he never expressed out loud, started to manifest physically. His hair literally fell out in patches from the stress and the shock. And that large portrait of his father he hung in his office, it became this silent, constant tribute to the man he lost right in the middle of his greatest professional triumph. So it leaves us with this really profound question, doesn't it? Was Buffett's incredible, intense focus just a tool for his success, or was it also a shield, something to protect him from the messiness and the pain of just being human? The American Express investment is a story about his genius for sure, but it's also a story that reveals the incredible personal price of that genius, a story of triumph and tragedy forever tangled together. All right, let's get into it. We're going to talk about the origin story of Berkshire Hathaway, one of the most successful companies, ever. But here's the twist. This isn't a story about some stroke of genius. Nope, this is the story of a massive emotional mistake. It's a story about how a personal grudge accidentally built a global empire. So listen to this quote. The man who built a company worth nearly $1 trillion says he would have been better off if he'd never even heard of it. How is that even possible? It sounds completely nuts, right? Well, to understand why he'd say that, we have to go back in time to a moment when a very, very angry Warren Buffett let his emotions get the better of him. Okay, so picture this. It's the mid-1960s. Warren Buffett is on top of the world. He just hit an absolute home run with an investment in American Express, and it's starting to change his whole perspective on investing. He's really stepping out from under the shadow of his famous mentor, Ben Graham. Yeah, that American Express bet was a game changer for him. He poured millions into it, not because of some spreadsheet, but because he believed in the company's reputation and its customers' loyalty. You know, these intangible, qualitative things. His confidence was just through the roof. And he went to his partners and basically said, look, I'm willing to bet the farm now. I might put up to 40% of our money on a single great idea. But you know how it is. Just as Buffett is embracing this brand new way of thinking, buying these amazing, great businesses, an old habit starts to creep back in. It's that core lesson he learned from his mentor, the hunt for what they called cigar butts. And this right here, this is the whole conflict. It's like two warring philosophies were battling it out inside his head.
You've got qualitative investing on one side, finding a fantastic company where, as he'd say, the cash register will really sing. And on the other side, you've got the quantitative way he grew up on, just looking for dirt cheap, discarded companies that were a statistical bargain.
The whole cigar butt metaphor is pretty great, isn't it? I mean, think about it. It's a cigar that someone's thrown away. It's gross, it's soggy, nobody wants it. But if you can bend over, pick it up, and get one last puff out of it for free, hey, that's pure profit. And it was exactly that mindset that led him to a failing textile mill in New Bedford, Massachusetts, called Berkshire Hathaway. It was the ultimate cigar butt. And this is where the entire story just completely pivots. It stops being about balance sheets and PE ratios and becomes a clash of personalities, a real showdown. On one side, you've got the young, scrappy investor from Omaha, Warren Buffett. And on the other, you have Seabury Stanton, the very proud old money president of Berkshire Hathaway, who literally ran the company from a penthouse office. So Buffett had been buying up Berkshire stock for a while, assuming that Stanton would eventually buy those shares back from him to consolidate control, and Buffett would make a nice little profit. So he goes to meet the man himself, Stanton, and in that meeting, Stanton asks him straight up, "What's your price? At what price would you sell?" Buffett says, $11.50. It's a simple verbal agreement, a classic handshake deal. So a little while goes by, and the official written offer from the company shows up in Buffett's mail. But the price, it wasn't $11.50. It was 11 3/8. That's a difference of just 12.5 cents per share. Buffett was absolutely livid. He felt he was being chiseled, that Stanton was trying to squeeze him for pennies after they had shaken hands on a deal. For Buffett, this wasn't about the money at all. It was the principle of the thing. And that tiny 12.5-cent insult, well, it set off a chain reaction that would change the entire history of modern finance. Stanton probably thought he was being clever, saving the company a few $1,000s. He had absolutely no idea what he had just done. A furious Buffett didn't just tear up the offer and walk away. Oh no, he made a completely different decision. Instead of selling his shares, he was going to buy the whole damn company. He immediately got on the phone with his brokers and just said, "Buy it, buy more." And they kept buying and buying and buying. You can see it right here. He went from being a major shareholder to becoming the guy who held the company's entire future in his hands, eventually grabbing a 49% stake. That was enough to give him total control. And he was absolutely ruthless about it. He was buying stock in secret through a code-named account. He actually told his own friends to stop buying the stock, basically saying, "Stay off my turf, I need this more than you do." He even went to Stanton's own brother, Otis, and talked him into selling his family's shares. And get this, when Otis's wife asked if she could please keep just 2 shares as a souvenir for sentimental value, Buffett said, "No, all or nothing." This was personal. Well, Buffett's all-out war totally worked. He had Seabury Stanton backed into a corner. He was about to seize control, get his revenge. But in this single-minded obsession with winning, he forgot to ask himself a really, really important question. What exactly is the prize I'm about to win here? The final showdown happened on May 10th, 1965. In the boardroom, Seabury Stanton gave one last speech and then resigned, along with his son. Just moments later, the board voted, and Warren Buffett was elected the new chairman. He had won. But now he's got a brand new problem. A newspaper prints a story about these outside interests taking over, and Buffett, who was apparently haunted by this past experience where a whole town ended up hating his guts, he kind of panicked. He made a public promise to the press that he would not shut down the failing textile mills. He had just trapped himself into running a terrible, dying business. So the battle is over, Stanton's gone, and that white-hot anger starts to cool down. And in its place, this cold, hard reality starts to sink in. Buffett is now in charge of a dying textile company, in a dying industry, in a dying town. He had let his emotions drive him straight off a cliff into a terrible business decision. He later described it with that brutal honesty he's famous for. He said it was like picking up a disgusting, soggy cigar butt off the street, hoping you could get one last free puff. But with Berkshire Hathaway, there were no puffs left. He was just stuck with this soggy, wet cigar butt in his mouth. And that's just the incredible irony of this whole story. The guy who had just figured out the magic of buying great businesses had, in a fit of pure, hot-headed rage,
gone out and bought the worst, soggiest cigar butt he could possibly find. He'd won the fight, but he'd bought himself a doomed company. It was a huge, expensive mistake, a folly. And yet, that folly, that dumb mistake born out of a 12.5-cent grudge, became the vehicle for everything that came next. He used the tiny bit of cash flow from that dying textile business to start buying wonderful companies, slowly, piece by piece, transforming Berkshire Hathaway into the powerhouse it is today. His single worst investment decision became the bedrock of his greatest success. And it really leaves you with a pretty fascinating question to think about, doesn't it? How often do our own biggest mistakes hold the seeds of our greatest opportunities?
You know, when you hear the name Warren Buffett, you think of rock-solid success of pure, cold reason. But what happens when that same investor gets caught in a perfect storm of personal tragedy and professional crisis? That's what we're diving into today. A really turbulent, pivotal time for him back in the mid-60s. It was a period that tested the very foundations of the Buffett family. And believe it or not, it all kicked off with one single devastating loss.
This quote from Warren's sister Doris just cuts right to the heart of it all. See, their father, Howard Buffett, he wasn't just a dad. He was the family's emotional center, the glue holding everything and everyone together. As Doris said, he was the linchpin. So when he died in 1965, it wasn't just a void. It was like a dam breaking, unleashing all these tensions that had been bubbling under the surface for years.
So, to really get our heads around what went down, we're going to break this story into 5 parts. We'll start with how that family center just collapsed. Then we'll look at this string of absolute tragedies that followed. We'll see how Warren and his wife Susie started going down different paths, uncover this bizarre crisis Warren was facing at work, and finally, we'll dig into the family's very, very strange relationship with money.
Okay, first up, the immediate aftermath of Howard's death. You have to understand, he was the essential buffer between his kids and their mother, Layla, who could be, well, difficult and volatile. And with him gone, that shield was just gone. The whole family dynamic started to completely unravel.
And man, the fallout was immediate and just so stark. The siblings' relationship with their mom became almost impossible. I mean, get this. Warren, the guy who had become this titan of industry, would literally tremble when she was around. He even ate Thanksgiving dinner all by himself just to avoid her. At the very same time, his sister Doris felt like she was Layla's main target, which just fed into a lifetime of insecurity and basically pushed her into a marriage she didn't even want.
But, you know, Layla's behavior didn't just come out of thin air. She was profoundly lonely. She'd recently lost her own mother and sister and now her husband. She became completely dependent on Warren and Susie. And what did she do? She fell back on what the family knew best, a transactional, what you might call a Buffett-esque solution. She would literally bribe her grandkids with candy and cash to get them to stay with her. It's this pattern of using money to fix emotional problems, and we are definitely going to see it again.
But the turmoil didn't stop there. Not even close. Howard's death, as tragic as it was really just the beginning. The family was about to get hit by this relentless wave of loss that left them feeling totally isolated, even stigmatized in their own community.
The sheer speed of it all is just hard to wrap your head around. In just a handful of years, Layla lost her mom, her sister, and then her husband. Then, only a few months after Howard's death, her other sister, Edie, died by suicide. The family was just reeling, taking one blow after another. And then, to top it all off, Layla suddenly remarried just a month later. It was just a lot. And that story about Edie, it's particularly harrowing. So, Edie doesn't show up for work, and it's Warren's wife, Susie, who gets the worried call. She races over to her aunt's apartment, get this, with rollers still in her hair from the salon, and starts frantically searching this perfectly neat home. And she's the one who finds Edie in the basement. It all fell on Susie to call the ambulance and break the devastating news to a family that was already shattered by grief.
So, in the middle of all this personal chaos, you have the social upheaval of the 1960s just raging outside their door. And in how they responded, you really start to see this growing split between Warren and Susie. It becomes a tale of two very different Buffetts, with two very different ideas about how to change the world. Susie just threw herself into the civil rights movement. She found her purpose right there on the front lines. She got deeply involved with leaders in Omaha's Black community, and she made the fight against segregated housing her personal mission. She wasn't just writing checks from a distance, she was hands-on, in the trenches, building relationships, coordinating things, a true grassroots activist.
Warren, though, totally different approach. He was focused on the big abstract picture, the threat of nuclear war, the Vietnam War. But he absolutely hated committee meetings. He had this very strong belief in specialization. His unique skill, he thought, was to think and to make money. He figured he could do the most good not by stuffing envelopes, but by coming up with ideas and, well, writing bigger checks. He saw zero conflict between making a fortune and having a social conscience.
And this plaque he kept on his desk really gives you a window into his thinking. Even with his hands-off style of activism, he was deeply engaged intellectually. This quote from an anti-nuclear manifesto by Bertrand Russell and Albert Einstein was his constant reminder of the huge philosophical issues that were really on his mind.
All right, now let's switch gears. Because at the exact same time all this family drama is unfolding, a really strange crisis was brewing in Warren's professional life. It's the kind of problem every investor dreams of having, but for Buffett, it felt like an existential threat. His partnership had become too successful. He was literally drowning in cash. So, to put this problem in perspective, let's look at the numbers. By the end of 1965, his partnership was managing $37 million. I mean, for the mid-60s, that is an absolutely astronomical amount of money. And it was fueled by these huge wins, like his famous investment in American Express. And their personal slice of that pie was just as staggering. By the time they were 35, Warren and Susie were worth almost $7 million. This incredible wealth actually became a source of tension. For Susie, it was a tool that needed to be put to work in the community, like right now. For Warren, it was just capital that needed to be compounded. So you have to be asking, right? How on earth could this possibly be a problem? Being too successful? That sounds like the ultimate dream. But for Warren Buffett's very specific, very particular investment style, it was a potential disaster.
And to understand why, you have to get his whole method. Buffett was what you'd call a cigar butt investor. He learned it from his mentor, Ben Graham. The idea is to look for these ugly, forgotten, undervalued companies, like a discarded cigar butt on the street, that have one last puff of profit left in them. You buy them for cheap, take that last puff, and then you toss it and move on.
But here was the catch. By 1966, the market was on fire. It was euphoric. The Dow was knocking on the door of 1,000. And in a booming market like that, there are no discarded cigar butts lying around. Everything looks expensive. And with a partnership that was now worth $44 million, he couldn't find nearly enough cheap stocks to invest in. For the first time in his career, he had cash just sitting on the sidelines, doing nothing.
So his solution was totally radical. I mean, nobody did this. He writes a letter to his partners and says, "That's it, we're closed to new money. No new partners allowed." He was, in his words, locking the door and putting away the key. It was basically him admitting that his tried-and-true method just wasn't working anymore in this kind of market.
And this brings us to our last section, where the personal and the professional really collide. Because at the absolute heart of the Buffett family and how they handled grief, their relationships, their business, was this incredibly powerful and unusual view of money as a tool, not just for investing, but for control.
This pattern of using money to manage behavior is just laid out so clearly here. It's chilling. We already talked about Layla paying her grandkids for their time, but Warren did it too. He offered to pay Susie to lose weight, and to control his own weight, he'd write unsigned checks for $10,000 to his kids, promising to sign them if he ever went over his limit. For him, the pain of losing money was the only real motivator. Emotion was managed with a transaction.
I mean, can you imagine being a kid in this environment? The Buffett children had no clue they were rich. They had to do chores for an allowance, and their dad, a multimillionaire, would literally argue over the price of popcorn at the movies. And yet they also had this upper middle-class life with country clubs and nice clothes. The messages they got about money were completely contradictory. It must have felt so unpredictable.
And if you need one final detail to really hammer this home, here it is. As the trustee for his own children's inheritance from their grandfather, Warren sold the Safe Family Farm, and then he used that money to buy more stock in his own struggling textile mill, a little company you might have heard of, Berkshire Hathaway. He used his kids' inheritance to tighten his control over a business he was becoming obsessed with.
Which leaves us with this one big question, right? This whole period shows us a family and a genius investor using money as the ultimate tool to manage loneliness, to control behavior, to build an empire. But as they were navigating all this grief and social change and personal crisis, you just have to wonder, when money is your primary tool, can it ever really solve the problems that truly matter?
So long before Warren Buffett was, well, Warren Buffett, the Oracle of Omaha, he was this young, kind of scrappy partnership manager who looked absolutely nothing like a guy running a $50 million fund. We're going to dive into a really pivotal moment from back in 1966 that completely changed how we thought about investing. And it all came down to two very, very different retail stores.
Okay, just imagine this. You're at a party, and someone says they're going to introduce you to a money manager who's handling $50 million. You turn around, and the very first thought that pops into your head is, you're kidding. That was a real reaction from a potential investor when they first met a young Warren Buffett. He was so unimpressed by the way Buffett looked, he flat out refused to even talk to him. And the reason why, well, it paints quite a picture.
He was actually called the Raggedy Man. He'd wear these old gray suits that were all bunched up at the shoulders, a camel V-neck sweater with elbows that were worn paper thin. He even had holes in his shoes. It was like his entire sense of style was just frozen in 1949, back from his days working at JCPenney's. It's the total opposite of the financial titan we think of today, and it really sets the stage for how his thinking was about to evolve.
All right, so here's the journey we're about to take. We'll start with the big problem Buffett was facing in the mid-60s. Then we're going to look at two totally different investments, one he later called a third-class mistake, and another that was a fourth-class gem. Along the way, we'll meet an incredible character named Ben Rosner, and we'll uncover the huge lesson he taught Buffett, that intensity, that's the real price you pay for excellence.
So by 1966, Buffett was already a huge success. But he had a problem a lot of successful investors face. There was just nowhere good to put his money. The market was getting hot, and all his usual cigar butt-style bargains were pretty much gone. It took, as one source put it, a whopper of an idea to crack open his wallet. And lucky for him, a friend was about to bring him one.
And that idea was Hot Shield Cone. It was this old, venerable department store right in downtown Baltimore. A friend of his, Sandy Gottesman, brought him the deal. Turns out, a bunch of different family branches wanted to sell their shares, and it looked like a total bargain. On the surface, it seemed like a perfect, classic Buffett investment.
Buffett himself summed it up perfectly. He thought he was getting a pretty mediocre business for a fantastic price. And this was pure Ben Graham logic, right? You buy assets for way less than they're worth, and that creates your margin of safety. He and Charlie Munger just kind of glanced at the balance sheet, and right away, they bid $12 million.
Now, to finance this whole deal, Buffett and his partners did something they almost never did. They borrowed a lot of money, $6 million to be exact. They figured, hey, interest rates are cheap, so any little bit of profit growth from the store would go straight into their pockets. It was a big, leveraged bet on what looked like a cheap asset.
You can just tell how questionable this deal really was from this one moment alone. When Buffett and Munger walked into a local bank to get the loan officer was just floored. He stared at them, completely goggle-eyed, and asked, $6 million for little old hunch-shelled cone? I mean, even the local bankers, the people who knew this business better than anyone, were shocked. But Buffett and Munger, they didn't even blink.
Well, that good feeling didn't last long. The buyer's remorse kicked in almost immediately. As Charlie Munger so perfectly put it, buying Hot Shield Cone was just like owning a yacht. The two happiest days are the day you buy it and the day you sell it. The thrill of getting a bargain wore off really fast once the reality of the business hit them. See, they'd bought the numbers on a page, not the actual company.
And oh boy, did the problems start piling up. Buffett, who absolutely hated confrontation, suddenly found himself fighting with the store's management about where to open new locations. They just pushed back on him at every single turn. But the biggest light bulb moment for him was realizing that the key skill in retail wasn't finance, which was his thing, it was merchandising. It was this grueling, super competitive business that a cheap price tag just couldn't fix. Hot Shield Cone, in short, was a real problem company. But right around the same time all this chaos was happening, a completely different kind of retail opportunity came across his desk. It was a chain called Associated Cotton Shops, which sold women's dresses, and it turned out to be the perfect contrast to Hot Shield Cone. So if Hot Shield Cone was a second-class business at a third-class price, this one was, well, it was even further down the ladder. Munger called it a cheap little scroungy operation. These were third-class stores being offered at a fourth-class price. On paper, this should have looked even worse. But as Buffett was about to learn, the most important asset this business had wasn't on the balance sheet at all. Because the real investment here wasn't in the stores themselves. Nope, it was in the 63-year-old owner, a man named Ben Rosner.
And Rosner was, as the source material puts it, one of the all-time greatest managers and characters Buffett would ever meet in his life. And his way of doing business was, well, let's just say it was unconventional. So Rosner's shops were in these really tough neighborhoods, and his overhead was basically microscopic. And his methods were just as scrappy. To stop shoplifting in one of his stores, the manager, this big, hard-boiled woman, would just blow a whistle anytime she saw a shoplifter type walk in, putting all the employees on high alert. His whole guiding principle in business was simple. Screw everybody except his partner. He was tough, he was relentless, and he was brutally effective. If you had to boil Ben Rosner down to just one word, that word would be intensity. He was completely obsessed with his business. His entire life revolved around it. I mean, so much so that he kept a duplicate set of all the store's financial records in his bathroom just so he could study them anytime he wanted. But nothing, and I mean nothing, illustrates this intensity better than the story of the toilet paper. This story is just unbelievable. So Rosner is at this fancy black tie benefit at the Waldorf, and he's talking shop with a rival, Milton Petrie. They get to talking about what they're paying for toilet paper for their stores. And when Petrie tells him his price, Rosner realizes his own price is way cheaper, but he gets suspicious. He thinks, wait a minute, Milton can't be paying that much more? I must be the one getting screwed. So what does he do? He excuses himself, leaves the gala, drives all the way out to his warehouse in Long Island, and starts ripping open cartons of toilet paper to count the sheets himself. And you know what? He was right. He was being shorted. The vendor was lying about the sheet count. Now that was the kind of person Buffett realized he wanted as a partner. A guy who would ditch a black tie party to go count sheets of toilet paper. A guy who, even though he was tough as nails, would never, ever screw his partner. And contrasting this with all the headaches he was having at Hochschild Kohn, it drove home a really powerful new lesson. So let's just put these two side by side, because the difference here is everything. Hochschild Kohn was all about the cheap assets you could see on paper, but those assets couldn't save a fundamentally tough business where Buffett's financial skills were just the wrong tool for the job. Associated, on the other hand, was all about Ben Rosner, this brilliant operator who lived and breathed merchandising. The huge lesson here was that a great manager is the most valuable asset you can have, worth so much more than a bargain price on some mediocre company. One was a headache Buffett couldn't wait to sell, the other was a partnership he absolutely cherished. And this all boiled down to a new mantra for Buffett, a phrase that would guide his investments for decades to come. Intensity is the price of excellence. He saw in Rosner's obsession that real success isn't an accident. It's not about being the smartest guy in the room or finding some statistical bargain. No. It's earned through a level of focus and drive that most people just aren't willing to commit to. That relentless intensity, that's the real price of admission. So ultimately, this whole experience was a massive turning point. Buffett was just done. He was sick of these problem companies. He was tired of picking up cigar butts hoping for one last puff. He realized he didn't want cheap assets anymore. He wanted more Ben Rosners. He wanted a partner with intense, obsessive people who had built truly excellent businesses. This was really the beginning of his famous shift from just buying cheap to buying great. And that leaves us with a really powerful question to think about for ourselves. Whether it's in business or investing or even our own personal projects, what are we really betting on? Are we just looking at the numbers, the assets on a spreadsheet? Or are we looking for that spark, that relentless drive, that Ben Rosner level of intensity that is the true price of excellence? It's a lesson that literally changed investing forever.
Okay, I want you to picture this. It's 1967. The world is just exploding with color, sound, rebellion. But for a 36-year-old investor out in Omaha, Nebraska, a guy named Warren Buffett, the world felt gray and full of pressure. Now, this is way before he was the icon we all know today. Back then, he was at this huge crossroads, totally stressed out, his back was seizing up, and he was facing a crisis that would force him to make the single most important decision of his entire career.
And this quote, man, it just perfectly captures the battle that was raging inside Buffett's mind. He was literally caught between two powerful, completely opposite beliefs about investing. And the choice he was about to make was going to change everything. So who was the Pope and who was his Martin Luther?
So to really get the pressure Buffett was under, you have to understand just how chaotic 1967 was. This wasn't just some professional dilemma for him. He felt like a man completely out of time, Like he was clinging to an old world while this crazy new one just erupted all around him.
I mean, just look at this contrast.
While the rest of the world is listening to Sgt. Pepper's and Timothy Leary is telling everyone to turn on, tune in, drop out, Buffett is still mentally living back in Eisenhower's America. He felt like a grizzled old man at 36. He's just watching the market go absolutely nuts for these go-go tech stocks like Polaroid and Xerox, and he'd be the first to admit he just didn't get the technology at all.
So this was the real tug-of-war in his head. The Pope, that was his mentor. Ben Graham, the absolute father of value investing. And Graham's whole doctrine was to buy what he called cigar butt companies. You know, these mediocre businesses you could buy for dirt cheap just to get one last puff of profit out of them. But then you have Martin Luther, his friend Charlie Munger, who's basically nailing a new set of rules to the church door. Munger was preaching a totally different gospel. Forget the cigar butts, pay a fair price for a truly great business.
So in this moment of crisis, right, he's got cash flooding into his partnership and nowhere to put it. So what does he do? Does he loosen his rules to find more opportunities? Nope. He does the exact opposite. He makes them even stricter. He actually writes down these 2 new rules, making his own job of finding investments even harder. He was doubling down on his principles, even when it looked like they were totally failing him.
And oh boy, were they failing him. Spectacularly. This whole philosophical crisis was playing out while his biggest investment, this old textile mill in New England he'd bought a few years earlier called Berkshire Hathaway, was just bleeding him dry.
And I'm not exaggerating here. The business was an absolute nightmare. The cost of everything, labor, raw materials, was just going up and up. Foreign competition was crushing them. Sales were drying up. It was the ultimate cigar butt, and Buffett was realizing that that final puff was pretty much just ash.
And to make things even worse, he made a rare mistake, a real unforced error. In a moment of brief optimism, he'd approved a dividend of 10 cents per share. It sounds tiny, right? But that little dividend cost him this amount, over $100,000. He regretted it instantly. He knew that was precious capital he could have reinvested, capital that could have turned into millions down the road, and now it was just gone. He swore he'd never make a mistake like that again.
And it gets worse. This whole disaster forced him to break one of his own new rules. To stop the bleeding, he had to shut down the King Philip D division up in Rhode Island. That one move cost 450 people their jobs, and it actually marked the end of the entire cotton industry in that state. This was exactly the kind of major human problem he had just sworn to avoid.
And all this led him to a really bleak but powerful realization. He came to this conclusion. It doesn't matter how good a manager you are. It doesn't matter how hard your team works. You can't outswim a dying tide. The entire textile industry was sinking, and it was threatening to drag him and his whole partnership down with it.
But here's the crazy irony. While Berkshire was this black hole sucking in cash, Buffett's actual investment partnership was overflowing with it. He desperately needed a safe, profitable place to put all that money. And the answer, as it turns out, was literally a few blocks away from his office in the form of one of Omaha's most eccentric and brilliant entrepreneurs.
So let's meet Jack Ringwald, the founder of National Indemnity, who his daughter called Jet Jack. This guy was a character. His business philosophy was simple. He would insure anything. He had this belief, there's no such thing as a bad risk, only bad rates. He was this swashbuckling, penny-pinching genius who would literally walk around the office at night, turning off all the lights himself.
Now, Buffett learned from a mutual friend that he might get a shot at buying the company, but it had to happen in a very specific and very, very brief way. About once a year, something would just set Jack off. A bad claim, an employee who frustrated him, and for about 15 minutes, he'd be desperate to sell the whole thing. But then the mood would pass, just like that. So Buffett knew he just had to be ready for when that window opened. And then, on a gloomy February afternoon in 1967, it happened. Jack Ringwald is at lunch with Buffett's friend, and he's complaining about the weather. And then he says it. He wants to sell. The 15-minute window was officially open.
The speed here is just unbelievable. That same afternoon, Ringwald is sitting in Buffett's office. He starts laying out his conditions, probably expecting a long negotiation. He says, the company has to stay in Omaha. Buffett says, okay. You can't fire anyone. Buffett says, that's fine. Finally, Ringwald names his price, a number Buffett actually thought was a little high, but without even hesitating, Buffett just says, I'll take it. And just like that, the deal was done.
But then, Jack starts to get cold feet. Now, he was an honest guy. He wouldn't back out of a handshake, but he tried to find an escape hatch. He says, well, I suppose you'll want audited financial statements.
This was his out, right? Getting those would take months. But Buffett, knowing this was a test, immediately hits him with this master stroke of a line. It just completely disarmed Ringwald. Jack gave up. The deal was sealed.
So let's recap. Buffett just bought an insurance company in a matter of minutes, based on a handshake, without even looking at the audited books. Why on earth was this seemingly impulsive move the single most brilliant decision of his entire life?
Well, here's where it all comes together like a perfect puzzle. Before the deal, Buffett had two totally separate problems: a failing business that was a cash bonfire, and a successful partnership with way too much idle cash sitting around. By basically grafting National Indemnity onto the corporate structure of Berkshire Hathaway, he solved both problems at once, and he created this powerful integrated capital machine.
The source material has a fascinating name for this new creation: homeostatic capital. Now, homeostasis is a term from biology. It describes a system that keeps itself stable, like how your body regulates its own temperature. Buffett had just built a financial body that could regulate itself. Okay, so here's how it worked. National Indemnity collects all these insurance premiums from its customers up front. That cash, which is called float, doesn't technically belong to Berkshire yet, but Buffett gets to hold on to it, and more importantly, invest it for his own profit until claims eventually need to be paid. So if the insurance business was profitable, that extra cash could be moved right out and used to buy stocks or even whole other companies. The money never had to sit still.
And here's the other side of the genius. What happens if the lion eats the lion tamer and National Indemnity has to pay out a massive claim? For a normal insurance company, that could be a total disaster. But in Buffett's new structure, capital from Berkshire's other businesses could flow back into the insurance side to cover the losses. It was a perfect self-balancing system.
This one deal, it was the blueprint for everything that came next. The cash flow from National Indemnity became the engine that let Buffett transform Berkshire Hathaway. He used its profits to buy See's Candies, the Buffalo Evening News, and eventually huge stakes in giants like Coca-Cola and American Express. That dying textile mill became the corporate shell for a diversified global powerhouse.
I mean, just think about what this really means. When he was faced with his biggest failure, Buffett didn't just cut his losses and run. He found this incredibly creative, brilliant way to turn that failure into the foundation for all of his future success. He took a problem that drained cash and he plugged in an engine that generated cash. That 15-minute deal back in 1967 wasn't just a smart purchase, it was the moment Warren Buffett, the value investor, became Warren Buffett, the architect of a masterpiece.
Summer of '67. America was on fire. We're talking about the greatest wave of social unrest since the Civil War. The whole nation was just simmering with tension. And way out in Omaha, Nebraska, a master of numbers was about to come face to face with a world that just couldn't be calculated.
So today we're going to look at a really pivotal moment, not in the stock market, but inside the mind of one of its greatest investors. This is the incredible story of how, right in the middle of all that chaos of '67 and '68, Warren Buffett's entire philosophy on life and on money was completely and fundamentally changed forever.
All right, here's how we're going to break this down. First, we'll set the scene, this nation in turmoil. Then we'll get to the powerful encounter that really lit the fuse. We'll see how that change actually showed up in his business, how he started applying that unique mind of his to social problems, and finally, how he really embraced a life that went way beyond just the balance sheet.
Now, you have to understand, long before the big events of our story, Warren and Susie Buffett were already pretty involved in the civil rights movement. So this wasn't some sudden awakening for them. No, it was a conviction they already held pretty deeply, and it was about to get tested in the crucible of a nation that was absolutely on fire.
And what's really remarkable is just how practical their activism was. I mean, this wasn't about big, grand gestures. It was all about tangible, local action. Susie and her friend were out there pressuring organizations for fair funding, setting up dialogue groups for high school students. Susie was even fronting her own money to buy houses for black families in white neighborhoods. And Warren, the guy who famously preferred to stay locked in his office, was actually testifying before the state legislature on open housing. They were already in the fight, on the ground, making a real difference.
Okay, so the real turning point, it comes from a simple invitation. A friend of the Buffetts, Joe Rosenfeld, who was a trustee at Grinnell College in Iowa, invited them out for a special convocation. Now, his goal was just to get them involved with the college, maybe get a donation. What he ended up doing was setting the stage for an encounter that would change the course of their lives.
I mean, try to picture the scene. It's this small college gymnasium in the middle of Iowa, and it's packed to the rafters with 5,000 people. Now, they had other authors and theorists on the roster,
But let's be real, everyone was there for one man, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. A Nobel Peace Prize winner doesn't exactly drop by every day, and the anticipation in that room must have been electric.
So Dr. King's voice just fills that whole gymnasium, and he's quoting the poet James Russell Lowell. In these words, they were like an anthem for the movement, a real declaration of faith that justice would win in the end. Truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne. He spoke about suffering, about nonviolent resistance, and about the immense moral courage it takes to stand up to injustice.
And then he said the line. The one sentence that, according to people who were there, just seemed to stop time for Warren Buffett. And it wasn't some big appeal to emotion. It was an appeal to the cold, hard logic that Buffett lived his life by. The law is not to change the heart, but to restrain the heartless. For a man who built his entire world on reason and systems, this was a revelation. It just shook him right to his core.
You can just imagine Susie Buffett watching her husband in that moment. He was witnessing pure moral courage in the flesh, a man who had been beaten and imprisoned and even stabbed for what he believed in. For Buffett, this was like a force of nature, something that could never be captured on a balance sheet. His data-driven worldview was colliding with an undeniable moral truth, and that collision was going to change him forever.
And look, this experience wasn't just some fleeting feeling that wore off. Oh no. It almost immediately started to reshape his professional life. Just a few weeks later, he sat down and wrote a letter to his investment partners. A letter that would signal a really profound shift in his priorities, and a shift that would have very real consequences.
I mean, listen to this quote from that letter. It's just astonishing. You have arguably the most dedicated, the most focused investor on the planet, publicly telling people that his personal interests, his non-economic activity, were now getting in the way of his work. He was essentially telling the people whose money he managed that making money, well, it wasn't his only goal anymore.
And this slide right here, this just brilliantly illustrates that change. He did something that for the old Buffett would have been absolutely unthinkable. It would have been sacrilege. He lowered his target. His legendary goal was to beat the market by 10 points every single year. He was now officially dropping that to just 5 points. He was psychologically lowering the bar for his partners, telling them, hey, expect less from me. Expect a different guy running the show.
But here's the genius of it. Here's the kicker. While he's publicly lowering everyone's expectations, only he knew the absolutely spectacular results he was about to report for 1967. His partnership was up 36%. It crushed the Dow's 19%. He was testing their trust, basically asking them to stick with him for a more modest goal, even as he was delivering his best performance in years.
And that test? It had real consequences. For the first time in a history of his partnership, more money was pulled out than was put in, a net withdrawal of $1.6 million. Now, it wasn't a huge amount compared to his total capital, but it was a clear signal. His new philosophy came with a real financial risk, and it was a risk he was clearly willing to take.
So, how did this new philosophy actually translate into action? Well, Buffett now had more time and a new sense of urgency. But he wasn't about to go march in the streets. No, that wasn't his style. Instead, he started to apply his unique strategic mind to the social problems around him. And he started with one of Omaha's most exclusive institutions.
Okay, the sheer cleverness of this is just astounding. Listen to this. The Omaha Club, right? It didn't admit Jews. And the common excuse was, well, they have their own clubs. So what does Buffett do? He goes and gets himself accepted into the All-Jewish Country Club. Boom. He completely neutralizes their excuse. Then, armed with his new membership, he sponsors his Jewish friend for the Omaha Club. The barrier just toppled. Not with a sledgehammer, but with a quiet, brilliant strategic move.
This was Buffett's unique brand of activism. He didn't confront, he analyzed the system, he found the logical flaw in its defense, and he just dismantled it from the inside out. It was a direct application of his problem-solving genius to a social injustice. He literally changed the rules of the game.
But the change in him wasn't just local. As the country plunged headfirst into the absolute chaos of 1968, a year of assassinations, riots, and war, Buffett's involvement just got deeper. The nation honestly felt like it was on the brink of revolution, and he was no longer content to just sit on the sidelines and watch the world burn.
Just look at this timeline. That year was just relentless, a cascade of tragedy and turmoil. You had riots in his own city of Omaha, then the assassination of Dr. King, the very man who had inspired him just months before, then the murder of Robert Kennedy, and then the utter chaos at the Democratic Convention. It felt like the country was coming apart at the seams.
And for Buffett, this fear of mob rule, it was deeply personal. His own father, Howard, had witnessed one of the most shameful events in Omaha's history, the 1919 lynching of a black man by a mob that nearly killed the mayor. That story, told over and over again, instilled a deep, deep horror of violence in Warren. So Dr. King's words about the law's duty to restrain the heartless now carried the full weight of his family's history.
And all of this, it just culminated in a full-blown political awakening for him. He became the treasurer for Eugene McCarthy's anti-war presidential campaign in Nebraska. He and Susie were out there actively campaigning. He was no longer just a private investor. He was an engaged public citizen, making significant room in his life for that non-economic activity he had written about.
So, in the span of less than 2 years, pretty much everything had changed. The man whose single-minded focus on investing was legendary had found a new, broader purpose. Yeah, he was still a genius at making money, but he had discovered that some things in life just can't be quantified on a balance sheet.
And really, it leaves us with this question, right? It echoes the title of this whole story. Dr. King quoted a poem about a scaffold swaying the future, and Warren Buffett, inspired by those words, started using his own unique talents and his resources to do just that. It forces all of us to ask, what is the true purpose of wealth? What's the point of accumulating capital if not to try and bend the arc of history, even just a little bit, toward justice?
All right, picture this. The year is 1968. The stock market is in absolute frenzy, a speculative party gone wild. And at the same time, the world outside is just racked with turmoil. So in the middle of all this chaos, you've got this young, kind of unassuming investor named Warren Buffett, and he's just standing apart. Today, we're going to unravel the incredible story of how one of history's most famously cautious minds didn't just survive one of the wildest markets ever, he absolutely conquered it.
So here's how we're going to break it all down. First, we'll dive into just how crazy the market was. Then we'll get into Buffett's super old-school philosophy. We're also going to see how a failing textile mill and, believe it or not, a trading stamp business totally shaped his strategy. And we'll look at his incredible discipline to walk away from what looks like easy money. And finally, we'll uncover the Buffett paradox, this idea of how he won by essentially refusing to play the game.
Okay, let's just transport ourselves back to 1968. This is not your garden variety bull market. No, this is a full-blown speculative mania. They called it the go-go years. And for the very first time, you had regular people, your neighbors, your friends, just piling into stocks, not for the long run, but for the thrill of making a quick buck. And that right there, that's how Buffett himself described it. I mean, he didn't even see it as a rational market. He saw it as a mass delusion, a chain letter. Those words just paint such a vivid picture, don't they? He's the ultimate skeptic, standing on the sidelines just watching this madness unfold.
This market chaos wasn't happening in a vacuum. It was a perfect reflection of the world in '68. You had Vietnam peace talks sending stocks soaring one day, and massive social unrest the next. Wall Street itself was literally drowning in paperwork. The system was on the verge of total collapse. This wasn't just a little uncertainty. The whole foundation felt like financial quicksand.
So what does Buffett do? Does he jump in and try to ride the wave? Absolutely not. His gut instinct is to do the exact opposite, to retreat. He calls together his old guard, this small, tight-knit circle of investors who all followed the teachings of his mentor, the father of value investing, Ben Graham. And this leads us straight to his core philosophy. See, to really get what Buffett was doing, you have to understand these deeply unfashionable, almost ancient principles that he was clinging to, while everybody else was out there just gambling on the hot new thing.
I mean, this quote just says it all, doesn't it? He's only 38 years old, and he's basically calling himself an old man, philosophically speaking. While all these young Wall Street gunslingers were being celebrated as geniuses, Buffett felt like he belonged to a totally different, bygone era.
So here's the absolute heart of his thinking. While the rest of the market was chasing bigger and bigger gains, Buffett was obsessed with one thing: not losing. His number one rule, which he got from Ben Graham, was margin of safety. The idea is simple. You buy something for way less than it's actually worth. That way, you build in a buffer, a cushion, just in case you're wrong or you just get unlucky.
And get this, at that meeting of the old guard, Ben Graham himself shows up and gives everyone a little test. On the surface, it looks easy, but it's a trick. It's actually designed for you to fail. And the lesson was so powerful. Always, always assume the game you're playing might be rigged against you. Stay skeptical, be cautious, and remember that easy money is almost always a trap. But, okay, here's a really interesting twist in the story. While Buffett was so skillfully navigating this crazy market, he was also dragging this heavy anchor behind him, a failing real-world business that was just bleeding money. And that anchor was the original Berkshire Hathaway textile mill. It was a terrible business, a real money pit. I mean, any rational investor would have just cut his losses and run. And he even tried to, but in the end, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. He rationalized it by talking about his loyalty to the people there. It's such a fascinating look at the human side of Buffett, where his personal feelings clashed with his own legendary financial discipline.
So, struggling with this albatross of a textile mill, Buffett and his partner, the brilliant Charlie Munger, they found a solution in the most unlikely place imaginable, the totally dull, fading business of trading stamps. But buried inside this boring old business was an incredible secret financial weapon. I know, it sounds completely absurd, right? I mean, the world is moving forward and trading stamps are a thing of the past. So how on earth could this be a financial masterstroke? Well, the genius wasn't in the stamps themselves. It was in the hidden power of how the company's cash flowed.
So here's how it worked. It was brilliant. First, retailers would pay blue chip cash, upfront, for millions and millions of these little stamps. But then, the customers who got the stamps, they would take months, sometimes even years, to collect enough to redeem them for prizes. And in that time gap, Blue Chip was just sitting on this enormous pile of cash, other people's money, that it could invest and make a profit on for itself.
This is the magic concept of float. It's the money a company gets to hold onto temporarily for other people. You see it all the time in insurance. Well, Blue Chip Stamps had it with its stamp sales. And what it is basically an interest-free loan from your customers, a giant pool of capital you can use for your own gain. For Buffett, figuring this out was like striking gold.
So now, armed with his core principles and this incredible financial engine called float, Buffett's greatest weapon in the middle of this manic market wasn't actually what he bought. It was what he had the unbelievable discipline to say no to.
I mean, just think about the massive, world-changing opportunities he just walked away from. He told his own aunt not to invest in a computer startup. He was personally offered an early stake in a brand new company that was being co-founded by a colleague of his, a guy named Bob Noyce. That company was Intel. But for Buffett, all these ventures, just like the wider market, they didn't have that margin of safety. They were all hype and promise with no predictable foundation. And that right there, that wasn't just some personality quirk. That was his superpower, the discipline to watch a rocket ship like Intel take off and to just calmly decide to stay on the ground because he couldn't guarantee a safe landing. That was the absolute core of his genius. Okay, so let's just recap for a second. We've got this pessimistic investor who feels ancient, he's avoiding all the hot stocks, and he's constantly complaining there's nothing good to buy. So how did this strategy actually do during one of the biggest market booms in history? Well, the answer is what we call the Buffett paradox. The results are just mind-blowing. From 1957 to 1968, his investment partnership didn't just beat the market, it left it in the dust. I mean, an average annual return of over 31%? The Dow was chugging along at just 9%. It's a performance that just completely defies logic.
Let's put that in real-world terms. If you had put $1,000 in the Dow back then, it would have grown to just under $3,000. Not bad. But that same $1,000 with Buffett, it would have exploded to over $27,000. The difference is just absolutely breathtaking. And this really is the heart of the paradox. The more he talked down his own prospects, the more he warned everyone about tough times ahead, the more his incredible results just cemented his legend. He didn't win by outsmarting everyone at their own game. He won by inventing a totally different game with a completely different set of rules. And all of this leaves us with a really powerful question to think about. Buffett's incredible journey through the madness of 1968 offers a lesson that is just as relevant today as it was back then. In a world that is constantly screaming at us about the next big thing, maybe the greatest advantage isn't knowing what to chase, but having the wisdom and the discipline to know what to ignore.
Okay, get this. The year is 1969. You're not just a successful investor, you are an absolute phenomenon. For 13 straight years, your little investment partnership has cranked out a mind-boggling 31% return year after year. You've made everyone around you and yourself wildly rich. You're at the absolute top of your game. So what do? You walk away. Today, we're unwinding one of the great puzzles in business history. why Warren Buffett, at the peak of his powers, decided to quit. This wasn't just an ending, it was the painful, necessary creation of the legend we know today.
And it all started with this bombshell. He drops this line in a letter to his partners, and just like that, he's shutting the whole thing down. The reason he gives? The market itself. He looked at the wild, speculative go-go market of the late 60s, where stock prices were just totally detached from reality, and he saw a dangerous game, a game he didn't get, and more importantly, a game he flat out refused to play. This was way more than a market prediction. It was him drawing a line in the sand, a move that would end one chapter of his life and kick off a whole new one.
But to really get why he did it, we have to look past the stock ticker. We need to get inside the guy's head, you know? See what was going on with his own ambitions. So here's how we're going to break it down. We'll start inside the weird little office he built for himself. Then we'll check out his growing obsession with newspapers. We'll dissect that letter that changed everything. Look at the two very different families in his life. Watch how he pulled off this masterclass in closing a business. And finally, see the legend we all know start to take shape.
All right, let's dive in by stepping right into Buffett's headquarters in Omaha. Because if you want to understand the man in 1969, you first have to understand the room where he spent all his time. It was the complete opposite of what you'd expect from a financial genius. In fact, the place was basically a physical manifestation of the massive contradiction at the heart of his entire character.
Yeah, forget the fancy mahogany desks and plush leather chairs. The Buffett partnership was run out of a room that looked, I don't know, like a struggling accountant's office. It was filled with nothing but purely functional, dented-up metal furniture. He gave zero thought to appearances or luxury. The message couldn't be clearer. This is a place for hard work and discipline, not for showing off how rich you are.
And the tech was just as basic. An old-school ticker machine just clattering away in the corner, a total relic from a different era of investing. It was this constant, noisy reminder of a simpler time. You know, when investing was about the business itself, not just the whims of the crowd. It was his connection to the past and maybe his shield against the present.
But this is the most telling detail of all. On his walls, Buffett didn't hang art or fancy degrees. He hung framed newspaper clippings from the great crash of 1929. Can you imagine that? Every single day, he made himself and his tiny staff stare at the headlines of financial Armageddon. This wasn't just decoration. It was a daily, gut-level warning against the exact kind of speculative fever that was taking over the country in 1969.
And here is the insane contrast. While his office was basically a shrine to financial disaster, Buffett himself was already fantastically wealthy. We're talking a personal fortune of over $26 million. He was living like a guy who survived the Depression, but his success was just off the charts. And this wasn't just some weird quirk. It was a huge clue. This deep-seated caution, this obsession with the worst-case scenario, it was on a collision course with a market that had completely forgotten what it felt like to fall.
So the thing is, this collision was already pushing Buffett in a totally new direction. His caution made him disgusted with the stock market, but that restless energy of his had to go somewhere. He was getting tired of the abstract game of picking stocks. He was developing a new ambition, a real itch to buy entire companies, and with them, the kind of influence and staying power that the stock market could just never give him.
He found himself really drawn to this unique kind of entrepreneur, guys like Eugene Abegg from the Illinois National Bank. Abegg was a real character, a super frugal, obsessive banker who cared more about finding a good home for the company he'd built than he did about squeezing every last penny out of a deal. Buffett saw that dealing with men like this was a whole different ballgame. It was based on trust and reputation, not just numbers. And that was the key to buying wonderful businesses.
And this right here, this shows the critical pivot he was making. For over a decade, Buffett had been intensely private. He was terrified that if people copied his stock picks, it would totally ruin his edge. But now, to buy whole companies from founders like Hathaway, he needed a public reputation. He needed people to see him as a man of integrity, a long-term thinker. His old secrecy was actually becoming a handicap. The private investor had to start becoming a public figure. And this new ambition turned into action, fast. He just dove right in. He made a bid for the iconic entertainment paper Variety. He actually succeeded in buying a chain of local papers, the Omaha Sun, which was a childhood dream of his. He even put money into a struggling but principled political magazine in D.C. Now, the financial returns on these things were tiny compared to his partnership, but that wasn't the point anymore. He was chasing something else entirely: influence, a sense of permanence, and a whole different kind of satisfaction.
Okay, so let's connect the dots here.
You've got his attention drifting over to the real world of publishing, and at the same time, his disgust with the speculative stock market is just growing and growing. All these forces were coming to a head. And because of his intensely competitive nature, he knew he couldn't just play the market game half-heartedly. Something had to give. And it did, in the form of a letter that would change absolutely everything.
In that famous letter to his partners, Buffett basically just laid his soul bare. The level of self-awareness here is just stunning. He admits that his own competitive wiring is a huge part of the problem. He knew he couldn't just dial it back or take it easy. For a guy like Warren Buffett, there is no cruise control. It's all or nothing. The only way to change the pace, the only way to escape the grind of chasing that investment rabbit, was to get off the racetrack completely.
And then, boom, the hammer fell. He formally gave notice that in early 1970, the Buffett partnership, one of the most successful investment machines in history, would be dissolved. He was shutting it all down. Now, for his partners, people who had trusted their entire life savings with him for over a decade, this wasn't just news, it was an earthquake, and it threatened their entire financial world.
This huge decision really shines a fascinating light on where Buffett's emotional energy and his sense of duty were really focused at this point in his life. It shows this stark, almost jarring contrast between what you could call his professional family, his partners, and his actual family waiting for him back home.
It is so important to understand who these partners were. These were not Wall Street sharks, not at all. They were his friends from Omaha, his neighbors, his aunts, his in-laws. They were doctors and ministers, teachers and grandmothers who had put their complete trust and their financial futures in the hands of this young guy from their hometown. He felt this deep, profound obligation to them.
So their reaction wasn't just, oh, that's a bummer. It was raw fear, a sense of betrayal even. For more than 10 years, Buffett hadn't just been their money guy, he was their impenetrable financial safety net in a really confusing world. And the man who wove that net had just announced he was pulling it away, leaving them to basically fend for themselves. They were absolutely terrified.
And the contrast with his home life was just dramatic. While his wife Susie was quietly relieved, hoping it would mean he'd spend more time with their kids, Warren was often distant, preoccupied at home. He was a good provider, sure, but his intellectual and emotional energy was completely consumed by the partnership. When he was with his partners, he lit up. He felt this intense, almost fatherly duty to them, a bond that in a lot of ways seemed to demand more of his focus than his own family.
But Buffett didn't just cash everyone out and say, see ya. What he did next was pretty extraordinary. The way he methodically unwound his partnership became a true masterclass in how to end a business with profound responsibility and integrity. It really was the first glimpse of the kind of statesman-like figure he would one day become.
He treated finding a new home for his partner's money with the same incredible care he had used to grow it. First, he sent some of them over to his brilliant colleague, Charlie Munger. Then he directed his wealthier partners to a top-tier manager in New York named Sandy Gottesman. And most amazing of all, for everyone else, he personally convinced another investor, Bill Ruane, to start an entirely new mutual fund, the now legendary Sequoia Fund, just to give them a safe place to land. He didn't just point them to the door, he built them a new home.
Now, during the same period, Buffett and Munger finally sold off this mediocre department store they'd been stuck with. The painful, difficult experience of trying to manage a bad business taught them a lesson they would never, ever forget. A lesson that would become the absolute core of their philosophy for the next 50 years. It's all right there in that quote, focus on quality over everything. This hard-won insight, forged while he was closing his first business, would become the foundational rule for building his next one.
So as the partnership officially wound down, something else was happening. The intensely private Warren Buffett, the guy who ran from the spotlight, started to step into it for the very first time. The myth of the Oracle of Omaha was about to be born, and it wasn't by accident. It was a subtle, strategic choice.
A huge profile in Forbes magazine in late '69 captured this moment perfectly. It painted this picture of a man with incredibly simple, down-to-earth tastes, someone who drank Pepsi instead of fine wine and lived in an old, unpretentious house. But the article also described a man just vibrating with his insatiable, restless energy and a relentlessly complex, competitive mind that was always testing people. This was the Buffett paradox, and for the first time, the world was getting a real look at it.
And that brings us to the final and most important question. This moment in 1969 looked to everyone like an ending, but it was really a strategic and totally necessary beginning. He was getting rid of an old structure that just didn't fit his new ambitions. He was cashing out his portfolio to free up capital and, more importantly, freeing up his mind. So was he really quitting? Or was he just clearing all the pieces off the chessboard, getting ready to play a much larger, more permanent game with a little-known textile company he happened to own called Berkshire Hathaway?
You know, when you think of Warren Buffett, you probably picture the guy we all know today, the wise, folksy, unbelievably rich Oracle of Omaha. But we're going to go back in time to a really specific and kind of overlooked 2-year window that really created the Buffett we know. This is the story of how he transformed from just a brilliant money manager into a true empire builder. So let's start with this quote from 1969. Wow, right? I mean, this just doesn't sound like the ruthless capitalist we sometimes imagine. He's actually talking about why he won't shut down a failing textile mill, Berkshire Hathaway. And this one sentence, it perfectly sets up the entire story we're about to tell. It's this incredible tension between Buffett, the guy who protects his partners, and Buffett, the guy who's about to build an absolute empire. Okay, so here's how we're going to break this down. First, we'll look at the end of his famous investment partnership. Then, this incredible test of loyalty he put his partners through. After that, we'll see how he started building his empire. We'll get into a sweet new strategy that changed everything for him. And finally, we'll take a look at the man himself, the guy behind all that money. All right, let's set the scene. The year is 1970, and Warren Buffett has just dropped an absolute bombshell. He's dissolving his incredibly successful investment partnership. I mean, can you imagine? His investors had been getting these amazing returns for over a decade, and now it's over. Just like that. But the real shocker, it was what they discovered they now owned. Seriously, put yourself in their shoes for a second. You think you're in this high-flying investment fund, and suddenly you get a letter saying, congratulations, you now own, well, this. A textile mill that's barely hanging on, some scrungy cotton shops, a company that makes trading stamps, remember those? A bank, and a newspaper that Buffett himself said wasn't even financially significant. What? Most of them didn't even know he'd bought this stuff. And you know, to make things even crazier, Buffett wasn't exactly cheering from the sidelines. He was telling everyone the market looked awful. He literally said that for the first time in his entire career, he thought there was little choice for investors between stocks and just sticking their money in safe, boring bonds. So you've got this weird collection of businesses, and the master himself is saying the whole market stinks. Not exactly a confidence booster, right? So you can see this was shaping up to be more than just, here's your money back, thanks for playing. No. The way Buffett set this whole thing up, it really became a high-stakes test, a test of his partners' trust in him and their loyalty. So here's the deal he laid out. It was super simple, but the implications were huge. Option A, you take the cash. Easy peasy. It's the safe bet, it's liquid, and hey, Buffett even said this is probably what they should do. Or, option B, you hold onto your piece of this weird, motley crew of businesses, shares you couldn't easily sell. This wasn't a bet on the businesses, it was a bet on him. A long-term blind faith bet on Warren Buffett. But, of course, there was a catch, and it was a big one. See, Buffett decided not to register the stock with the SEC. That meant you couldn't just call up a broker and sell it. It was super illiquid. Now, his official reason was, oh, I'm just protecting my less sophisticated partners from the crazy market. But let's be real. What it actually meant was that if you wanted to sell, your options were pretty limited. And guess who the most obvious and maybe only buyer would be? Yep, Warren Buffett. So just picture the scene. You've got this bizarre portfolio. The master is telling you the market is terrible, and you've got this choice with this massive catch attached to it. What do? Naturally, every single one of his partners went to him and asked the million-dollar question. Warren, what should I do? Should I hold my stock? And Buffett's answer? It was unbelievably direct. He just said, all I can say is that I'm going to do so and I plan to buy more. Think about that. He wasn't just giving them advice. He was telling them his exact game plan. Not only am I holding on, I'm looking to buy every share I can get my hands on. Well, that advice and the whole situation he'd so cleverly set up, it worked like a charm. A lot of partners took the cash, which was totally understandable. And just like he said he would, Warren was right there, wallet open, ready to buy their shares. And this is where things get really interesting, because it completely changed the power dynamic. So check this out. In 1969, before this whole thing went down, Buffett and his wife, Susie, owned about 18% of Berkshire Hathaway. That's a big chunk for sure, but it's not total control. Now,
Fast forward to the end of 1970. Boom. His stake in Berkshire has doubled to 36%. And it's the same story with his other company, Diversified Retailing, that almost doubled to 39% too. By using his own money to buy out his partners who wanted out, he consolidated his power in a massive way. The empire was no longer a partnership. It was his. You know, his partner, the legendary Charlie Munger, said it best. He described Buffett during this period as an implacable acquirer, like John D. Rockefeller in the early days of assembling his empire. That says it all, doesn't it? He wasn't just picking stocks anymore. He was building an empire, piece by piece, and nothing was going to stop him. Okay, so Buffett's got control, he's building his empire, but there's a problem, a big one. One of his key businesses, blue chip stamps, wasn't just in trouble, it was on its deathbed. Inflation, new kinds of stores, the whole trading stamp model was toast. So Buffett and Munger needed to find a new place to put their money fast. And the answer? Well, it came in the form of a box of chocolates. So in 1972, they bought See's Candies for $25 million. Now here's the kicker. If you added up all the physical stuff the company owned, the factories, the trucks, all the candy on the shelves, it was only worth about $5 million. The old Warren Buffett, the guy who famously looked for cigar butts, cheap companies with one last puff left in them, he would have laughed at this deal. Paying 5 times the physical value? No way. So why on earth would he do it? Why pay $25 million for $5 million worth of stuff? It all boiled down to this one idea that would literally change how he invested forever. Economic goodwill. This wasn't about buildings and trucks. It was about something you can't touch but is incredibly powerful. The brand, the reputation, the fact that people loved and trusted See's Candies. And here's the real magic behind that idea. Buffett said it himself. We thought it had uncapped pricing power. What he meant was that the See's brand was so beloved, people would happily pay a little more for it every single year. You give someone a gift of See's, it says you care. That feeling, that loyalty, that was the asset they were buying. And they realized they could raise prices over and over without losing customers. That was the secret sauce. And the story of how they closed the deal is just classic. The owner, a guy they called Candy Harry, got nervous right at the end and was about to back out. So they sent in Charlie Munger. And Munger didn't talk numbers. He gave this incredible speech about the advantages of grapes and girls, basically convincing Harry that at his age he'd have a lot more fun chasing women than running a candy company. And it worked. They got the deal done at their absolute top price. So the empire is growing, the strategy is shifting, it's a huge turning point. But to really get what was happening, you have to look past the deals and at the man himself. Because this period reveals so much about the complex and, intensely focused person Warren Buffett really was. I mean, the stories from this time are just wild. They paint a picture of a guy who was just a bundle of contradictions. You've got the chess master who was so competitive, he couldn't even let his friend's 6-year-old son win a game. At home, his wife Susie called him an iceberg because he was so emotionally walled off. He was even an efficient gift giver, buying dresses instead of jewelry because he calculated that clothing held its value better. Who does that? You know, you'd think a near-death experience might change a guy like this, right? Well, in 1971, Buffett had this terrifying allergic reaction to penicillin. He was literally rushed to the ER, his whole body swelling up, barely conscious. He's in the hospital for 3 days, and the doctors tell him, 1 more dose of that stuff and you're dead. A truly shocking, life-altering moment. And yet, it didn't change a thing. He went right back to his all-consuming, 24/7 focus on building his empire. Maybe his wife Susie said it best. You know, after years of feeling like she was married to an iceberg, she just observed, whatever Warren wants, Warren gets. And that simple sentence, it just says everything, doesn't it? It captures that relentless drive that his sister said he had, even when they were little kids. He just always got his way. So here's what it all comes down to. In those 2 short years, Warren Buffett built the foundation of his empire by getting his partners to trust him, to show loyalty, and to bet on him. But when you look at all these stories, the good and the bad, you have to ask a much bigger question. It's a question about genius and ambition and drive. What is the true cost of that kind of absolute focus? When you hear the name Warren Buffett, what comes to mind? Investing, right? Billions of dollars, Berkshire Hathaway. Maybe a can of cherry Coke. But what about a Pulitzer Prize? Yeah, you heard that right. We're about to dive into the incredible, almost forgotten story of how the Oracle of Omaha turned into an investigative publisher and took on one of America's most beloved charities. And that quote, that's from the man himself. It just perfectly captures the absolute joy he took in this whole thing. This wasn't just another asset on a balance sheet for him. No, this was a real-life adventure. It was his chance to play detective and chase down a massive story that, frankly, nobody else had the guts to touch.
So let's set the scene. It's the early 70s, and Buffett is absolutely fascinated by the media. He saw its power, its influence on everything, and he wanted in. He'd bought into a few papers, but what he really, really wanted was to be a publisher, to be the one calling the shots. And, he had this nagging hunch about a huge story that was brewing right under his nose in his own hometown. Now, the target of this hunch, it wasn't some corrupt politician or a shady corporation. No, it was an institution that was basically untouchable. A true sacred cow, not just in Omaha, but all across America. Boys Town. Boys Town's story was, it was the stuff of legend. It was founded by the heroic Father Flanagan as this safe haven for orphans and kids who had nowhere else to go. And then a 1938 movie about it, starring Spencer Tracy, even won an Oscar. That cemented its place in the American heart as the absolute peak of charitable good. And this image, this was their secret weapon. This gut-wrenching picture and that slogan were mailed out to millions of homes every single Christmas. It was an incredibly powerful, incredibly effective way to pull on people's heartstrings. And boy, did the donations pour in. So Buffett, being Buffett, starts doing some quick math in his head. He's thinking, okay, they're sending out up to 50 million letters a year. That's got to be bringing in at least 10 million bucks. But their operating costs? He figured, no way it's more than half that. The rest of it was just piling up. The rumors in Omaha were that local banks had to hire extra people just to count all the cash coming in. But here's the thing. There was the image, and then there was the reality. And they were worlds apart. The public saw this warm, loving home that saved the toughest kids. But by the 70s, Boys Town was actually screening out boys with serious problems. And for the kids who were there, life was rigid, almost prison-like. Their mail was censored, they had little contact with the outside world. It just wasn't the picture they were selling. So you've got this huge gap between perception and reality, and that's exactly what lit the fuse for this investigation. Buffett takes his suspicions to the Omaha Sun, a little weekly paper he owned, and basically told his reporters, go get 'em. They started right where you'd expect, by following the money. And this team was methodical. First, a reporter named Mick Rood discovered that, despite what Boys Town claimed in its fundraising letters, it did get money from the state. That was the first crack in the perfect facade. Then, they dug into post office records to estimate that income of over $10 million a year against costs of maybe half that. The conclusion was unavoidable. A massive surplus had to be piling up somewhere. But Buffett knew they needed more, so he got a meeting with Dr. Claude Organ, the only black man on the Boys Town board. Dr. Organ was in a tough spot. He couldn't just hand over confidential numbers. But he gave Buffett the one thing he needed most, confirmation. He essentially told him, you're not wrong. Keep digging. That was absolutely invaluable. And then came the breakthrough. And you're not going to believe where it came from. Buffett's at home one night just doing some boring paperwork, a tax form, a Form 990 for his own little foundation. And then it hits him, this light bulb moment. A new law required nonprofits to file these returns publicly. It's often the only real window we get into a charity's finances. And he thought, wait a minute, if my tiny foundation has to file one, maybe they do too. This was the key. This could unlock the whole thing. So the reporters immediately sent a request to the IRS for the form. And then they waited. For 20 long, agonizing days, they just waited, knowing that this one piece of paper could either blow the story wide open or send them right back to square one. Finally, the document lands on an editor's desk. Buffett himself, who had just bought C's Candies, literally drops everything to come down and help them figure it out. So after all that waiting, what secret was hidden inside this simple tax form? $209 million. Let that sink in for a second. That was Boys Town's net worth. It was just a staggering, almost impossible number to comprehend.
They were actually accumulating money 4 times faster than they were spending it on the very boys they were supposed to be helping.
To give you some idea of how insane that number was back then, Boys Town's endowment was 3 times bigger than the endowment of the entire University of Notre Dame. It worked out to over $200,000 for every single boy in their care. It was just unbelievable.
Reporter Mick Rood came up with a nickname that just perfectly summed up the whole crazy situation: the City of Little Men with a Large Portfolio. Because that's what it was. It was less of a charity and more of a massive, undeclared hedge fund. But here's what's really important to understand about what drove Buffett. For him, the real crime wasn't just hoarding all that cash. It was what he called an abdication of fiduciary responsibility. That sounds complicated, but it's a simple idea. If people trust you with their money for a cause, you have a deep moral duty to use that money for that cause. Boys Town didn't even have a budget. To Buffett, that was the true sin.
So, with the hard evidence in hand, the team worked like crazy to get the story written. They knew they were sitting on an absolute bombshell, and that the fallout was going to be massive and immediate.
And the impact was explosive. I mean, immediate. The story runs on March 30th, 1972. Just 2 days later, the Boys Town board has an emergency meeting and cancels all fundraising, period. The story gets picked up by the national news, a huge scandal erupts, and it sends shockwaves through the entire nonprofit world, sparking some major reforms.
Of course, the longtime leader of Boys Town, Monsignor Wagner, was defiant. He dismissed the Sun as a yellow rag and flat out predicted that it would soon be forgotten. Well, he was kind of half right, but probably not in the way he was hoping.
Because that little yellow rag was not forgotten. In 1973, when the Pulitzer Prizes were announced, there it was. On the very same list as the Washington Post for breaking the Watergate scandal was the tiny Omaha Sun, winning journalism's highest honor for its reporting on Boys Town. Just incredible.
You'd think that's the storybook ending, right? The small paper speaks truth to power, gets the ultimate award, a real David and Goliath story. But the story has one last, pretty ironic twist.
It's just wild. The Pulitzer Prize could not save the newspaper. The Omaha Sun was a financial failure, and it eventually folded. And Warren Buffett, his national fame didn't come from this incredible journalistic achievement. It came from a best-selling book called Super Money that painted him as this unmatched investing genius. He became famous for being Warren Buffett, the investor, not the publisher.
So in the end, Boys Town reformed, all that wealth was finally put to better use, and Buffett got his Pulitzer. But the newspaper that risked it all to tell the truth, it just vanished. It really makes you stop and wonder, doesn't it? What is the real price of telling the truth?
Okay, so this whole story, it all kicks off with a meeting. A really, unremarkable business meeting on a rainy day in Washington, D.C. On the surface, it led to absolutely nothing. But under the surface, it was the very first totally forgettable encounter between two people who would become legends. And it was the seed of one of the most incredible stories of personal transformation and courage of the entire 20th century.
And that's how Warren Buffett himself put it. That's how he described his first meeting with Katharine Graham, who was the publisher of the Washington Post. He and his partner, Charlie Munger, they were there to pitch her a business deal. And they were just soaked, didn't look impressive at all, and the whole thing was over in maybe 20 minutes.
So picture this. It's 1971. Buffett and Munger, they want a partner to help them buy the New Yorker, and they figure, hey, maybe the Washington Post is a good fit. But for Katharine Graham, the woman running the Post, she had zero interest. To her, the meeting was completely forgettable. Buffett made no impression on her whatsoever. And for his part, he thought she was pretty unremarkable too. Just another business meeting, right? A non-starter. End of story. Or so it seemed.
But that's the thing. Who was this woman on the other side of that desk? Because at that very moment, in 1971, Katharine Graham was standing on the edge of a cliff, about to make a decision that would not only define her, but would literally change the course of American history. And to really get how much courage that took, we have to understand the life that came before it.
So let's rewind a bit. This is the story of Katharine Graham's life before the legend. A story of just immense privilege on the outside, but one that was hiding this deep, crippling insecurity on the inside.
I mean, when we talk about her upbringing, it's on a scale that's hard to even wrap your head around. We're not just talking rich. We're talking about a full-floor apartment on Fifth Avenue, a massive family estate with its own bowling alley and an indoor swimming pool. Her dad, Eugene Meyer, was this incredibly wealthy investor who owned the Washington Post. They took family vacations to go visit Albert Einstein in Germany. Get this, even their camping trips involved 5 ranch hands and 17 pack horses. It was a life of just unbelievable advantage.
But all that external privilege, it was masking a really harsh internal reality. Her mother, Agnes, was totally self-absorbed, cold, and just relentlessly critical. This quote, I mean, it says it all, doesn't it? Nothing Catherine did was ever quite good enough. Agnes basically let nannies raise her kids. She compared Catherine unfavorably to Shirley Temple, and she just bred this profound sense of inadequacy in her daughter. As one source put it, Catherine was trained like a hybrid orchid, beautifully pampered, savagely critiqued for her show potential, and otherwise largely ignored. And then Philip Graham walks into her life. He was brilliant, funny, charismatic, the whole package, and Catherine was just completely smitten with him. In fact, she was so convinced of her own lowliness that when her father retired, he didn't give control of the family newspaper to her. Nope, he gave it to her husband, Phil. And his reason? He literally said no man should have to work for his wife.
But Phil's brilliance had a really dark side. He was psychologically cruel, and especially to Catherine. He knew her deepest insecurities, and he just played on them. When she gained some weight, he nicknamed her Porky. In public, he'd give her a certain look, and that was the signal that she was boring people and needed to shut up. And so she did. She just stopped speaking. It got so bad she would literally vomit before going to parties. She just let him speak for her because she truly believed she had nothing worthwhile to say. So she lived in this shadow for years, totally convinced of her own inadequacy, defined completely by the brilliant men in her life. But a shocking tragedy was about to force her out of those shadows and into a role she never, ever wanted and felt completely unprepared for.
In 1963, Phil Graham's mental illness just spiraled out of control. After a very public breakdown, he was diagnosed with manic depression and committed to an institution. Just 6 weeks later, he was home on a weekend leave. And while Catherine was napping upstairs, he took his own life. Just like that, at 46 years old, this profoundly insecure woman, who had literally been trained to be silent, was now in charge of a major American newspaper.
And she was terrified. This quote just captures her state of mind perfectly. She felt like she knew nothing. So how did she manage? Well, she asked for advice, constantly. She'd call directors, friends, really anyone she thought might have an opinion. She didn't trust her own judgment on a single thing, so she governed by committee, always looking for consensus from the men around her because, as she said, of course, they were all men.
And yet, buried under all that self-doubt, a little spark of ambition started to grow. She and her brilliant, kind of salty executive editor, Ben Bradley, they shared a vision. They didn't want the Post to just be a good local paper. No, they wanted it to be a great national paper, one that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the New York Times. And that ambition? It was about to be put to the ultimate test.
Which brings us right back to 1971, just a few weeks after that rainy, forgettable meeting with Warren Buffett. A journalistic bombshell is about to explode, and the Washington Post is standing right in the blast zone. The story was called the Pentagon Papers.
So here's how it all went down, and it happened fast. On June 13th, the Post's big rival, the New York Times, starts publishing this top-secret history of the Vietnam War. It reveals decades of the government lying to the American public. 2 days later, the Nixon administration does something that had never been done before. It gets a federal judge to order the Times to stop publishing. It's a huge constitutional crisis. And then, on June 17th, a Post editor tracks down the source and gets his own copy of the documents. The story is now theirs for the taking.
The pressure on Catherine Graham was just immense. This slide shows you the tug-of-war she was in. On one side, you've got her lawyers and her entire business team screaming, "Don't publish." The company was right in the middle of its IPO, going public. A lawsuit could destroy everything. She could even face criminal charges, go to jail. But on the other side were her journalists, led by Ben Bradley. They were basically saying, if you don't publish, we quit. This is about press freedom, about our duty to the public. We have to do this.
It all came down to a single moment. Catherine Graham is at her home. She's hosting a party. She gets called away to her library to take a phone call. All the voices, all the advice, all the fear and the doubt from her entire life, it all boiled down to this one call.
On the other end of the line is Fritz Beebe. He's the Post chairman and her most trusted advisor, the man she leaned on for absolutely everything. But he doesn't tell her what to do. He says to her, "I'm afraid you are going to have to decide." And then he adds that if it were up to him, he guessed he probably wouldn't publish. So for the first time in her life, the decision was hers, and hers alone.
So you have her editors on the line urging her on, and then you have a company president standing right beside her whispering, "Wait a day." She had about 1 minute to make up her mind. And in that 1 minute, the woman who always reached for the advice of others, who was trained to believe her own judgment was worthless, she realized something. She knew exactly what to do. She took a deep breath and she said it. "Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Let's go. Let's publish."
And the fallout? It was immediate. The government sued the Post, just like they said they would. But the very next day, a judge ruled in the paper's favor. And less than 2 weeks after that phone call, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the decision in a landmark victory for freedom of the press. Her single, terrifying act of courage had been completely and publicly vindicated.
So here's the crucial point. That one decision didn't just win a court case. No, it transformed everything, for both the newspaper and for the woman who ran it.
After the Pentagon Papers, the Washington Post became a great paper of national importance. And of course, just a year later, they'd go on to break the Watergate scandal. The reporter Bob Woodward summed up her new leadership style perfectly. And Katharine Graham, the woman who once got physically sick before parties because she was afraid to speak, she had finally found her voice. She had become one of the most powerful and respected women in America. When you look at it, Katharine Graham's story is this incredible reminder that the person you are today isn't necessarily the person you have to be tomorrow. Her courage wasn't something she was just born with. It was forged in a single, terrifying moment of decision. And it kind of leaves us with a question for ourselves, right? When that moment comes to define who you are, will you be ready to make the call?
This is one of those stories about two worlds that were just destined to collide. On one side, you've got the super high-stakes political battlefield of Washington, D.C., with Katharine Graham leading the Washington Post right through the Watergate scandal. And on the other, the cool, calculated, and frankly kind of quiet world of value investing, all wrapped up in this one guy from Omaha named Warren Buffett. This is the story of how these two completely different people forged one of the most unlikely and powerful alliances in American history. So here's how we're going to break this down. First, we'll look at just how much pressure Katharine Graham was really under. Then this mysterious investor from Omaha shows up out of nowhere. We're going to watch as her initial fear of him turns into a real lifelong friendship, see their two worlds smashed together at a hilarious dinner party, and then finally, we'll see exactly how this incredible alliance was built. All right, let's set the scene. We're talking about the early 1970s. The Washington Post is knee-deep in its Watergate reporting, and to say the Nixon White House is unhappy would be the understatement of the century. They were openly hostile. And this wasn't just, some political squabbling. This was an all-out war being waged against a newspaper and its publisher, Katharine Graham. And the threats were wow. They were incredibly raw and direct. This wasn't some coded message. The Attorney General of the United States, John Mitchell, actually said this to one of the Post's own reporters. The message couldn't have been clearer. Back off, or we will crush you. And believe me, those threats had real teeth. The Nixon administration went right for the company's financial jugular. They started challenging the broadcast licenses for two of the Post's most profitable TV stations down in Florida. Just that one move put half the company's earnings at risk. And you can see what happened to the stock price. It got absolutely hammered, dropping from a high of $38 a share all the way down to $16. So at this moment, when she's incredibly vulnerable, Katharine Graham feels totally alone. The company's chairman is seriously ill, and honestly, she felt really insecure about her own business smarts. So she started leaning on this board member, Andre Meyer, a super powerful, ruthless banker who basically preyed on her insecurities, constantly telling her she was in danger and that he was the only one who could protect her. Okay, so while Graham is fighting for her company's life in Washington, way out in Omaha, Nebraska, a completely different kind of person is looking at that plunging stock price and seeing a massive opportunity. His name, of course, was Warren Buffett. You have to understand, Buffett had always been obsessed with the newspaper business. He thought they were just these fantastic companies with what he famously called economic moats around them. He'd already been buying up stock in papers like the Boston Globe, and he'd even used a Pulitzer Prize that his own small Omaha paper won to get meetings with the biggest publishers in the country. He just knew deep down that these companies were worth way more than Wall Street was giving them credit for. So after quietly buying up more than 5% of the Washington Post company, Buffett does something interesting. He writes a letter directly to Katharine Graham. And it's not some cold corporate notice. It's personal. It's flattering. He even talks about their shared love of journalism.
But for Graham, who was living in this constant state of fear about a hostile takeover, this was absolutely terrifying.
And this just put her in a totally impossible spot. She gets two completely different takes from her advisors. Her powerful, intimidating advisor, Andre Meyer, just flies into a rage. He calls Buffett a predator and even refers to him as her new boss. But then her trusted family lawyer, George Gillespie, calmly does his homework, tells her a takeover is basically impossible, and says, you know what, this Buffett guy seems okay. He's not crooked. He'd be good for her to know. So she's caught between this intense fear and a little bit of curiosity. Graham decides to go with Gillespie's advice. She agrees to meet Buffett, first briefly out in California, and then again in Washington, D.C. And what happens next, at one single lunch, is going to change absolutely everything.
Right away, at their first meeting, Buffett just completely shatters her expectations. I mean, she was used to these slick, smooth, intimidating Wall Street guys like Andre Meyer. But instead, she meets this kind of rumpled Midwesterner who is just disarmingly brilliant and funny. And as she later wrote, I liked him from the start, even though she was still pretty scared of him. But the real test, the big moment, comes in Washington. Graham is running on fumes. She's been up all night dealing with a printer's strike. She's nervous. And she's arranged this lunch for Buffett to meet her top editors, including her managing editor, Howard Simons, a guy famous for his wickedly sharp sense of humor, which he often directed right at her. And here it is. This is the moment. They're talking about buying other media companies, and Buffett mentions this complicated financial term. Graham, trying to sound like she's in the loop, repeats it, and her editor, Howard Simons, just pounces. He looks right at his boss and asks, "Kay, what is the amortization of intangibles?" The whole room just freezes. She's been called out in front of everyone, and she has no idea what the answer is. Now, here's the beautiful irony of the situation. Amortization of intangibles is actually a complex accounting rule that makes hostile takeovers more difficult. Buffett had only mentioned it to try and reassure Graham that her company was safe from people like him. But now her own editor was using the term as a weapon to embarrass her in public. So in that awful, frozen moment of silence, Buffett steps in. He just calmly and clearly explains the entire concept to the whole table. He doesn't make a big show of it, he just rescues her. For Graham, it was this huge wave of relief, and for Buffett, it was everything. As he put it, he was her Sir Lancelot. In that one act, he saved her from total humiliation, and he instantly turned her fear into complete and total trust. That very same night, their brand new friendship gets put to a very, very different kind of test. Graham invites Warren and his wife Susie over for one of her famous, high-powered dinner parties. And folks, these two worlds are about to collide in the most spectacular way. I mean, just picture this place. A huge, gorgeous mansion in Georgetown. It's filled with priceless art, Renoir paintings, you name it. And the guest list is the absolute who's who of Washington, D.C. We're talking cabinet secretaries, senators, foreign diplomats. This was Katharine Graham's living room. For Warren Buffett, it might as well have been Mars. And you have to hear Buffett describe the night himself. This is a guy who calmly juggles billions of dollars without breaking a sweat. But in this social setting, he was completely terrified. He said he felt so out of place, so out of his depth, that he honestly thought he might get sick. The whole night was just one challenge after another for him. First off, he didn't even own a tuxedo, so he had to scramble to rent one. Then came course after course of fancy food he'd never seen, with wines he didn't drink, and a whole arsenal of silverware he didn't know how to use. And then came the final horror. As the guest of honor, everyone expected him to stand up and give a clever, charming toast. He couldn't do it. He was so panicked, he just froze. So yeah, the dinner party was a bit of a disaster for Buffett. But despite that social awkwardness, the bond that was formed at that lunch table, that was real. And now, the final pieces of their alliance were ready to fall into place, all built on that foundation of trust, creating a partnership that would last for decades. And it's really important to remember the money here. Buffett wasn't just some casual fan of the newspaper. He had bet big. He spent over $10.5 million, which was a massive amount of money back then, to become the single largest outside shareholder. He had very, very serious skin in the game. And to prove once and for all that his commitment was to her and their friendship, Buffett did something pretty much unheard of.
He signed a formal legal agreement promising that he would not buy a single additional share of Washington Post stock without getting her permission first. This was it. This was the ultimate proof that he was there to help, not to take over. So, in the end, their legendary partnership was built on a few key pillars. They both had this deep, genuine respect for journalism. Graham came to lean on Buffett's incredible financial mind, and he became her mentor. But really, at its heart, it all came back to her trusting his character, a trust that was forged in a single, shared moment of vulnerability across a lunch table. And all of this kind of leaves us with a big question to think about. What's really more powerful? Is it a shared passion for a great institution like a newspaper? Or is it something more simple, more fundamental, the personal trust that gets built, sometimes in an instant, between two very, very different people?
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're going to dive into a little-known but absolutely critical moment back in 1973. This is the story of how Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger basically laid the foundation for the entire Berkshire Hathaway empire. It's a tale of incredible smarts, a lot of courage, and a really unique set of principles that completely changed the game of investing.
All right, let's just jump right in with a classic Charlie Munger quote. See, he and Buffett had this really simple rule. We don't deal with assholes. But when their company, Blue Chip Stamps, had a chance to buy into a firm called Source Capital at a huge discount, well, Munger made an exception for the two guys selling it. And this just perfectly captures that pragmatic, value-obsessed, and, let's be honest, kind of unconventional way they approach the very buttoned-up world of high finance.
So to really get what their grand strategy was, we've got to go back to the source. We have to look at the man Buffett himself looked up to, his role model for building a corporate empire. A brilliant and pretty under-the-radar investor named Gurdon Wattles.
Wattles absolutely perfected what Buffett just called the chain thing. You know, think of it like a set of those Russian nesting dolls. You start with one company, a holding company, and it buys a controlling piece of another public company. And then that company turns around and buys a controlling piece of another one. All of a sudden, you can control this huge collection of assets. In Wattles' case, it was companies like Mergenthal or Linotype or Electric Autolite, and you can do it without having to own 100% of any of them. It is just a masterclass in leverage and control.
And for Buffett, this was just pure genius. To him, this wasn't some ridiculously complex financial engineering. No, it was just an obvious, totally surefire way to make money. You could buy up assets at a discount using this interlocking structure and then just sit back and let the value compound. And get this, for about 15 years, Buffett followed every single move Wattles made. And right here, you can see how by 1973, they were building their own version of that Wattles machine. You had Berkshire Hathaway at the top, which was the biggest shareholder in diversified retailing, which in turn owned a big stake in Blue Chip Stamps, which then owned these awesome cash-generating businesses like See's Candies. See, the nesting dolls were really starting to stack up.
Of course, their machine was always hungry. They were constantly on the lookout for the next doll to add to the collection, and that search eventually led them to this sleepy little savings and loan company out on the West Coast called Wesco Financial.
Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Wesco was in the middle of trying to do a merger, and the fascinating part is just how differently everyone saw the deal. You had Wall Street analysts looking at it and thinking the buyer, this aggressive company called Santa Barbara Financial, was totally overpaying for a stagnant business. But Buffett and Munger, they looked at Wesco's books and saw the complete opposite. They thought Wesco's management was practically giving the company away for nothing.
So, the key player in this whole drama is Betty Casper Peters. She was the only member of Wesco's founding family who was actually on the board. And even though she had no business background, she was super sharp, she was determined, and she actually taught herself everything she could about running a savings and loan, because she felt the guys in charge were lazy, condescending, and just letting her family's legacy go to waste. In fact, she was so frustrated, she was the one pushing for the merger, not because it was some amazing deal, but just to force any kind of change.
So Munger, being Munger, he tries the direct, principled approach first. He goes right to Wesco's CEO, this guy Louis Vincenti, and basically appeals to his better nature. He argues that it's just plain wrong to sell the company for so little. Well, Vincenti was not impressed. As the story goes, he brushed Munger off like a flake of dandruff.
With the direct appeal being a total bust, Buffett and Munger realized the entire fate of this deal rested on one person, that frustrated and frankly very underestimated woman on the board.
So check out how this played out. It's like a masterclass in persuasion. First, they send in a subordinate, a guy named Don Capel.
just to test the waters. Peters sends him packing. Not even 10 minutes later, her phone rings. This time, it's the big gun himself, Warren Buffett. They end up meeting in an airport lounge, and for 3 hours, Buffett just charms her. They talk about Omaha, about politics, her family, literally everything except the deal. And only then does he make a simple, totally disarming pitch.
And this is where things get a little crazy. Talk about perfect timing. Peters immediately knew his name because she had just finished reading a chapter about him in this hugely popular business book called Super Money. And the book painted Buffett as the ultimate hero of straight thinking and high standards, a guy who is beating Wall Street's usual flapdoodle, folly, and flim-flam. I mean, you couldn't have timed it better.
So, convinced she was dealing with the right kind of people, Peters did something unbelievably brave. She went back to the board and told them, hey, kill the merger, you need to meet with Buffett. They basically just waved her off and voted to push ahead anyway. But they kind of forgot one crucial detail. Who actually owned the company? So Peters rallied her family and used their controlling block of shares to kill the deal herself.
And this quote, wow, it just gives you this chilling peek inside that boardroom. As she walked in to tell these button-down gentlemen that their whole plan was dead, she knew exactly what they were thinking. It was just a stunning act of defiance against this incredibly condescending, all-male corporate culture.
Okay, so what happened next is the most important part of this whole story. The deal is dead, the stock is in a free fall, and Buffett and Munger have their chance to pounce. But what they did instead, well, it reveals everything you need to know about their character and their long-term strategy. I mean, Wall Street's reaction was just swift and brutal. The second the merger was officially off, Wesco's stock absolutely cratered. It nosedived from over $18 a share all the way down to $11. Analysts were calling the company garbage. This was the classic moment for a predator to swoop in and buy the whole thing on the cheap.
But they didn't do that. In a move that Wall Street just could not comprehend, Blue Chip Stamps made a formal offer to buy Wesco shares, not at the panicked market price of $11, but at $17, the price the stock was trading at before Peters killed the deal.
And here's why. Straight from Charlie Munger himself. They felt they owed it to Betty Peters for her courage. They helped create the situation, and they just refused to take advantage of it. And this is such a key lesson from their playbook. They were investing in their reputation, an asset that Wall Street could never put a price on.
So by doing the right thing, they successfully got control of Wesco. And with that, boom, the final and maybe the most important piece of their brand new financial engine was locked into place, and it was ready to be fueled.
And here it is. Here we see the completed chain. Wesco Financial became the newest doll in the set. It was a holding company that would sit inside Blue Chip Stamps, with none other than Charlie Munger himself taking over as the chairman. The empire was officially growing.
So, what was the secret fuel for this entire Russian doll machine? Well, it all comes down to one magical concept: insurance float. As you can see here, it's that giant pool of cash that insurance companies collect from customer premiums. They get to hold on to all this money and invest it for their own profit, long before they might ever have to pay it out in claims. Just think of it like a constant flowing river of investable cash, an interest-free loan from your customers.
Now, here's the truly amazing part. While he's building this absolute cash-generating monster, Buffett himself was basically cash poor. Yeah, he was worth a fortune on paper, but he had plowed every last dollar from his original investment partnership back into buying more and more shares of Berkshire and Blue Chip. He was living on a pretty modest $50,000 a year salary.
In this final quote, this is the key to everything. Buffett flat out admitted that if you just looked at the underlying assets, the struggling textile mills and the insurance businesses, Berkshire wasn't even worth the $40 a share he was paying. But he wasn't just buying the assets. He was buying the vehicle. He was making the ultimate investment. A bet on his own unique ability to take that river of insurance float and allocate it better than anyone else in the world.
This model, grafting a float-generating engine onto a holding company was completely revolutionary. It created the foundation for decades of just unimaginable compounding. And that leaves us with a final and pretty fascinating question. What modern companies today are using their own version of float, leveraging customer cash to fuel their own growth and acquisitions? And what does that mean for the future of business?
All right, let's get into it. We're going to travel back in time, back to the mid-1970s, for this incredible story about ambition, a crisis that was absolutely terrifying, and a fight against a real giant. And this right here, This is the core puzzle of our story. I mean, think about it. Just as Warren Buffett is climbing to the very top of the American media world, he's also fighting this huge threat, a threat so big it could have just wiped him off the map entirely. And look, I'm not exaggerating here. It's easy for us now to see Buffett as this untouchable icon, right? But back then, no way. He was in the fight of his professional life, going up against a force that could have completely destroyed the one thing he valued most, his reputation. Okay, so to really get a grip on this crisis, we've got to set the stage first. We need to understand the world Buffett was living in, because he was becoming a completely new kind of star.
You see, the 1970s were a wild time. The market crash of '74 was just devastating for most people. But Buffett? He was actually thriving, kind of like his dad did after the '29 crash. And at the exact same time, the media world was just exploding. So Buffett, who started out as just an investor in media, suddenly found himself in the media. He was getting noticed, and I mean noticed by some very powerful people.
And you couldn't get more powerful in that world than Catherine K. Graham. She was the publisher of The Washington Post. But here's the thing. Behind that incredibly powerful title was a woman who was just terrified of public speaking. Buffett himself said it. He called her a basket case, especially when she had to get up and talk about numbers in a room full of men. And that vulnerability, that fear, well, that's what opened the door to one of the most incredible and, unlikely friendships and mentorships in American business history.
Now, Buffett's approach to helping her was just fascinating. He didn't try to cram her head with facts and figures. Why? Because he knew what it felt like to freeze up in front of a crowd. So instead, he worked on her confidence. He told her, hey, forget that tiny details, just focus on your main theme. And that empathetic approach, that's what really cemented their friendship right from the start.
So he basically becomes her personal business coach, right? Her Pygmalion, patiently tutoring this incredibly powerful CEO. But here's the deal. Buffett had an end game. This wasn't just about being a nice guy. He was playing the long game, strategically setting himself up for a seat he really, really wanted on the Washington Post's board.
And oh boy, did he pull out all the stops to get that seat. There's this great story. Kay Graham visits him in Emerald Bay. Now, his wife, Susie, she never cooked breakfast. But for Kay, she gets up at some crazy hour to make this huge spread. And Buffett himself, a guy who had zero interest in the ocean, actually goes out, buys a bathing suit, and wades into the Pacific. His kids thought it was hilarious. And when they asked him why, his reason was simple. Only for Kay.
So all that effort pays off. He gets the board seat. But then, on the drive to the airport, Kay Graham turns to him and says something just incredibly vulnerable. The source material tells us she'd been emotionally battered by her late husband and other men. They would push her buttons just to watch her crumble. So when she said this to Buffett, it wasn't just business. She was putting a huge amount of personal trust in his hands.
So there he is. Buffett has reached the summit. He's an official advisor to one of the most powerful media companies on the planet. But right as he's celebrating this massive public win, a private nightmare is just starting to brew beneath the surface. Because that market crash, it was hitting his inner circle, and hitting it hard. Charlie Munger's partnership was down almost 50%. Bill Ruane's Sequoia fund was in serious trouble. And to top it all off, there was this disastrous insurance deal, they called it the Omni Affair, that was threatening one of their own companies with tens of millions in losses. I mean, even Buffett himself was starting to sweat. And here's why things were about to get so dicey. Just look at this structure. To anybody on the outside, their business empire was, well, it was a mess. A really complicated web of companies owning parts of other companies. You've got Berkshire Hathaway, blue chip stamps, National Indemnity, all tangled up. Now, to them, it made perfect financial sense. But to everyone else, it looked like a shell game. And that kind of complexity, that's what was about to wake up that giant we talked about. And you know what the craziest part is? This quote, this wasn't from some government prosecutor looking for a scalp. No, this came from their own lawyer, a guy named Chuck Rickershauser. He's looking at the same kind of chart we are and thinking, man, there's got to be an indictment in here somewhere. He knew that even if they were totally innocent, the way it all looked was just, it was practically begging for an investigation. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. The call came, and it came from the very top, from a man named Stanley Sporkin. This guy was the head of the SEC's enforcement division, and let me tell you, he was the government's tough cop.
People were so scared of him that companies would settle cases just at the mention of his name. The giant was officially awake.
So what started out as just a few routine questions, well, it quickly spiraled into a full-blown official investigation. The fight for their careers, and more importantly, for their names, was on. Okay, so what was the SEC's case? Their theory, basically, was fraud. They thought Buffett and Munger had this secret plan to take over a company called Wesco Financial, that they didn't tell anyone about it, and that they made some illegal stock offers along the way. And this wasn't just about the businesses. No, this was personal. The investigation was targeting Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger themselves. And just like that, everything was put under a microscope. Subpoenas started flying out. Buffett had to hand over his files, and this guy kept everything. The source material says he felt completely persecuted, like he was trapped in a nightmare, being chased by this huge, slow, lumbering giant that he just could not escape. So they bring Charlie Munger in for questioning, and his defense is, well, it's classic Munger. Totally unconventional. He doesn't get into the weeds on legal stuff. Instead, he starts talking about Benjamin Franklin. He says, look, we have this Ben Franklin idea that being honest is just the best policy. It was an argument about their character, not about the law. And you can just imagine the SEC lawyers sitting there, completely baffled.
Buffett's defense was right along the same lines. They asked him, hey, why didn't you just let Wesco's stock crash so you could buy it up on the cheap? And Buffett's answer was all about reputation. He said their entire business model is built on people trusting them. If the world thought they were, in his words, slobs, well, their ability to make deals would just vanish. It was a business argument for the long haul, not a legal one for the short term.
But even with these arguments, one of the prosecutors, a guy described as a real tiger, he wasn't buying it. Not at all. He recommended that the SEC charge both Buffett and Munger personally. And just like that, their reputations were hanging by a single thread.
So at this absolute crisis point, their lawyer, Rickerhauser, does something bold. He goes straight to the top guy, Stanley Sporkin, and he writes him a letter, but it's not a legal argument. It's a moral one. He basically says, look, if you even file these charges, no matter what happens in court, you will do terrible, irreversible damage to their names. He's asking the SEC to think about its own immense power, reminding Sporkin of that old saying, a giant's strength should be used with great discretion.
And incredibly, it worked. Sporkin said later that he really believed a prosecutor has a duty to tell the difference between a basically honest person who makes a mistake and an actual crook. And after hearing from their lawyer and from them, he made his decision. He concluded that, yeah, Buffett and Munger had definitely misstepped, but they weren't crooks. So the giant, instead of crushing them, just gently tapped them on the wrist. The case was settled, and their names were kept out of it.
So their reputations were saved, the nightmare was over. But the story has one last unbelievable twist. Just 2 weeks after they settled the case, the SEC, the very same SEC that almost destroyed them, they name Warren Buffett to a special panel to study corporate disclosure. I mean, think about that. The institution that nearly ruined his reputation was now asking for his help. So the crisis didn't destroy his reputation. In some weird way, it actually made it stronger, which leaves us with one heck of a question to think about.
You know, there are some moments that just forge legends. And for Warren Buffett, that moment wasn't some single flashy investment. No, it was this brutal, chaotic period between 1975 and 1976. I mean, the world felt like it was falling apart, but that's exactly when Buffett was laying the foundation for his entire empire. So let's dive right into this crucible and see how this massive crisis created, well, one of history's greatest opportunities. So get this, the world is ending. Now, that wasn't some dramatic headline from a newspaper. No, that was a desperate plea from one of Warren Buffett's own investment partners, a guy named Henry Brandt. It just perfectly captures the absolute gut-wrenching terror that was gripping the markets and really the whole nation at the time. And look, Brandt wasn't just being dramatic. To really get what Buffett did, you first have to understand the kind of storm he was sailing right into. I mean, the mid-1970s in America, it was a time of deep systemic crisis. And we're not talking about just one or two little problems here. No, this was a vicious cycle. First, you had runaway inflation. That led to these really bitter labor disputes that were just crippling whole industries. And what happens then? Well, the stock market goes into an absolute freefall.
The mood in the country was just so pessimistic, so bleak, that even New York City, the financial capital of the world, was on the verge of going bankrupt.
And really, nothing captures that feeling of total abandonment better than this one moment. So New York City goes to the federal government, begging for a bailout. And President Ford basically says, nope. The New York Daily News ran this unforgettable, just infamous headline in response. It summed up everything. It felt like every institution was failing, and you were completely, totally on your own.
So you can imagine, this national panic wasn't just some abstract thing happening out there. It came crashing right through the front doors of Berkshire Hathaway. The storm was now inside Buffett's own ship. And you know what? His crew was starting to freak out.
I mean, just look at this number, negative 57%. Can you believe that? In just 2 years, Berkshire's stock got cut by more than half. Imagine you're one of his partners, you've entrusted your entire fortune to this guy, and you're just watching it evaporate. It had to be absolutely terrifying. The paper losses were just staggering.
And this is where you see the huge difference in mindset. It's so crucial. On one side, you've got his partner, Henry Brandt, who is in full-blown panic mode. He's begging Buffett, promise me it won't fall any further. And then you've got Buffett, totally calm. He refuses to make promises he can't keep, and he does the exact opposite of what every terrified bone in your body would tell you to do. He just kept buying.
And you gotta hear this quote from Brandt. It just shows you the insane personal pressure Buffett was under. See, these weren't just faceless clients, they were his partners. They were his friends. And in the end, Brandt just couldn't take it. He panicked. He sold half of his family's shares right at the bottom, just couldn't handle the fear.
So think about this. While his partners are hitting the panic button and selling, what's Buffett doing? He's doing the complete opposite. He's on a buying spree. He used the downturn to jack up Berkshire's ownership in its subsidiary, Blue Chip Stamps, from 26% to over 41%. This wasn't just talk, you know? This wasn't some theory. This was him putting enormous amounts of real money where his mouth was, backing up his conviction while everyone else was stampeding for the exits.
Okay, so as if a massive financial crisis wasn't enough to deal with, right? Well, another fire erupts. And this one threatened one of his most important investments and a very, very close friend, Katharine Graham, the publisher of the Washington Post. And listen, this wasn't just some normal strike with picket lines. This was violent. The pressmen literally sabotaged the printing presses on their way out the door. For months, the paper's actual survival was on the line as advertisers just fled to the competition. The whole thing turned on this incredibly tough call by Graham to hire replacement workers. It was a huge gamble that could have backfired and destroyed the paper, but in the end, it's what saved it. And this quote from Buffett, it just reveals so much about his insight into his friend. I mean, to the rest of the world, Katharine Graham was this icon, right? One of the most powerful publishers on the planet. But Buffett, he saw right through that. He saw the deep insecurity and the fear she was feeling. He understood that when she felt cornered, she could react, well, like a wounded animal. So what was Buffett's role in all of this? He was what he called the countervailing force. Think about it. Everyone else is telling her to give in, to cut a deal. But Buffett was her rock. He was this constant source of reassurance, telling her over and over, I'm on your side no matter what. He told her to hold the line and promised her, look, if we ever get to the real point of no return, I'll be the first one to tell you. What a friend.
All right, let's shift gears now to what is really the main event of this entire crazy period. This is the story that became a true Wall Street legend. While Buffett is busy fighting fires at Berkshire and at the Post, the ultimate opportunity starts to emerge from the ashes of a collapsing insurance giant, Geico. Just look at that price, $2. The stock had plummeted from $61 all the way down to $2. That's a 97% wipeout. Total annihilation. You know, an investment of over $1.5 million was suddenly worth just enough to buy a fancy sports car. For all intents and purposes, the company was bankrupt.
And here's the crazy part. Buffett totally saw it coming. A year earlier, back in '75, he actually went to Geico's CEO and warned him point blank that the company didn't have enough cash set aside to pay its future claims. And what did management do? They were in complete denial. They basically hustled him right out of the office.
Well, by 1976, reality came crashing down. The board finally fired the old management and they brought in a savior. And what a savior he was. A guy named Jack Byrne, who is described as a ruddy, round-faced cannonball. Just this ball of energy, a brilliant leader brought in to do the impossible.
And Byrne didn't waste a second. He immediately laid out this aggressive boom, boom, boom 4-part plan. And you got to understand, each one of these steps was a massive challenge by itself. First, he had to raise money for a company everyone thought was already dead. Then, get this, he had to convince Geico's competitors to help save them. On top of that, he had to shrink the company way down and get regulators to approve massive price hikes. I mean, it was an audacious, almost crazy plan.
So, Buffett arranges a meeting with this Jack Byrne character. After just a couple of hours of talking to him, he was completely sold. The very next day, he plows $4 million into the stock, which was basically worthless at this point. Now, it wasn't the $76 million Geico ultimately needed, not even close. But that $4 million, that was the crucial first domino. It was this massive vote of confidence from the smartest investor on the planet. And this quote from Buffett really says it all, because guess what? Byrne pulled it off. He saved Geico. He engineered one of the greatest corporate turnarounds in American history. To Buffett, he wasn't just some CEO. He was the perfect battlefield commander for that very specific, very brutal war.
So, okay, we've seen Buffett the investor, right? The brilliant strategist, the steady hand in a crisis. But his friendship with Kay Graham during this same period, well, that reveals so much about Warren Buffett, the man.
And this comparison is just fantastic. It shows the hilarious contrast between their two worlds. On one hand, you have Kay Graham hosting these super fancy Washington parties. We're talking 9-course meals for dignitaries and celebrities. And then you have Warren, his idea of a feast, a hamburger, a pile of fries, and a ton of chocolate chip ice cream. And the best part? He had a rule that none of the different foods could touch each other on the plate. Just incredible.
So, okay, she never managed to upgrade his diet, but their friendship, it profoundly expanded his world. He had this great way of putting it. He said she didn't change his behavior, but she changed what he knew and saw. She was basically his guide to the inner workings of power and politics, a world that was totally alien to this guy from Omaha. So when you look back at this whole incredible period, the market panic, the post-strike, the Geico collapse, a really clear theme emerges, right? Buffett's greatest strength wasn't just about finding undervalued companies. It was his ability to maintain absolute clarity and conviction while everyone, and I mean everyone around him, was just consumed by fear. And that kind of leaves us with a big question to chew on, doesn't it? When the pressure is really on and everyone else is panicking, how do you find the clarity to actually do something?
Let's go back to 1977. It's a year that would completely reshape the public identity of Warren Buffett. Now, this isn't the kind of story you might expect, not some brilliant stock pick. It's about a personal crisis that forced him to face one of the toughest questions there is. And then what? To really get what happened, you have to understand this quote. A friend of the Buffetts once said that Warren's real marriage was to Berkshire Hathaway. And for years, his wife Susie, well, she had built her entire life to accommodate this fact, this all-consuming obsession of his. But by 1977, a new obsession, his incredibly intense friendship with Washington Post publisher Catherine K. Graham, was about to completely shatter that delicate balance.
So here's how we're going to break down this story. It unfolds in 5 acts. First, we'll see a marriage starting to fray. Then, we'll see Warren learn a huge business lesson from another titan of industry. We'll follow Susie Buffett's own search for an identity, witness the truly bizarre event that pushed their relationship right to the breaking point, and finally, see how this profound personal loss created a legendary teacher.
Okay, so let's set the scene. The partnership is under serious strain. Warren Buffett wasn't just the quiet Omaha investor anymore. Nope. He was now a regular in the high-powered world of Kay Graham, going to these black tie events in New York and D.C. But this new life, it came at a price. It was starting to push his wife Susie completely off stage.
And this really shows you the two different worlds they were living in. I mean, it's a stark contrast. On one side, you've got Warren's world just exploding. He's meeting literary giants like Truman Capote. He's reaching this whole new level of influence. And on the other side, there's Susie, feeling like she's been pushed into the wings of her own life, feeling so discounted and trivialized that she had to start carving out a separate existence, just to cope.
So, while his personal life was starting to unravel, Buffett's professional world was just getting more and more interesting. He was about to meet one of the most powerful and complicated men in media, Walter Annenberg.
and Annenberg was about to teach him a lesson he would never, ever forget. You know, Walter Annenberg's story is really something. It's all about redemption. He inherited this huge publishing empire, sure, but he also inherited this legacy of shame from his father's ties to organized crime. His entire life became this mission to restore the family name. And he did it brilliantly, right? Creating iconic magazines like TV Guide and earning the ultimate stamp of respectability as ambassador to Great Britain. And in 1977, this formidable man summons Warren Buffett to his palace of an estate. So imagine this meeting. Annenberg delivers this incredibly bold statement to Buffett. He basically lays out an entire business philosophy in one powerful claim. He says there are only 3 properties in the whole world with this quality of essentiality. And hey, by the way, I own 2 of them. For an investor like Buffett, you can imagine, this was an absolutely electrifying idea. So, what is this concept of essentiality? Well, think of it like this. It's a business that is so deeply woven into its customers' lives, so utterly indispensable that there is just no substitute. This gives it unbelievable pricing power. It can raise its prices year after year, and customers will pay it because they simply can't function without it. This is basically the holy grail for a value investor. And Annenberg's 3 examples of essentiality were just perfect. First, the daily racing form. He said owning it was like selling needles to addicts because no serious horse racing handicapper could live without it. Second was TV Guide. Remember, this is way before the internet, so it was the absolute Bible for what was on television. And the third, the Wall Street Journal. Annenberg owned the first 2, and he wanted Buffett's help to buy the third.
But here's the thing. This meeting wasn't just about business. Oh no. It was also about egos and revenge. Annenberg was locked in this bitter feud with K. Graham, and he actually used Buffett as a go-between, expecting him to deliver this bizarre threat that Annenberg might commission a book about K's late husband, focusing on a theory that people with a gap in their teeth were mentally unstable. Seriously. Suddenly, Buffett finds himself navigating this high-stakes personal drama between 2 media giants. Okay, so while Warren is playing mediator in these worlds of power and finance, Susie was on a completely different journey. She was trying to answer a question that a local magazine would actually put on its cover. What makes Susie sing? In other words, who was she, really, outside of being Mrs. Warren Buffett?
And this quote, man, it just says everything about where she was at. After a lifetime spent caring for everyone else, especially Warren, her own identity had just been put on a shelf. The very idea of focusing on her own needs, what she called the care and feeding of Susan Buffett, it just felt totally alien to her.
So she tried something incredibly brave. She launched a singing career. She started performing at this small club in Omaha, and her audience was this mix of supportive friends and, people who were just curious to see a rich man's wife up on stage. But underneath all of that, she was really struggling. She was deeply hurt and humiliated by Warren's increasingly public life with K. Graham. Her singing was a way to try and build something that was just hers and hers alone.
And then the search for self-discovery took a really, really strange turn. In an attempt to reconnect, Susie convinced Warren to go with her to a human potential workshop. And the weekend that followed was so bizarre, so completely out of sync with Warren's entire way of being, that it was end up exposing the massive, unbridgeable gap that had grown between them.
The exercises were unconventional, to say the least. Okay, get this. Warren was told to repeatedly ask a woman, and then what? But his analytical mind accidentally turned it into what he later called a torture chamber, and the woman was reduced to tears. Then, a 400-pound woman was told to give him the gift of her weight by literally flopping on top of him. Meanwhile, in another room, people, including Susie's very proper sister, were barking like dogs. It was an absolute, unmitigated disaster.
So to escape this madness, they fled to a movie theater. And the film they saw couldn't have been more ironically perfect. Annie Hall, a movie the source material calls a nervous romance. But instead of bringing them together, the entire experience, the absurd workshop, the film about this totally disconnected couple, it just crystallized for Susie just how far apart they had truly drifted.
That slow fracture had finally become a clean break. After a quarter-century of marriage, Susie packed her bags, moved to San Francisco, and started a completely new life. And then she left.
At this exact moment, this is what Warren Buffett was worth: $72 million. He was one of the most successful investors on the planet, a guy who had absolutely mastered the complex world of finance. He could calculate the value of any company with stunning precision.
But that $72 million, it meant absolutely nothing. The financial genius was a personal wreck. The man who ran a multi-million-dollar company was so lost he could barely manage his own basic needs. He was just wandering his empty house, calling Susie every single day, weeping, begging her to come back.
And looking back, Warren took full responsibility. He admitted he just wasn't attuned enough to her after she'd spent decades being perfectly attuned to him. He knew that, as his work got more and more fascinating, his marriage had taken a back seat. He didn't make excuses. In his own words, "It's totally my fault."
And this right here, this is where the story takes its final, really unexpected turn. Because out of the ashes of his personal life, something completely new was about to be born. In his profound neediness and isolation, Warren Buffett fell back on the one role he knew best, being a teacher. And his new classroom? It was going to be the annual letter to his shareholders.
Feeling completely lost and alone, Buffett poured all of that desperate energy into his work, specifically into the 1978 Berkshire Hathaway annual letter. Now, before this, the letters were pretty standard corporate reports, but now, driven by what our source calls an unfathomable neediness, he transformed it into something else entirely, a teaching document for the ages.
He started to share his actual wisdom directly with his shareholders, turning that annual letter into his personal classroom. He wrote these detailed lessons on how to think about business, explaining why Wall Street's obsession with short-term earnings was a fool's game. He demystified the whole insurance business. I mean, this was revolutionary. In an era of dense, jargon-filled corporate reports, Buffett wrote with clarity, with humor, and with brutal honesty. He was using the letters to teach, to explain, and to connect in a way he hadn't been able to in his personal life. These letters would become legendary, required reading for anyone serious about investing because they treated shareholders like true partners, not just numbers on a page.
Warren Buffett's obsession built one of the greatest financial empires in history. It made him a beloved teacher to millions of people. But it also cost him his marriage and brought him to his knees. And it leaves us with a final question to think about. What is the true price of obsession?
We all know Warren Buffett. We know the folksy wisdom, the incredible track record. But today we're going to pull back the curtain on a really pivotal and honestly a much darker period in his life, back in the late 70s and early 80s. It's a story about two wars he was fighting at the exact same time. One was a brutal business battle in the cold, rusting city of Buffalo, New York. And the other, a quiet, incredibly complex war fought inside his own home. So let's get into it. And this quote right here, this tells you everything you need to know. This sets the stage for the whole story. Forget survival of the fittest. For Buffett, business, especially the newspaper business, was a game of pure attrition. There's no silver medal, there's no prize for coming in second. You either win it all or you're gone. And that ruthless mindset, well, it was both his greatest weapon and, as we'll see, his greatest weakness. But just when you think you've got him pegged as this cold, calculating machine, you have to understand the man himself. This is a quote from much later in his life, and it's his own summary of a deeply, deeply complex emotional arrangement that was happening at the very same time as his business war. It really pulls back the curtain on a man of immense need, a man held together by two very different women, and this is where our two parallel stories really begin.
So to really get how these two battles were intertwined, we're going to break it all down into 6 parts. We'll start with the personal drama in A Triangle of Needs. Then we'll pivot to the corporate crisis in The Battle for Buffalo. We'll see how Buffett's own philosophy was actually weaponized against him, look at the brutal casualties of the war, and witness the final showdown in survival of the fattest. And then at the end, we'll ask, what was the price of victory?
Okay, so our story doesn't start in some high-rise boardroom. It starts at home. In 1977, Buffett's wife, Susie, decided to move to San Francisco to build her own life. Now, this wasn't a divorce or some angry split, but it left this huge vacuum in Warren's life. And into that void stepped a woman named Astrid Manx, who Susie herself had actually asked to help take care of Warren. Well, what started as just caretaking, it soon became something much, much more. What's so fascinating here is just how completely different these two women were. I mean, they were polar opposites. Susie was cosmopolitan, worldly, with expanding interests. In fact, she had partly left Omaha to get away from what she called Warren's endless well of neediness. And then you have Astrid. She was 16 years younger, incredibly down to earth, and she didn't just tolerate that neediness. She fulfilled it completely. She cooked, she cleaned, she was just there for him.
But, an arrangement like this is never simple, is it? It was built on this really delicate, unspoken set of rules. Publicly, Warren was all about Susie. He kept her in the spotlight, which left Astrid kind of invisible and vulnerable back home. Socially, things could get incredibly tense. There was this one dinner where Buffett's close friend, Kay Graham, the publisher of the Washington Post, came to visit and completely ignored Astrid the entire night. Can you imagine? Financially, Warren held all the cards. Susie had her Berkshire stock, sure, but she wasn't allowed to sell it. Warren paid all her bills, so you had this delicate balance. Susie was the public Mrs. Buffett, and Astrid, well, she accepted a life in the shadows. All right, so at the exact same time all this personal drama is playing out, Buffett gets dragged into one of the most vicious and costly business fights of his entire career. He's facing this crisis at home, and now this professional one becomes this all-consuming distraction. You kind of have to wonder if it was a way for him to just shut out all the complicated stuff happening on Farnham Street. The stakes here were just massive. In 1977, Buffett and his partner Charlie Munger make the biggest purchase they had ever made, $35.5 million for the Buffalo Evening News. Now, this wasn't just buying some stock. This was a huge, capital-intensive bet on a whole business in a declining city. We're talking a full third of their company's capital. It was an all-in move. So the strategy seemed pretty simple. The Evening News owned the weekdays, but its weaker rival, the Courier-Express, was only surviving because it had the only Sunday paper in town. So Buffett's plan was simple: launch a Sunday edition and take the whole market. But just 2 weeks before the launch, bam, the Courier-Express sues them, claiming this out-of-town billionaire was trying to create an illegal monopoly and just crush them. The war for Buffalo was on. Now, this is where the story takes this really fascinating legal twist. The rival's lawyer came up with an absolutely brilliant strategy. He decided he was going to use Warren Buffett's own famous investment philosophy against him in a court of law. And it all centered on this powerful metaphor that Buffett himself loved to use. You see, one of Buffett's friends had once described his perfect business as an unregulated toll bridge. Think about it. You pay a lot to build the bridge once. That's your big upfront cost. But after that, you don't have to keep rebuilding it. You just sit back and collect the tolls. And as inflation goes up, you just raise the price of the toll. It's a money machine. And for Buffett, a monopoly newspaper was the perfect, unregulated toll bridge. So in court, the other lawyer, a guy named Frederick Firth, he just pounces. He gets Buffett on the stand and confronts him with this toll bridge idea. And after trying to dance around it a bit, Buffett gets trapped. Firth asked him point blank, "So when you say unregulated, that just means you can raise prices, right?" And Buffett, under oath, has to admit it. That is true. In that one moment, he handed his enemy the perfect weapon. The judge, Charles Brandt, already seemed to have it out for Buffett, and he seized on that toll bridge metaphor. In his actual ruling, he wrote about how the citizens of Buffalo might be stuck with this one newspaper as their unregulated toll bridge to the events of the outside world. He then issued an injunction that basically crippled the News's ability to promote its News Sunday paper. He forced them to fight with one hand tied behind their back. So that ruling, it wasn't just a setback. It kicked off this brutal, multi-year war of attrition. And the costs? Well, they weren't just on a balance sheet. They were measured in stress, in sleepless nights, and in real, deep personal suffering for everyone involved.
And just look how long this thing dragged on. The injunction hits in November of '77. A year later, the judge doubles down. It wasn't until April 1979, that's a year and a half later, that an appeals court finally and unanimously reversed the decision. For all that time, the newspaper was just hemorrhaging money and losing ground.
And I mean hemorrhaging. In 1979 alone, between the judge's restrictions and the insane legal bills, the paper lost $5 million before taxes. This was way more money than Buffett or Munger had ever lost on anything. That unregulated toll bridge was starting to look like a giant money pit. But honestly, the financial losses aren't even the worst part of the story, because while all this is happening, Charlie Munger was going through his own private hell. After a routine surgery, a rare complication caused so much pressure in one of his eyes that he had to have it removed. The pain was apparently so agonizing that he actually told Buffett he wanted to die. That's the human tragedy that was happening in the background of this whole business war. So, even after they won the appeal and got the injunction lifted, the war wasn't over. It just shifted from the courtroom back to the marketplace. And now it was a pure test of endurance.
It wasn't about who was smarter or had a better strategy anymore. It was simply about who could afford to lose the most money for the longest time. It was, just as Buffett had said, survival of the fattest. And this chart shows you that strategy in action. By 1981, yeah, Buffett's paper was still losing money, $1.5 million bucks. But look at the other guys. The Courier Express was losing double that, $3 million. Buffett was burning through cash, but his competitor was burning through it way faster. He had deeper pockets, and he was winning the war of attrition.
And then the end finally came. In September of 1982, after one last desperate attempt to sell themselves to Rupert Murdoch fell through, the owners of the Courier Express just couldn't take the pain anymore. They folded. After 5 long, brutal, expensive years, Warren Buffett had finally won the war for Buffalo.
So the battle's over. The victory is total. But the aftermath, it paints a really complex and, in some ways, a pretty disturbing picture. What was the ultimate price of this victory? Let's take a look at what was gained, and maybe what was lost along the way. The financial payoff was unbelievable. It was immediate and it was staggering. With no competition left, the new Buffalo News could jack up its ad rates. And just 1 year later, the paper was making $19 million in profit. I mean, that more than covered all the losses from the war years combined. The money pit had turned into a gusher. The toll bridge was finally open for business, and it was collecting a lot of tolls. But now, look at the human side of that victory. They hold a meeting with the employees, the people who fought through the strikes and the legal battles right alongside them, and someone asks about maybe sharing in the profits. Buffett just shuts it down, cold. He basically said, capital took the risk, so capital gets the reward. A deal's a deal. And then he and Munger just left. They didn't thank the publisher, they didn't thank the staff, they just walked out. And that really leaves us with this final question, doesn't it? Buffett won. He proved his survival of the fattest theory was right. He endured all of this strain and came out fantastically wealthy. But when you hear that last story, that cold exit, you have to wonder what the real cost was. It's a question that really complicates that simple, folksy image of the Oracle of Omaha. Warren Buffett. You know the name, you know the folksy wisdom, and you definitely know about the staggering wealth. But what you might not know is the complex, almost paradoxical philosophy that drove him to build that fortune and what he actually planned to do with it. So today, we're going to dig into a fascinating metaphor Buffett himself used to describe wealth and legacy, the pharaoh. And believe it or not, it all starts at a party.
All right, so let's set the scene. We're going back to 1980. We're not in an office. We're at a massive party for Warren Buffett's 50th birthday. And this wasn't just any old party. It was kind of like a coronation, a celebration that really marked a brand new era of unimaginable wealth for the man from Omaha. I want you to picture this. 500 of the wealthiest, most powerful people in America, all decked out in black tie and ball gowns, packed into New York's super swanky Metropolitan Club. And the cake? His wife, Susie, had a cake made in the shape of a 6-pack of Pepsi, his favorite drink. It's such a perfect image, right? A little nod to his simple tastes right in the middle of all this opulence. It's a symbol of the man who is fast becoming a legend.
And look, the speed at which this wealth was growing, it was just staggering. The party in 1980 was a huge deal, sure, but just 3 years later, by the end of 1983, the Buffett family's net worth had exploded to almost $700 million. I mean, that's up from just under $90 million only 5 years earlier. The great engine of compounding was really firing on all cylinders.
So how'd he pull this off? Well, there were 2 huge things going his way. First, the miserable bear market of the 70s finally ended, and the bull market of the 80s started its historic run. All those defiant bets Buffett made against pessimism were suddenly paying off big time. And second, a major business headache, the Buffalo Evening News, finally turned things around and just started gushing profits. That combination created a gusher of cash that funded this whole new chapter of his empire. Okay, so we've seen the sheer scale of his success. But this gets us to the real heart of the man himself. Because, understanding the why behind all that wealth is so much more interesting than just the what. What was the philosophy that drove Buffett not just to pile up this fortune, but to think about it in a way that was so different from pretty much everyone else in his position? And that really leads to the big question of this entire explainer. When you've built a fortune so massive it can literally change society, what on earth do you do with it? Do you spend it? Do you give it away? Do you just pass it on?
For Buffett, the answer was, well, it was deeply philosophical. You see, Buffett didn't really see money as money. He saw it as what he called claim checks. Think of it this way. Every dollar you earn but don't spend is like a voucher, right? It's a claim on a piece of society's future output. It's stuff, it's services, it's labor. You can cash these checks in for yourself, or you can hand them over to other people. This simple idea, it's the key to his entire worldview. And this quote right here, it just nails his ideal. He wrote this about another Omaha legend, the construction giant Peter Hewitt. For Buffett, the highest calling in life was to be a producer, to build up an organization, to create more value for society. Using that value for your own personal luxury, to him, that was completely missing the point. And this is exactly where that pharaoh metaphor comes charging in. Buffett basically argued that spending vast sums on personal monuments, like William Randolph Hearst's crazy castle, or even more to the point, the ancient pyramids, was economically useless. It just eats up society's claim checks on labor and materials to build something for one person's ego without creating any real, lasting value for everybody else.
So, if he wasn't a fan of the pyramid builders, who did he look up to? Well, it was the system builders. People like Andrew Carnegie, who didn't just write checks, he built a whole system of public libraries. Or John D. Rockefeller, who used his fortune to take on these huge, underfunded problems, like completely overhauling medical schools and becoming the alumnus, as Buffett put it, for poor black colleges that had no rich donors of their own.
Now, this whole philosophy, this producer, not consumer thing, it got really personal and maybe a little radical when it came to the one area that's personal for everyone, his own kids and inheritance. This right here is probably one of Buffett's most famous and, let's be honest, most provocative statements ever. He'd be sitting at the country club listening to his wealthy friends complain about welfare dependency, while those exact same people were setting up trust funds for their own kids that basically guaranteed they'd never have to work a single day in their lives. He just saw a massive hypocrisy there. He literally broke the analogy down like this. Look, on one side, you've got a welfare officer handing out food stamps. On the other, you've got a trust fund officer managing stocks and bonds. To Buffett, sure, the mechanism was different, but the result? It could be exactly the same. A system that creates dependency and just strips away a person's motivation to be a producer for society. So, and this is the really crucial point. For Buffett, dumping a huge inheritance on your kids wasn't a gift. He thought it could actually be harmful to the child, robbing them of their own sense of purpose. But he went even further. He called it an anti-social act, something that actually hurts society by creating a class of people who would forever be cashing in claim checks without ever having to contribute any of their own. And hey, this wasn't just some theory he talked about at dinner parties. His kids lived it. His daughter Susie sold her stock really early on. His son Howie wanted to be a farmer, and he didn't just get a farm handed to him. He had to rent it from his dad, who treated it like any other investment. And his son Peter used a pretty small piece of his stock to follow his dream of starting a music company. They were pushed to become producers in their own right. Now, as you can probably guess, this pretty rigid, really unconventional way of thinking, yeah, it didn't always go over well with the people closest to him. In fact, it led to a pretty dramatic confrontation with some of his best friends. Get this, at a gathering of his inner circle in the Bahamas, the topic of discussion was literally, the children will have to wait. And his friends basically staged an intervention. A fellow investor, Larry Tisch, pushed back, saying, hey, kids aren't so easily spoiled. His dear friend Kay Graham, the publisher of the Washington Post, with tears literally streaming down her face, asked him point blank, don't you love your children, Warren? This whole debate even ended up on the cover of Fortune magazine. But through all of that, Buffett just stuck to his mantra. This phrase right here became his North Star for inheritance. He wanted to give his kids a foundation, right? A head start, a feeling that anything was possible. But he was just terrified of giving them so much money that it would snuff out their ambition, leaving them with a life of just doing nothing. And this just wait approach, it also applied to his own foundation. While his personal fortune was soaring into the hundreds of millions, the Buffett Foundation was tiny. His logic was, hey, if I let the money compound inside Berkshire, there'll be a way, way bigger pie to give away later. But to his critics, it felt a lot like promising jam tomorrow, while there were people who needed help today. So, okay,
how did this super personal philosophy, all this talk about production and partnership and long-term value, how did that actually show up in the day-to-day running of his business, Berkshire Hathaway? Well, the connection is surprisingly direct.
Back in 1983, he and Charlie Munger laid out what they call the owner-oriented principles. Now, today, these might sound like, basic corporate buzzwords you'd see on a poster, but back then, this was completely revolutionary. Most CEOs saw their shareholders as a pain. Buffett saw them as his partners. He promised them honesty, to be careful with debt, and to focus relentlessly on the long term.
And his actual management style was just as unique, full of these weird contradictions. He would find these brilliant, obsessive managers, and then his main strategy was to just leave them alone. He seemed oblivious to the pressure he put on people, but boy, did they feel it. And his loyalty was fierce. He famously kept one beloved manager, Lou Vincenzi, in his job until the very week he had to move into an Alzheimer's home, simply because he knew how much the man loved his work.
And it all circles back to this one absolutely critical principle. He never, ever forgot that Berkshire Hathaway wasn't his company. It was a vehicle, a conduit, for thousands of ordinary people to own a piece of a collection of wonderful businesses. That deep, genuine respect for his fellow shareholders, that was the bedrock of his entire corporate life.
Which, leaves us with this one last really fascinating question to chew on. By focusing his entire life on compounding these claim checks on society and promising to give them all away at the very end, was Warren Buffett pioneering a new, more effective form of philanthropy? Or, in his quest to build the biggest financial snowball in history, was he just building a different kind of pyramid, a monument to capital itself? It's definitely a question worth pondering. All right, today we're going to talk about one of the most incredible, just absolutely tenacious figures in the history of business, Rose Blumkin. Her story, honestly, is a masterclass in grit, integrity, and the pure power of being the underdog.
And to really set the stage for just how legendary she was, let's start with this quote from Warren Buffett himself. I mean, think about that for a second. When one of the smartest investors in the world says he'd rather take his chances with a grizzly bear than compete with you, you know you're dealing with someone on a whole other level. So, what's this number all about? $55 million. Now, this isn't the valuation for some new tech company. Nope. This was the price, back in 1983, for one single furniture store in Omaha, Nebraska. And it was sold by an 89-year-old immigrant who couldn't even read or write English. And here's the craziest part. This wasn't some normal business deal. It was all done on pure trust. I mean, who on earth inspires that kind of confidence from Warren Buffett, a guy famous for digging into every last detail? Well, the answer is Rose Blumkin, or as everyone knew her, Mrs. B.
Okay, so here's how we're going to break down this amazing story. We'll start with that multi-million-dollar handshake. Then we're going to rewind and look at her unbelievable journey from Russia. We'll see how she built her empire, check out her wild partnership with Buffett, and then get to one of the craziest second acts in business history.
So let's start right there with that handshake. It's 1983. You've got two Omaha legends making a deal that's going to go down in history. But the real question is, how did an immigrant who started with absolutely nothing become so respected that the Oracle of Omaha would bet millions on just her word?
To really, truly understand that handshake, we have to go all the way back. I mean, way back. Back to a tiny, poor village in Russia. And back to a dream that started in a 6-year-old girl who was sleeping on a straw floor.
Her determination, even as a kid, was just staggering. At 13, she walked barefoot for 18 miles just to save her shoes. Then, at 24, escaping the chaos in Russia, she takes the Trans-Siberian Railway, bluffs her way across the Chinese border, gets on a cargo ship, and lands in Seattle 3 months later. It was an absolutely epic, unbelievable journey just to get here. And once she got to America, her word was everything. I mean, literally everything. Early on, her business was short on a $2,000 debt. She didn't even hesitate. She sold every single piece of furniture from her own home to make good on her promise.
This moment, it just tells you everything you need to know about her character. Can you imagine your kids coming home to a completely empty house? But for Rose, her integrity, her promise to the guy who gave her a chance on credit, well, that was more important than anything else.
So this incredible character, this absolute rock-solid integrity, that became the foundation for a retail giant that would completely change the game.
Her entire business was built on this one powerful, profoundly simple idea. I mean, in a world of crazy markups and sneaky sales tactics, her approach was just revolutionary. It was honest, it was direct, and it always put the customer first.
So here's how she actually did it. The big wholesalers, they wouldn't sell to her. So she basically became a furniture bootlegger, buying up overstock from the big department stores. Then, she just applied her simple rule: sell everything for only 10% over what she paid. This meant unbeatable prices, which brought in massive crowds and built this unbreakable bond of trust with her customers.
Just take her carpet business. While everyone else was charging almost $8 a yard, she was selling it for half that. Of course, the big suppliers sued her, trying to force her to raise her prices. But incredibly, she went to court all by herself, defended her philosophy, and she won.
And here's the kicker. This is how you know you're doing something right. The very judge who threw the case out was so impressed that he showed up the next day and became a customer himself. By the 1980s, using this exact model, she'd built the Nebraska Furniture Mart into the biggest single furniture store in all of North America. Now, when you build something that huge from just a $500 loan, people are going to notice. And, well, that success caught the eye of Omaha's other famous resident. This led to one of the most unlikely and legendary partnerships in American business history. So when Warren Buffett comes in to talk about buying the company, Mrs. B is her classic, brutally honest self. She actually lined up her own family, her grandsons, her sons-in-law, and told Buffett that if he bought the place, he could fire every single one of them, because, in her words, they were a bunch of bums. But Buffett, he saw right through that tough exterior. He knew he wasn't just buying a store. He was buying a culture, a brilliant management team. He wrote a letter to the family, promised he wouldn't interfere, and said he wanted them as partners. And that's what convinced them. It led to this landmark deal: $55 million, no audit, no inventory check, just a simple handshake. And, Buffett's trust paid off in a big way. He knew he was getting a great deal because he respected her so much. Well, after the sale, when Berkshire finally did an audit, they found out the store was actually worth about $30 million more than what he paid. As Mrs. B said later with a little smile, "I bet you he knew." But the story doesn't end there, not by a long shot. This sort of fairy tale partnership between the 89-year-old immigrant and the Oracle of Omaha, it was about to take a really dramatic turn, and it led to one of the most incredible final chapters you'll ever hear. So for years, Mrs. B kept running the carpet department, just like she always had. But as her grandsons started taking over more of the business, tensions started to build. Then, when she was 95 years old, they overruled her on a big carpet purchase. For a woman who built an empire on her own gut feelings, that was it. That was the last straw. She felt so betrayed that she quit on the spot, and the anger was real. As you can see from this quote, she did not hold back. She was furious with her family, and she was furious with Buffett for not backing her up. But listen, this is Rose Blumkin we're talking about. She wasn't the type to just retire. At 95 years old, after quitting the business she'd sold for millions, she opened a brand new store right across the street to compete directly with her own family and with Warren Buffett. And her new store? It was an immediate, massive success. It grew so fast, it was actually crushing the original Nebraska Furniture Mart. So after 2 years, the family made up, and Buffett agreed to buy her new store. But this time, he had a very, very special condition. Just let that sink in. This moment captures exactly how unstoppable she was. At 99 years old, Warren Buffett was so worried about her competitive fire that he made her sign a non-compete agreement. He was taking absolutely no chances. Her final years were filled with reconciliation and awards, with Buffett even singing to her on her 100th birthday. She never, ever forgot the country that gave her a shot, always insisting they play God Bless America. Which really just leaves you with one question. What is it inside a person that drives them to not just dream, but to build, lose, and then rebuild an entire empire all in one lifetime? You know, we all think of Warren Buffett as this unflappable legend, the ultimate symbol of calm, steady, long-term success. But there was this period in the 1980s where, behind the scenes, a perfect storm was brewing. His personal life was in complete turmoil, and a huge part of his business empire was, well, it was skidding right into a ditch. So today, we're going to dig into this pretty wild, lesser-known story of the crisis that really tested the Oracle of Omaha like nothing else.
Let's just start with this quote from Warren himself because it really sets the stage. It's so grim, and it captures the reality he was facing. You know, this wasn't just about numbers on a spreadsheet. This was about real people, their families, their communities, and the brutal fact that sometimes, even for a guy like Warren Buffett, there just wasn't an easy answer. This feeling of helplessness was haunting his professional life, right as a totally different kind of storm was gathering at home.
So what exactly was going on at home? Well, home was complicated. By the early 80s, Warren's wife, Susie, had packed up and moved to San Francisco. But here's the thing. They weren't divorced. Not even close. In fact, they talked on the phone almost every single day on this special hotline. When that phone rang, Susie would drop everything. He was still her number one priority, but for the very first time, her life was really and truly her own.
And the change in Susie's life was just staggering. I mean, look at this. Back in Omaha, a big shopping trip might mean a basket full of greeting cards. In San Francisco, she's torn between two different fur coats, so she just buys both. Warren, maybe realizing he couldn't control the money anymore, he just loosened the purse strings completely. And Susie went from being pretty financially restrained to having, and this is a quote, buckets of money to do whatever she wanted with.
So what did she do with all this new freedom and, frankly, this fortune? Well, she unleashed this incredible wave of generosity. Her circle of friends, the causes she supported, it just grew and grew, all powered by this amazing energy. But this new independent life, it also carried some secrets that would eventually put her on a collision course with Warren's world all the way back in Omaha. Her generosity was just all over the map. She became a champion for artists and creative types who she felt were being overlooked. She poured her heart and soul into helping her nephew, who was this brilliant musician but was battling a serious addiction. She basically treated him like a son. And maybe most remarkably for the time, she completely crossed a major social line, becoming this mother figure and a safe harbor for gay men in San Francisco, right when the fear and hysteria around the AIDS crisis were at their absolute peak. To really get a sense of the scale of her giving, just consider this one transaction. Warren asked her how much she needed for Christmas gifts for her friends one year. Her reply? Oh, $75,000 would do it. And he just wrote the check. That one amount, it tells you everything about her new world. And it creates this just stunning contrast with what was going on back in Omaha.
Yeah, the disconnect between their two worlds was just stark. While Susie is handing out tens of thousands of dollars to friends, Warren's back home watching the very business that gave Berkshire Hathaway its name die this slow, painful death. And at the same time, his insurance companies, which were supposed to be the real engine of his empire, they were sputtering and failing, one after another.
Remember that $75,000 Christmas check? Okay, now contrast that with this number. When Buffett finally pulled the plug on the original textile mill in 1985, all of its equipment, I'm talking the looms, the spinning frames, the entire physical history of the company, it all sold at auction for a paltry $163,000. The contrast is just breathtaking. The value of an entire factory was barely double what Susie spent on Christmas presents.
So why were things going so wrong? Well, a big part of it was Warren's own management philosophy. His good friend, Tom Murphy, famously said he delegated to the point of abdication. He would buy these businesses, he'd trust that smart people were running them, and then he'd pretty much leave them completely alone. But in the messy, complicated world of insurance, this hands-off approach was turning out to be an absolute disaster. And this management style created this recurring, really problematic cycle. It became known as the tow truck pattern. Here's how it worked. First, he'd buy an insurance company. Then, almost immediately, problems would pop up. Bad deals, kickbacks, you name it. The business would then just skid right into a ditch, and he'd have to call in a tow truck, a fixer, to come pull it out of the mess. This happened over and over and over again.
And the human cost of all this chaos was just immense. I mean, take the story of Dan Grossman, a young protege Buffett basically threw into the fire. At just 26 years old, he was put in charge of a failing insurance company.
He felt totally unqualified, and every time he called for help, he'd just get these pleasant but pretty unhelpful reassurances from Buffett. The stress completely overwhelmed him, his own marriage fell apart, and he finally just quit. And he didn't just leave the company, he cut off all ties. As a friend put it, he divorced the Buffetts. So you've got the business empire teetering on the brink, and you've got Susie's secret life out in San Francisco. In 1984, these two worlds, which had been spinning in their own separate orbits, they were about to collide with devastating force. The beautiful illusion that had been Warren and Susie's marriage, it was about to completely shatter. And here's how it all went down. Susie was traveling in Europe with her former tennis coach. And who does she run into but people she knows from Omaha? Suddenly, her two separate lives had just intersected. The secret was getting way too hard to contain. So, in March of '84, while she was visiting Omaha for his mother's birthday, she confessed. She told Warren that another man was part of the reason she'd moved away. Now, even then, she held some things back, letting him think the relationship was over. But for Warren, the damage was done. The impact on Warren was immediate. It was physical. He lost what looked like 10 pounds almost overnight. And while he kept his composure in public, at the office, he was the same old Warren. But privately, the man who built his entire life on logic and control had just had the emotional foundation of his world ripped out from under him. So at his absolute lowest point, both personally and professionally, the first true tow truck finally arrived. A man who was the total and complete opposite of Warren's hands-off style. His name was Mike Goldberg, and his approach was so intense, it earned this truly unforgettable nickname. A Socratic wind tunnel? I mean, isn't that an incredible description? Goldberg was this former McKinsey consultant with this sardonic intensity. He would get on the phone with his managers every single day and just quiz them mercilessly. He was hands-on, he was skeptical, and he had absolutely no problem firing people who weren't cutting it. He was exactly the tough medicine that Berkshire's sick insurance business needed. You can actually see all this turmoil reflected in Buffett's famous shareholder letters. If you look at them from the 70s, he's praising managers by name, telling everyone how great they're doing. But by the mid-80s, that praise just vanishes. He starts lumping all the insurance companies together, kind of hiding the failures and taking all the blame himself. It was a classic case of what Sherlock Holmes called the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime. The big clue wasn't what was being said, but what wasn't being said anymore. So Mike Goldberg was the tow truck that pulled the businesses out of the ditch. But the man who would rebuild them into like a modern supercar, he was about to walk through the door. And this next arrival wasn't just a fix, it was a revolution. One Saturday, Mike Goldberg walks into Warren's office with a man named Ajit Jain. Now, Ajit had a top engineering degree from India, an MBA from Harvard, but, and this is the key part, he had zero background in insurance. Buffett didn't care at all. In Ajit, he saw a kindred spirit, skeptical, tough, and just unbelievably brilliant. And this quote from Buffett, it says everything you need to know. He didn't just call Ajit a great hire. He compared his arrival to the discovery of the electric light. For a man who almost always deals in understatement, calling something huge twice is just the ultimate form of praise. Ajit Jain was about to transform Berkshire Hathaway forever. What's one of the first things Ajit did? He took out this incredibly simple ad in a trade magazine. It was this bold, direct move that was a total hallmark of Buffett's own sharp thinking. It basically announced to the world that Berkshire was open for business on a massive scale. And according to Buffett, business just came pouring in the door. The tow trucks weren't needed anymore. The engine was rebuilt, and it was roaring. So we're left with this just incredible story. You've got a marriage held together by a hotline, a business empire saved by a Socratic wind tunnel, and the electric light of this one brilliant mind. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? In a world that prizes consistency and stability above everything else, maybe true lasting success is actually forged in these moments of profound personal and professional crisis. What do you think?
All right, let's set the stage. Picture this, the 1980s. It wasn't just about wild hair and cheesy music, you know. It was a time of massive, massive change in the corporate world. For almost 2 decades, the Dow Jones had been basically flat. Companies were getting lazy, bloated. But then, the winds started to shift, big time. Thanks to the Fed taming inflation, a whole new kind of storm was about to hit Wall Street.
And believe it or not, that wasn't really an exaggeration. See, interest rates came crashing down from these insane highs of 15%, and all of a sudden debt was super cheap. This just completely unlocked a revolutionary new idea. You could buy a giant company using its own money as collateral. Think about it. It's like getting a 100% mortgage to buy a mansion.
And just like that, the wild merger boom of the 1980s was on.
So welcome to what they called the Predator's Ball. And that nickname, it perfectly captures the almost lawless, Wild West vibe of finance in the 80s. The old gentleman's rules of business, yeah, those were getting torn up and thrown out the window. And right at the center of all this chaos was a very powerful and very controversial new financial weapon.
Junk bonds. You know, they used to call them fallen angels, and for good reason. They were basically the debt of struggling companies, maybe even ones coming out of bankruptcy. They were shady, risky. But then, this guy named Michael Milken over at Drexel Burnham Lambert has this brilliant insight. He realized that while one junk bond is risky, a whole portfolio of them, that's a different story. He didn't just sell junk, he made it seem respectable.
And this is where things just went completely off the rails. With literally billions of dollars in junk bond money now up for grabs, a whole new type of investor shows up on the scene, the corporate raider. These guys started stalking Wall Street, targeting huge, profitable companies, buying them up with borrowed money, and then basically picking them clean to pay off all that debt. It was an absolute frenzy, and it really truly earned that name, Predator's Ball.
So you've got these two totally opposite worldviews just clashing. On one side, you have Wall Street, which is absolutely drunk on its new favorite word, leverage. Debt wasn't a danger. It was this magic tool you used to pump up your profits. And then you have Warren Buffett. This is a guy whose entire mindset was shaped by the Great Depression. To him, debt was the enemy, something you avoided like the plague. While everyone else was getting their first credit cards, Buffett was still paying for everything with cash.
So Buffett sees all this chaos, all this greed of the Predator's Ball, and he decides, you know what, I'm going to play a completely different game. Instead of being the guy trying to tear a company apart, he positions himself as its savior. He becomes the White Knight, the guy a terrified CEO calls when the wolves are scratching at the door.
And the perfect test for this new strategy comes in 1985. The huge ABC television network, a giant, finds itself in the crosshairs of these corporate raiders. So what does its CEO do? Instead of fighting, he finds a friendly buyer, Capital Cities. And who's the first person they call to back the deal and scare everyone else away? You guessed it, Warren Buffett. He commits over $500 million, helps create this media behemoth, and suddenly, he's a key player in the biggest deal of its kind.
So yeah, 1985 was just a whirlwind of a year. That ABC deal, plus a bunch of other big wins, it pushed Buffett over this incredible line. At 55 years old, the guy from Omaha, the one who started with this tiny, failing textile mill, was officially a billionaire. He was now a member of this tiny, exclusive club, and let me tell you, the world was about to sit up and take notice.
But fame, as you know, is a double-edged sword. It came with some pretty weird perks and some even weirder dangers. One minute he's cashing a paycheck for appearing on a soap opera, the next he's putting on a tux to go to a state dinner with President Reagan. But it wasn't all fun and games. This newfound celebrity made him a target. There was a scary, though thankfully unsuccessful, plot to kidnap him, and he ended up having to install this massive 300-pound security door on his famously simple office.
This quote, it just gets right to the heart of who he is. He was a master at setting up deals where everybody feels like they won, but make no mistake, he always won. And this applied to his own kids. He made a deal with his daughter, lose a certain amount of weight, and he'd pay for this incredible month-long shopping spree. The catch? If she gained the weight back, she had to pay him back. He wins either way. A similar deal with his son meant his farm rent was tied to his weight. It's classic Buffett, always finding the incentive and always coming out on top.
So Buffett's basically conquered Wall Street, and he's done it his way. But a new threat was starting to brew, and this one wasn't some corporate raider. No, this one came from the universities, from academia, and it was an attack that aimed to tear down his entire life's work.
And it all boiled down to this one simple question. Is a guy like Warren Buffett a genius? Has he actually figured out a better way to invest? Or, after all these years of success, is he just the incredibly lucky winner of some giant cosmic coin-flipping contest? A whole bunch of really influential professors were starting to argue that it was all just luck.
Their big weapon was this theory called the efficient market hypothesis. And it sounds fancy, but the idea is pretty simple. The market is so efficient that a stock's price always reflects all the known information about it. So all that time you spend reading reports and studying businesses, it's useless. According to this theory, you just can't consistently beat the market. And anyone who does, well, they're just a statistical anomaly, a fluke.
And here's how dismissive they were.
They literally argued that Buffett's decades of absolutely crushing the market were no more meaningful than if you'd given a monkey a bunch of darts and let him throw them at the stock pages in the newspaper. Any success was just pure random chance. It wasn't skill, it was a freak accident of statistics.
But Buffett, he was not going to take that sitting down. In 1984, he delivered this absolute masterclass of a rebuttal. He said, look, imagine a national coin flipping contest. If a few people flip heads 20 times in a row, okay, maybe that's luck. But what if all the winners came from the exact same tiny town? You'd start to think something else was going on, right? And then he pointed to 9 real investors, including himself, who all came from the same intellectual town, the school of his mentor, Ben Graham. Every single one of them had destroyed the market averages for decades. It couldn't be random luck. It was proof that the method worked.
So, he's won the intellectual battle. But now, he faces the single biggest business decision of his entire life. It was a choice that was forced on him by a huge change in the tax law, and it would define the future of Berkshire Hathaway forever. This was his point of no return. Okay, so here's the dilemma. Before 1986, there was this tax rule that said if a company sold off all its stuff, liquidated, only the shareholders paid tax on their profits. But in '86, Congress got rid of that rule. The new law created a massive double tax. The company would pay tax, and then the shareholders would pay tax again. This gave Buffett this one-time closing window. Liquidate Berkshire now, or commit to its future knowing this huge tax bill was always going to be there.
And we're not talking about a little bit of money here. The tax bill they could avoid if Buffett chose to liquidate, $400 million. And his personal cut of that savings would have been a cool $185 million. He could have just shut it all down, taken the cash, started a new, smaller firm, and walked away hundreds of millions of dollars richer. But he didn't. In his annual letter to his shareholders, he laid it all out with his usual clarity. He explained the new tax law, and then, in one simple little phrase, just dismissed the entire idea. Which it most certainly won't be. The decision was made. No hesitation, no ambiguity. Berkshire was here to stay.
And that right there, that was his Rubicon. You know, like when Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon River, committing himself to war. This was Buffett's point of no return. He was choosing to give up the flexibility he used to have and instead commit fully to building Berkshire Hathaway into this permanent, lasting institution, something that would be around long after he was gone. He literally gave up a personal fortune to turn his company into his legacy.
And after crossing that Rubicon, his whole reputation just transformed. Berkshire Hathaway was now seen as this unbreachable fortress of cash. And Buffett himself? He wasn't just another smart investor anymore. He was the guy the most powerful men on Wall Street called when they were in serious trouble. And you want a perfect example? Look at what happened in 1987. The legendary investment bank Salomon Brothers was being targeted by this feared raider, Ron Perlman. In a total panic, the CEO calls the one person he knows can save him, Warren Buffett. Buffett agrees to be the white knight, investing $700 million. And, in classic Buffett style, the deal was structured so that he had this massive upside with almost zero risk. He was saving them, sure, but he was doing it entirely on his terms.
Before he signed on the dotted line, he and his partner Charlie Munger went to see what they were buying into. They stood on a balcony overlooking Solomon's famous trading floor, just called The Room, and what they saw was just pure pandemonium. Hundreds of traders, shouting, sweating, screaming into phones, the air thick with smoke and what someone described as a symphony of groans and curses. This was the frantic, beating heart of the Wall Street machine.
And as they're just standing there taking in this scene of absolute chaos, Charlie Munger turns to his partner and asks that perfect, simple question. It just captures the entire moment, doesn't it? The clash of these two worlds. The quiet, rational man from Omaha, about to pour a fortune into the very center of the chaos he had always kept at arm's length. And with that deal, he wasn't just buying into a company, he was cementing his place as the new king of Wall Street.
You know, we all think we know Warren Buffett, the Oracle of Omaha, right? The humble, burger and Coke-loving billionaire next door. But back in 1987, this icon of Main Street values made a move that just shocked everybody. He placed a $700 million bet on the absolute heart of Wall Street, the aggressive, swaggering investment bank Salomon Brothers. And let me tell you, it was a move that would test his principles, his family, and his entire reputation.
What makes this story so incredible is Buffett's public image. I mean, he was the ultimate Wall Street critic. You can see it in this famous quote. He just loved to poke fun at the industry's craziness. He was always warning against the casino society, and famously told a group of students to hold your nose and go to Wall Street. This kind of folksy wisdom made him a hero, a symbol of real American values standing against all that greed in Manhattan.
And yet, here's the paradox, laid out plain and simple. While he's out there publicly blasting the system, he goes and pours a fortune into one of its biggest, baddest engines. So you have to ask, why? Why would the man who hated the casino buy a piece of the biggest one on the block? Well, the answer, at least in the beginning, was pretty simple. He wasn't betting on the firm. He was betting on its leader, a guy named John Gutfriend.
All right, so to really unpack this whole high-stakes drama, we're going to break it down into 5 key parts. We'll kick things off with the populist's big gamble, then see the personal toll of a massive market crash, dig into a really tough family dilemma, compare some of Buffett's other bets, and finally, we're going to take a little deep inside the Solomon Casino itself.
So to understand Buffett's gamble, we first need to get a handle on the casino he was betting on. See, the market in 1987 was being totally transformed by this new, complex, and, as it turned out, unbelievably risky financial invention.
And that invention was the derivative. Now the slide gives you the technical definition, a contract whose value is derived from something else, but let's just put it simply, it's a side bet. You're not actually investing in a company, you're just betting on where the price of something, like the entire S&P 500 stock index, is going to go by a certain date.
If that sounds a little abstract, don't you worry. Buffett, in his classic way, had this great simple analogy to explain a very similar idea that just makes it all click. And it all revolves around his tenant, a guy named Howie, and a weight loss bet. Okay, let's walk through this slowly. Together. First, the deal. Warren tells his tenant, Howie, hey, if you lose weight, your rent goes down. Simple enough. Then comes the risk. Warren starts to think, uh-oh, what if he actually does it? I'm going to lose that rental income. So he creates a hedge. He goes to a third person, Susie, and pays her $100 for what's basically an insurance policy. And here's the derivative. If Howie does lose weight, Susie pays Warren the money he lost. If Howie doesn't lose the weight, Susie just pockets the $100. See? The payout is derived from Howie's weight, and this is exactly what Wall Street was doing, only instead of a guy's weight, they were selling insurance on the entire stock market going down.
And on October 19th, 1987, a day we now call Black Monday, all of those insurance bills came due at once. The market had its biggest one-day percentage drop in history. The whole casino just went bust.
Now, while the entire world was panicking, Buffett and his partners were thrilled. They were calmly calling up their brokers, just scooping up stocks at huge discounts. One of them even said they were glowing like fireflies. But right in the middle of all this excitement, a devastating phone call came in. The crash hadn't just hit some strangers on Wall Street, it had financially wiped out his own sister, Doris.
And this brings us to a moment of just intense family drama. I mean, this wasn't some theoretical debate about the market anymore. This was a real crisis that forced Buffett to choose between his strict financial principles and his own flesh and blood.
So what took Doris down? It was a particularly nasty type of derivative called a naked put. Okay, let's go back to our little story. This would be like Susie selling insurance on Howie's weight loss, but without having any money set aside to actually pay Warren if he wins the bet. It's called naked because it's totally unprotected. It was a pure, reckless gamble that the market would only ever go up.
This timeline right here is just brutal. Doris gets wiped out. Days later, she calls up her billionaire brother asking for help, and Warren says no. His logic was cold and it was simple. Giving her money wouldn't help her, it would just go to the speculators that she owed money to. He refused to bail them out. So instead, he arranged for her to get an advance from a family trust. The catch? It was her own money she was getting, just a little bit early.
And this quote, wow, it really shows you that ruthless side of his principles. He didn't pull any punches. A check for a couple $1 million would have been nothing to him. But in his mind, that money wasn't going to his sister. It was rewarding the very people whose behavior he couldn't stand. His sister had made a bad bet, and he was not about to pay the casino.
So while the Solomon investment was souring and his family life was getting incredibly strained, Buffett was still making other big moves in this new post-crash world. Some of them were just pure genius, and others, well, they were major mistakes.
This slide just captures it perfectly.
the two different worlds Buffett was living in. Over on the left, you've got the Solomon mess. He's on the board, but he has no power. He's getting outvoted on stuff he thinks is morally wrong, just totally clashing with the culture. And on the right, the complete opposite. He gives himself a present, a massive $600 million investment in Coca-Cola. It was a classic Buffett move, a fantastic, simple brand that was just temporarily on sale.
What's really interesting is that during this time, other CEOs started coming to Buffett for help. They were afraid of takeovers, so they offered him what people started calling sweetheart deals. He invested in companies like Champion, a paper business, and Gillette. Now, the Gillette deal was a massive home run, but the others kind of made people raise their eyebrows. As the criticism here notes, the Oracle of Omaha was starting to look less like an outsider and more like a boardroom insider, just protecting his CEO buddies.
He was definitely aware of his own mistakes, though. The U.S. Air deal was a total disaster. The company suspended its dividend almost as soon as his check cleared. But Buffett, with that classic self-deprecating humor of his, later admitted how bad it was, comparing his weakness for investing in airlines to being an addict.
But really, all these other deals were just a sideshow. The main event, the real deep problem, was back at Salomon Brothers. The internal culture there was just spiraling completely out of control. Buffett had invested in a man, but he was trapped by the system.
Internally, Solomon wasn't one happy company. No, it had pretty much fractured into these warring fiefdoms, each run by a powerful warlord who controlled their own part of the business. And ruling over all of them, sitting at the very top of the power structure, was this quiet, brilliant mathematician named John Merriweather and his elite team of traders, the Arba Boys. Their complex computer models were generating most of the firm's profits. They held the real power.
$23 million. Just let that number sink in. That wasn't the firm's profit for the year. That wasn't the total bonus pool for everybody. That was the bonus for a single year, 1991, for just one of Merriweather's traders, a guy named Larry Hillebrand. This one number tells you everything you need to know about where the power and the money was really flowing.
And this table here perfectly illustrates just how little influence Buffett actually had. He and his partner, Charlie Munger, fought these battles in the boardroom, and they lost every single time. They argued against repricing stock options, saying it was morally wrong. They got outvoted. Munger called a Russian oil venture an idiotic idea. The firm invested $116 million anyway. Buffett personally voted no on that massive bonus pool for the traders, and he was simply overruled.
So, after all this, how did Buffett finally see the company he'd staked so much on? This quote says it all. He saw it as a casino with a restaurant out front. The traditional investment banking, that's the restaurant, it was just a loss leader, a little bit of window dressing. The real business, the only thing that actually mattered, was the casino. And the casino was running the house.
By 1991, he was completely stuck. If he sold his massive stake, it would crash the stock and hurt his own shareholders. His investment, and more importantly, his carefully built reputation for good judgment and high principles, were now completely tied to this out-of-control company. He was trapped.
Which leaves us with the ultimate question, doesn't it? The real core lesson of this entire story. Buffett had put his trust in one man, John Gutfreund, but he ended up buying into a whole culture, a system that stood for everything he publicly claimed to hate. It just sets up this incredible dilemma. What do you do when your money, your word, and your entire reputation are all trapped in a house of greed that you know is wrong?
Have you ever wondered what it looks like when one of Wall Street's biggest firms is just hours away from collapsing? And not just collapsing, but threatening to drag the entire global financial system down with it? Well, that's exactly what we're talking about today. This is the story of Salomon Brothers, a crazy scandal, and the one moment that put the reputation of the world's most famous investor to the ultimate test. Yeah, it really all came down to a single weekend. You have this massive firm, leveraged up to its eyeballs, just about to go under, and there's one man who has to step in, not just to save his money, but his good name, his reputation, and somehow prevent a total catastrophe. The stakes were just astronomically high. And, the craziest part? The fuse for this whole time bomb was lit by a single, pretty mysterious phone call. So picture this. It's August 1991, and Warren Buffett is on his yearly trip to Lake Tahoe. He gets this very unusual call. It's John Gutfreund, the CEO of Salomon Brothers, this larger-than-life figure on Wall Street. And Gutfreund's tone is serious.
Right away, Buffett's mind is just racing, trying to figure out what on earth could be so important. And the irony here is just it's incredible. Buffett's very first thought was, oh, this must be good news. He's thinking, hey, maybe they're selling the firm. That would mean he could cash out his huge $700 million investment for a nice little profit. He was actually hoping for a windfall. But what he was about to hear from a payphone outside a steakhouse of all places was the start of an absolute corporate nightmare. Okay, so to really understand the crime at the heart of all this, we gotta quickly wrap our heads around how U.S. Treasury auctions work. It's pretty simple, actually. The government needs money, so it sells its debt as Treasury bonds. But, and this is the key part, it only sells them to this super exclusive club of primary dealers. Think of the biggest, most powerful firms on Wall Street, like Solomon. These guys are the gatekeepers to the most important market in the world. It's a position of immense power, and it's all built on one thing: trust. And that trust, it was completely shattered by one guy, Paul Moser, the head of Solomon's government bond desk. See, the Treasury had this very clear rule to stop any one firm from manipulating the market. No single company could bid for more than 35% of any one auction. But Moser, who was a product of Solomon's hyper-aggressive win-at-all-costs culture, he just broke the rule. He secretly started placing bids in the names of Solomon's own customers without their permission, basically using them like puppets. And the result? In one case, Solomon illegally got control of 87% of an auction. They were able to squeeze the market for enormous profits. It wasn't a mistake. It was a flagrant crime. But here's the thing. As bad as Moser's felony was, that's not what almost brought the firm down. We've seen this story a million times, right? The real damage isn't the crime itself. It's always the cover-up. The truly fatal mistake here was the institutional paralysis that came next, a complete failure of leadership that just poisoned the entire company. I mean, just look at this timeline. It is breathtakingly negligent. On April 25th, Moser fesses up to his boss. By April 29th, just a few days later, the absolute highest levels of management, including the CEO, John Goodfriend, they all know. They know they are sitting on a criminal act that strikes at the very integrity of the U.S. government's finances, and for 4 long months, they do absolutely nothing. They don't fire the guy, they don't call the regulators, they just sit on it, hoping it'll all just magically go away. Warren Buffett's longtime partner, the brilliant Charlie Munger, he had this perfect, brutal description for this kind of an action. He called it thumb-sucking. And it gives you this vivid image, right? A child just frozen by uncertainty, lost in thought, when what the situation really demands is immediate, decisive action. This wasn't some strategic pause. It was a total abdication of responsibility. And let's be crystal clear about who was doing all this thumb-sucking. This wasn't some mid-level manager messing up. No, this was the very top of the food chain. John Goodfriend, the CEO, Tom Strauss, the president, John Meriwether, Moser's boss, and maybe worst of all, Don Firestein, the firm's top lawyer, who explicitly told them that what Moser did was probably a crime. The failure was total, and it went right to the top. So you have to ask, why? Why take this insane risk? Well, it boils down to one simple thing: fear. Solomon was a highly leveraged firm. It was funded by billions and billions of dollars in short-term debt that had to be renewed every single day. If their lenders got spooked and decided, nah, we're not going to roll over those loans, the firm would run out of cash and collapse overnight. So management was terrified that telling the truth would trigger a run on the bank. They chose silence over integrity. But come on, we all know how Wall Street works. A secret that big has the shelf life of a carton of milk left out in the sun. It was never a question of if the truth would come out, it was just a matter of when. And when it did, the consequences of that cover-up were going to be so much more devastating than the original crime ever could have been. And sure enough, by mid-August, the secret was out. A headline in the Wall Street Journal just screams, "The Big Squeeze," and it lays out Moser's entire scheme for the whole world to see. And just like that, the financial panic that management had been so afraid of for 4 months, it began. For real. The firm started to just come apart at the seams. To understand just how unbelievably precarious their situation was, just look at this number. Solomon had $146 billion in debt, and all of that was resting on this paper-thin little sliver of just $4 billion in equity. It was a massively leveraged house of cards. The slightest gust of wind, the slightest loss of confidence, and the whole thing would come crashing down. And now their lenders were getting very, very nervous. A classic run on the bank was starting. And then came the knockout blow.
The president of the New York Fed, a guy named Jerry Corrigan, was furious about the cover-up. He sent a formal letter to Salomon, and in it, he said the firm's actions called into question its continuing business relationship with the Fed. Now, in the polite language of central bankers, this was basically a loaded gun cocked at the firm's head. It was a veiled death threat. And that's when reality finally came crashing down for CEO John Gutfreund. On Friday, August 16th, he wakes up and his face is plastered all over the front page of the New York Times. He calls Buffett early in the morning, and all he says is, "I just read my own obituary." For the guy who was once called the King of Wall Street, the game was officially over. So Gutfreund, Strauss, and the other execs involved in the cover-up, they were all forced out. In all that chaos, every single eye turned to the firm's biggest shareholder, Warren Buffett. They begged him to step in as the interim chairman. Now, his motivations were pretty clear. Yeah, he had to save his $700 million investment, but way more importantly, he had to save his reputation, which he had staked on the firm's leadership. He was literally stepping into a raging fire. What happened next was one of the most chaotic, high-stakes weekends in modern financial history. With Salomon just teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, the stability of the entire global financial system was hanging by a thread. Because if Salomon fell, the big question was, who's next? So on Sunday morning, while Buffett and the board are frantically trying to figure out a path forward, a lawyer runs into the room with a message from the U.S. Treasury. And it's an ultimatum. The government was officially banning Salomon from bidding in its auctions, not just for itself, but for its customers too. This was the final blow. It completely cut off the firm's oxygen supply. It was basically a public announcement that Salomon was radioactive. And this was Buffett's gut reaction. He knew this wasn't just a penalty. This was an execution order. The United States government was sending a crystal clear message to the entire world. And that message was, Treasury to Salomon, drop dead. The firm was just hours away from becoming a zombie, its fate totally sealed before the markets could even open. The entire crisis just compressed into a few terrifying hours. At 10 a.m., the Treasury's death sentence lands. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Buffett has to go in front of the press and somehow explain why he's taking over a firm that is, for all intents and purposes, already dead. And at 5 p.m. New York time, the markets in Tokyo were going to open, and the global run on Salomon is going to begin. They had just a few hours to stop a meltdown. So Buffett gets on the phone with the Treasury Secretary, Nick Brady, but logic and arguments about systemic risk, they weren't working. So he reached for his absolute last resort, the one asset he valued more than anything else, his personal credibility. For decades, he had carefully built what he called his bank of reputation, and now he was about to make the single biggest withdrawal of his entire life. That's what he said, just flat out. Nick, this is the most important day of my life. In that moment, it wasn't a CEO pleading for his company. It was a man staking everything he had ever built on a single sentence. And Brady, the Treasury Secretary, he heard the raw anguish in Buffett's voice and realized this guy truly believed he'd been thrown over Niagara Falls in a barrel. That desperate human plea, it finally turned the tide. The Treasury backed off just enough to let Salomon survive. The firm had a pulse. So Salomon was pulled back from the brink. Buffett would spend the next 9 months cleaning house, putting in a whole new culture, and stabilizing the firm. But the real lesson from this entire saga wasn't about financial leverage or treasury auctions. No, it was about something far more fundamental, something you can't ever find on a balance sheet. This is something Buffett had told his own children, and the Salomon crisis was the ultimate proof. The executives who did all that thumb-sucking ruined their lifelong careers in just a few months. And in a single weekend, Warren Buffett had to stake his entire life's work, his reputation, just to clean up their mess. It's the ultimate reminder that in business and in life, your credibility is the one asset you can never, ever afford to lose.
Picture this. It's 1991. Salomon Brothers, an absolute titan on Wall Street. I mean, these are the guys who practically invented the mortgage-backed security, is completely imploding. A huge scandal has just blown up in their face. Turns out they've been illegally rigging U.S. Treasury auctions, the very bedrock of the entire global financial system. The government is literally hours away from shutting them down for good, which could set off a worldwide panic. Their one and only hope? An outsider from Omaha, Nebraska, a man who has just been handed the impossible job of saving a company that seems hell-bent on destroying itself. This is that story.
So, here's how we're going to break down this incredible corporate thriller. We're going to walk through it in 6 acts. We'll start right at the edge, when the firm was about to die. Then we'll get into the simple but totally radical new rules Buffett laid down. We'll see his extraordinary legal gamble, how he managed to tame a hostile Congress, and then dive into the internal war he had to wage against Solomon's own culture, before we get to the final jaw-dropping reckoning.
Okay, so let's set the scene. It's August 1991. Warren Buffett has just been made the interim CEO. And as he puts it, he's trapped on a speeding train with no brakes and no way off. Salomon isn't just in trouble, the firm is toxic, it's bleeding cash, and its survival isn't being measured in days or weeks, but literally hour by hour.
And you really can't make this stuff up. This quote, it came with some perfect, if accidental, dramatic flair. As Buffett was in a crisis meeting in New York, the tail end of Hurricane Bob was slamming the city. Rain literally started pouring through the windows of Solomon's fancy headquarters. And right then, Buffett just dryly says this. I mean, what a perfect metaphor for the absolute storm of chaos he had just walked into.
The situation was just desperate. I mean, huge influential clients. We're talking the California Public Employees Retirement System, the World Bank. They were all running for the exits. The firm was having to roll over billions of dollars in debt every single day just to keep the lights on. And to top it all off, when Buffett and his partner Charlie Munger went to Washington to plead their case, regulators took one look at them and said they looked like 2 guys you would see at the Greyhound bus station. They were completely underestimating who they were dealing with.
So, with the company about to go under, how does Buffett respond? Does he come up with some complex financial fix? Nope. He responds with a brutally simple new philosophy. He immediately establishes what would become known as the Buffett Doctrine.
His crisis plan had just 3 simple commands. First, get it right. Find out every single thing that went wrong, no matter how ugly. Second, get it fast. Do it right now, no stalling. And third, get it out. Tell the public, tell the press, tell the government everything you found. No secrets, no spin. It was the absolute opposite of how Wall Street usually handles a scandal.
And the core of this whole new doctrine was what he called the front page test. It was brilliant. He told every single employee, from the star traders all the way down, to ask themselves one simple question. Am I okay with this showing up on the front page of my local newspaper tomorrow? It was a simple, powerful, and really personal way to think about ethics.
But here's the thing. This wasn't just about one rogue trader. As Buffett started digging, he uncovered a much deeper rot. He found out that Salomon's senior management had known for months that their traders' actions were, and I quote, criminal in nature, and they had actively hidden it all from the board, from regulators, and from Buffett himself. The place was rotting from the very top.
So now Buffett is facing a criminal indictment, which would have been an instant death sentence for the firm. He knew the usual legal playbook wouldn't work. He had to do something so radical, so completely out of left field, that it would stun federal prosecutors into standing down. Now, to really understand just how insane his next move was, you gotta know about attorney-client privilege. Think of it as the bedrock of any corporate defense. It's this sacred legal shield that lets executives talk freely with their lawyers, knowing those conversations can never be used against them. Buffett took that shield and he just threw it away. In a move that was basically unheard of, he told his lawyers to walk into the U.S. Attorney's office and waive the privilege, completely. They promised to turn over every single thing they found in their own internal investigation. They basically volunteered to be an arm of the government and go after their own people. The prosecutor's reaction was just pure disbelief. The U.S. attorney was totally stunned. He was convinced it had to be some kind of trick, that these aw-shucks guys from the Midwest were trying to pull a fast one. And why? Because no company had ever willingly just handed over its most powerful legal weapon like that, ever.
Okay, so he's disarmed the Justice Department, at least for a moment, with this strategy of total surrender. But Buffett's next battle was in a much more public arena. He now had to go face a congressional hearing that was gearing up to be a full-on witch hunt.
But Buffett didn't show up to defend what Salomon did. No, he showed up to prosecute it. He didn't make any excuses, no talk about misunderstandings. Instead, he told Congress that the firm had become a financial Gomorrah, a place of sin and excess, and that he was there to purge it, to burn all the corruption out. This was the line that changed everything. He said it right to Congress, and it became the moral centerpiece of the entire turnaround. It perfectly framed the stakes, not in dollars and cents, but in the one thing Buffett values most: reputation. He wasn't just saving a company. He was trying to restore a principle.
So after taming the government, at least for now, Buffett faced his toughest enemy yet, the deeply entitled, money-crazed culture inside Salomon Brothers itself. The war outside was over. The war inside was just getting started.
And the culture clash was just stark. On one side, you have Buffett's world. Simple sandwiches for lunch, the main rule is the front page test. And on the other side, Solomon's world, a place with a private chef who could make anything on earth, in-house barbers, and a culture built on hiding the truth. It was Main Street versus Wall Street, playing out right inside one building.
The whole conflict really came to a head over bonuses. Buffett basically said, look, the firm performed horribly. You shouldn't expect giant paydays. And he cut the bonus pool by $110 million. The reaction? It was immediate and it was furious. Traders actually went on strike. A lot of them, who felt they deserved combat pay for sticking around, saw it as a total betrayal. They took their checks and walked right out the door, which kind of proved Buffett's point all along. They were mercenaries, not partners.
All right, so the firm was saved. The culture was, very slowly, being changed, but there were still some accounts left to settle. It was time for the final reckoning for both the company and for the men who nearly brought it all down.
And this final act had moments of pure absurdity. During the arbitration hearing for the former CEO's severance pay, Buffett's partner Charlie Munger gives this totally unforgettable testimony. He claimed that during the original negotiations, he wasn't really paying attention, that he'd turned off his mind. It was such a bizarre performance it left everyone in the room completely speechless.
To really understand the sheer madness of this whole saga, you have to start with this number, $4 million. After all the scheming and the illegal bids, that was the total profit that the original crime even generated. On Wall Street, that's a pretty small sum, the kind of money a single trader might make in a good month. But it was the seed that would grow into an absolute catastrophe.
And now, look at the final bill. After all the lies, the cover-up, the scandal, and the near collapse of the company, that $4 million crime ended up costing Salomon an estimated $800 million in fines, legal fees, and lost business. That's a 200-fold increase in cost over profit. It is the ultimate proof of that old warning. It's not the crime, it's the cover-up that gets you.
And finally, what about the man at the top, former CEO John Gutfreund, who oversaw the whole cover-up? He spent months in legal battles demanding a severance package worth tens of millions. After all the testimony, all the evidence of his failures and his decision to hide the truth, the arbitrators awarded him precisely this amount: zero. Absolutely nothing.
In the end, Buffett's ruthless focus on reputation is what saved Salomon. The whole saga is this incredibly powerful lesson that while you can put a number on fines and legal fees, the real cost is counted in something way more valuable. It shows that when a culture decides bonuses are more important than integrity, the final bill is a price that no company can ever afford to pay.
Okay, so let's dive into a really pivotal and honestly often overlooked period in Warren Buffett's life. We're talking about the years between 1991 and 1995. This is when he went from being a super rich, respected investor to a straight-up national icon. And that fame, well, it started to change the man himself.
And you know, Buffett was totally, almost uncomfortably, aware of this shift. He knew that when he was young and full of brilliant ideas, nobody was really listening. But now, he could say the most random thing and people would treat it like some kind of profound wisdom from the mountaintop. It's like he was becoming a myth in real time. And you get the sense that even he thought it was all a little weird.
So this wasn't just something the media made up. It was a real split in his public identity. The press started to notice that, wait a minute, there isn't just one Warren Buffett anymore. There are two. And they seem to be living in completely different worlds.
On one side, you have this image he carefully built up, right? The humble, aw-shucks hero from Omaha, sipping lemonade on his porch and calling Wall Street guys con men. But behind that friendly grandpa persona was a cold, ruthlessly rational operator. This is the guy who had just taken over Salomon Brothers and completely dismantled its bonus-obsessed culture and was now busy elephant bumping, which was his own term for hanging out with the global elite.
And this new stardom, this post-Salomon fame, it was matched by an insane rise in his personal wealth. By 1991, with Berkshire stock shooting past $10,000 a share, he was officially worth $4.4 billion.
And if you think that's a lot, just a few years later, that number had almost doubled.
At $8.5 billion, Warren Buffett was now the richest man in the entire United States. And all that money was about to connect him with pretty much the only other person playing in that same league.
It was right around this time that a relationship started that would challenge his thinking in ways he probably never saw coming. And it all began with a serious dose of mutual reluctance. I mean, the ultimate old-school value investor was about to meet the ultimate new-school tech visionary.
So picture this. It's a 4th of July party near Seattle. Buffett, who famously said computers were like Brussels sprouts to him, wanted absolutely nothing to do with this meeting. And Bill Gates, he was just as unimpressed. He told his mom, what am I going to talk to him about? A guy who just picks stocks? Their families basically had to force them together. Gates was so sure it'd be a waste of time that he had a helicopter on standby for a quick escape. But from the second they met, the whole plan went out the window. Buffett just starts grilling Gates on the business models of IBM versus Microsoft, and they got so deep into it they completely ignored everyone else at the party. By sunset, Gates's getaway chopper had to leave without him.
Later that night at dinner, you really see what clicked between them. Someone asked for the single most important factor in their success. Without even thinking about it, Warren Buffett said, focus. And then Bill Gates gave the exact same one-word answer. This wasn't just a business tip. It was who they were. It was this shared, obsessive single-mindedness. They had found an intellectual soulmate in the most unlikely person imaginable.
And this new friendship moved really quickly from a holiday party into the absolute inner sanctum of Buffett's world, the super exclusive Buffett Group meeting. This was a gathering of his most trusted friends and investors. And let me tell you, Gates' presence was about to send a shockwave through their whole way of thinking. So the topic on the table was a classic Buffett obsession. Why do great companies die? You know, these dominant, seemingly invincible businesses like Sears and IBM, what makes them eventually fall apart? The room was filled with some of the sharpest value investing minds on the planet, all trying to crack this exact puzzle. And this is where the two worlds just collided spectacularly. An investor asks for an opinion on a classic blue chip stock, a company that seemed as solid as a mountain, Kodak. Bill Gates, who'd snuck into the back of the room late, doesn't even hesitate. He just says, Kodak is toast. Can you imagine the silence in that room? To these guys, Kodak was a fortress with a huge moat. But Gates wasn't looking at their financials. He was looking at the future. He saw this digital tidal wave coming that was just completely invisible to everyone else there. So when another investor challenged him, saying, well, by that logic, shouldn't television networks also be doomed? Gates explained the crucial difference. With photography, he said, you're literally getting rid of the core product, film. The entire skill of making film becomes, quote, absolutely irrelevant. But television networks, they faced a challenge you could manage. They owned the content, and that content could be repurposed for whatever came next. It was a masterclass in technology modes for the old guard, explaining the difference between total extinction and simple evolution. But, while Buffett was expanding his mind with these new friends, his super private family life was going through some changes that, well, they seemed to fly in the face of some of his most deeply held public principles. So here's the big contradiction, right? You have the man who publicly hated on inherited power, who called it the divine right of the womb. And then what does he do? He engineers a way to preserve his company's culture through his own family. He brings his son Howie, who he admitted had pretty light business experience, onto the Berkshire board. Then he names him to be the future non-executive chairman after he's gone. It's this incredible mental gymnastics. The goal was to protect Berkshire's culture, even if it meant bending his own sacred rules about family dynasties. Now, that intense focus wasn't just for business. It was about to get channeled into a brand new obsession, one that would finally drag him into the computer age. Not even his new best friend Bill Gates could get him to buy a computer, but a world champion bridge player named Sharon Osbourne, she could. He agreed to get a PC for one single reason, to play bridge online. He logged on under the name T-Bone and became so completely absorbed that when a bat literally got into his house and started flying around the TV room, he famously just told his wife, "It's not bothering me any," and never looked up from his screen. So you have all these huge changes happening at once. The new fame, the massive wealth, this transformative friendship with Bill Gates. And it all kind of came to a head on a trip to China in 1995 that would basically crystallize his entire worldview into one single powerful idea. He saw all the big sights, the Great Wall, the Terracotta Warriors, but that's not what stuck with him. No, it was this much simpler, much more human scene he saw on a tributary of the Yangtze River.
He just watched as a group of 10 men, with ropes over their shoulders, muscles straining, physically dragged his tour boat upstream against the current. It was the kind of backbreaking work that had probably been done the exact same way for centuries. And that image, it just haunted him. Later that night at dinner, he said something like, there could have been another Bill Gates among those men pulling our boat. But because they were born there, they were destined to spend their lives pulling those boats. They just never got a chance. And it hit him with this incredible clarity that his own success and gate to success, it wasn't just about being smart or working hard. At its very core, it was pure luck, the luck of where they happened to be born.
He gave this idea a name, the ovarian lottery. It's the concept that the single biggest factor that determines your fate in life is something you have zero control over, just being born in the right place at the right time. And for Buffett, winning that lottery came with a profound duty, an obligation to help the people who didn't. This idea would become the absolute foundation of his entire philosophy on giving his money away. And he came up with this brilliant thought experiment to really make you confront the role of luck in your own life. He'd say, imagine two identical twins, same brains, same energy, about to be born. A genie tells them one is going to be born in the United States and the other in Bangladesh. What percentage of your entire future income would you bid to be the one born in the US? And whatever that number is, he'd argue, that's how much society contributed to your success, not just you. And really, this whole 4-year period of Buffett's life, the crazy fame, the new friendship, that trip to the other side of the world, it all led him to this one massive question. It's the question the ovarian lottery forces all of us to ask ourselves. How much of my success is actually because of me? And how much of it is just because I won a cosmic lottery at birth? And maybe more importantly, what do I owe to the people who didn't? Picture this. It's the late 1990s. The dot-com bubble is inflating, financial euphoria is everywhere, and a handful of Wall Street geniuses are absolutely convinced they have found a way to print money with zero risk. But the real story, the one that almost brought the whole system down, doesn't happen on a trading floor. Nope. It happens deep in the Alaskan wilderness, over a crackly satellite phone call, a call where one of the world's greatest investors had to choose between a grizzly bear and a global financial meltdown. Okay, let's start with this quote from Warren Buffett, because it's really the key to this whole story. Don't lose money. So simple, right? It sounds like the most obvious advice in the world. But in the go-go 90s, on a Wall Street obsessed with risk, this idea was practically ancient history. And deciding to ignore it? Well, that's what set the stage for one of the most incredible financial dramas of the entire 20th century. So by the middle of the 90s, you've got these two financial worlds on a collision course. On one side, you have the old school, guys like Buffett. And on the other, you have this new, supercharged, tech-driven Wall Street that was playing a totally different game. I mean, the difference was night and day. Buffett's whole thing was patience. Find a great company, like Geico. Buy it, hold it forever, and whatever you do, avoid debt. It's all based on that simple rule. Don't lose money. But the new guys on Wall Street, they were all about speed, insane complexity, and this magic word, leverage. They were using massive amounts of borrowed money to make bets, not on companies, but on tiny, microscopic price differences that lasted for maybe a few seconds.
A huge driver of this change was technology, and specifically, the Bloomberg terminal. It put every bit of financial data you could ever want right on your desk. But Buffett, famously, he wanted nothing to do with it. A saleswoman actually called him for 3 years straight, trying to sell him one, and every single time the answer was a flat nope. For him, staring at a screen all day wasn't real investing. It was just a distraction from actually understanding a business.
So while Buffett is over here sticking to his old school principles, a whole new breed of financial wizards starts to take over. And we're not just talking about traders. We're talking about PhDs, academics, even Nobel Prize winners, all led by this guy named John Meriwether. And they truly believed they had turned finance from an art into a pure science. Their whole universe was built on one single strategy, arbitrage. Now, the idea itself is pretty straightforward. You find two things that are almost identical, say two very similar government bonds, but for some weird reason, they're trading at slightly different prices. You bet that those prices are going to snap back together, and you pocket that tiny, tiny difference. It's like finding a dollar bill on the street that's being sold for 99 cents. Why wouldn't you buy it? And Meriwether's team, they were the absolute kings of this game.
So they built this machine called long-term capital management, or LTCM. Its computer models would scan the entire globe, finding thousands of these little price gaps. The problem was, the profit on any single trade was minuscule. It was like picking up nickels off the ground. So to turn those nickels into billions, they used an absolutely staggering amount of borrowed money. And the whole thing, this whole giant, complex machine, rested on one single, and as it turns out, fatal assumption, that their models were perfect and could never be wrong. Just to give you a sense of the scale here, at its peak, LTCM was controlling over $129 billion in assets. But here is the absolutely wild part. They were doing all of that on a capital base of just $4.7 billion of their own money. Let me say that again. For every $1 they actually had, they had borrowed and were betting with 27 more. The leverage was just astronomical. And get this, Meriwether actually flew out to Omaha to try and get Buffett and his partner, the legendary Charlie Munger, to invest in LTCM. They said no, and Munger's reason why is just fascinating. He suspected that LTCM wanted Berkshire to be what he called a Judas goat, the lead goat that lures the rest of the flock into the slaughterhouse. Munger knew that if Buffett put his stamp of approval on this thing, everyone else on Wall Street would pile in, making an already dangerous situation even more explosive. Now, for a few years, the machine just hummed along perfectly. LTCM quadrupled its investors' money. They were treated like rock stars, the kings of the financial universe. But that risk, the one Munger and Buffett saw, it was there, lurking right under the surface, and a storm was gathering thousands of miles away that was about to bring the whole thing crashing down. I love this quote. It's from another money manager who warned them early on, and it just perfectly captures the hidden danger. You see the nickels, right? The small, steady, predictable profits are right there in front of you. But the bulldozer, that single catastrophic event that can just flatten you in an instant, it's silent, it's invisible, and it's always, always getting closer. Well, on August 17th, 1998, the bulldozer hit. Russia defaulted on its domestic debt. It was a complete shock to the system. The news sent a wave of pure panic across the globe. Investors started dumping anything that seemed even remotely risky and piling into only the absolute safest assets. This was a 1 in a million event that LTCM's models said couldn't happen. All their carefully calibrated trades, designed for a rational market, just blew up. In a matter of weeks, they lost a staggering $1.9 billion. So as LTCM is in a complete death spiral, threatening to take the entire global financial system down with it, the one person they think can save them is completely and totally off the grid. He's in one of the most remote places on the planet. And this, right here, is where the story goes from a financial drama to something out of a movie. So Buffett isn't staring at a blinking terminal in a panic. He's on vacation with Bill and Melinda Gates and a few other couples. They're flying over glaciers, cruising up these majestic fjords, and literally watching grizzly bears pluck salmon out of a stream at a place called Pack Creek. He is about as far away from the chaos on Wall Street as you can possibly get. John Corzine, who was the head of Goldman Sachs at the time, is desperately trying to put together a private rescue. He knows Buffett is maybe the only person on Earth with enough cash and enough guts to pull it off. But when he finally gets Buffett on his satellite phone, the connection is awful. The signal keeps dropping, blocked by these half-mile-high rock walls of the Alaskan fjord their little boat is floating in.
And this leads to one of the all-time great Warren Buffett quotes. It just perfectly captures the absolute absurdity of the situation. He's one of the richest people in the world, on this incredible trip of a lifetime, surrounded by some of the most beautiful nature you'll ever see. And the boat captain is pointing out bears. But all Buffett can think about is this terrible phone connection because a multi-billion-dollar deal to stop a global meltdown is literally hanging by a thread. The bear was just going to have to wait.
So, through this spotty connection, they finally managed to piece a deal together. Buffett, along with the insurance giant AIG and Goldman Sachs, offered to buy LTCM's entire portfolio. They'd inject almost $4 billion to calm things down. But Buffett had one condition, and it was completely non-negotiable. John Meriwether and his whole team of smartest guys in the room, the ones who built this thing, they were all to be fired on the spot. Now, Buffett, being Buffett, played hardball. He didn't want LTCM using his offer to try and get a better deal from someone else. So he gave them an ultimatum. You have 1 hour, 60 minutes, yes or no. But here's the crazy part. There was a tiny mistake in the legal document, and because they couldn't get back in touch with Buffett, who was still on a boat in the middle of nowhere, they couldn't clarify it. The deadline passed, the
the deal was dead. With Buffett's private rescue off the table, the panic just hit a whole new level. The U.S. government felt like it had no choice but to step in, and in doing so, it set a powerful precedent that would come back to haunt the financial world for decades. The New York Federal Reserve basically summoned the heads of every major bank on Wall Street to its headquarters. They locked them in a room and brokered a deal. 14 banks, many of whom were LTCM's biggest lenders and stood to lose billions themselves, all chipped in a total of $3.6 billion to prop up the fund so they could unwind its massive bet slowly instead of all at once. This had never happened before. The government organizing a bailout for a private hedge fund. It was completely unprecedented. This other Buffett quote really explains why the Fed felt it had to do this. LTCM wasn't some isolated problem. Through these incredibly complex trades called derivatives, it was connected to everybody, every major bank. Its collapse wouldn't have been a single failure. It would have been the first domino in a chain reaction that could have toppled the entire global financial system. And this, right here, brings us to the most important takeaway of the whole story. The bailout created what economists call moral hazard. It sent a loud and clear message to the entire financial world. If you get big enough, if you get interconnected enough, you can take all the insane risks you want. Because if you win, you keep the profits. But if you lose, don't worry. The government and your competitors will be forced to save you. You get to privatize the gains, but socialize the losses. You see, the story of LTCM isn't just a story about a hedge fund that blew up in 1998. It's about a ghost that has haunted finance ever since. By stepping in, the Federal Reserve effectively created a safety net for institutions that were deemed too big to fail. And in doing that, they planted the seeds for the much, much bigger financial crisis that was coming in 2008. It leaves us with a question that we are still trying to answer today. When you guarantee a rescue for the biggest players, are you preventing a crisis, or are you just guaranteeing that the next one will be even bigger?
Okay, picture this. It's the late 1990s. The internet is absolutely exploding. Stocks are hitting heights nobody thought possible, and it feels like a whole new kind of company is just rewriting the rules of business. It was pure market mania. But for the world's most famous investor, Warren Buffett, this was a crucible, a period of just intense pressure that would test his principles, his reputation, really, his entire identity.
So, let's get right into it. What really happens when the whole world decides a living legend is just a relic, a thing of the past? This isn't just a story about stocks and money. It's about what it takes to hold on to your core beliefs when everyone, and I mean everyone, is screaming that you're wrong.
You know, the funny thing is, Buffett's first huge test during this time didn't even come from the stock market. No, it came from a frantic late-night phone call from his own son, Howie, who had accidentally stumbled right into one of the biggest corporate scandals in American history.
So get this. Howie Buffett is on the board of this agricultural giant, ADM, and he finds out it's the target of a massive FBI price-fixing investigation. After 10 days of pure panic, which ends with the FBI interviewing him in his own living room, he finally calls his dad. Warren's advice was so simple, but it was just brilliant. He didn't tell him what to do, he just said, decide within the next 24 hours. If you stay in longer than that, you'll become one of them. Howie resigned the very next day, saving himself from a total disaster that sent top ADM execs straight to prison. It was a masterclass in decisive, principled action.
But while all this drama was unfolding in the headlines, something much quieter and way more personal was happening inside the Buffett family. Thanks to some gentle nudging from his wife Susie, Warren started to loosen the purse strings. A lot. He began this new tradition of giving huge financial gifts to his kids, which, for the famously frugal investor, was a pretty profound shift.
At the very same time, though, some deep cracks were starting to show in Buffett's most famous investment, the absolute crown jewel of his portfolio, the Coca-Cola Company.
You see, Buffett's entire philosophy was built on finding businesses that were so simple and so dominant that, in his famous words, a ham sandwich could run them. That was his dream for Coke, a self-powering machine that would just keep chugging along and growing, decade after decade, practically on autopilot.
But here's the rub. Buffett's dream of a simple ham sandwich business completely clashed with the promise that CEO Roberto Goizueta was making to Wall Street. High teens earnings growth every single year. For a company as massive as Coke already was, that's nearly impossible without pulling some serious financial levers.
It created this immense pressure and really planted the seeds for a crisis.
And then the crisis hit. Guizeta died completely unexpectedly in 1997, and his hand-picked successor, a guy named Doug Ivester, took over. The board, Buffett included, they just went with Guizeta's choice, hoping Ivester could keep the magic going. Spoiler alert, he couldn't.
Which brings us to one of the most dramatic, behind-the-scenes corporate battles of the decade. The forced removal of Coca-Cola's CEO, orchestrated in secret by none other than Buffett himself.
I mean, Investor's time at the top was just a series of blunders. He completely botched a product contamination scare in Europe, turning a small problem into a public relations nightmare. His management style was so dictatorial that he alienated Coke's most important partners, the bottlers, who were basically in open revolt. And worst of all, quarter after quarter, he just could not deliver the growth he promised. The board was losing faith fast.
So by Thanksgiving of 1999, Buffett and his fellow board member Herbert Allen had just seen enough. They knew they couldn't wait for a full board vote. That could take over a year and totally wreck the company. So they arranged a secret meeting with Ivester in Chicago.
In that meeting, they basically told Ivester he'd lost their confidence and it was time to go. He resigned a few days later, but not before negotiating, get this, a severance package of $115 million. The whole thing was messy, it backfired in the press, and it made Buffett and Allen look like a couple of meddling old guys, which just damaged Buffett's reputation even more.
So as the dot-com bubble is inflating to just insane levels, Buffett isn't just dealing with problems at Coke. He's actively positioning his entire company, Berkshire Hathaway, to be the exact opposite of the madness that was taking over the market. While everyone else was throwing money at tech stocks with zero earnings, Buffett was out buying a private jet company, a gigantic insurance company called General Re, and a dull, little utility company from Iowa. To Wall Street, it looked like he totally lost his mind. But what he was really doing was retreating to tangible, predictable businesses that actually generated cash.
That General REIT deal, though, that was just brilliant. See, Buffett paid for it using $22 billion worth of Berkshire Hathaway stock, which was trading at an all-time high. Publicly, he said, "Oh, it is not a market call whatsoever." But privately, come on, he was using his own inflated stock like cash to buy real hard assets. It was a genius, subtle way of selling at the top.
And for these moves, for his flat-out refusal to join the dot-com party, the world just turned on him. The ridicule was intense, it was public, and it was absolutely relentless. It really felt like it was Warren Buffett versus the entire world.
And just to put the feeling at the time into perspective for you, look at this. At the end of 1999, the market valued Yahoo, a company that was barely profitable, at $115 billion. At the same time, Berkshire Hathaway, Buffett's whole empire of insurance companies, utilities, iconic brands, was valued at just $85 billion. It was a stunning rejection of his entire life's work. And then came the public verdict. The super influential magazine Barron's put him right on the cover with a headline that just said it all. Warren, what's wrong? The consensus was crystal clear. Buffett was a has-been. His time was over.
Now you might think a guy like Buffett would be totally immune to this, that he'd just laugh it all off. But he wasn't. When a reporter asked if the criticism bothered him, he paused and said, "No, it never gets easier. It always hurts just as much as the first time." It just shows you, behind that stoic investor was a real person. And yeah, he was hurting.
But here's the thing. This story doesn't end with the market crashing and Buffett getting to say, "I told you so." The real resolution, the true victory, was something way more personal. It was all about his unwavering belief in his own inner scorecard.
So as the whole world is partying its way into the year 2000, terrified of the Y2K bug, Buffett was in this much quieter, more reflective space. He wasn't focused on all the market noise. He was thinking about what truly mattered to him.
You know, his work life felt like a total mess, but his family life was just thriving. His real satisfaction, his real return on investment, was coming from watching his kids mature. They were finding their sound, as he put it. They were making their own independent way in the world, just like he had when he left New York to come back home to Omaha.
And that Christmas, in 1999, right at the peak of all this public ridicule, he did something just remarkable. He gave each of his 3 kids 500 shares of Berkshire stock, worth millions, and told them to start their own charitable foundations. That was his ultimate act of trust. He was empowering them to do good in the world. This was his real victory.
Which really just leaves us with one final question. We all live in a world that is constantly screaming at us to chase the next big trend, the next hot thing. But Buffett's story from this time really forces us to ask ourselves, what is the true value of listening to your own gut? What's the value of your own inner scorecard?
What if I told you that one of the biggest life lessons from one of the richest men in the world has absolutely nothing to do with money? Well, today we're diving into a powerful little story that Warren Buffett used to teach something way more valuable, a real blueprint for how to live a good life.
So, let's start with a question. Just imagine for a second a genie pops up and offers you the car of your dreams. I mean, any make, any model, anything you want. Got one in mind? Good. Now how would you react? Just kind of tuck that thought away, because it's the key to this whole thing. You see, this wasn't just some off-the-cuff story. It was something Buffett would tell on purpose, mostly to young people, students, athletes, people who had their entire future stretching out in front of them. He knew that this is when we build our habits, and he was planting a really powerful idea, all wrapped up in this simple little fable. And to make it stick, he starts it off in a way we can all get behind, being a teenager. This quote just sets the scene perfectly, right? He's not the billionaire investor here. He's just a 16-year-old kid with, let's be honest, pretty normal priorities. And here's that classic Warren Buffett humor and humility. By just admitting, hey, I was kind of awkward, he makes himself so much more relatable. It's a really funny and smart way to anchor this entire story to something we've all felt, that dream of getting that first car.
Okay, so this brings us right to the heart of the story, the magic moment. Buffett asks us to imagine his ultimate teenage fantasy actually coming true. It's so simple, but it's brilliant. He's not just telling a story at you, he's pulling you into it. He wants you to be right there with him. And boom, there it is. The offer. Clear, simple, no nonsense. For a 16-year-old who thinks about cars all day, this is probably the greatest thing he could ever hear. And just look at how the genie stacks the deck here. It's not just any car, it's your dream car. You don't have to wait, it's showing up tomorrow morning. And it's brand new with a giant bow on it. It's all yours. The deal is literally perfect. It's almost too good to be true. And well, you know how these genie stories go. There is always a catch. This is the big pivot point. The dream is so perfect, you just know there's a but coming. And this one little condition, well, it changes absolutely everything. So Buffett, as his 16-year-old self, asks the one question he has to ask. He knows you never get something for nothing. What's the catch? The whole story really hangs on the answer to this. And there it is, the genie's twist. One single, simple, and kind of devastating rule that totally flips the script. This isn't your first car of many. This is it. The one and only car you will ever have. And with that one rule, the game is completely different. That car just went from being a fun toy to a critical, lifelong possession. Your whole mindset has to shift, right? From short-term joyrides to long-term survival. This thing has to get you through your entire life. So seriously, what would you do? Buffett lays it out perfectly. You'd read that owner's manual cover to cover probably 5 times. You'd never leave it out in the rain. It'd always be in the garage. That tiny little scratch, you'd fix it immediately so it doesn't turn into rust. You would absolutely baby that car because your life would kind of depend on it. And this is where the story goes from a cool fantasy to a really deep life lesson. Because of course, this was never, ever about the car. The car is a stand-in, a metaphor for something way more important, something we each get only one of. This is the reveal. And there you have it, the punchline to the whole fable. The genie, the car, the catch, it was all just a big analogy for the one deal we are all born into. You get exactly one mind and one body. That's it. No do-overs, no trade-ins. I mean, the parallel is just perfect, right? It's undeniable. Just like that genie's car, the mind and body you're using right now are the only ones you'll ever have. And just like that car, they've got to last you a lifetime. It's the exact same catch. So if the lesson is to treat your mind and body like that one amazing car, what happens if you don't? What happens when you just kind of run them hard and put them away wet, especially when you're young and feel like you're going to live forever? And Buffett's warning here is so clear. Neglect isn't something that happens overnight. It's a process. It
compounds over time. And 40 years down the line, the result is pretty predictable. A wreck. Just like that beautiful dream car would be if you just left it outside to let the dents turn into rust. Which brings us to the final and honestly, the most important part of this whole story. This isn't about worrying about the past or dreaming about some distant future. It's about the power that you have in your hands right now, today. This is the ultimate takeaway. The condition of your vehicle down the road isn't up to luck. It is a direct result of the maintenance you're doing today. The choices you're making right now, what you eat, how you move, what you learn, those are the things that will decide how well you're running for the rest of your life. And so, the story leaves all of us with a really simple, direct question. Knowing you only get one mind and one body, your one car for your entire life, how are you treating it today? Are you reading the manual? Are you taking care of those little dents before they become big problems?
Picture this. It's the year 2000. The dot-com bubble is at its absolute dizzying peak, and pretty much the entire world is convinced that a new digital economy has completely rewritten the rules of investing. And then there's Warren Buffett, right? The undisputed king of old-school value. For him, a perfect storm is brewing. It's not just one crisis, but a whole series of them that would challenge his business, his reputation, and ultimately his own health, all at the same time. This is the story of how a legend was brought right to the brink and what it took to survive.
And by the spring of 2000, the mood had turned, well, it was toxic. This quote you see here from Technology Investor magazine, this wasn't some fringe opinion, you know? This really captured the mainstream feeling. The world genuinely believed Buffett had completely lost his touch, that his simple, patient way of doing things was just an artifact, a thing of the past. The pressure wasn't just immense, it was personal. They were basically painting him as this stubborn old man who just didn't get it.
So here's how we're going to break down this incredible year. First, we'll see how the perfect storm started to gather with some really shocking problems inside his own companies. Then, we'll get into how it all became deeply personal, with a vicious new kind of attack. We'll see his conviction get tested as the whole world just ridiculed him. And then, the dramatic vindication when that bubble finally burst. And to finish, we're going to uncover this cruel twist of fate that would turn into his greatest challenge of all.
So as the new millennium kicks off, the trouble for Buffett didn't start with the flashy tech stocks he was famous for avoiding. No, it started from deep inside his own fortress. The first cracks started to show up in his biggest acquisition ever, a company that was supposed to be a crown jewel in his empire.
I mean, he just paid $22 billion for the reinsurance giant General Re, and it was a disaster from day one. Its CEO, Ron Ferguson, had a philosophy that was just completely alien to Berkshire's culture. Buffett famously looks for one-foot bars to step over, right? Easy wins. Well, get this. Ferguson actually passed on a guaranteed easy profit from an internet lottery deal called Grab.com because he said it wasn't challenging enough for his team. And then came the really shocking stuff. Admissions that they'd been mispricing risk for years, even guaranteeing Hollywood movies without bothering to read the scripts. It was a complete betrayal of the discipline that defined Berkshire Hathaway.
And the result? A staggering $1.5 billion loss in the first year alone. To give you some perspective on that, Buffett had never owned a company that lost even a fraction of that amount. This wasn't just a misstep. This was a colossal blunder. In the eyes of the world, the paragon of careful risk assessment had just driven his company straight into a ditch.
And the bleeding wasn't just contained to General Re. At the exact same time, you've got trouble erupting at another one of his crown jewels, Coca-Cola. The company's new CEO steps in, and one of his first moves announces 6,000 layoffs. The market hated it, and Coke stock just got hammered. And since Coke was one of Berkshire's biggest and most famous holdings, it dragged Buffett's entire portfolio down right along with it. The storm clouds were gathering, and fast.
But look, the problems with his businesses, that was just the beginning. The storm was about to get real personal, and the internet, well, that was its terrifying new weapon. The attacks are about to shift from his portfolio performance to his very character and even his health.
It all kicked off with a single anonymous post on a Yahoo message board, which at the time was this new frontier for investors and, well, for trolls. The message was simple and it was shocking. Warren in hospital, critical. Now, you have to remember, this is before social media. This was as viral as things got. By the next morning, sell orders for Berkshire stock were flooding the New York Stock Exchange. Then CNBC picks up the story, broadcasts the rumor to millions. For 2 solid days, the siege just went on and on, relentlessly hammering the stock.
I mean, this is the kind of stuff he was up against. Crude, anonymous shouting from posters with usernames like hyperpumper full of crap, just repeating it over and over in all caps, sell, sell, sell. It was a whole new kind of information warfare, you know, driven by anonymity and speed. And Buffett, a guy who built his entire empire on trust and long-term relationships, was caught right in the crossfire.
And here's the thing that's really crucial to understand. Buffett wasn't just angry about the lie itself. What truly deeply outraged him was the follow-up rumor. This insinuation that he was secretly behind the whole thing, trying to drive down the price so he could buy back stock on the cheap from his own partners. This struck at the absolute core of who he was. His entire career was built on a reputation for unimpeachable integrity, and now strangers on the internet were accusing him of betraying the very people who trusted him the most. And believe me, the damage was very real. By March 10th, Berkshire's stock had plummeted to a low of $41,300 a share. It was trading at barely more than its book value, basically what the company's assets were worth on paper. That legendary Buffett premium, that extra bit investors were always willing to pay just to have him at the helm, it had completely evaporated. The market was essentially saying he, himself, was worth nothing. So this really brings us to the heart of the conflict, not just of Buffett's year, but of the entire era. It was way more than just business problems or internet rumors. This was a fundamental clash of philosophies. It was a battle between Buffett's time-tested principles and the absolutely intoxicating mania of the dot-com bubble. And this slide, well, it just perfectly lays out the two warring mindsets. On one side, you have Buffett's way, honed over decades. Keep it simple, buy wonderful businesses you can actually understand, and for goodness sake, only invest in things you can confidently predict a decade out. And then on the other side, you had the new economy mantra. The old rules are dead, profits don't matter, and if it doesn't have a .com at the end of its name, it's basically a dinosaur. Every single indicator in the market was screaming that Buffett was wrong. And this mockery wasn't just coming from some random trolls on the internet, okay? This was mainstream. The Wall Street Journal, the bastion of financial news, ran a piece praising some retired AT&T employee whose tech-heavy portfolio was just crushing the market. And it ended with this little stinger. He isn't exactly Warren Buffett. Thank goodness. He was being openly ridiculed as a relic in the most respected financial paper in the country. So, how did Buffett respond to all this? He puts out his annual letter to shareholders and, with just brutal honesty, gives himself a D for his performance. He owned his mistakes. But in that exact same letter, he did something extraordinary. He announced that for the first time ever, Berkshire Hathaway would start buying back its own stock, because he believed it was trading for far less than it was actually worth. It was a stunning act of defiance. He was basically telling the entire world, you are all wrong about my company, and I'm so confident that I am putting billions of our dollars where my mouth is.
So Buffett had placed his bet. He doubled down on his own philosophy, standing completely alone against the entire market. And then, with just breathtaking speed, the world turned.
On March 10, 2000, and get this, the exact same day Berkshire's stock hit its low, the tech-heavy NASDAQ index, which had more than doubled in the last year, hit its absolute peak. It just blew past 5,000 in a frenzy of pure speculative mania. This was the top of the mountain, the absolute height of rational exuberance.
And then, the volcano erupted. It started as a tremor, but it quickly became a cataclysm. In just a few short weeks, as you can see here, the NASDAQ lost nearly a third of its value. Trillions of dollars in paper wealth just vanished. The bubble hadn't just burst, it had been annihilated. And there, standing in the smoking ruins of the new economy, was Warren Buffett, completely and utterly vindicated.
So the market storm had passed. Buffett had been proven right on a global stage. The professional crisis was over. But in a moment of just cruel irony, those anonymous internet rumors about his health, they were about to become a terrifying reality.
You would think so, wouldn't you? I mean, after weathering a crisis of business, of reputation, of philosophy, and coming out on top, it really seemed like the worst had to be over. But it wasn't. It wasn't even close.
The onslaught just kept coming, but in a different form. In April, right before his massive annual shareholder meeting, he's rushed to the hospital with an agonizing kidney stone. Then, at the meeting itself, which should have been a victory lap, attendance was down by 40%. Shareholders actually stood up and challenged him, still telling him to invest in tech. His partner, Charlie Munger, famously shot back that if you mix raisins with tech stocks, they're still, well, turds. But the humiliation was real, And then, a few weeks later, a routine colonoscopy reveals a large, dangerous polyp. He was going to need major surgery to remove it.
And this leads us to the final chapter of his brutal year. This wasn't a battle against the market anymore. This was a deeply personal trial, one that he would face with the same perspective and wit that had really defined his entire life. The surgery, thankfully, was a success. The doctors removed about 15 inches of his intestine, and the polyp turned out to be benign. When his friends and family would call all worried about him, he'd disarm them with his classic Buffett line. It was his way of saying that this harrowing experience, this wasn't the end of the sentence. It wasn't a period. It was just a pause in the story. It was a semicolon.
The year 2000 was just a brutal, multifaceted test for Warren Buffett. And it kind of forces us to ask ourselves, right? When the entire world is screaming that you're wrong, do you have the courage to stick to your deepest convictions? And then, when that truly unexpected crisis hits, the one you never, ever saw coming, can you find the strength and the perspective to see it not as an ending, but as a semicolon, just a pause in your own story?
We all think we know Warren Buffett, right? The Oracle of Omaha, the master of the markets. A guy who moves billions of dollars based on pure, cold, unshakable logic. But what happens when that master of rational thought gets blindsided by a crisis that logic can't solve? Well, today, we're digging into a story that shows a side of him you've probably never seen before, a moment of profound and very human struggle.
So here's how we're going to break this down. Our story unfolds in 6 parts. We're going to start with Buffett at the absolute height of his professional power, a prophet who saw the dot-com crash coming. But from there, we're going to pivot really quickly into a sudden tragedy that would test him in ways the stock market never ever could. All right, let's set the stage. The year is 2000. The dot-com bubble has just burst. I mean, it's a spectacular, fiery crash. And as this so-called new economy goes into a total freefall, the old-school investor that everybody had been mocking for years, Warren Buffett, is suddenly and completely proven right. This quote from his 2001 shareholder letter just nails it, doesn't it? He saw exactly what was happening, a massive transfer of wealth from the public to the promoters. As the NASDAQ just cratered, these words echoed like prophecy. Everybody had thought it was easy money, and that's exactly when it was most dangerous. And the contrast on the ground was, well, it was just night and day. On one side, you had these dot-coms literally feeling at a rate of 1 a day. Poof, gone. Meanwhile, you've got Berkshire Hathaway, this fortress that Buffett called a self-perpetuating cash-spending machine, sitting on billions, ready to go. The difference couldn't have been more absolute. But while all this professional triumph is happening, there's a really crucial personal story unfolding in the background. With him is one of his closest friends, the legendary publisher Kay Graham. And at 84, she's starting to seem a bit worn out, a little frail. And this detail, which seems like a small footnote right now, well, it's about to become the entire story. Okay, let's fast forward to July 2001 at the super exclusive Sun Valley Conference. This is where all the titans of media and tech get together. They're all there hoping Buffett's going to get up and tell them the worst is over. Instead, they got a classic dose of unvarnished Buffett realism. He did not pull any punches. He starts off by reminding this room full of billionaires about the sheer scale of the devastation. $4 trillion. I mean, just think about that number. That's how much wealth had just vanished from the market in a little over a year. And his message was crystal clear. The pain was not over. He showed them a graph that proved the market was still massively overvalued, even more than it was at the peak right before the 1929 crash. He told them flat out he still wasn't buying. You can just imagine the mood in that room. It must have been absolutely deflating. So, right at this exact moment, he's being congratulated for his speech. He's standing at the very pinnacle of his professional life. An unforeseen event is about to happen that will make all of that seem completely and utterly meaningless. Later that day, Kay Graham mentioned she wasn't feeling well and drove her golf cart back to her condo. A few moments later, when her assistant checked, the cart was there, but it was empty. The assistant rushed over and found Kay lying unresponsive on the porch. In a single instant, everything changed. And this, right here, is where we hit the central conflict of our story. Warren Buffett, the man who calmly navigates market panics worth trillions of dollars, becomes utterly paralyzed by a deeply personal crisis. This quote from his biography, The Snowball, it just gets right to the heart of it.
Buffett was famously, almost pathologically, unable to handle medical emergencies. He couldn't even stand to be at the hospital for his own wife's procedures. The raw, messy, unpredictable world of human fragility, that was just not his instrument.
And the disconnect is just so jarring. Public Buffett, confident, decisive, a source of wisdom for millions. But private Buffett, facing this crisis, he's completely overwhelmed. He retreats, needing friends to distract him by talking about literally anything but what was happening with Kay.
This timeline really shows how deep his avoidance went. When Kay's son, Don, first calls and asks him to come to the local hospital, Buffett just can't do it. He refuses. It isn't until hours later, after a 4:30 a.m. phone call from his own daughter, that he even agrees to fly to Boise. And even then, she has to meet him in the lobby and physically coax him upstairs to finally see his dying friend. 2 days later, Kay Graham died. And incredibly, the very next day, Buffett honored a commitment to speak to business students at the University of Georgia. And in the shadow of this immense personal loss, his familiar advice on business suddenly took on this profound, almost haunting new meaning. He told the students to do what they love, not to postpone their lives. And that line, that's like saving sex for your old age, coming from a man who'd just been so brutally reminded of how fragile and short life is, you can just feel how personal that advice suddenly became. Then he explained one of his core philosophies. Imagine you get a punch card for your entire life, but it only has 20 punches. Every big decision uses one up. It forces you to be deliberate, right? To stop dabbling, and to commit only to what truly, truly matters. And when a student asked about his biggest mistakes, he didn't talk about bad investments he made. He talked about mistakes of omission, the great opportunities he saw but failed to act on, the things he didn't do. Hearing him say that just days after he hesitated at his dying friend's side, it gives that phrase a whole new and, frankly, heartbreaking meaning. The story comes to a close at the Washington National Cathedral for the funeral. And believe me, this was no small private service. This was an event on the scale of a state funeral, a real testament to the incredible life Katharine Graham had lived. I mean, just look at this guest list. It says it all. You've got Bill and Hillary Clinton, Dick and Lynn Cheney, Henry Kissinger. The pews were filled with presidents, vice presidents, secretaries of state. The sheer power in that room was a stunning tribute to her. The homily was all about her humility, her service to causes bigger than herself. And as these words are being spoken, Warren Buffett, who was acting as an usher, is described as just sitting there with a grief-stricken face, the emotion of it all just finally washing over him. After the service, everyone gathered at Kay's famous home for one last party, really. Buffett walked through the rooms, one last time, just to remember. But he couldn't stay. He left early, and he would never return. It was this final clear sign of his profound discomfort with the raw emotion of it all. And all of this brings us to one final lingering question. Buffett was a master at calculating the cost of his financial mistakes of omission, to the tune of billions of dollars. But this story forces us to ask a totally different question. What's the true cost of our personal mistakes of omission? The calls we don't make, the visits we postpone, the moments we hesitate to face. Now that is a calculation that's a whole lot harder than anything you'll find on a balance sheet.
You know Warren Buffett, the Oracle of Omaha, right? That folksy billionaire who's just ridiculously good at making money. But what if I told you the Buffett we know today, the one who's become this sort of public conscience of capitalism, was forged in the fire of a single unbelievable year? We're talking about 2001, a year that kicked off with a devastating personal loss and was then rocked by a national tragedy. This is the story of how Warren Buffett went from being a master of the market to a true champion for Main Street. Now, our story doesn't start where you'd think. It doesn't start with a stock tip. It starts with this gut-wrenching what if. This is Buffett, totally raw and vulnerable, after the death of his absolute closest friend, Katharine Graham. This isn't the unshakable investor we're all used to. He's a man just adrift, questioning everything, drowning in a kind of regret that no amount of money could ever fix. And this profound loss, this head-on collision with his own mortality, well, it turns out to be the unlikely spark for everything that comes next. So how did this whole transformation happen? Here's how we're going to break it down. We'll start in the depths of his personal grief, and then watch his incredible composure during the 9/11 attacks. We'll see how he turned all that fear into a massive opportunity in the market. And then something shifts. He starts becoming this vocal critic of the very system that made him a billionaire. We'll dig into his fight for fairness, and finally, try to make sense of the ultimate paradox, the people's billionaire. Okay, so let's go back to that summer of 2001. Just try to imagine it. You are at the absolute pinnacle of success. You're a titan of industry. And then, in an instant, the entire ground just vanishes from beneath you. That's really what happened to Buffett. Katharine Graham's death wasn't just losing a friend. It was a brutal, stark reminder of his own mortality. A truth he'd kind of spent his whole life trying to outrun. He did what he always did. He tried to just bury himself in work, build this fortress out of numbers and deals. But grief doesn't work that way. It's like a relentless tide. It would just surge through the cracks of his defenses, and there were reports of him just sobbing on the phone in the middle of a business call. He was so overcome with emotion, he couldn't even bring himself to speak at her funeral. And this is the man who would soon find his public voice. But first, he had to navigate his own profound silence. So while Buffett is wrestling with these inner demons, the entire world outside is about to be turned completely upside down. His personal crisis, this quiet internal storm, was about to collide with a massive national one. And it forced him to pivot from the quiet world of his own thoughts to the deafening chaos of a world in crisis. September 11th, 2001. While the world is watching in absolute horror, Warren Buffett is on a golf course in Omaha. And his reaction is a total masterclass in crisis management. He didn't panic, he compartmentalized. He actually closed a business deal, held a scheduled meeting, and then, with the world in absolute turmoil, he just calmly continued the golf tournament. For days, with the skies totally empty and airports shut down, he became this steady hand in the storm, a beacon of calm for all of his stranded guests. But behind that incredibly calm exterior, a financial tsunami was raging. Berkshire Hathaway, his pride and joy, was staring down a staggering $2.3 billion loss, mostly from its insurance businesses. It was a gut punch, the single biggest loss in the company's entire history. And Buffett did not pull any punches. He publicly shamed his own insurance company, General Re, for their reckless underwriting, a move that sent absolute shockwaves through the industry. But here's the thing about Buffett. He's always playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Months before the attacks, back in May of 2001, he had explicitly warned his insurance companies about the very real threat of a major terrorist event. He even singled out the World Trade Center as a potential target. So for Buffett, the attack wasn't just a national tragedy. It was also a grim validation of his long-term, risk-averse way of thinking. So while the rest of the world was selling, just reeling in fear and uncertainty, what was Warren Buffett doing? He was getting ready to buy. This was his moment. His entire investment philosophy, built on that simple but incredibly powerful idea of being greedy when others are fearful, was about to face its ultimate test. This is just pure, unadulterated Buffett. The stock market reopened to an absolute bloodbath. The Dow plunged, wiping out over $1 trillion in value. Panic was the only thing on the menu. So what does he do? He goes on national television and, with this calm confidence that was almost defiant, he tells the world he's not selling. In fact, he's out there looking for bargains. This, right here, is the moment that separates the amateurs from the masters. And boy, did he put his money where his mouth was. He went on a shopping spree of truly epic proportions. He scooped up what he called cigar butts, his term for unloved but still valuable junk bonds. He bought Fruit of the Loom because, as he so perfectly put it, we cover the asses of the masses. He bought everything from energy pipelines and picture frames to children's clothing. He was betting on America, and he was betting big. But, even the Oracle gets it wrong sometimes. His high-flying private jet company, NetJets, was getting absolutely battered in what he called a testosterone-fueled price war. And then there was Dexter's Shoe, a company that became his personal albatross, something he openly called his worst acquisition ever. It was a painful, painful lesson in the brutal realities of globalization, and a very humble reminder that even Warren Buffett wasn't invincible. And this is where the whole story just pivots. This is where it gets fascinating. Buffett, the ultimate capitalist, starts to sound a whole lot like a populist. He senses this shift in the national mood after 9/11, a new seriousness, and he decides to use his massive platform to start asking some very uncomfortable questions about who is really benefiting from the American dream. His first target? The so-called death tax. Its supporters were selling it as this huge burden on family farms and small businesses. But Buffett, with his love of cold, hard facts, just completely exposed the lie.
He showed that for a full 98% of Americans, the estate tax was a total non-issue. They paid nothing. The real winners of its repeal, a tiny elite group, just 0.2% of estates, who ended up paying half of all the tax collected. For Buffett, this was just a crystal clear case of government by the wealthy for the wealthy. He saw a system where the super rich had a small army of lobbyists in Washington fighting tooth and nail for their interests, while the average person, well, they had no one in their corner. He was pulling back the curtain on how money really works in politics, and he wasn't afraid to call people out.
And he didn't just complain, he actually proposed a solution, a really big one. He floated the idea of a 100% tax on the largest fortunes. Why would he do that? Because he believed in a level playing field. He saw this massive, inherited wealth as a direct threat to the American ideal of meritocracy, a system he was worried was creating a permanent underclass, or what he chillingly called a residue of humanity.
But Buffett was just getting warmed up. As the Enron and WorldCom scandals started to blow up, just shattering the public's trust in corporate America, he launched a brand new crusade. This time, he was going after the crooks in the corner office and the completely broken system that let them get away with it. At the heart of the whole problem, according to Buffett, was the obscene explosion in CEO pay. Just think about this for a second. In 1980, the average CEO made 42 times more than their workers. By the year 2000, that number had skyrocketed to over 400 times. And it was all thanks to the sneaky little accounting loophole that let companies hand out fortunes in stock options without ever having to call it what it actually was, an expense. So Buffett, in his classic no-nonsense way, just laid a trap. He published an op-ed with 3 incredibly simple questions that were basically impossible to answer without exposing how absurd the whole situation was. It was a rhetorical masterstroke, a common-sense argument that just sliced through years of corporate jargon and lobbying to expose the simple truth. And guess what? It worked. Just like that, the first domino fell. Coca-Cola, under the weight of Buffett's public shaming, caved. Then, the Washington Post Company. And then, one by one, other corporate giants started following suit. It was a stunning victory for common sense and transparency, and it all started with one man's unwavering commitment to telling the truth. Buffett did not mince words. He said that corporate watchdogs, the auditors, had become these pampered lapdogs, more interested in pleasing their CEO masters than in actually protecting shareholders. He called for a whole new breed of auditor, a Doberman, a fearless guardian who would hold corporate America's feet to the fire. And so a new Buffett was born. He was still a master of the universe, a billionaire many, many times over, but now he was also something else entirely. A class trader, a champion of the little guy, the world's first and maybe only people's plutocrat.
And this is the beautiful, baffling paradox of Warren Buffett. The man who could move entire markets with a single word was also the guy who would happily pose for a mattress ad, the corporate crusader who was also the proud pen pal of a porn star. He was a man of the people who just so happened to be one of the richest people on the entire planet.
And so that leaves us with this question that just kind of hangs in the air. Can the master of the game ever really change the rules? Is it possible for a billionaire to truly be a revolutionary? Or is Warren Buffett, the people's plutocrat, just a beautiful, brilliant, and ultimately an unsustainable contradiction? Well, that's a question that's still being debated today. All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're jumping back to 2003 to break down a single negotiation that was so ruthless, it actually got a nickname, Buffetting. This is the story of how Warren Buffett, the famous Oracle of Omaha, saw a crisis coming, found a company right on the brink, and then used his power, his reputation, and just his iron will to pull off a perfect and pretty brutal masterclass in control. Okay, so let's dive in. This whole thing really kicks off with a pretty chilling warning that Buffett issued right before this deal happened. He was talking about derivatives, which, you can think of them as side bets on the value of other stuff, like mortgages. He looked at these incredibly complex bets and called them financial weapons of mass destruction. He basically saw them as time bombs, just scattered all through the global economy. And he was convinced a major blowup wasn't just possible, but probable. So to really get the deal he was about to make, you have to try and see the world of 2003 through his eyes. He was looking at a system that was just riddled with hidden risk that nobody else was paying attention to, and he just knew that all that risk was about to create a massive, once-in-a-generation opportunity.
And this right here, this is the mechanism at the very heart of his warning. It's called securitization. What Wall Street was doing was taking thousands of individual loans, bundling them all together, and then slicing them up to sell to investors. Now, the theory was, hey, if we spread the risk out this much, it practically disappears, right? But Buffett saw it totally differently. He was like, no, all you're doing is hiding the poison and then spreading it everywhere. And this was the fuel for that fire. You had the entire system just chasing growth by handing out more and more money to people who honestly couldn't afford to pay it back. So Buffett and his partner, the legendary Charlie Munger, they saw this huge bubble brewing in what they called a witch's cauldron of easy credit and sloppy regulation. Munger, he was even more blunt about it. He basically said he'd be amazed if the whole thing didn't blow up in the next 5 to 10 years. And here's the thing. While the rest of the economy was still, partying like nothing was wrong, one specific industry was already starting to collapse. This meltdown in the mobile home industry, well, it was the perfect, real-world test case for everything Buffett was worried about. And it handed him a very specific, golden opportunity. So the manufactured housing sector, it was basically the canary in the coal mine. That credit seizure that Buffett had been warning everyone about, it was happening right there in real time. All these lenders who'd been throwing money at the industry, they suddenly got spooked and just slammed the financial doors shut. It created this massive domino effect, leaving even the good, well-run companies totally starved for cash. And right in the middle of all this wreckage, you had a company called Clayton Homes. Now, by all accounts, this was the best company in a really bad industry. But guess what? That didn't matter. Its lenders were terrified. Buffett had this great line for it. He said they were like Mark Twain's cat. The one that sits on a hot stove once and then will never sit on a cold one again. Bottom line, Clayton Homes was a solid company, but it was running out of road. They needed a lifeline, and they needed it fast. And that desperation, well, it set the stage for an absolute masterclass in negotiation. And look, this was not the friendly Grandpa Buffett you see in the headlines. This was a process so distinct, so ruthless, that it actually earned its own nickname, buffeting. So, what is buffeting? Well, we can basically break it down into this 4-step playbook. Step 1 is cast the line, just a casual call to see what's going on. Then you have step 2, the unwavering bid. You state your price and you never, ever move. Third is the circular saw. You sympathetically but relentlessly keep reminding them how bad their situation is. And the final killer move, no auctions. Demand total, complete exclusivity. Okay, so let's see how this actually played out in real life. Buffett gets on the phone with Kevin Clayton, the CEO. Clayton kind of throws out a number, maybe in the high teens, and Buffett's response? Just flat, $12.50 bid. So Clayton goes back to his board. They're insulted, right? But they come back with a lower number, $15. Buffett's response? You guessed it, $12.50 bid. He just would not negotiate. He named his price and just waited for them to break. So finally, the Claytons cave on the price, but they have one last request. They say, okay, but pay us in Berkshire Hathaway stock. They're wanted to be partners. Buffett's answer? A flat no. Cash only. And then he delivers the knockout punch. He tells them they are forbidden from using his offer to try and get a better deal from anyone else. It was his deal, on his terms, or no deal at all. And the Claytons, who could see the storm clouds gathering over their industry, they had no choice. They agreed. But this is where the story gets really interesting. Because as soon as the deal was announced, Buffett's single greatest asset, his legendary reputation, it started to work against him. It basically became a curse. This was the question on every single shareholder's mind, and it just ignited a firestorm. Think about it. Their logic was, wait a minute, if Warren Buffett, the guy who's a genius at finding cheap companies, is buying our company for $12.50, then it has to be worth way more than that. His own reputation for being a great investor convinced them they were getting robbed. And just like that, you had a full-blown investor revolt on your hands. So what you had was this complete disconnect. It was a battle of two totally different fears. The shareholders, on one hand, were terrified that Buffett was just swooping in and stealing the company at its absolute lowest point. But the Clayton family, they were on the inside. They had a completely different fear. They could see this terrifying credit crunch coming, and they knew that without a buyer as rock-solid as Berkshire, they could literally go bankrupt. And as if that wasn't enough, his fame was causing this other massive headache, on a totally different front. It's this parallel story that really shows what a lightning rod he had become. Suddenly, Any controversy, no matter how unrelated, could be attached to his name just to get attention. So there was this activist group. They organized a boycott against the Pampered Chef, which is a direct sales company that Berkshire owned. The whole issue was about Berkshire's kind of unique charitable donation program. It let shareholders direct some of the company's charity money. Well, some of that money was going to groups that this activist group opposed. The CEO of Pampered Chef calls Buffett, and she's in tears. She tells him her salespeople, mostly women working out of their homes, were getting injured. They were being harassed. And faced with that, with innocent people getting hurt, Buffett made this incredibly pragmatic decision. He just shut down the entire 20-year-old program. It stunned and infuriated a lot of his own friends and supporters, but he did it. Meanwhile, back at the Clayton deal, things were going from a shareholder revolt to a full-blown, high-stakes corporate drama. And the business press was all over it, painting Buffett as this ruthless villain. I mean, the final weeks were just pure chaos. Just 2 days before the shareholder vote is supposed to happen, a rival bidder, Cerberus Capital, just pops up out of nowhere. The day of the meeting is total pandemonium. Kevin Clayton knows he's going to lose the vote, so he actually calls Buffett from the meeting and gets his permission to just adjourn the whole thing. A week later, the Cerberus deal falls apart. Turns out their plan to use a ton of debt wasn't going to work in a credit crunch. Shocker. So finally, they reschedule the vote. And that right there, that was the final vote. The deal passed, but by a razor-thin margin, just over 52%. But get this, and this is the incredible part. If you take the Clayton family shares out of the equation, the other shareholders, they voted against the deal, 2-1. They were absolutely furious. But it didn't matter. Buffett had won. But even after the vote, the fight wasn't over, not by a long shot. The opponents immediately filed lawsuits, they filed appeals, and the whole deal was frozen. For weeks, 40,000 shareholders were just stuck. They couldn't get their money. All that cash, $1.7 billion, was just sitting in Berkshire's bank account, earning interest for Buffett. And the personal toll was just immense. I mean, Kevin Clayton, who had a new baby at home, actually developed a case of shingles from the pure stress of it all. Okay, so now we get to the big reveal. This is the part that changes how you see this entire story. It explains what Buffett really saw, the thing that all those angry shareholders completely missed. This right here is the real genius of the deal. It's the key that everybody missed. See, the shareholders were so mad because they thought Buffett was timing the market perfectly, buying at the absolute bottom. But the reality was the complete opposite. He wasn't betting on a quick bounce back. No, he was convinced that the downward spiral had only just begun. And this quote from his shareholder meeting that year, it really explains his entire philosophy. You have to understand, Berkshire Hathaway is built to be a compounding machine. It owns all these businesses that just generate tons and tons of cash. And Buffett's whole job is to take that cash and put it to work in new opportunities. His plan wasn't just to buy Clayton. It was to pour Berkshire's endless capital into Clayton. That would let them not only survive the storm he saw coming, but actually thrive in it, take over market share, buy up the loans from their competitors who were going bankrupt. See, he wasn't just buying a company, he was buying a platform to dominate a broken industry. And so that really leaves us with this final question. You know, the shareholders who fought him so hard, they thought he was just a better fortune teller than they were. But maybe that's not it at all. What if the true genius of the oracle isn't predicting when it's going to rain? What if it's that he spent the last 50 years building an ark, a financial fortress so powerful that it doesn't just survive the flood, it actually profits from it?
Welcome to The Explainer. Today we're looking at a deeply personal crisis that tested one of the world's most powerful figures, a man who knew the price of absolutely everything, but was about to learn the value of the one thing money can't buy.
Okay, so let's dive right in. Picture this. It's the summer of 2003, and if you wanted to have lunch with Warren Buffett, it would set you back a cool $250,000. I mean, that's the kind of power and influence we're talking about here, a world where it seemed like everything had a price tag.
But as we're about to see, all the money in the world couldn't build a wall high enough to protect him from the storm that was gathering on the horizon.
This experience would force him to look past the numbers on a balance sheet and wrestle with the question we all face, no matter how rich or poor we are: what is a life truly worth?
So let's set the scene. It's the summer and fall of 2003, and Warren Buffett isn't just successful, he's on top of the world, at the absolute peak of his public life.
I mean, just look at this. Fortune magazine names him the most powerful person in business. He's auctioning off his wallet for over $200,000 for charity. But the really telling part? He was absolutely thrilled that his wife Susie was getting her own moment in the sun at the Fortune Summit. From the outside, life was perfect.
But that perfect picture, it was about to be completely shattered. And it wasn't going to be a stock market crash or some business deal gone wrong. It was something so much more personal, something that started with a single phone call.
This whole thing started really quietly, almost in slow motion. 5 months earlier, a periodontist noticed these tiny little spots in Susie's mouth. But life gets in the way, right? 2 months went by before she could get in to see a specialist. And that's when things got serious. The specialist found swollen lymph nodes and said they needed to do a biopsy right away. And that's when she called Warren.
And this is where you really see the difference in how they both handled the news. Susie was so unconcerned, she actually wanted to postpone the biopsy so she could still go to the conference. Warren, on the other hand, was totally shaken, but he kept it quiet. He just absorbed the news, hiding his fear, and tried to act normal by having this long, rambling phone call, just to fill the time. He even tried to downplay it to his friends. Imagine this. He's just seconds away from starting a game of bridge, and he just casually drops it in, "Oh, by the way, Susie's having a biopsy on Monday." But his friends said he could hear it in his voice. It was anything but casual. He was trying to pretend everything was normal when it was anything but.
Well, you could only pretend for so long. After the biopsy, the results came in, and the family was hit with a reality that was just devastating and absolutely undeniable.
The diagnosis was dire, stage 3 oral cancer. Now, this is a particularly nasty disease because it's often found late, after it's had a chance to spread. It's actually more deadly than a lot of other cancers you hear about. And stage 3 meant it had already gotten into her lymph nodes. This was serious.
And for Susie, the one who had been so calm about it all, the news was a complete shock. Her friend described it as a thunderbolt. It seems the possibility that it could actually be cancer had never even occurred to her. And this tells you everything about who she was. Even in that moment, right after the tears, her very first instinct was to worry about somebody else. She immediately called their daughter and told her, "Call your dad, he's going to be a mess."
So here's the thing. While Warren was trying to keep up appearances, trying to maintain that legendary composure, on the inside, his carefully constructed world was just beginning to crumble.
So what did he do? He tried to just power through it. He stuck to his schedule, flew to a Coca-Cola board meeting, paced around his office, but people could tell something was wrong. His mood was dark, his voice was gravelly, he obviously wasn't sleeping.
And then, one evening, it all came out. He was in his office with a visitor. The conversation turned to Susie's surgery, and the facade just shattered. This tower of emotional control, it just fell apart. He broke down in these awful, silent, heaving sobs.
For 2 straight hours, he just let it all out. All the fears that were eating him alive. He was scared of the pain she would have to go through, terrified she wouldn't fight it. But his biggest fear, the thing that truly horrified him, was being alone. He had always just assumed she would outlive him, that she'd be there for him at the end. For the first time, he had to face a future without her.
And so, the crisis moved from this place of fear into the harsh physical reality of a major surgery and everything that comes after. On the morning of the surgery, Susie was still thinking about Warren. She pulled her daughter aside and said, "Listen, he is a wuss." She was terrified his fear of losing her would make him tell the surgeons to do some radical, widespread operation, even if it was hopeless. She was protecting him from his own emotions.
The surgery itself was a brutal ordeal for everyone. Warren sat in the waiting room, pretending to read a newspaper while he was secretly wiping away tears. The news came back, and it was good. The cancer hadn't spread any further. But then he had to go see her in the ICU, and the sight of her breathing through a tube was a shock. He held it together for her, but after he left the hospital, he completely broke down. He basically spent the next 2 days just crying.
You know, it's funny how sometimes you have to walk through the darkest places to find a little bit of light. And that's exactly what happened. This whole crisis led Buffett to a profound, public reevaluation of what really matters in life.
Not long after the surgery, he was speaking to students at Georgia Tech, and he didn't talk about stocks or business. He talked about a different kind of balance sheet. He said, "Measure your success in life by how many of the people you want to have love you actually do love you." And he didn't stop there. He was blunt about it. He told them, if you get to my age in life and nobody thinks well of you, I don't care how big your bank account is, your life is a disaster. I mean, coming from a man who built an empire on numbers, that is a powerful, powerful statement.
And he finally landed on this one simple, unavoidable truth. The one thing his billions could never, ever buy was love. You can't write a check for it. As he put it, the only way to get love is to be lovable. It's an investment of the heart, not the wallet. And it's the only one where the more you give away, the more you get back.
And so this intensely private ordeal for one of the world's most public figures leaves all of us with a question to think about, a question for him, and for every single one of us. When it's all said and done, beyond the balance sheet, what is the ultimate test of a life well lived?
All right, we're going to go back in time to the winter of 2003. Now, for Warren and Susie Buffett, this was a season that was defined by two absolutely massive and totally different challenges. One was a matter of life and death, the other, a matter of billions. And both would test their partnership in ways they probably never saw coming.
So Susie Buffett had just gone through surgery for oral cancer, and now she was facing radiation therapy. Her doctor gave her this brutally honest warning: no sugarcoating whatsoever. This is the real, painful human drama that's really at the heart of this whole story. You can imagine hearing that it leads directly to the first major conflict here. I mean, after everything she'd already been through, Susie was just deeply resistant to the idea of more pain, more suffering. This wasn't just some medical choice, it was a profoundly personal one.
And wow, their perspectives on this could not have been more different. For Susie, it was all about refusing more pain, about keeping control over her own life and her own body. But for Warren, the ultimate pragmatist, it was all about the odds. He saw radiation as a kind of handicapping. It's a term from horse racing, right? It just means you do whatever you possibly can to improve your chances. To him, the surgery was the hard part. This was just the next logical step you had to take.
You know, they debated this for hours, but the real turning point wasn't some logical argument from Warren. It was this raw, emotional plea from their daughter, Susie Jr. It was basically a command to fight, a demand to choose life, and it just broke through in a way that nothing else could.
And in the end, it worked. Even though some of her friends were worried she was just doing it to please everyone else, Susie agreed to go through with all 33 radiation treatments. This was a decision made under just immense emotional weight, and it really sets the stage for the difficult months that were about to come.
Okay, so get this. At the exact same time this incredibly personal medical drama is playing out, Warren has this second, almost surreal problem on his mind. It was a challenge on a scale that's just hard to fathom, and it existed on a completely different plane from what Susie was going through. And this is the number at the heart of that problem: $50 billion. That was the potential future value of the Buffett Foundation after they were gone. I mean, that's a number so big it's hard to even wrap your head around. But the problem it created was very, very real. How on earth do you manage that?
So where does this problem come from? Well, it's actually a legal requirement. Foundations are required by law to give away 5% of their value every single year. It's a rule that's there to make sure all that philanthropic money actually gets put to work.
And here's what that actually looks like. 5% of $50 billion is $2.5 billion. So the Buffett Foundation, which only had a couple of employees, would have to effectively give away $2.5 billion every single year. That's not just a challenge, it is a monumental logistical nightmare.
So, faced with this totally massive problem, Warren does what Warren does. He comes up with a solution that is just peak rationality. His thinking was basically, why reinvent the wheel? He proposed giving a huge chunk of the money to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation because they already had the people and the expertise to handle it.
And you can hear it in his own words. His logic was so simple. He saw the Gates Foundation as the most efficient, life-saving machine on the planet. If someone else is already doing the job better than you ever could, don't let your ego get in the way. Just copy them. He called it coattailing, a pure, logical solution to what seemed like an impossible problem.
But here's the thing. There's this quiet, almost heartbreaking irony hanging over all of this. As Warren was designing this massive philanthropic strategy, he was building this entire plan on one key assumption: that Susie would be the one in charge, the one to see it through. He was solving this problem for a future he still very much pictured her leading. So, How did they both deal with these two huge parallel crises? To really get it, we have to look inside their heads a little bit, at the personal mindsets and the anchors they held onto during this incredibly turbulent time. For Susie, her anchor, her comfort, came from music. Every single night, she had this ritual of falling asleep to U2's song All I Want Is You. It's such a beautiful, intimate detail, and what's really cool is that the singer, Bono, had actually become a friend of their daughter's, all after a chance meeting with Warren. And this is just so perfectly Warren Buffett. So while his family is connecting with the art, the soul of the music, what's Warren fascinated by? Not the art, the business model. He was totally captivated by the fact that Bono, the massive superstar, splits all the band's revenue equally, 4 ways. It just shows you that analytical mind, always digging for the rational system underneath everything. You know, that analytical way of thinking was hugely influenced by his longtime partner, Charlie Munger. And to really understand Buffett, you have to understand one of Munger's core principles, a mental model that guided their entire approach to pretty much everything. And the scene for this next part is Charlie Munger's 80th birthday party in LA. Warren flew down, really just desperate for a break from all the stress of Susie's illness. He was stepping out of that private world of caregiving and back into the world of big ideas, even if just for a little while. So at the party, Munger talks about his favorite mental tool. Invert. Always invert. It's a really powerful idea. To figure out how to achieve something like a happy life or a successful business, you don't start by asking how to succeed. No, you first figure out all the ways you could totally screw it up, all the ways you could guarantee failure, and then you just avoid doing those things. So, for example, Munger's Guide to a Good Life, he'd say, first, let's figure out how to have a miserable one. He identified these habits of self-defeat: sloth, envy, resentment, self-pity, and entitlement. His advice was brilliant. If you want to be happy and successful, just don't do these things. It's a simple, backward way of solving a really complex problem. Munger wraps up his speech with this pretty grand, kind of heroic quote, and it really captures the vibe of that party. You know, a world of big ideas, big speeches, but that world, it wasn't Warren's reality anymore. Yeah, because right after that party ended, the distraction was over. Buffett flew straight back to San Francisco, back to a very different, much quieter reality. And this is where he would learn a lesson that you can't find in any business book or mental model. I mean, think about the contrast. After all that talk of billions of complex frameworks, Warren's reality boiled down to this one simple, incredibly profound statement. The big speeches from Munger's party just fade away, and they're replaced by the quiet truth of walking 6 blocks and holding his wife. And this time, it really marked this quiet but absolutely profound transformation for him. The man who, let's be honest, had spent most of his life on the receiving end of care was now the one giving it. He charted Susie's weight meticulously. He even gained weight himself, eating fattening foods like ice cream, just hoping she might be tempted to have a little bit too. In these small, tender moments, Warren Buffett was finally truly learning how to give. He was learning the central lesson of his wife's life. And really, that brings us to the final question here. This whole story plays out on these 2 different fronts: the mind-bending problem of giving away billions of dollars and the intensely personal challenge of just caring for one person. It really leaves you with a question to think about, doesn't it? In the grand scheme of things, what's the greater challenge? What form of giving truly defines a legacy? Today, we are diving into one of the most difficult, most testing periods in Warren Buffett's entire life. We're talking about the spring of 2004. This was a time when a devastating personal crisis collided head-on with absolute corporate chaos, and it pushed the legendary investor in ways that, frankly, most of us never get to see. This is the story of his 98th floor year.
So this quote, this is the key to the whole thing. It comes straight from Buffett himself, and it's the idea that frames this entire story, this metaphor, this idea about perspective, about remembering just how far you've come, even when you take a painful step back. Well, that was his anchor during a year that would have absolutely broken most people. And we're about to see just how hard he had to fight that feeling.
All right, so here's the game plan for this explainer.
First, we're going to look at the immense pressure, both personal and professional, that was building on Buffett. Then we'll dive into the crisis that was absolutely exploding at Coca-Cola. From there, you'll see how a fight over corporate rules put him directly in the crosshairs, leading to a crazy showdown, a meeting that gets totally hijacked, and, in the end, a really uneasy, shaky resolution.
Okay, so let's set the scene. It's the spring of 2004, and Warren Buffett is basically fighting a war on two separate fronts. On one side, you have this enormous, heartbreaking personal struggle, and on the other, you have the professional demands of being, well, Warren Buffett, and those demands had never, ever been greater. What's just incredible here is the sheer weight of all this happening at the same time. I mean, on the personal side, his wife Susie was terribly ill. He was flying to San Francisco every single weekend to be with her, which was just an emotional meat grinder, watching the person you love most in the world fading away. And at the exact same time, on the professional side, he's the guy CEOs from GE and Xerox are calling for advice. He's trying to manage his family's daily needs in a way he never had before, all while Berkshire is sitting on $40 billion in cash with nowhere to put it, and the SEC is on the warpath after the Enron and WorldCom scandals. And this is where that philosophy, that 98-floor idea, became so unbelievably important. This was the advice he gave to other CEOs, sure, but you have to believe it was also his own personal mantra. He knew that even with all this stress, all this pain, he was still in a position of incredible fortune. It was a constant daily battle to remember that, to fight that feeling of falling and focus on the fact that he was still way, way up there. So let's see how all this personal pressure slammed right into some major corporate drama. Because while Buffett was wrestling with his own life, one of Berkshire Hathaway's crown jewels, the Coca-Cola Company, was turning into what one source calls a nightmarish preoccupation. To put it bluntly, the company was in a total tailspin. The CEO, Doug Daft, was known for being super volatile. The stock had just cratered, falling from the $80 range all the way down below $50. And then a whistleblower comes forward accusing the company of rigging a marketing test for frozen Coke just to impress Burger King. And that one accusation, it just opened the floodgates. Suddenly, you've got investigations from the SEC, the FBI, and the U.S. Attorney's Office. It was a 5-alarm fire. Now, Buffett knew exactly what was at the root of all this. He called it managed earnings, and he saw it as this poison that just rots a company from the inside out. He had this great analogy for it. It's like stealing $5 from the cash register and telling yourself you'll pay it back, but you never do. Instead, you start digging behind the sofa cushions to make the numbers for Wall Street. And before you know it, it snowballs into real serious trouble.
And Buffett, he did not hold back. He gave these incredibly passionate speeches to Coke's management, just blasting this whole practice. He saw a real chance here to break the cycle. He basically told them, look, with all this bad news out in the open, we're finally free. The monkey of trying to please Wall Street every quarter is off our back. Now we can just run the business. But just when you think they might be turning a corner, a completely new threat appears out of nowhere. You have to remember, this was the post-Enron world. A new law, Sarbanes-Oxley, had created this zero-tolerance environment for any hint of corporate misconduct. And in this new climate, a new kind of power player had emerged, one that was about to take direct aim at Warren Buffett himself. So let me introduce you to the antagonist in this part of our story, a firm called Institutional Shareholder Services, or ISS. Now, these guys are incredibly influential. They tell all the big investors, the giant pension funds, the mutual funds, how to vote on things like who gets to be on a company's board of directors. And when ISS speaks, those big investors listen. And this is where things just go completely off the rails. ISS told all of its clients to withhold their votes for Warren Buffett's re-election to the Coke board. And their reason? A conflict of interest. They said because Berkshire-owned companies like Dairy Queen bought about $102 million worth of Coke products, Buffett wasn't independent enough. But just look at the reality of the situation. Buffett's companies owned 8% of Coca-Cola, a stake worth billions. It was a classic case of box ticking gone mad, a rigid checklist with absolutely no room for common sense. And Buffett himself, well, he put it best. He basically said the amount they were talking about was a rounding error compared to his massive ownership stake. I mean, how could he possibly favor Dairy Queen's tiny interests over his multi-billion-dollar investment in Coca-Cola? It was just absurd. And it wasn't just Buffett who thought this was crazy. The backlash from people who actually understood business was swift and it was brutal.
A fellow board member, Herbert Allen, compared it to the Salem witch trials. The Financial Times literally called ISS the Darth Vader of corporate governance. As the source material puts it, firing Buffett from the audit committee to make it better was like firing your doctor because you were still sick. So all of this is building up to the big showdown, the annual shareholder meeting in Wilmington, Delaware. And the atmosphere, even before the doors opened, was already a complete circus. For activists, the Coke meeting had become a place to see and be seen, what the source calls a rite of brand building. I mean, just try to picture this. While Buffett is in his hotel room getting ready, the street outside is an absolute madhouse. There's a giant Teamsters truck parked out front, students are waving signs calling Coke toxic and racist, there might have even been a 12-foot-high inflatable rat. Unions were there handing out bumper stickers, and protesters were passing out leaflets accusing the company of murder. The tension was just off the charts. And then, right before everything kicks off, something really strange happens. The phone in Buffett's hotel room rings, and it's the Reverend Jesse Jackson, just calling to say hello and express his admiration. They chatted for just a minute about basically nothing. Buffett hung up, thinking, well, that was odd. It was the first little clue that this was not going to be a normal day. And boy, was he right. What happened next wasn't a corporate proceeding. It was more like something out of a bizarre novel. The meeting just completely descended into pure, unadulterated chaos. Okay, so here's how the whole thing imploded. An activist named Ray Rogers grabs a microphone and just starts screaming about immorality, murder, corruption, you name it. They cut his mic, but he just yells louder. It literally took 6 security guards to wrestle him to the floor and physically carry him out of the room. After this stunned silence, the company tries to get back to business, the director election. But just when you think the craziness is over, the Reverend Jesse Jackson stands up and completely hijacks the meeting. And right in the middle of all that pandemonium, the results get announced. Buffett receives over 84% of the vote. Now, you might hear 84% and think, hey, that's a win. But no, it was a slap in the face. 16% of the vote was withheld, almost all because of that ISS recommendation. He had been publicly shamed, singled out as the least wanted director on the board. For a man like Warren Buffett, it was a truly stunning and humiliating moment. So, after that complete train wreck of a meeting, the search for a new CEO to fix the company became an absolute emergency. But the solution they came up with, well, it didn't exactly fill anyone with confidence. The whole process was a mess from start to finish. The top internal candidate got pushed out. All the famous celebrity CEOs they courted said no thanks. So finally, the board turns to a guy named Neville Isdell, a 60-year-old retired executive. The public reaction was basically a collective eye roll. They called it bringing in the old guys. The whole ordeal left Coke with a new CEO nobody was excited about, and a board that now had a reputation for being unpredictable and just plain difficult. And so that brings us right back to where we started. Through all of it, the personal heartbreak, the corporate scandal, the public humiliation, the boardroom chaos, Buffett had to constantly, consciously fight that feeling to remind himself that even though he'd taken a fall, he was still on the 98th floor. It's a really powerful lesson in perspective, and it leaves all of us with a question to think about. When your own world is spinning out of control, how do you find and how do you hold on to yours?
So picture this. It's the summer of 2004. On the surface, it's a story of immense public success, but underneath, there's this deeply private and very intense struggle going on. We're talking about Warren and Susie Buffett's final months together. It was a time when this fragile hope for the future just collided head-on with a much, much harsher reality than nobody was talking about. We're going to explore this powerful final chapter, titled The Seventh Fire. Okay, so back in March of that year, they get this moment of what seems like pure joy. Susie's first MRI scan after her surgery comes back clean. And Warren Buffett, he was just overjoyed. He truly believed this meant she had the same odds as anyone who'd never had cancer. But here's the thing. That public hope, it was masking a really difficult private reality. Susie's doctor had actually told her she could probably count on just one good year. It seems she might have shielded Warren from that full truth, giving him the version he really needed to believe.
After being trapped by illness for months, you'd think this kind of prognosis would lead to despair, right? But not for Susie. No way. Her response was, well, it was an explosion of life. This pent-up urge to live just erupted and is captured perfectly in her own words right here. She made a list.
She was absolutely determined to see her family, to go to her home in Laguna, to be at the Berkshire shareholder meeting, and a whole lot more. She was going to seize that one good year with absolutely everything she had.
So, while Susie is privately planning out what would be her final year, the public world of Warren Buffett is just reaching a fever pitch. The 2004 Berkshire Hathaway shareholder meeting, well, it wasn't just a business event anymore. It had become a full-blown circus, a huge spectacle that stood in such stark contrast to the family's quiet, private concerns.
I mean, just look at this number, 20,000 people. What started out as this kind of cozy club of partners had completely morphed into a massive fan gathering. Omaha's brand new Quest Center was transformed into a literal big top, filled with people who were actually running for seats at 7 in the morning, all just waiting for their heroes, Buffett and Munger, to take the stage like a couple of talk show hosts.
The whole phenomenon got so big that a black market for credentials just popped up on eBay. You had scalpers selling passes for up to $250. It wasn't just about stocks anymore. The meeting was now about access, about getting employee discounts, going to parties, and of course, the chance to maybe meet the man himself. Buffett was, well, he was both awestruck and a little disturbed by it all. So much so that he actually started his own eBay store selling credentials for $5 a pair just to try and stop the scalping.
And the commercialism was just off the charts. While Buffett and Munger are up on stage discussing things like the national debt, the attendees are downstairs creating a total consumer frenzy. They're selling a pair of boots every single minute, over 1,000 watches were bought at Borsheim's, and the Nebraska Furniture Mart, they did a staggering $17 million in business. It was a true circus of capitalism.
But you know, in the middle of all this adoration, something really unusual happened. A rare moment of public discomfort. For the very first time, a shareholder actually stood up and questioned Buffett's judgment, asking specifically why Susie and their son Howie were on the board. And you could just feel this ripple go through the auditorium. Buffett, for once, he seemed a little flustered. He kind of punted the question to Munger before finally explaining that they were on the board as guardians of the culture. It was really the first time he ever seemed to have to defend in public the way he ran his own company. All right, so let's shift our focus now. Let's move away from the public circus and back to the private journey. Because while Warren was managing this massive empire, Susie, despite being incredibly fragile, was embarking on this final series of deeply personal, deeply meaningful adventures. She was truly reclaiming her life's fire. So that list she made, it became the roadmap for her final months. She made it to the shareholder meeting, and you know she did that for Warren. She gathered all her strength to see her son Peter's show premiere. She traveled all the way to France to meet the singer Bono from U2, and she took her grandkids shopping in Laguna. Every single one of these was an act of will, a reclamation of the life that she loved so much.
And that trip to France was something really special. Bono had been faxing Susie these letters during her recovery, and she'd become really passionate about meeting him. So they met, and the connection was just immediate. She spent days at his mansion in Ez, and one evening he stood up and made this toast, calling her his soulmate. She was so moved she apparently listened to U2 on her iPod the entire flight home.
And this brings us right to the title of our explainer, The Seventh Fire. The name comes directly from her son Peter's show. It tells the story of a Native American who is reclaiming his lost cultural heritage. And it's just such a powerful metaphor for Susie's own journey, this final, dazzling reclamation of her own identity and her own spirit, right in the face of her illness. You know, their different reactions to Peter's show really revealed the beautiful complementary nature of their personalities. Warren, ever the businessman, was pretty preoccupied with its potential for commercial success. He genuinely wanted Peter to succeed, of course, but he saw it through that lens of art meeting commerce. Susie, on the other hand, she connected with its heart, the realm of spirit and soul. That was always her territory.
So after all these moments of joy and triumph, the story takes its inevitable, tragic turn. In late July, the family gathers for their annual trip to Herbert Allen's ranch in Cody, Wyoming. And it's here, at this high altitude, against the advice of some family members, that the celebration of living gives way to a sudden, heartbreaking collapse.
Susie was just exuberant at the ranch, so chatty and full of life. And then, while she was talking in the kitchen after dinner, it happened. She blinked, and she said these words. For just a split second, people thought maybe she was joking, doing a silly little dance step. But then her legs buckled. And that moment of confusion, it turned to alarm instantly.
The final hours were just agonizing. As Susie was drifting in and out of consciousness, Warren grew more and more distressed. The ambulance finally showed up, and then began this incredibly slow 34-mile journey to the hospital. A CAT scan revealed a massive cerebral hemorrhage. For hours, Warren just sat there with her, all alone, until their children, Susie Jr. and Peter, could finally get there in the middle of the night. And then shortly after they arrived, she was gone.
And this quote, wow, it just perfectly captures Warren's state of mind on that trip. He called his daughter, telling her to come. Then he called again to say, bring your brothers. He was literally captive on this endless ride to the hospital, locked inside that ambulance, completely helpless to help her, unable to do a single thing to stop what was happening.
Susie's death was devastating for everyone, but its impact on Warren was just cataclysmic. He was now forced to confront the one reality he had spent his entire life trying to avoid: a world without Susie.
When they landed back in Omaha, and this was after a totally surreal flight where Susie's body lay in a zippered bag on the plane's sofa, Warren didn't talk. He didn't engage with anyone. He simply retreated into the darkness, shutting the entire world out.
But the world didn't shut him out. His closest friends, they immediately mobilized. Don Graham of the Washington Post, he just showed up. He didn't even ask. He just knew he was needed. Ron Olson, Bill Gates, Carol Loomis, they all came. His bridge partner, Sharon Osberg, came and played in a tournament they were already scheduled for, just trying to provide some small distraction from the overwhelming grief.
The thing is, the pain was just so private, so incredibly deep, that he physically couldn't face it in public. He just couldn't do it. When his daughter Susie Jr. realized what was bothering him, she told him, "You don't have to go." And Warren's relief was just immense. "I can't," he said. The thought of sitting there in front of everyone, it was simply too much to bear. And even in sleep, there was no escape. He was just haunted by these nightmares, the same one every single night. He was back in that ambulance, on that endless road, completely helpless. And these were the words that echoed in his mind. The core terror of his life, separation from Susie, was now his reality, and it was just tearing him apart. All he had ever asked of her was to not leave him.
So, that's what brings us to our final thought here. The story of the seventh fire is it's a story of love, of living life to the absolute fullest, and of an unimaginable loss. It pulls back the curtain on this massive financial empire and shows you the intensely human foundation it was all built on. And it really leaves you with this powerful question, right? When the emotional architect of a titan's life is suddenly gone, how does a public empire even begin to withstand that kind of deep, private collapse?
Welcome to The Explainer. Today we're diving into a story you might not know about one of the world's most famous investors. And it's not about how he made his fortune, but about how a really profound personal loss led him to give it all away. So this was Warren Buffett's philosophy for a long, long time. But for decades, there were claim checks he was planning to hold on to until the very end. So what changed? Let's explore the pivotal moments that made him finally decide to cash them all in.
All right, so we're going to follow Buffett's transformation through 5 key stages. It starts with a personal tragedy, moves through some serious family tensions, then a massive philanthropic pivot, and we'll even look at what didn't change about him before finally we get to the creation of an entirely new legacy.
Okay, so our story really kicks off in 2004 with the death of Buffett's wife, Susie. Now for Warren, she was way more than a partner. She was the emotional anchor of his entire life, the person his family literally described as the glue that held them all together. Her loss, well, it would set in motion a profound and pretty unexpected transformation.
Her passing just shattered his world. After she died, he couldn't even look at her photograph without crying, and he fell into this deep depression for about 2 months. But this grief, it forced him to confront a completely new reality. You see, he had always delegated the family's entire emotional territory to Susie, and now he had to reclaim it himself.
And this slide really gets at the depth of his change. It was almost as if Susie had willed him some of her strength. He started acquiring a little bit of her emotional fluency, becoming more aware of what actually mattered to his children and connecting with them directly in ways he really never had before. And after years of being behind the scenes, he finally brought his longtime partner, Astrid, into his public life, recognizing the huge price she had paid for their, let's say, unconventional arrangement.
But, and this is a big but, this newfound emotional connection didn't extend to everyone.
This period of change was incredibly complex because as Buffett was mending some of his family fences, he was simultaneously building these new, very public walls around others. And this just brilliantly illustrates that contradiction. I mean, his son Peter, who once would have called his mother just to pass on a message, was now calling his father directly. His other son, Howie, moved back to Omaha just to be closer. These were real, tangible signs of healing, but at the exact same time this painful fissure was opening up. After his adopted granddaughters, Nicole and Erica, appeared in a documentary about wealth, Buffett took this incredibly severe and public stand against them.
His reaction was just swift and severe. In his eyes, Nicole had wounded him in his most tender spot, his reputation. She had broken this unwritten family rule that he called the Buffett name police, which was basically a strict policy against using the family name for any kind of personal promotion. The public fallout was a really painful irony for a man who had spent his entire life trying to avoid making enemies.
Now, all this personal turmoil was happening at the exact same time as a seismic shift in his professional legacy, his whole philosophy on philanthropy. For decades, Buffett's plan for his fortune was crystal clear: just let it grow. He called it Jam Tomorrow. But suddenly, tomorrow had arrived.
With Susie gone, the question was no longer some abstract idea. I mean, she was the one he had planned to entrust with distributing his billions. Without her, that responsibility fell squarely on his shoulders, forcing him to finally confront a problem he had successfully put off for his entire life.
His long-standing belief was actually pretty simple. Society was best served by him continuing to compound the money for as long as humanly possible. The master of delayed gratification was applying his investing philosophy to his philanthropy. But the loss of Susie, combined with his own advancing age, it changed his thinking. He started to wonder, was compounding his fortune any longer truly the best thing for society?
The reversal didn't happen overnight. It really began with that void Susie left. Then came a pivotal suggestion from his friend, Sharon Osberg, who just asked, "What about the Gates Foundation?" His partner, Charlie Munger, encouraged the unconventional idea, seeing a kindred spirit in Bill Gates. And so slowly, over many months, a secret plan took shape that would completely upend his lifelong stance.
On June 26, 2006, he made his decision public. He pledged to give away 85% of his Berkshire Hathaway stock, which was valued at the time at $37 billion. It was, and it still remains, the single largest philanthropic gift in human history.
But here's the thing. While Buffett was totally re-engineering his personal life and his legacy, one thing didn't change at all. The core of the man, the relentless, puzzle-solving investor, he remained just as focused and intense as he'd ever been.
And this is just brilliantly illustrated by his deep dive into the Korean stock market. In 2004, he got a book the size of a phone directory listing thousands of Korean companies. He taught himself Korean accounting, and then, night after night, he just paged through it, sifting through columns and columns of numbers, just like he had done decades earlier as a young man. He was hunting for the same thing he'd always been hunting for, diamonds in the rough that everyone else had overlooked.
His passion for the puzzle was just undiminished. He wasn't just managing some massive company. He was still down in the trenches, hunting for those hidden gems. This wasn't work for him. It was the game he had always loved to play, and he was still playing it at the absolute highest level.
So this brings us to the culmination of his whole journey. When he announced his historic gift, Buffett didn't just talk about the numbers. No, he explained the powerful new philosophy that was driving him to finally cash in those claim checks. He called it the ovarian lottery. Buffett's whole argument was that he had won the lottery the day he was born in the United States in 1930. He didn't believe in dynastic wealth, arguing that it's fundamentally unfair when billions of other people have been dealt much, much poorer hands in life. His fortune, he felt, was a product of pure luck that he didn't deserve to hoard or to pass on. And so, his claim checks would finally be cashed for society's benefit. He directed the vast majority, over $30 billion, to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. His logic was simple. They were better at giving money away than he was. He saw them as having the talent and the focus to tackle the world's absolute toughest problems.
And with this incredible public act of letting go, his personal life also found a new, more stable foundation. Just 2 months after the announcement, on his 76th birthday, Warren Buffett married Astrid Menks in a simple ceremony. A new chapter for the man and for his legacy was officially underway.
And you know, maybe the most radical part of the gift was what was missing: his name. There would be no Warren Buffett Hospital wing, no Buffett University. He simply handed the money to a team he felt could do a better job.
This quietly upended every single convention of philanthropy, making a powerful statement about ego and, more than anything, efficiency.
In the end, Buffett's story forces us all to look at our own claim checks, whatever their size. It leaves us with a simple but really powerful question. What are they really for, and what are we waiting for?
All right, let's dive right into this. We're going to talk about the story of how the world's most trusted investor, Warren Buffett, stared down the biggest financial storm in a generation. We're going to see how a whole series of challenges, everything from a legal scandal to a full-blown market meltdown, put not just his money, but his entire philosophy to the ultimate test. So get this. In late 2007, this number, $149,200, was the price for a single share of Berkshire Hathaway. I mean, that's a number that's almost hard to wrap your head around, right? It wasn't just a stock price, it was a symbol. It meant that this investor and this company were at the absolute peak of their power. We're talking a market value of over $200 billion. You know, with a reputation for being basically untouchable, running what he famously called the Fort Knox of capital, it really seemed like nothing could shake the Oracle of Omaha. But a storm was brewing, and the first signs of trouble didn't come from the stock market. Nope, they came from a legal crisis that threatened the one thing Buffett cared about even more than money, his reputation. Yeah, long before the markets totally crashed, this really complex scandal involving one of Berkshire's companies, General Re, threatened to completely wreck Buffett's squeaky clean image. And this wasn't about a bad investment or losing some money. This was way more dangerous. This was about an alleged criminal conspiracy. Okay, so what's really at the heart of this whole scandal is this concept called finite reinsurance. The simplest way to think about it is like a kind of financial engineering. It's a tool that could be used to, well, dress up a company's books and make it look a lot healthier than it actually was. In this case, it was used to help the insurance giant AIG basically trick Wall Street about how much money it really had in its reserves. So this thing dragged on for years. It was a total legal nightmare for Berkshire, and the investigation reportedly drove Buffett crazy. And then it all came to a head with his subsidiary's former employees getting convicted right as the entire global financial system was starting to shake. The defendants even tried what they called a Buffett defense, basically arguing that he knew about the deal, which he did. The real question, the billion-dollar question, was did he know it was a fraud? And this quote, this just shows you the unique power of Warren Buffett. The prosecutor leading this huge aggressive investigation, Elliot Spitzer, he goes on national television to personally say Buffett's a good guy. So even though Buffett was questioned by investigators, his massive reputation acted like this impenetrable shield. The prosecutors knew that trying to take down a beloved public figure like Warren Buffett was a fight they probably couldn't win. So that whole legal battle, it actually leads us straight into one of the biggest contradictions of Buffett's entire crisis strategy. And it involves a financial product that he himself had famously, and very publicly, warned everyone about in the most dramatic way you can imagine. Right, so the key thing here is that Buffett himself came up with one of the most famous warnings ever about complex derivatives. Coming from him, it wasn't just a clever phrase, people took it as a prophecy. He painted this terrifying picture of these things as unregulated, hidden time bombs that could blow up the entire financial system. He understood the risk better than almost anybody. But here is the massive twist. While he was warning the world about these weapons, he was also building his own arsenal. This number, $37.1 billion, was Berkshire's maximum potential loss on a whole series of massive derivative contracts he had personally written. He was essentially selling long-term insurance against a catastrophic market collapse. By making these incredibly long-term bets, I mean, some of them didn't expire until 2028, he was making this huge wager on the future of the global economy. But that had a major consequence right now. It tied up a huge chunk of Berkshire's cash and really limited his flexibility right before the biggest financial fire sale in a generation was about to kick off. And then it happened. In a fall of 2008, the system just broke. The crisis exploded, pure panic ripped through the markets. And for Warren Buffett, this was the moment he'd been preparing for his entire life. This was his chance to be more than just an investor. He could be a kingmaker, the one guy everyone turned to when even the government seemed frozen. As Bear Stearns just disappeared and Lehman Brothers collapsed, you could feel the dominoes starting to fall with terrifying speed. But watching all this from quiet Omaha, Buffett got ready to deploy his cash. The world's most powerful banks were desperate, and he was only going to write checks on his terms, which, as we're about to see, were unbelievably good for him. He moved so fast. He struck a series of deals that were just brilliant. He wasn't just giving them cash, He was giving them his priceless stamp of approval, signaling to the world that these iconic companies were going to survive. And for that privilege, he got these extraordinary, almost loan shark-like terms. The 10% interest was just the start. The real prize was the warrants, basically long-term options to buy tons of stock at crisis prices for years to come. It was a guaranteed win. Now, while he was making these incredibly profitable private deals, he published this famous op-ed in the New York Times. It was this patriotic call to action, telling everyday people to have confidence and buy stocks. To his fans, it was a heroic move to calm a panicked country. But to his critics, it was the ultimate example of talking his book, telling the public to buy while he was getting sweetheart deals none of us could ever dream of.
But being the lender of last resort in the middle of a global financial hurricane, well, it came at a steep cost. The meltdown was so bad that even Buffett's Fort Knox of capital, this financial fortress he'd spent his whole life building, was not immune to the damage. You could start to see the cracks forming in the walls.
For the very first time, one of Berkshire's most precious assets, its perfect AAA credit rating, was gone. And this was a direct result of the crisis. His heavy exposure to the wounded financial sector and, those massive derivative bets made the rating agencies really nervous. So they stripped him of his perfect score. Publicly, of course, he just brushed it off, calling the rating nothing more than bragging rights. But make no mistake, for a guy who prided himself on running the single soundest financial institution in the world, this was a huge blow. It was a public sign that this unprecedented crisis had actually weakened his fortress.
And the numbers on the page showed the strain in black and white. For only the second time in its entire history, Berkshire's book value, which is Buffett's favorite way to measure success, actually fell by almost 10%. And those derivative contracts, they posted huge paper losses of over $14 billion, proving that even the Oracle of Omaha wasn't immune.
So after all that, what's the big takeaway? What do we learn from seeing this legendary investor get tested in a way he had never been tested before? What does his survival and his ultimate victory really tell us? Well, the crisis really showed us a much more complex and, honestly, a much more contradictory Buffett than the simple, folksy investor we all think we know. He warned against the very tools he himself used. He bailed out a system that he often criticized, and he even sold some of his favorite blue-chip stocks when he needed quick cash for his high-interest loans. In the end, Berkshire survived and then thrived, not just because of the amazing deals he made during the crisis, but because of the iron discipline he showed for decades before it. He always had the foresight to keep his company incredibly healthy, with very little debt and tons of cash, which let him act from a position of incredible strength when everyone else was facing complete ruin. And really, this crisis was the ultimate high-stakes test of his most famous philosophy. He was fearful before 2008, hoarding cash while everyone else was consumed by greed. And then, when total terror gripped the markets, he became unbelievably greedy. It was a masterclass in courage and opportunism that people will be studying for generations. And that leaves us with one last provocative thought. When one person's crisis becomes another person's historic opportunity, what does that really say about our financial system? I mean, Buffett was called a savior, but the terms he demanded were undeniably predatory. It forces you to ask, in the brutal logic of the market, are they just one and the same? When you hear the name Warren Buffett, your mind probably jumps to stocks, billions, the Oracle of Omaha, right? But the central metaphor for his entire life, the one he actually uses to explain himself, it's much simpler than all that. And honestly, it's way more powerful. It's all about a snowball. And there you have it, straight from the man himself. This one idea, this image of starting early, packing a small ball of snow at the very top of a long, long hill, it's the key to absolutely everything he's ever built. It's the magic of compounding in action. But as we're about to see, this isn't just a philosophy for making money, it's a philosophy for life. So let's start with the Warren Buffett most of us picture in our heads, the wise, approachable, kind of grandfatherly sage of Omaha. This is the version of him that, in his later years, felt this powerful need to teach the lessons he'd spent a lifetime learning. And he was very specific about who he wanted to teach. He chose to speak to students. Why? Because he figured they weren't yet stuck in their ways. They were still at the top of their own hills with a whole lifetime of snow in front of them. And the funny thing is, his core message to them was that trying to get rich quick was completely the wrong way to think. And they just flocked to hear him say it. The students who made the trip to Omaha, they didn't just ask him about stock tips. No, they asked him the biggest questions you can possibly ask. Questions like this one. I mean, how does the world's greatest capital allocator even begin to answer a question like that?
Well, he answered it almost like an accountant would. It's an equation, really. It's not about being loved by everyone. It's about maximizing the love you get back from the very specific people you choose to value. It's a surprisingly simple and a really human formula for what it means to live a good life.
Okay, so here's another one of those fundamental questions they'd always hit him with. And again, you might expect some lecture on finding undervalued companies, but his answer had absolutely nothing to do with maximizing your income. It was all about a completely different kind of return.
For Buffett, the bottom line is just dead simple. Passion is the one asset that you can't compromise on. He talks about being so excited you tap dance to work, and he begged every one of those students to find a career that gives them that kind of joy, not one that leaves their stomach in knots. Because at the end of the day, your own well-being is a way bigger return than any paycheck.
But that wise, grandfatherly advice, that's only one part of the story. Now we've got to pivot. Because the biography this explainer is based on, The Snowball, it peels back the layers to show a much more complex and, frankly, a much more demanding reality behind the myth.
Buffett himself often frames his incredible success as something that just sort of happened, a happy accident, a machine that somehow built itself without any grand design. But the truth? Oh, the truth is way, way more calculated than that. I mean, just look at the sheer, overwhelming force of will here. This was not an accident. This was a relentless, all-consuming obsession. He didn't just work hard, he systematically ruled out almost everything else that makes up a normal life. Art, music, travel, science, so he could pour every single ounce of his intellect into one singular focus: business. That engine in his head never, ever switched off.
And right there, that's the fuel. This wasn't just a fun game or a passion for him. From the very beginning, it was this deep, burning, totally unapologetic ambition to win. The whole happy accident story is a nice, comfortable myth, but it hides an almost unbelievable level of pure determination. So we have the wise teacher on one hand and the obsessive competitor on the other. But there's a third, absolutely crucial layer to this story, a set of principles that acted like guardrails on that relentless drive. A code that actually shaped his ambition. And who better to confirm this than his longtime partner, Charlie Munger? Munger is stating a fact here. Buffett consciously left money on the table. We're talking potentially tens of billions of dollars. His ethical framework wasn't just some nice talking point. It was a real financial limit he placed on himself. Because winning the game was only worth it if he could win it his own way. And this reveals a fascinating paradox at the heart of his character. In his personal life, as you can see, he was famously timid. He hated confrontation. He relied on other people to handle the rougher parts of life. But when it came to money, the man was absolutely fearless. His passion for the game of business gave him a kind of courage he just didn't seem to have anywhere else. So where did that financial courage and those ethical guardrails even come from? Well, Buffett credits something he calls his inner scorecard. This was a set of values his father, Howard, drilled into him. And his dad taught him one simple, profound lesson. How you play the game matters infinitely more than how much you win. That became his true north. Okay, so how do all these pieces fit together? You've got the teacher, the obsessive competitor, the man of principle. Well, it all comes back to that one central idea of the snowball, but with a much deeper meaning than we started with. This is the crucial takeaway from all of this. For Buffett, the snowball effect is a universal law. It's not just for finance. Your knowledge compounds. Your wisdom about how the world works, that compounds. And maybe most importantly, your relationships compound. You accumulate the right kinds of friends, and the value of that network just grows exponentially over a lifetime. Think about it. Every new skill, every good conversation, every person you help, it all sticks. It all adds to the snowball. And this is the final brilliant twist he puts on the metaphor. It's not just about finding a good hill and some snow to roll. It's about becoming the snow yourself. You have to be the kind of person, the kind of coworker, the kind of friend, the kind of thinker that good people and good ideas just naturally want to stick to. You have to generate your own momentum. And really, that's the question Buffett's life leaves us with. The hill of life only goes one way, right? And we're all rolling down it. So what are you doing today, in your work, in your learning, in your relationships, to become your own wet snow?
What are you picking up that's going to compound into something magnificent tomorrow?